Chapter 3 of The Great Emperor crosses the 18 domains. Undoubtedly, the Imperator Wushu was a selfless sovereign. Not only did he elevate the Lin clan to a position of glory, but even in death, he fused his imperial remains with the realm of the Lin family, safeguarding them for generations to come. At the heart of the Lin ancestral temple, beneath his statue, lies a divine spring, an embodiment of the heart of the Imperator Wushu, revered by the Lin people as the Emperor's heart spring. Every century, the Emperor's heart spring gathers a pool of divine essence known as the Emperor's heart liquid. This liquid possesses miraculous effects, capable of breaking through the most fundamental limitations of one's cultivation. Most notably, the Imperator Wushu was a natural dualite being, and within this divine liquid resides a fragment of the essence of duality. Those who immerse themselves in the Emperor's heart liquid, if fortune favors them, may refine this essence and transform into postnatal dualite beings. Thus, the Lin family established a tradition. Every 100 years, the ancestral temple would be open to select the two most gifted prodigies from the clan to bathe in the Emperor's heart spring. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, not a single individual has succeeded in refining this fragment of dualite essence. Today marks yet another occasion for entry into the Emperor's heart spring. Lin Xiaoyao, the current emperor of the Lin family, suppressed his overwhelming aura, assuming the guise of a venerable elder, leading the clan members in reverent kneeling before the statue of Imperator Wushu. Behind him stood the clan's patriarch, 9 elders, and 2 of the Lin family's contemporary paragons, a young man and woman. In truth, such ceremonies typically required no presence from the emperor, yet this time, the Xiaoyao emperor had emerged from seclusion, leaving the Lin family members both honored and astonished, each hesitant to breathe. The reason behind this, however, was known only to the Xiaoyao emperor and the clan patriarch. The Xiaoyao emperor's days were numbered. His emergence from seclusion was driven by a desire to harness his powers to communicate with the emperor's heart spring, to awaken the fragment of dualite essence left behind by Imperator Wushu, thereby bestowing the Lin family with a dualite being. It had been ages since the Lin family had produced a truly formidable prodigy, and he feared that after his passing, the lineage would be left without a successor. Upon completing the ancestral worship ceremony, the current patriarch approached the Xiaoyao emperor and respectfully inquired, "Ancient ancestor Xiaoyao, all is prepared." The patriarch then subtly nodded at one of the young prodigies behind him. The youth, Lin Xiaotian, the patriarch's son, could not suppress a hint of pride as he smirked. Despite his remarkable talent, placing him among the top 3 of the younger generation within the Lin clan, Lin Xiaotian was originally unqualified to participate in this bathing in the emperor's heart spring, as it was another prodigy's turn. However, upon learning from the Xiaoyao emperor that he intended to utilize his formidable powers to activate the essence within the spring, the patriarch exercised his prerogative to substitute his son in the lineup. The Xiaoyao emperor nodded gently and then approached the statue of Imperator Wushu. With utmost reverence, he performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations, and the gathered crowd followed suit. To access the emperor's heart spring, divine energy must be infused into the statue of Imperator Wushu, after which the spring would manifest at the foot of the statue. As the 3rd-generation descendant of Imperator Wushu, the Xiaoyao emperor held an even deeper respect. Following the completion of the rituals, he pointed decisively, activating the emperor's heart spring. A radiant golden light enveloped the statue of Imperator Wushu, casting a holy glow around it. Subsequently, the ground beneath the statue split open, revealing a wide chasm from which a golden spring surged forth. The water exuded a divine aura, reminiscent of celestial nectar, filling the ancestral temple with an irresistible sense of divinity. "Step forward," the Xiaoyao emperor spoke slowly, gesturing towards the 2 young prodigies of the Lin family. The young woman approached with unwavering steps, her demeanor dignified despite appearing only 14 or 15 years of age, exuding an air of grace. In contrast, Lin Xiaotian could hardly contain his eagerness, rushing ahead to the edge of the emperor's heart spring, his eyes brimming with fervor as he sensed the overwhelming divinity of the spring. His talent, while not exceptionally high, had been leveraged by his father to secure his position here. If he could attain the dualite essence, he would soar to unprecedented heights, becoming a true youthful sovereign. However, just as he prepared to leap into the spring, a beam of light unexpectedly erupted from within the waters. This sudden occurrence startled everyone, for in all the centuries, nothing had ever emerged from the emperor's heart spring. The light took the form of an ancient decree, shimmering in gold, with faint inscriptions barely visible. The Xiaoyao emperor's expression shifted, and he reached out to grasp it in his palm. Upon deciphering the text, his heart raced. Imperial son Lin Xiao, born in the 3,870,000th year of the Imperial Initiation Era, at the 4th moment of the 3 Yuan, on Burial Immortal Island. Imperial son? The Xiaoyao emperor's pupils constricted. This was the first time in millennia that he felt such an emotional upheaval. The decree left by Imperator Wushu proclaimed that the imperial son would be born on Burial Immortal Island in the 3,870,000th year of the Imperial Initiation Era. The imperial son of Imperator Wushu did that not imply a familial connection to his father, thus, he would be his uncle, having ascended to imperial status for 17,000 years. the price of becoming a formidable being had been the transformation of all his kin into dust and bones. He had been sealed within the divine source for 100,000 years, emerging into a world devoid of family, and now, to suddenly discover the existence of an uncle living in the same realm struck a chord within him. The 3,870,000th year of the Imperial Initiation era, at the fourth moment of the 3 Yuan, was it not today? Burial Immortal Island, was that not the very place where Imperator Wushu had vanquished the Emperor of Fengdu? In his compassion for the suffering of the populace, Imperator Wushu had spared the remnants of Fengdu, slaying only the Emperor of Fengdu and his 12 kings. All the remaining followers of Fengdu had congregated on Burial Immortal Island instantaneously. An unsettling thought invaded the Xiaoyao Emperor's mind. If his uncle Lin Xiu were to be born and discovered by the inhabitants of Burial Immortal Island, what fate could await him at their hands? The mercy shown by Imperator Wushu did not guarantee that these individuals would extend the same kindness to his uncle. Without further hesitation, the Xiaoyao Emperor declared, "We shall not enter the Emperor's pool today. Close the ancestral temple. Summon all formidable beings of the Lin family of the great respect level and above, await my command." With a wave of his hand, the ancestral temple sealed shut, and the Emperor's heart spring vanished once more beneath the earth. A powerful aura erupted forth, transforming the seemingly ordinary elder Xiaoyao into an ancient dragon of legend. The entire domain trembled, and even the stars in the heavens quaked, with many celestial bodies plummeting under the weight of his might. The Xiaoyao Emperor shot forth like a beam of light, disappearing into the cosmos, traversing the boundless realms and universe, his presence instilling awe across the heavens. Like a celestial being, he sped towards Burial Immortal Island, leaving a trail of overwhelming imperial might in his wake. His divine energy surged within him, reaching its zenith. As he passed through the starry rivers, the pressure he released shattered the stars in the sky. On this day, the Lin family in Burial Immortal Island felt the resounding imperial might, and a blinding white line erupted across the celestial dome, shaking the very fabric of existence. Burial Immortal Island. If his uncle were in peril, then the entire island could face annihilation. Chapter 4. Who says villains perish from their loquacity? Meanwhile, the Lin family remained oblivious to the unfolding events, gazing at the suddenly vanished figure of the carefree emperor. The head of the Lin family wore a grave expression. He instinctively sensed that a significant event was imminent, yet he was unaware of its nature. However, the decree left by the Emptiness Emperor had not been taken by the carefree emperor but had instead fallen into his hands. The Lin family head hastily began to read it. Upon finishing its contents, he was immediately struck with astonishment. The Emptiness Emperor still had descendants in the mortal realm. Lin Xiaotian stood in a daze at the location of the former emperor's heartspring, turning to glance at the current head of the Lin family. Yet, at that moment, the family head was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. He promptly acted upon the decree left by the carefree emperor upon his departure. Inform all esteemed elders of the clan. They must immediately emerge from their seclusion and await the emperor's command. No, all members of the family, regardless of age or gender, anyone who is not in a state of absolute seclusion must be summoned. Proceed to the Emptiness Mountain Gate. Await the return of our ancestor. The Emptiness Mountain Gate was the portal of the Lin family. The ancestor returns. The entire Lin family eagerly awaited his arrival. On the Isle of the Fallen Immortals, the altar finally awakened in its entirety. Blood-red patterns shimmered to their utmost brilliance, and the heavens bore witness to a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. The colossal manifestation of Fengdu City materialized within this realm. The Azura spread its wings, and the wailing of malevolent spirits echoed throughout. Chilling winds swept across the land, and mournful, eerie howls reverberated through the skies. This sinister ghostly wail not only sent shivers down one's spine but also instilled an overwhelming sense of impending dread. An unparalleled entity was on the verge of awakening. From the unfathomable abyss, a colossal visage began to coalesce, slowly surfacing from the depths. The emergence of this face unleashed an overwhelming malevolence, casting a shadow over the sky, which twisted into a swirling vortex above the abyss. Blood-red lightning gathered within the vortex, exuding an aura of terror. Two elderly figures, their expressions filled with excitement, gazed at the face gradually rising from the abyss, trembling as they exclaimed, "We pay homage to the Emperor. Great Emperor, we bring you the supreme physique. The return of Fengdu is imminent. Great Emperor, awaken swiftly. The primordial body returns to the world. If the Emperor re-emerges, he shall undoubtedly lead Fengdu to reclaim its former glory." The two men offered their fervent prayers. The visage within the abyss grew increasingly solid, ultimately taking the form of a middle-aged man, none other than the Fengdu Emperor. Great Emperor! The two elder specters wept with joy, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they knelt in reverence. Since over 100,000 years ago, when Lin Wushu shattered the Fengdu Emperor's corporeal form, all believed the emperor to be deceased, yet, unbeknownst to them, the Fengdu Emperor, having mastered the art of transformation, though unable to rival the Emptiness Emperor, preserved his soul through secret methods and lay dormant upon this isle of the fallen immortals. This explained why the remnants of the Fengdu sect lingered on the isle. They awaited an opportunity, a chance for resurgence. Lin Xiu's appearance was precisely that opportunity should the Fengdu Emperor's soul take possession of Lin Xiu, merging with the primordial body. Then, bolstered by its might, within a mere 300 years, the Fengdu Emperor could once again ascend to the path of emperorhood, becoming invincible in this world. The Fengdu Emperor slowly opened his eyes. Those orbs seemed capable of piercing through the ages, their pupils reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. It was Lin Xiu's first encounter with such a terrifying sight, yet instead of fear, he felt a strange exhilaration, an urge he found difficult to suppress. The Fengdu Emperor remained silent, merely glancing at the two elder specters. They immediately replied, "Great Emperor, behold, we have found the primordial body, we have come to present it to you." Great Emperor! The return of Fengdu is just around the corner. We have waited for 100,000 years, and at last, the moment has arrived. The two elder specters had also sealed their divine essence for 100,000 years and had only recently awakened. In the past, they had followed the Fengdu Emperor into battle across the 3,000 star domains, where Fengdu's name struck terror into the hearts of all. As they gazed upon the Emperor, now reduced to mere essence, tears of joy filled their eyes. Hearing the term primordial body, the Fengdu Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Those words held immense weight. What is the primordial? The primordial is the essence of existence, the formless void. From the singularity, existence emerges, yet it remains unshaped. The primordial is the origin of all things, more primal than chaos itself. It stands alongside the five primordial entities, Tai, Taishu, Taisu, and Taiji, as the foremost of the primordial quintessence. The primordial body has only appeared once throughout history, and that individual was the one who ushered in the epoch of the emperors. The Fengdu Emperor turned his gaze toward Lin Xiu, his expression shifting. Indeed, it is the primordial body. His voice resonated with a profound magnitude, echoing with the weight of ages, yet it carried a bone-chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Xiu's face paled, his legs feeling weak. Although he was not truly terrified, such reactions were the natural responses of the lesser to the powerful. The Fengdu Emperor regarded the two elder specters, saying, "Xianyu, Zhangquang, you have done well." In that brief moment, tears streamed down the faces of the elder specters. Xianyu, the one with a green face and sharp teeth, and Zhangquang, as thin as a withered branch. They had never imagined that after 100,000 years, the Fengdu Emperor would still remember their names. Originally, they were disciples under King Qin Guang, having only crossed paths with the Fengdu Emperor a few times, yet, they were fortunate enough to have their names etched in the memories of the Emperor. Xianyu, with tears in his eyes, said, "Great Emperor, today, having claimed this primordial body, we shall soon reclaim our former peak, and once again, the name Fengdu shall resonate throughout the 3,000 star domains." Zhangquang, equally emotional, added, "Lin Wushu is dead, but his third-generation descendant, Lin Xiaoyao, has become the emperor in this life. However, he has also reached his twilight years. Once you, great emperor, return to your peak, we shall ascend to the Emptiness Mountain and spill blood upon the Lin family, avenging the blood feud of years past." Subsequently, Zhangquang seized Lin Xiu, his demeanor cold as he declared, "To be claimed by the emperor as your vessel is a fortune you have earned through several lifetimes." Lin Xiu's countenance darkened at those words. To hell with this fortune, such blessings were entirely unwarranted. Moreover, why did he not seize this opportunity for himself? Before he could utter another word, Zhangquang was already preparing to cast him into the altar for the Fengdu Emperor's soul to possess. Lin Xiu's expression turned to one of horror as he realized that he had left a message through the system. Why had the members of the Lin family not yet arrived? He understood that he had to act swiftly, otherwise, even if they were on their way, by the time they arrived, he would be nothing but a remnant soul. "Stop, I have something to say," Lin Xiu exclaimed. Zhangquang sneered, "Something to say? Save it for your next life." With that, he hurled Lin Xiu toward the altar without a hint of hesitation. Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, internally lamenting, "Did they not say that villains perish from excessive chatter? Why is it that the villains I encounter are not like this, denying me even the chance to speak? Damn it, all those years spent reading fantasy novels have led me astray." Chapter 5. If even a hair on my uncle is harmed, I shall reduce the entire burial immortal island to ashes. Since time immemorial, villains have perished from their own verbosity. However, the antagonist Lin Xiu encountered did not conform to this norm. The mad warrior utterly disregarded Lin Xiu's words, effortlessly casting him onto the altar. As Lin Xiu landed, he braced himself against the ground, leaving behind streaks of blood. The remnants of Emperor Fengdu narrowed their eyes. "There is a trace of that person in your blood." Lin Xiu naturally understood to whom Emperor Fengdu referred. The system indicated that his identity was being edited, and reality would shift accordingly. Thus, it was inevitable that the aura surrounding him would resemble that of the Emperor Wusu. At that moment, Lin Xiu found himself overwhelmed by Emperor Fengdu's presence, rendering him speechless. He was merely a recently transported mortal, and it was already astonishing that he could maintain his composure. Some physiological reactions born of fear were beyond his control. Emperor Fengdu spoke nonchalantly. Very well. I, the Emperor, have been buried here for 100,000 years due to Lin Wuxu. To encounter his descendant after 100 millennia is indeed a twist of fate. Seizing your flesh, borrowing a vessel to attain enlightenment, and annihilating the Lin clan, would be a fitting cycle of cause and effect. With that, Emperor Fengdu ceased further dialogue, preparing to seize control. Just then, an enormous handprint descended from the heavens. The presence preceded the figure. Burial Immortal Island. Should my uncle suffer even the slightest harm today, I shall overturn the entire Burial Immortal Island. The imperial might surged, causing the vast expanse of sea to tremble, summoning towering waves. The Burial Immortal Island, spanning 9,000 miles, quaked as if a cataclysm were upon it, with dark stones cascading down. The remnants of Emperor Fengdu were taken aback. He hastily employed divine powers to resist. Despite only possessing remnants of his soul, he had once been an emperor. Instantly, the heavens echoed with anguished cries, as a colossal vortex of black winds spiraled toward the handprint above. Xian Yu and Zhang Quan were aghast at the sight. This was an emperor. Glancing at Lin Xiu, who stood atop the altar, Xian Yu and Zhang Quan exchanged determined glances, declaring, Emperor, rest assured, in your possession, we shall handle this place. They then produced an ancient tome inscribed with the words Book of Life and Death. With a single strike, they obliterated the tome, bellowing, Old guards of Fengdu, heed the Emperor's command, assist the Emperor in this endeavor. Beneath Burial Immortal Island lay numerous remnants of Fengdu's old guard, ancient veterans renowned in their own right. Roar! Wail! In an instant, formidable auras awakened from all directions around Burial Immortal Island. All remnants of Fengdu emerged from their slumber. They felt the summons of the Book of Life and Death and sensed the intertwining might of two emperors. Those powerful enough to rest beneath Burial Immortal Island were undoubtedly loyal warriors of Emperor Fengdu. Thus, even knowing they were about to confront an emperor-level adversary, they awakened without hesitation, ready to fight for Emperor Fengdu. Ants dare to show their ferocity. Lin Xiaoyao's authoritative voice reverberated through the heavens, and the enormous handprint, already obscuring the sun, swelled several-fold, pressing downward. Emperor Fengdu's expression turned frigid, and with a flicker of his gaze, he resolved to invade Lin Xiu's body. He had to take a gamble. However, he underestimated the strength of Emperor Xiaoyao. Despite the awakening of over 1,000 powerful figures on Burial Immortal Island, including great venerables of the Great World Realm, Dao venerables of the Qian Kuan Realm, and even supremes of the Chaos Realm, they could not impede Emperor Xiaoyao even by a step. The handprint crushed the 1,000-strong assembly into dust, descending directly upon the altar. In that instant, Emperor Fengdu's soul suffered a grievous blow, flickering uncertainly. Lin Xiu narrowly escaped disaster. Emperor Fengdu, it was my grandfather who obliterated your physical form back then. I never expected you to still cling to life. This may be so, and I could turn a blind eye, but now you dare to lay hands on my uncle. I see that you, this remnant of a soul, no longer wish to linger in this world. Emperor Xiaoyao's voice echoed through the skies. Subsequently, an elder clad in white descended, treading upon the cosmic river, supported by the chaotic yin and yang, shattering the endless void as he approached Lin Xiu. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, this ancient emperor, who had not experienced emotional fluctuations for millennia, suddenly felt a sting at the tip of his nose, exclaiming, Uncle, Xiaoyao arrives late. I beg for my uncle's forgiveness. At this moment, Lin Xiu was so astounded that he was somewhat dazed. To pluck stars and seize the moon, to move mountains and fill seas, was it not thus? Alas, there were many matters beyond Lin Xiu's control. He had only traversed into this world for a mere 2 hours, yet had witnessed scenes that others might never experience in a lifetime. The Emperor's strike caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, as a single hand obliterated thousands of powerful beings. Such a magnificent spectacle was one that even many natives of this world had never beheld. Newly arrived and lacking any cultivation, how could Lin Xiu not be filled with trepidation? Lin Xiaoyao discerned Lin Xiu's disorientation and spoke with remorse. Uncle, Xiaoyao arrives late. Upon returning to the Lin residence, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. An emperor of a bygone era, humbly submitting before Lin Xiu, cautious and deferential. Lin Xiu stared at Lin Xiaoyao in astonishment. He had witnessed firsthand the might of this elder in white. With a single hand, he had decimated thousands of powerful foes, leaving them utterly defenseless. Even the purported remnants of Emperor Fengdu's soul were rendered as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. On the brink of annihilation, Lin Xiaoyao's peripheral vision caught sight of the wound on Lin Xiu's hand, an injury sustained when Zhang Quan had hurled him onto the altar. Instantly, Lin Xiaoyao was engulfed in fury. When an emperor is enraged, the heavens tremble, the sky darkened beneath heavy storm clouds, as thunderous dragons roiled within. Lin Xiao was now the only one in this world with whom he shared a close bond. Although the Yi family also bore his bloodline, the sentiment was not the same as that he felt for Lin Xiao, this uncle. He had just declared that if Lin Xiao suffered even the slightest injury, he would raze Burial Immortal Island to the ground. Lin Xiaoyao, suppressing his rage, addressed Lin Xiao, "Uncle, please wait a moment, I shall rectify this swiftly." He then raised his hand, enveloping Lin Xiao in imperial light and transporting him thousands of miles away, leaving him alone to confront the entirety of Burial Immortal Island. He fully understood that Lin Xiao, being a mere mortal, was exceedingly vulnerable, which was why he had sent him away. Otherwise, the aftermath of their battle might inadvertently harm Lin Xiao. After sending Lin Xiao away, Lin Xiaoyao turned his gaze back to the remnants of Emperor Fengdu's soul, enunciating each word with gravity. "I have proclaimed, should my uncle suffer even the slightest harm, I shall overturn the entire Burial Immortal Island. And you, lurking like a dog in the shadows," he added, "my grandfather spared you. Now, I shall end your existence." Emperor Fengdu's expression turned to one of horror as he sought to escape, but it was too late. Lin Xiaoyao struck, and the heavens shifted. In an instant, the skies above Burial Immortal Island were filled with imperial might, as torrents of thunder cascaded like waterfalls. Chapter 6: The Wrath of the Carefree Emperor, the annihilation of the Burial Immortal Island. Lin Xiao stood a great distance away, observing the island that resembled a colossal grave, now engulfed by a tempestuous sea of thunder. With his mortal eyes, he could only faintly discern a gigantic silhouette within, akin to a deity of thunder. In its grasp, it seemed to clutch a wailing Shura specter. Meanwhile, he was not idle. He was digesting the memories swirling in his mind. The system had edited his identity to that of the son of the great Emperor Wushu. This alteration was comprehensive, not merely shifting perceptions of others or leaving behind identification evidence. The system also simulated scenarios based on Lin Xiao's edited identity and subsequently infused these simulated memories into his consciousness, as if such a figure genuinely existed in this world. At that moment, Lin Xiao was assimilating the simulated memories bestowed upon him by the system. All memories pertaining to his simulated relationships had been transmitted to his mind, enriching his understanding of Lin Wushu and the great Emperor Wushu. Among these memories were ancient secrets from the era of the great emperor, a delightful surprise indeed. He had not anticipated that altering his identity would also grant him relevant experiential memories. These secrets spanned a wide range, intertwining with substantial causality, potentially proving invaluable in the future. It was only natural to consider that if one could merely edit an identity without any associated memories, that identity would inevitably be exposed. Just as Lin Xiao's identity had been modified to that of the son of the great Emperor Wushu, he was expected to possess certain cognitions relating to that identity, such as his father's identity information and significant events from that era. At this moment, within the Lin family, everyone had gathered at the family's mountain gate. An imposing throng of tens of thousands stood in orderly formation, reverently awaiting the return of the carefree emperor. Just moments ago, the head of the Lin family had conveyed the information inscribed on the decree to all present. The great Emperor Wushu still had descendants in the world, named Lin Xiao. Now, the carefree emperor had gone to bring him home. The family head and 9 elders stood at the forefront, with the younger generation of the Lin family behind them. A grand avenue composed of golden lotuses stretched for 3,000 miles, flanked by orderly silver-armored warriors standing guard. Such an honor was undeniably high. However, Lin Xiao was worthy of this treatment. If indeed a descendant of the great Emperor Wushu still existed, he would be the most esteemed individual in the Lin family, even warranting the carefree emperor to pay respects as a junior in his presence. At this juncture, Lin Xiaotian approached the head of the Lin family and whispered, "Father, are you saying that there truly exists a son of the great Emperor Wushu in this world? Is this information accurate?" He appeared somewhat anxious, staring intently at his father in search of a definitive answer. The family head furrowed his brow and replied, "You must refer to him as the ancestor, not simply as the emperor's son. Have you forgotten the etiquette I have taught you?" Yet Lin Xiaotian paid little heed to decorum, his pallor indicating his distress as he said, "If that is the case, when this young ancestor returns, does that not mean there will definitely be a quota for the Imperial Heartspring?" Indeed, he was preoccupied with the allocation of the Imperial Heartspring. The carefree emperor had utilized his immense power to fully activate a strand of the original source within the Imperial Heartspring. The Lin family disciples entering this time would likely have the opportunity to acquire this strand of original source and become dual-eyed. This was a chance to defy fate. If this young ancestor were to return, it was evident that a quota for the Imperial Heartspring would undoubtedly be reserved for him. Consequently, either Lin Xiaotian or the Lin family maiden would have to be displaced. The Lin family maiden was unlikely to be ousted. Given her formidable prowess, she was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Lin family, possessing a heavenly body. Thus, it was most probable that Lin Xiaotian would be the one replaced. This was why he was so apprehensive. The head of the Lin family had already considered this aspect but felt helpless, calmly stating, "If the young ancestor requires entry into the Imperial Heartspring, your anxiety is of no consequence. I advise you to refrain from foolish actions, otherwise, even as my son, I shall show no mercy." The family head was acutely aware of his son's nature, typical of a heart that aspired to the heavens, yet life was as fragile as paper. His ambition exceeded his capabilities, and he acted without caution. He harbored no doubt that his son might commit foolish acts for the sake of the Imperial Heartspring quota. Lin Xiaotian remained silent, his expression dark and his gaze flickering, lost in thought. While he dared not directly confront the suddenly appearing young ancestor, he could still contemplate other means to secure a quota for the Imperial Heartspring. In any case, he was determined to seize the opportunity to transform into a dual-eyed being. Outside Burial Immortal Island, Lin Xiao had waited but a moment when the distant, rumbling sea of thunder gradually dissipated. Along with it, the entire Burial Immortal Island vanished. The carefree emperor, wielding overwhelming power, obliterated the island, erasing this ancient forbidden ground from existence. The remnants of the Fengdu army and the lingering soul of the Fengdu emperor were also entirely eradicated with the island's destruction. The carefree emperor had proclaimed that if Lin Xiao sustained even the slightest injury, the entire Burial Immortal Island would face utter devastation. The emperor's words were as steadfast as iron. The world regained clarity, and the towering waves of the sea settled into tranquility. Lin Xiao's emotions, too, began to stabilize in accordance with the shift in the cosmos. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Xiao's ear, "Congratulations, host, the Fengdu Emperor, Realm Emperor, condition a remnant soul, has perished due to your actions, earning you points 5,000. Congratulations, host, Xianyu, Realm Great World, has perished due to your actions, earning you points 1,000. Congratulations, host Zhang Kuang, Realm Great World, has perished due to your actions, earning you points 1,000. Congratulations, host Bai Wuchang, Realm Jinkuan, has perished due to your actions, earning you points 3,000. Congratulations, host the Ghost Shura has perished due to your actions. A series of notifications rang in Lin Xiao's ears, and his system points surged wildly alongside these alerts. Ultimately, they amassed to over 30,000 points before finally ceasing. Lin Xiao could hardly contain his exhilaration. Indeed, just now, the system mentioned that those who perished due to my direct actions also count towards my points, he mused, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, any individual whose death was directly attributable to him, whether through his own hand or by others acting on his behalf, would contribute their points to him. It was akin to killing someone directly or inciting another to do so. As was the case now, Lin Xiao's actions in carrying out these deaths for his sake fell under this direct causality. Hence, all these points were credited to Lin Xiao. Observing his accumulation of over 30,000 points, Lin Xiao felt immensely satisfied. The efficacy of this infinite editing background system was indeed profound. Points, it seemed, were best acquired in abundance. Chapter 7. Uncle Xiaoyao arrives late. Uncle Xiaoyao has come late. The great Emperor Xiaoyao approached Lin Xiao, his expression tinged with self-reproach. At this moment, Lin Xiao's injuries had already healed, thanks to the imperial light left by the great Emperor Xiaoyao. Being addressed as uncle by such an elderly and powerful figure made Lin Xiao feel somewhat awkward. However, given the circumstances, since he had already altered his identity, Lin Xiao accepted the title with a bold faade. His emotions had now returned to a state of tranquility, and he nodded at the great Emperor Xiaoyao, saying, "It's a nothing serious." He initially intended to say "it's nothing," but the words transformed into "nothing serious" at the last moment, as he believed this phrasing better suited his current demeanor. Lin Xiaoyao appeared somewhat pleased and remarked, "Nephew, I never expected to find that my uncle still walks among us. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of the edict left by my grandfather, today might have spelled great danger for you. Fortunately, no grave mistake has occurred." "Uncle, I wish to return home." Lin Xiao nodded. Now that he had traversed into this world, he must strive to live well within it. After all, he had been an orphan in his previous life, unbound by ties. Now, having crossed over and awakened a system, there was no reason to reminisce about the past. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at Lin Xiao, filled with sentiment, astonished to encounter a relative in his lifetime. A sense of inexplicable relief spread within him. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyao's expression grew solemn, and he incredulously inquired, "Uncle, your constitution?" He recognized Lin Xiao's physique, primordial body? Lin Xiao nodded, now aware of what the primordial body truly signified. "Years ago, my father sealed me within the divine source due to my physique." Lin Xiaoyao, puzzled, voiced his curiosity, "Uncle, I am unaware of why grandfather chose to entomb you on the island of the immortal burial." Lin Xiao, possessing the relevant memories, explained calmly, "At that time, I awakened the primordial body, which incited a tumult in the great Tao. Initially, 99,000 manifestations appeared simultaneously, enveloping 3,000 star domains. Then, a strand of the great Tao descended from the heavens and fell into the room where I was born. Though it was merely a strand, your grandfather discerned the terrifying resonance it carried. Believing it to be an ambush, he intervened. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao nodded. It was quite reasonable. The Lin family had stood tall in the world for so many years, inevitably accumulating numerous adversaries, including dark titans and supreme beings. In such a precarious situation, the appearance of 99,000 manifestations surely indicated the birth of an extraordinary heir. What did 99,000 manifestations imply? This child, when grown, would be immeasurable in potential. Naturally, the enemies of the family would not permit Lin Xiao to be born without incident. Their actions were understandable. Lin Xiaoyao continued to inquire, and then, what happened to uncle? His curiosity stemmed not from doubt about Lin Xiao's identity but from genuine intrigue. How could a primordial body, perhaps the only one in the world, be interred by grandfather Wushu on the island of the immortal burial? It seemed utterly absurd. However, Lin Xiao responded effortlessly, drawing from the simulated memories crafted by the system post-identity editing. With a calm demeanor, he stated, that strand of the Great Tao did not serve as an offensive measure. It seemed to contain some information meant for me. My father attempted to intercept it, but ultimately allowed that strand to descend and enter my body. Though he did not manage to stop it, he appeared to glean some insights from it. I surmised that it was precisely that information that led my father to refrain from obstructing the strand. Afterward, the Tao trace lay dormant within me, no longer manifesting. The only information my father imparted was that, in 100,000 years, a divine artifact would emerge from the island of the immortal burial, and I must acquire it. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Lin Xiaoyao felt somewhat befuddled. Why was it all so cryptic? What was that Tao trace? This successfully piqued Lin Xiaoyao's curiosity. He asked, "So, uncle, what happened afterward? What became of that trace?" Lin Xiao shook his head. For 18 years, the trace lay in silence, no longer manifesting. I once inquired of my father what the trace signified, but he did not disclose it, merely stating that I would understand in due time. Lin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow at this. He was deeply curious about the true significance of that Tao pattern. Lin Xiao seemed to perceive his perplexity and reassured him, "There is no need to dwell on it for now. My father would not intentionally harm me. Moreover, now that 100,000 years have passed, it is time to ascertain what that artifact truly is. Perhaps we can uncover some clues from it." Subsequently, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted toward the direction of the recently submerged island of the immortal burial. At that moment, the area had transformed into a vast ocean. The once magnificent island now sunken beneath the waves. Lin Xiaoyao, puzzled, noted that he had found nothing extraordinary on the island of the immortal burial. Furthermore, the remnant soul of the Emperor Fengdu had lingered there for 100,000 years without discovering any treasures. Thus, Lin Xiaoyao found the notion of a hinted artifact rather perplexing. If such a treasure truly existed, it should have been uncovered long ago. Lin Xiao remarked, "Let us wait. My father would not intentionally bury me under false pretenses for 100,000 years." Lin Xiao fell silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Thus, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao remained in that place, biding their time. During this interval, Lin Xiao inquired about many recent developments concerning the Lin family. Although he possessed simulated memories, those recollections were from 100,000 years prior. While they contained numerous ancient secrets that would benefit him greatly, he now lived in this era and needed to familiarize himself with the current situation. Later, Lin Xiao said to Lin Xiaoyao, "When I was sealed, my father instructed me that I could only cultivate after emerging from my confinement, and you would safeguard me while I gathered my source." Lin Xiaoyao smiled, "Uncle, you can rest assured and leave it to me." Lin Xiao nodded, then began to open his source based on the background previously edited from his simulated memories. The source is the foundation of an individual's cultivation, representing the potential of the human body. It is said that the ultimate limit of the source is 9, yet as the son of an emperor, Lin Xiao knew that all emperors had opened 10 sources as prodigies. Thus, Lin Xiao felt that, since he was a primordial body, it would not be excessive to open one more source. Opening a source requires complementary scriptures. The Lin family possesses 3 sets of imperial scriptures. One left by the Emperor Wushu, one created by Lin Xiaoyao, and another, the nameless imperial scripture obtained by Emperor Wushu in his youth. Utilizing imperial scriptures as a foundation to open a source is undoubtedly advantageous. However, Lin Xiao envisioned an even more perfect alternative. He intended to create his own ancient scripture. Chapter 8, The Ingenious Creation of the Law, opening the 3,000 source caches. Indeed, this is no jest. Lin Xiao is genuinely intent on authoring an ancient scripture. As previously mentioned, after the system has edited an individual's identity background, it also transmits corresponding simulated memories into Lin Xiao's being. In other words, Lin Xiao now embodies the identity of an imperial scion who once followed the great Emperor Wusu for 18 years and was subsequently sealed by him. During those 18 years, the great Emperor Wusu instructed him not to cultivate, thus he immersed himself in a plethora of scriptures, accumulating an immeasurable wealth of profound texts and secret arts within his mind. Now, he aims to open the source caches. He aspires to forge a supreme scripture from these texts, combined with his past memories and the imperial scriptures. There should be no doubt regarding Lin Xiu's capability to achieve this. The might of the Taichu body surpasses all imagination. It is said that when the Taichu manifests, all beings bow in submission. Even formidable physiques like the Chaos body and the primordial Sing body pale in comparison to the Taichu. This is a type of constitution that is almost unfathomable, only whispered of in legends, and embodies a strength beyond the ken of ordinary mortals. Lin Xiu turned to Lin Xiaoyao and said, "Lend me your scriptures for a moment. I wish to create a new law." He sought Lin Xiaoyao's imperial scripture for observation, hoping to glean some inspiration. Lin Xiaoyao did not refuse. With a hearty laugh, he handed over the imperial scripture, the culmination of his life's devotion. However, he soon realized what he had done and uncertainly asked Lin Xiu, "Uncle, did you just say you wish to create a law?" This seemed rather excessive. Each imperial method is the result of an emperor's extensive study of ancient texts, profound contemplation over millennia, and exploration of mountains and rivers, witnessing the cycles of life and death, culminating in a comprehensive tome of unparalleled power. Now that Lin Xiu possessed 3 imperial scriptures, he could easily select one to establish a source cache, with the option to switch later if desired. Why then did he insist on creating his own law? Unconsciously, Lin Xiaoyao did not consider that Lin Xiu might aspire to craft a scripture even more potent than the imperial texts. Thus, he urged, "Uncle, while I understand your innate Taichu body bestows you with unmatched talent, it seems rather hasty to create a law without any cultivation. You may choose to practice with grandfather's or your nephew's imperial scriptures, and once you have opened the great world, you can then contemplate your own methods. If you find the 3 ancient scriptures of the Lin family unsatisfactory, simply tell me what imperial scripture you desire, and I shall retrieve it for you." His implication was clear. He did not hold high hopes for Lin Xiu's endeavor. His intentions were well-meaning, wishing to spare Lin Xiu from unnecessary detours. At the same time, he indicated that he could assist Lin Xiu in obtaining other scriptures if desired. However, Lin Xiu merely smiled and replied, "Creating a law is hardly a daunting task, just safeguard my path." Without further hesitation, Lin Xiu settled into meditation, attuning himself to the essence of heaven and earth. Lin Xiaoyao opened his mouth, wanting to speak further, but seeing Lin Xiu had entered a state of cultivation, he felt it inappropriate to disturb him. "Very well, my uncle possesses a Taichu body, a gift unmatched throughout the ages. It is only natural for him to harbor such lofty aspirations." He presumed Lin Xiu was merely prideful, yet, what of pride? He could indulge his uncle as he pleased. Although he refrained from obstructing Lin Xiu, deep down, Lin Xiaoyao remained convinced that Lin Xiu could not forge a powerful scripture. However, this notion was soon shattered. Just moments after Lin Xiu had entered a meditative state, a wave of profound law began to emanate, transforming him into a radiant golden figure. Instantly, extraordinary phenomena erupted throughout the heavens and earth. Ethereal chants of scripture resonated in the void, grand and profound, echoing across the entire Beiming star domain. Lin Xiaoyao sensed that at the moment the chanting began, the ancient Beiming star itself pulsed rhythmically in harmony with the sacred verses. This pulsation was not violent, but rather natural, akin to a gentle breath. Lin Xiaoyao was struck dumb. Lin Xiu was indeed creating a law. Moreover, it was a remarkable and unparalleled one, surpassing even the imperial scriptures. For even when he himself had crafted his own Xiaoyao scripture, it had never elicited such terrifying phenomena, causing an entire star domain to resonate. At that moment, Lin Xiu was wholly immersed in the essence of the great Tao. His comprehension pierced directly into the primordial source of the Tao. This Tao was not merely one of the 3,000 paths, but encompassed all 3,000 paths, the heavenly Tao, the Tao that transcends the 3,000 paths and the heavenly Tao. It represented the primordial essence of heaven and earth, the very genesis of all beings and spirits. The ancient scriptures he had perused over the 18 years, along with the Wusu imperial scripture and the Xiaoyao imperial scripture, continuously evolved and unified within his mind. In that instant, he became the Tao, and the Tao became him. This was not a mere innate approach to the Tao, but rather an embodiment of the Tao itself. Anything he wished to comprehend could be understood, and any insight he sought could be grasped. The Wusu scripture, Xiaoyao scripture, reincarnation scripture, heavenly desolation sacred law. Each ancient text Lin Xiu had studied began to reorganize within his mind, allowing him to effortlessly extract the quintessence from these venerable methods. Subsequently, he fused them together, forging a new law. Ultimately, after 2 hours of profound contemplation, Lin Xiu consolidated all his insights, and the law was formed. Suddenly, Lin Xiu ascended to an altitude of 10,000 miles. A wave of intangible Tao tide swept through the cosmos, washing over the entire Beiming star domain, causing all beings within to rejoice. From the depths of the earth, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. This was not a true dragon's roar, but rather the dragon veins buried deep beneath the Beiming star responding to Lin Xiu's emergence. The heavens parted, revealing two realms, one side teemed with celestial beings, while the other was filled with demonic gods, yet, they all knelt in unison before Lin Xiao, offering sincere prayers. Lin Xiaoyao was left speechless, utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. This was undoubtedly a method more powerful than any imperial scripture. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Even the heart of an emperor seasoned over millennia could not contain the thrill he felt at this moment. How could this be? Lin Xiao, a mere mortal with no cultivation, had created a scripture more formidable than the imperial texts in such a brief span of time. Such a profound psychological impact would be unbearable for anyone else. Is this the true strength of the Taichu body? Lin Xiaoyao's eyes glazed over, murmuring to himself. He was utterly captivated by the scene unfolding before him, yet, the marvel did not end there. The moment Lin Xiao succeeded in crafting the law, a series of terrifying booms resonated through the heavens and earth. In an instant, 3,000 source caches manifested behind Lin Xiao. Moreover, these 3,000 divine caches were far more formidable than ordinary ones. Each resembled a colossal door to the primordial source, significantly larger than typical divine caches, exuding immense potential into the external world. Within each source cache, an ancient rune flickered, outlined by an intricate curve, resembling the very seed of the Tao. Chapter 9 of the Ruins of the Celestial Wasteland. Lin Xiaoyao stood frozen in place, feeling utterly bewildered, even as a great emperor. Despite his own status as a dazzling genius in an entire star domain, witnessing Lin Xiao's instantaneous creation of 3,000 source vaults left him in a state of shock. This was completely beyond anyone's imagination, transcending all conventional reasoning. Lin Xiao was extraordinarily powerful. In merely 2 short hours, he had not only established an ancient scripture more terrifying than the imperial laws but had also opened 3,000 divine source vaults. This was beyond the mere description of genius. It was an unparalleled prodigy. Not only Lin Xiaoyao, but the emperors from several nearby domains also sensed the profound rhythm and overwhelming aura. An emperor, cloaked in chaos and possessing a pair of golden eyes that could pierce through the ages, murmured, "Is this the primordial body? How can it be so formidable?" Another emperor, enveloped in boundless thunder, furrowed his brow and remarked, "The great Emperor Wushu's scion, emerging after being buried for 100,000 years, opening 3,000 source vaults. How can such a powerful prodigy exist in this world?" A female emperor, surrounded by radiant solar flames, gazed longingly at the unfolding scene in the Beiming star domain. Though her demeanor appeared calm and silent, the shock in the depths of her eyes was unmistakable. As night descended and the bright moon illuminated the starry sky, the vastness of the Tao rhythm permeated the heavens and earth. The extraordinary phenomena resulting from Lin Xiao's creation of laws, where divine beings bowed in reverence and the world resonated in harmony, did not settle until the following morning. Lin Xiao's source vaults were now fully established and secure. He sighed softly, exiting his state of cultivation. He had successfully created his own scripture and officially embarked on his path of cultivation. The process had unfolded so smoothly that even he was somewhat taken aback. The primordial body was indeed overwhelmingly extraordinary. By synthesizing the strengths of various schools, comprehending the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, and grasping the essence of the Tao, he had finally crafted his scripture within the span of 2 hours. This scripture was immensely powerful, achieving the pinnacle in every aspect. "I shall name you the primordial scripture," Lin Xiao mused, bestowing a title upon his creation. This was not a whimsical choice. The abilities derived from practicing this method were genuinely formidable. The divine power acquired from the primordial scripture could counteract all forces in existence, whether they be wind, fire, thunder, lightning, yin, or chaos. The primordial divine power possessed an incredibly strong suppressive force, akin to the origin itself, rendering all other powers ineffective in its presence. Even the esoteric energies of devouring and suppression were rendered powerless against the primordial force. Moreover, the primordial power inherently surpassed other forces in terms of level. The same amount of divine power from the primordial source was exponentially greater than that of any other force. Most crucially, the primordial scripture could even sever an opponent's connection to the powers of heaven and earth, rendering them unable to utilize their divine abilities. It could assimilate an opponent's divine power attacks, converting them for personal use. This was the terrifying essence of the primordial scripture. Lin Xiao had officially stepped onto the path of cultivation, his primordial body fully awakening. Cultivation flowed as effortlessly as drinking water, with no bottlenecks in breaking through barriers. Furthermore, his physique was robust, radiating a phosphorescent glow, his blood coursing like a roaring river, and his heart beating like muffled thunder. He possessed a physical strength of at least 1,000,000 Jin. Generally, only those who had shattered 9 shackles could possess such power, yet Lin Xiao achieved this upon merely beginning his cultivation. He also discovered another extraordinary ability of the primordial body. Invulnerability to all methods. To a certain extent, he could immunize himself against his opponent's divine power attacks, the degree of which varied according to the strength of the adversary's divine energy. His cultivation level had ascended to the 9th layer of the Source Vault realm, skipping over the previous 8 tiers and directly reaching the 9th. This was the magnificence of the primordial body. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at Lin Xiao, opening his mouth slightly before chuckling bitterly. "Uncle, you have truly left your nephew in awe. I once prided myself on being a prodigy, but now, in the presence of my uncle, I realize that my talents pale in comparison to yours, rendering me no more significant than an insect." Lin Xiao smiled, replying, "You have already achieved the status of an emperor, becoming one of the most elite beings in the universe. Under your protection, the Lin family thrives splendidly. You have done more than enough. There is no need for false modesty." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao felt a twinge of emotion, his nose tinged with warmth, but he quickly steadied himself and laughed heartily. "To receive my uncle's recognition is more than sufficient for me in this lifetime." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Prepare yourself. That divine artifact is about to make its entrance into the world." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiao offered no further explanation. Last night, during his merging of Tao and creation of laws, he had sensed everything in the Biming Star domain, as if he had become one with it. He sensed that something was about to emerge in the vicinity, hence, he had withdrawn from his cultivation. Otherwise, he could have continued to break through. Lin Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, quickly braced himself. Not long after, an anomaly indeed manifested in the oceanic expanse. Lin Xiaoyao immediately sensed something was amiss. An ethereal aura spread across the sea, where once calm waters now shimmered with ominous waves. Lin Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, recalling an ancient legend. The burial immortal island lay within the Biming Star domain, where 90% of the territory was oceanic. Ancient texts recorded that within the Biming Star domain, there existed a relic known as the ruins of the celestial wasteland. This relic did not exist in any fixed location but wandered throughout the entire Biming Star domain. It was borne upon the back of a colossal koan, concealed by a special restriction that masked its aura. Even emperors would find it difficult to trace its whereabouts without expending considerable effort. This colossal koan roamed the far corners of the star domain and had appeared once several 100,000 years prior. During that event, 8 emperors had ventured into the ruins of the celestial wasteland, retrieving a corpse from within. The aura emanating from that corpse, despite having been deceased for countless millennia, still resonated with the might of an emperor. Ultimately, it appeared that the 8 emperors had divided that corpse among themselves. Now, Lin Xiaoyao sensed the aura of that colossal koan. Could it be that the treasures spoken of by Grandfather Wushu were not located on Burial Immortal Island but rather within the ruins of the celestial wasteland, situated on the back of the koan that had approached the island? Every emergence of the ruins of the celestial wasteland was bound to be terrifying, causing immense tremors across the 3,000 domains. At that time, the number of emperors who would arrive would surely be no less than a handful. Indeed, not long after, a sound reminiscent of an eagle's cry intertwined with a whale song reverberated through the heavens and earth. A massive whirlpool appeared in the ocean surrounding Burial Immortal Island, spanning millions of miles. The colossal koan bearing the ruins of the celestial wasteland had emerged, even from millions of miles away. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiaoyao could see the towering waves that surged forth from that location. Roar! A deep, resonant sound echoed throughout the realm, as if transcending the bounds of time itself. Subsequently, a colossal koan surged forth from the waves, the spray it generated towering tens of thousands of feet high, its fins blotting out the sun. Upon the back of the koan, a veil of ethereal mist shrouded the area. Within that mist, one could faintly discern the remnants of a vast dragon city, its broken walls and crumbling structures telling tales of a once magnificent domain. This was the ruins of the celestial wasteland. The ethereal mist seemed to possess a magical quality, isolating the relic from the encroaching seawater, preserving its visage from being drenched. Chapter 10. The 6 emperors confront each other. The majestic Lin Xiaoyao. With the emergence of the colossal koan, a series of overwhelming pressures descended from the heavens. The might of the emperors, yet another formidable figure of emperor caliber had appeared. In truth, many such powerful beings had long been aware of the anomalies in this maritime expanse. Just moments ago, the aura unleashed by Lin Xiaoyao during his fierce battle with the remnant soul of the emperor of Fengdu had swept across an endless distance, palpable even to the strongest in several surrounding star domains. Their previous reluctance to intervene stemmed merely from a desire to spectate. However, upon the arrival of this giant koan, bearing the remnants of the ancient celestial ruins, their composure began to wane. They hastened towards this maritime domain. Lin Xiao sensed 5 incredibly potent auras racing towards them with great speed. The sensation was strikingly reminiscent of Lin Xiaoyao's earlier arrival, both awe-inspiring and earth-shattering. This was to be expected. Each artifact from the ancient celestial ruins was steeped in mystery. The nameless corpse, possessing otherworldly abilities, had been unearthed 500,000 years ago and subsequently divided among 8 emperors. Although the specific origins and effects of this nameless body were never disclosed, it was evident that the lifespans of these 8 emperors had more than doubled compared to their peers. Moreover, in terms of combat prowess, it seemed they had gained an edge as well. Merely one nameless corpse excavated from the ancient celestial ruins could enhance the longevity and strength of 8 emperors, a fact that would undoubtedly incite envy among the masses. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of this colossal koan, these emperors wasted no time in their approach. Lin Xiaoyao swiftly turned, shielding Lin Xiu behind him, resolute in his stance against all imperial might. "Uncle, rest assured, with your nephew present today, no one shall seize what rightfully belongs to you." Lin Xiaoyao's aura surged, ready for battle. He had etched Lin Xiu's earlier words into his memory. The treasures appearing within the ancient celestial ruins were of utmost importance to Lin Xiu, and they must be acquired. Lin Xiu remained silent, yet felt a growing sense of kinship towards Lin Xiaoyao. Though he had only recently traversed into this world, he was not naive. This realm operated on the brutal principle of survival of the fittest, where the victor reigns supreme. The laws of existence here were even harsher than those of his previous life. In such a world, emotions were a rare luxury, yet Lin Xiaoyao, for the sake of his own interests, had traversed vast distances to come to his aid, and now, without a hint of trepidation towards the 5 emperors approaching in unison, he was determined to procure divine artifacts for him. Even if Lin Xiaoyao were not his nephew, Lin Xiu would gladly acknowledge him as such. This nephew was genuinely reliable, always stepping up in times of need. Roar! The colossal koan let out a thunderous cry and, upon breaching the ocean's surface, stood still in that expanse of sea, motionless. The ancient celestial ruins upon its back were shrouded in mist, enticing all to delve into its secrets. Meanwhile, the 5 emperors made their entrance. 5 terrifying figures loomed in the sky, each radiating an aura so formidable it seemed as if divine beings had descended upon the earth. Esteemed friends, since we are gathered here, let us venture together into the ancient celestial ruins. One emperor, shrouded in chaotic mists with only his golden eyes visible, spoke calmly. He hoped the assembled powers would join forces to explore the ancient celestial ruins. However, his suggestion was abruptly interrupted by a haughty voice. "Humph, why should we join forces? If the ancient celestial ruins open, we shall enter according to our own abilities and fortunes," declared another emperor, enveloped in black lightning and standing atop a gigantic thunder serpent, his demeanor both arrogant and commanding. "We too concur that entering separately, relying on our own strengths, is the way to proceed," chimed in 2 other emperors who had arrived, their voices resonating with authority. They shared a close bond and had thus allied themselves. The final emperor was a female sovereign, cloaked in a soft celestial glow that obscured her features. Behind her, a blazing sun burned fiercely. This sun appeared even hotter than the true sun, and the moment it emerged, the temperature of the surrounding space surged by 1,000 degrees. A vast expanse of seawater was evaporated instantly. Although she did not speak, the mere presence of this female emperor tightened the expressions of the other emperors, and Lin Xiaoyao's demeanor became notably solemn. Lin Xiu sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Xiaoyao quickly noticed Lin Xiu's unease, assuming he was worried about something, and thus explained, "Uncle, this lady is the Solar Empress, possessing unparalleled talent. She achieved the status of emperor in just over 600 years. Now, having lived for over a millennium, she has slain 3 dark titans comparable to emperors. Her strength is not to be underestimated. But fear not, uncle, for with Xiaoyao present, even if it costs my life, I shall secure that divine artifact for you." Recalling previous memories, Lin Xiu understood why everyone present held such trepidation. The Dark Titans were formidable entities that lay dormant in endless forbidden lands, each on par with emperors. The fact that this Solar Empress could defeat 3 of them in a single battle spoke volumes of her formidable prowess. Thus, 6 emperors, including Lin Xiaoyao, confronted each other in the void, each harboring their own intentions. Lin Xiaoyao kept Lin Xiu shielded behind him, then waved his sleeve and spoke gently, "Esteemed friends, with the opening of the ancient celestial ruins, this emperor intends to enter alone. If you retreat, Lin Xiaoyao shall remember this kindness." However, despite Lin Xiaoyao's declaration, the other emperors had no intention of relinquishing their claim to the ancient celestial ruins. Among them, the emperor enveloped in black lightning was the most direct. With a cold snort, the waters across a vast radius trembled, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. "Humph, Lin Xiaoyao, when opportunities arise, we all rely on our own abilities. Just because you ask us to step back, do you think we will? Where in the world is there such a principle? Moreover, you have grown old. I advise you to abandon your pursuit of the ancient celestial ruins, lest we engage in conflict, causing grievous harm." The words of this emperor were exceedingly arrogant, mocking Lin Xiaoyao's age while refusing to grant him any respect. In response, Lin Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. Although he did not unleash a tremendous pressure, his voice resonated throughout the entire North Sea Star domain. "I have already stated, should you choose not to depart, I shall not force you. If you wish to contend, I will first eliminate you before entering the ancient celestial ruins. If you do not wish to fight, I implore you to leave swiftly." Upon hearing these words, not only did the other emperors react, but even Lin Xiu felt Lin Xiaoyao had become rather audacious. Nevertheless, he found it appealing. As fellow emperors, each possessed extraordinary abilities, having carved their paths through this starry expanse. To suggest they simply withdraw, that was an absurd notion. Moreover, to utter such brazen and arrogant declarations, who could tolerate that? Even the first emperor who had emerged from the chaos expressed some dissatisfaction, stating coolly, "Emperor Xiaoyao, I recognize your unparalleled achievements, yet as we approach our twilight years, we are not to be dismissed with mere words." Chapter 11. What if facing 5 great emperors alone, all of them are emperors, forged from blood and bone into their supreme thrones? One word, one threat. They think they can compel submission. Impossible. The emperor, who stood upon the thunderous dragon, snorted coldly. "You wish for us to retreat? To die if we do not? Lin Xiaoyao, you are exceedingly arrogant." Thus, the confrontation among the emperors ignited in an instant. The emperor, adorned in endless black thunder, unleashed a palm strike. He intended to instill fear in Lin Xiaoyao. "You are but an old man with days numbered, how dare you be so presumptuous?" The vast sea of thunder spread across the sky, cleaving the ocean below, revealing a chasm of immense proportions. Yet, Lin Xiaoyao was undeterred, his expression remained unshaken, and in an instant, terrifying purple lightning erupted in the heavens. 9 thunderous dragons ascended, each colossal enough to obscure the sun, roaring as they unleashed a deluge of thunder towards the emperor cloaked in lightning. Indeed, both were masters of the thunderous path, yet their methods diverged significantly. Lin Xiaoyao's purple lightning was the epitome of rigidity and radiance, while the emperor's aura exuded a chilling depth. Boom! Their forces collided, shattering the very fabric of the world. A massive rift appeared in the sky, intertwining violet gold divine lightning with the emperor's black thunder. However, it was soon evident that Lin Xiaoyao's violet gold divine lightning gained the upper hand, devouring the black thunder entirely. Clearly, Lin Xiaoyao's power surpassed that of the black-thundered emperor. 3 of the 9 thunder dragons remained, soaring fiercely towards the emperor enveloped in shadows. The emperor was taken aback. A mere probing strike revealed that Lin Xiaoyao's strength far exceeded his own. As fellow emperors, how could Lin Xiaoyao possess such terrifying might? "Xiaoyao the Great, why must you be so aggressive?" Just as the 3 violet gold thunder dragons were about to engulf the emperor, another, shrouded in chaos with only golden eyes visible, spoke. He released 3 tendrils of chaotic energy, extinguishing the thunder dragons that were poised to strike the emperor. "We have come in search of opportunity, not to fight to the death. Why must we resort to violence over mere words?" This emperor, known as the Chaos Emperor, was an aged powerhouse among the emperors, having reigned for many years. Lin Xiaoyao merely replied, "I have stated, depart, or face death." Lin Xiaoyao remained resolute, intent on claiming the treasures of the ancient celestial ruins for himself, unimpeded by anyone. His assertiveness left the other emperors momentarily stunned. The atmosphere grew tense, as it was clear that persuading the other 5 emperors to relinquish their claim to the ancient celestial ruins was an impossibility. The opportunities here were so immense that even emperors could not resist their allure. With their lifespans limited, no one could reject the temptation of extending their existence. The pressure in the air was palpable, with each emperor bracing for battle. Lin Xiu swiftly assessed the situation, including Lin Xiaoyao. There were 6 emperors present. From their recent engagement, it was evident that while Lin Xiaoyao stood alone, he was among the more formidable of the emperors. However, Lin Xiaoyao's declaration to risk his life to protect the treasures of the ancient celestial ruins implied that he did not possess absolute confidence in defeating the other 5 emperors. Although Lin Xiaoyao was slightly stronger, the difference was marginal among emperors. Even a small disparity could be significant. He might be able to take on 2, or even 3, but could not single-handedly confront 5. Lin Xiaoyao's determination to face 5 emperors alone suggested he was prepared for death. At that moment, Lin Xiu felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps it was because he had lived without family in another world. He sensed a warmth emanating from Lin Xiaoyao. Taking a moment to compose himself, Lin Xiu considered the 5 emperors before him. Perhaps he could use the system to assist Lin Xiaoyao in a small way. After all, that divine object was meant for him. Moreover, based on his memories, this divine item that surfaced in the ancient celestial ruins would be of immense importance to him. "Xiaoyao, tell me honestly, what are your chances of facing these 5 alone?" Lin Xiu asked Lin Xiaoyao, his gaze resolute. Taken aback, Lin Xiaoyao chuckled, "Uncle need not worry, even if it costs my life today, I shall secure this divine object for you." Lin Xiaoyao spoke with such ease, yet Lin Xiu understood that he did not wish to cause him concern. Thus, he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xiaoyao and inquired, "I ask you to tell me, what are your chances of retreating unharmed? Be honest with me." He added, "I want to hear the truth." Caught off guard by Lin Xiu's inquiry, Lin Xiaoyao sighed and offered a bitter smile. "To speak candidly, uncle, I am lacking in strength and age has taken its toll. Had it been 2 millennia ago, even against 5 emperors, I could have maneuvered, assisting you in obtaining the treasure and retreating unscathed. At most, I would have sustained some injuries. But now my confidence lies in risking my life to severely wound these 5 emperors. At the very least, I could incapacitate them for several hundred years. And as you are the primordial body, several hundred years would suffice for you to ascend to emperor yourself, Lin Xiaoyao articulated, finding some solace in his own words. Lin Xiao, however, felt as if he had been struck with a heavy blow. Lin Xiaoyao's implication was that he was prepared to face death. This revelation astonished Lin Xiao. How could someone he had only just met be willing to lay down their life for him? Indeed, Lin Xiaoyao had resolved to face death, determined to secure that divine object for Lin Xiao and grant him several centuries of growth. In truth, Lin Xiao had underestimated the noble spirit of the descendants of the Wushu Emperor, as well as the bonds within the Wushu lineage. Lin Xiaoyao was willing to sacrifice himself for Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao felt a swell of emotion, he darkened his expression and said to Lin Xiaoyao, "So, you intend to gamble with your life? What do you value your life at?" He was unwilling to see Lin Xiaoyao make such sacrifices. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiao had lived as an orphan for 18 years in his previous world. With no parents or loved ones, he had seldom felt warmth from others. He had grown accustomed to solitude, facing everything alone. Yet, in this world, just one day in, someone was willing to die for him. This sensation of warmth was something he had never known. Perhaps this was what family truly felt like. Naturally, he did not want Lin Xiaoyao to perish, hence his grim countenance. Lin Xiaoyao, however, laughed heartily, saying, "Uncle need not feel sorrow for me. I have little time left to live. To do something for you before my demise is quite splendid." Lin Xiao's eyes grew cold. What is splendid about that? He would not allow Lin Xiaoyao to risk his life for him, and thus immediately inquired, "I ask you, among these emperors, who is the strongest?" He had formulated a plan. Today, he had a chance to edit his background, and his points were still sufficient. Under these circumstances, it should prove useful. Lin Xiao turned to Lin Xiaoyao and asked, "Among these 5 emperors, who possesses the greatest strength?" Chapter 12. Editing background, the Empress by Yueguang. In response to Lin Xiao's inquiry, Lin Xiaoyao paused momentarily, yet he spoke candidly, "In matters of life and death, it is not mere boastfulness on my part. In a one-on-one confrontation, none among these 5 stand a chance against me. Aside from myself, the Sun Empress is undoubtedly the most formidable. Though she is still quite young, I must admit, in 2,000 years' time, I might not even be able to best her." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding and asked, "If this Sun Empress were to ally with you, what are the odds of victory in this battle?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled confidently and replied, "Do not speak of an alliance with the Sun Empress. As long as she refrains from intervening, I could dispatch these 4 individuals as easily as one would slay a dog." Lin Xiaoyao's words were not mere bravado, he genuinely possessed such strength. Despite having entered the twilight of his years, his prowess was akin to the very essence of creation, an unparalleled existence among the emperors. While he could not vanquish the other 4 emperors as he claimed, he was certainly capable of achieving victory in battle. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Very well, I would like you to share all that you know about this Sun Empress." Although Lin Xiaoyao was uncertain of Lin Xiao's intentions in seeking this information, he nonetheless transformed all knowledge regarding the Sun Empress into a stream of information and infused it into Lin Xiao's mind. Instantly, a series of revelations flooded Lin Xiao's consciousness, shedding light on the Sun Empress's past. It turned out that the Sun Empress, named Mo Hongli, was the sole living descendant of the Sun Emperor lineage and a prodigy who had emerged from the divine source. Since the reign of the Sun Holy Emperor, no emperor-level power had arisen from the Sun Clan, leading to its gradual decline. 1,000 years prior, the Sun Clan had reached its nadir when besieged by 2 holy grounds, compelling them to shatter the seal containing Mo Hongli within the divine source and beseech her to save the Sun Clan. As expected, upon her emergence, the imperial weapons of the Sun Holy Emperor revived entirely, repelling the enemy. Subsequently, Mo Hongli wielded these imperial weapons to annihilate the ancestral grounds of the opposing forces. With a grasp of the Sun Empress's fundamental information, Lin Xiao began to contemplate how to amend their relationship. He accessed the marketplace and searched for the avatar frame of the Sun Empress Mo Hongli, subsequently spending 10,000 points to redeem it and initiating the editing process on the panel. During the time Lin Xiao was engaged in editing, the atmosphere on site grew increasingly tense. The Chaos Emperor narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Emperor Xiaoyao, the ancient land of immortals is inherently a lawless domain, and its opportunities are available to all. Do you intend to monopolize them?" Lin Xiaoyao remained silent, yet the tumultuous sea of thunder behind him provided an answer. The emperor who had recently suffered at Lin Xiaoyao's hands, known as the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, spoke directly. "Lin Xiaoyao, if you wish to contend for the opportunities alone, so be it. I shall see how you intend to claim our lives when we do not retreat." The Heavenly Punishment Emperor was confident, though he could not match Lin Xiaoyao alone. 5 emperors stood together. No matter how strong Lin Xiaoyao was, could he truly face 5 opponents? The 2 emperors who had allied with him echoed, "Friend Xiaoyao, in the face of opportunity, each must rely on their own abilities. Your approach is too domineering. We have all traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, emerging through struggle. What if we do not withdraw?" The Sun Empress calmly interjected, "I have a question that must be resolved within the ancient land of immortals." "I cannot comply." The Sun Empress articulated her stance devoid of any emotion, as if merely stating a desire. She intended to enter, without threats or negotiations. In essence, her message was clear: she would enter. She was indifferent to whether the situation escalated into a chaotic battle among 6 emperors or if the other 4 were ultimately persuaded to retreat by Lin Xiaoyao. She simply knew she wished to enter. At that moment, a colossal koan leaped forth, its entire form emerging from the sea. Historical records indicated that the appearance of the giant koan in the northern underworld sea was unpredictable, lasting anywhere from 2 to 3 months or merely a few hours. Consequently, the emperors were reluctant to linger further and sought to enter the ancient land of immortals swiftly. The Heavenly Punishment Emperor scoffed, "Humph, Lin Xiaoyao, the ancient land of immortals is within our grasp. We have no desire to waste words with you. We intend to enter, and I shall see what you can do." However, Lin Xiaoyao promptly responded with action. He summoned a raging sea of thunder that formed a barrier between the 5 emperors and the ancient land of immortals, his aura shaking the very heavens and earth. Lin Xiaoyao's expression remained calm. "If you do not retreat, I shall kill." He was prepared for a fight to the death. Turning to Lin Xiao behind him, he stated, "Uncle, shortly, I shall use my divine power to safeguard your safety. I ask that you wait for a moment. After my victory, I will take you into the ancient land of immortals to retrieve what you seek." At this juncture, Lin Xiaoyao hesitated slightly and added with some difficulty, "Should I be incapable of achieving victory, I shall ensure these individuals are grievously wounded, rendering them incapable of seeking trouble with the Lin family for at least 300 years. Moreover, with my imperial weapons and grandfather's wushu sword, along with the ancestral imperial formation, this should suffice until you rise again. If it truly comes to that, I will leave the last vestige of my divine power to escort you back to the Lin family." Hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, akin to a last testament, Lin Xiao, who had just finalized their relationship, felt a swell of emotions, mixed with a bittersweet smile. He was deeply moved that Lin Xiaoyao would be willing to sacrifice his life for him, especially after only having met for 2 days. Lin Xiaoyao's willingness stemmed partly from the fact that Lin Xiao was now his uncle, and partly because he saw the future of the Lin family within Lin Xiao. Though the Lin family appeared prosperous, in reality, they were in decline. He was aging, and the younger generation lacked true genius with the potential to become emperors. It would not be long before, upon his passing, the Lin family would descend into a downward spiral, with decline not out of the question. The weight of responsibility for the Lin family compelled him to give his all for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had opened 3,000 source repositories, his comprehension remarkable. Having just embarked on the path of cultivation, he was already capable of creating methods more powerful than the imperial scriptures. This inspired Lin Xiaoyao with hope for the Lin family's future. Thus, bolstered by both familial duty and affection, Lin Xiaoyao was willing to sacrifice his life for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao examined the content he had just edited. Lin Xiao was by Yu Edwang of Mo Hongli's youth. The two met by chance at a banquet, engaging in delightful conversation and exchanging tokens of affection. Yet neither revealed their identities, treating it as a naive romance between youthful hearts. Due to Lin Xiao possessing the primordial body, which required a seal for 100,000 years, this relationship remained unresolved. 100,000 years ago, he was unaware that she was the princess of the Sun Emperor lineage. She, likewise, was oblivious to his status as the son of the Wushu Emperor. Their connection was as pure as unblemished paper, as gentle as the dawn. Chapter 13. The Empress, a romantic at heart. Lin Xiaoyao had elevated his aura to its zenith, preparing for a decisive battle. Lin Xiao, however, chuckled softly and remarked, "Do not be so pessimistic. Even if there are thousands against me, until the very last moment, the outcome remains uncertain." Lin Xiaoyao, mistaking Lin Xiao's words for comfort, responded with a carefree smile, "Indeed, uncle is right. Until the final moment, the conclusion is yet to be revealed." Lin Xiaoyao turned his gaze toward the 5 emperors, his expression resolute, and declared, "If retreat is not an option, then let it be so. In this battle, I, Lin Xiaoyao, have no fear. At worst, we shall sink this entire star domain." Witnessing Lin Xiaoyao's unwavering determination, the other emperors felt a surge of indignation. At their level, it was preferable to avoid conflict whenever possible, for the consequences of their battles could be dire. The Chaos Emperor glanced at Lin Xiao, who was engrossed in his editing, and said, "Emperor Xiaoyao, we could easily venture into the ancient ruins of the immortal abyss together. Why must it come to a life or death struggle?" Though we acknowledge your strength, the Xiaoyao celestial steps can trace the path of time, and neither I nor my friend, the heavenly punishment, can contend with you. Yet, there are two other allies present. The Sun Empress is also here. I concede that I may not match your prowess. Perhaps even combined, my strength with that of the heavenly punishment would not suffice to overcome you. However, should you choose to engage all four of us, along with the Sun Empress, he continued, you are well aware of the consequences. Even if you were to fight to the bitter end and repel us, your uncle would surely not escape the Northern Dark Star domain. The Chaos Emperor's words were laden with veiled threats, directly targeting Lin Xiao. He sought to caution Lin Xiaoyao, indicating that their combined might, along with the Sun Empress, rendered victory improbable for him. Lin Xiaoyao himself admitted that the Sun Empress's strength was indeed formidable, placing her among the more powerful emperors. While he might have stood a chance against the other four, adding the Sun Empress into the fray altered the equation entirely. Lin Xiaoyao pondered that even should he risk his life, the likelihood of triumph was barely 1 in 3. Nevertheless, he had erred gravely in underestimating the consequences of threatening Lin Xiaoyao. The Lin family, particularly the lineage of the Void Emperor across 3 generations, abhorred threats above all else. Thus, upon hearing the Chaos Emperor use Lin Xiao as leverage against him, Lin Xiaoyao's countenance darkened with fury. At that moment, the Heavenly Punishment Emperor stepped forward and spoke, Lin Xiaoyao, I am aware that you have shattered 7 life wheels, while we have only managed 3 or 4. If I am not mistaken, the Sun Empress has also broken 6 life wheels. Though none can rival your strength, as a waning emperor, how can you hope to contend with us? The Chaos Emperor added, indeed, Emperor Xiaoyao, if we were to enter the ancient ruins of the immortal abyss, we would rely on fate. Why must you be so tyrannical? If it truly comes to a deadlock, it would be detrimental for us all. Lin Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and turned to Lin Xiao, stating, Uncle, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Lin Xiaoyao prepared to charge forward for battle, for he could not abide threats. In this situation, a confrontation seemed inevitable. However, Lin Xiao intervened, saying, no need to rush. He then stepped in front of Lin Xiaoyao. The situation has not yet escalated to this point. The Chaos Emperor, witnessing Lin Xiao's restraint, assumed Lin Xiao was intimidated, and thus remarked, though the Void Emperor is still young, he possesses a sense of reason and an understanding of the circumstances. Indeed, it is unnecessary to reach this extreme. Emperor Xiaoyao, should a fight break out, you would gain no advantage. Lin Xiaoyao, concerned that Lin Xiao might abandon the divine artifact, exclaimed, Uncle. Yet Lin Xiao shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. The Chaos Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor exchanged knowing glances, each detecting a hint of satisfaction in the other's eyes. However, Lin Xiao ignored them and addressed the Sun Empress, saying, do you still remember this item? The Sun Empress, upon hearing his words, regarded Lin Xiao with calm yet searching eyes. A wave of familiarity surged within her. Unbeknownst to her, she had been observing Lin Xiao during his earlier cultivation, and the sight of him establishing 3,000 source repositories had left her utterly astonished. Yet, at that moment, she had not felt this sense of familiarity. Why was it now so pronounced? This was peculiar, and the sensation of familiarity unnerved her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Soon after, a long-buried memory surged forth in the Sun Empress's mind. It was a recollection from 100,000 years ago. Though distant, it returned to her in an instant upon encountering the right person. Her thoughts flooded like a torrent, and the Sun Empress gazed at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Subsequently, Lin Xiao slowly produced a crimson pendant, intricately engraved with a red lotus, crafted from the Sun God gold. In all the world, only the Sun Imperial clan possessed the means to forge this precious metal. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety within. Although the background he had constructed had been validated through Lin Xiaoyao, he remained uncertain if the system would truly manifest a token of love out of thin air. Yet, it appeared that this was indeed possible. The pendant had manifested itself upon him, having not existed prior to this moment. It seemed the system could not only simulate relevant identities and memories but could also conjure key items. The red lotus pendant floated gracefully toward the Sun Empress, her previously tranquil demeanor shattered, her heart raced uncontrollably as she beheld the pendant, her expression momentarily vacant. Observing this scene, even Lin Xiaoyao was at a loss for comprehension. Yet, even a fool could discern one undeniable truth: Lin Xiao's relationship with the Sun Empress was far from ordinary. Otherwise, how could a mere object provoke such profound emotional turmoil within her? The Chaos Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor exchanged glances, each detecting a trace of concern in the other's gaze. They too recognized the precariousness of the situation. Hastily, they communicated with the other 2 emperors through silent gestures. The Sun Empress took the red lotus pendant in her hands, then retrieved a jade hairpin from her own possession, intricately crafted with a dragon motif, vividly lifelike. As she gazed at the hairpin, Lin Xiao felt a surge of assurance. The Sun Empress still held onto their tokens of affection, signifying that, despite the passage of time, she remained unable to let go of their bond. Indeed, what lingered most deeply in the hearts of individuals were their first loves. Even the invincible genius Empress was not exempt from this truth. Chapter 14 The Solar Empress, did I permit your departure? The Solar Empress, whose tranquil heart had remained undisturbed for millennia, now rippled with emotion. Her face bore an expression that was almost uncontrollable, one that even the simplest of minds could perceive. The Heavenly Punishment Emperor, the Chaotic Emperor, along with the two other emperors who had allied with them, were cunning old foxes, well aware of the nuances in her demeanor. The Solar Empress's current predicament resembled that of a young maiden in the throes of infatuation. At this moment, the Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the others could not help but curse inwardly. After a millennium, how could she still be so love-struck? Grasping the Crimson Lotus pendant and the Nine-Dragon Jade hairpin, the Solar Empress swiftly appeared before Lin Xiao. Lin Xiaoyao attempted to intervene, but was halted by Lin Xiao. The Solar Empress's eyes sparkled, seemingly tinged with a hint of grievance, yet she found herself at a loss for words. It was Lin Xiao who broke the awkward silence first, stating, "I have returned." Upon hearing this, the Solar Empress momentarily froze before nodding. Then, with a hint of trepidation, she asked, "Will you not leave again?" Witnessing the once mighty Empress display such caution, Lin Xiao could not suppress a smile as he replied, "I shall not leave." The Solar Empress felt a surge of joy within, akin to that of a youthful girl experiencing delight, an emotion she had not felt in many years. "He is not leaving. I am merely over 1,000 years old, and he is just in his teens. We have a long journey ahead of us." At this juncture, Lin Xiaoyao had likely grasped the situation. Given the atmosphere, if he remained oblivious, he might as well drown himself in the sea for having lived so long in ignorance. A smile graced Lin Xiaoyao's face. No wonder his uncle had inquired whether the Solar Empress was the strongest among them. No wonder he had sought information about her. It seemed he had encountered a familiar face but had not dared to confirm it. Lin Xiao and the Solar Empress exchanged silent glances. The Solar Empress was shy due to her feminine nature, while Lin Xiao was processing the pertinent memories. Once Lin Xiao had absorbed all the memories, he addressed the Solar Empress, saying, "In the past, due to certain circumstances, my father sealed me within the divine source to await 10,000 years before retrieving a sacred artifact from this ancient land. This artifact is of utmost importance, even more so than suppressing the dark turmoil, thus, I chose to heed my father's words." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, the Solar Empress nodded, making a concerted effort to maintain her composure. "For all these years, I have awaited your explanation. Of course, it is not too late now." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The Solar Empress was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. As a princess of the Solar Emperor lineage, she was already a paragon of grace, enveloped in a golden radiance. Now that she had ascended to the rank of emperor, an added aura of majesty surrounded her. "Ah, most remarkably, she appears to be quite lovesick," the Solar Empress remarked. "The item within the ancient land surely holds great significance for you." Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, according to the memories bestowed upon him by the system, this treasure was extremely important. Otherwise, the Voidless Emperor would not have sealed him for 10 millennia. Receiving confirmation, the Solar Empress nodded. "Then I understand." Subsequently, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiaoyao, gazing toward the other four emperors. The implication was clear. "I stand with you now." Lin Xiaoyao noted with a hint of astonishment that the Solar Empress, whom he had dreaded, had shifted her allegiance to his side with just a few words from Lin Xiao. Now, he was left to confront the remaining four weaklings, and his confidence surged. Lin Xiaoyao declared, "Gentlemen, do you still wish to fight?" In an instant, the situation had reversed. Initially, the Chaotic Emperor, the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, and the two allied emperors had believed that with the Solar Empress on their side, they were assured victory, even if they would ultimately have to clash with Lin Xiaoyao. However, the sudden turn of events left them utterly unprepared. With the alliance of Lin Xiaoyao and the Solar Empress, even summoning their ancestors would not suffice against them, yet, they were truly unwilling to relinquish the ancient land. This ancient territory, even to emperors, held an allure of mystery. The Chaotic Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Xiaoyao, Solar Empress, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner?" Chaos City and the Lin family, as well as the Solar Emperor lineage, have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. Must we become enemies over such matters? The Heavenly Punishment Emperor added, "Do you both truly believe that this emperor fears you? Must the Lin family and the Solar Emperor lineage provoke animosity with my Celestial Thunder Mountain?" The two sought to negotiate further, but the other two allied emperors exchanged glances and stated, "Since both Lin Xiaoyao and the Solar Empress have expressed their stance, we shall grant you this concession. We shall no longer partake in the affairs of the ancient land. Farewell." The two emperors, who had remained largely silent until now, had been observing the situation, waiting for the right moment to act. Upon witnessing the Solar Empress and Lin Xiaoyao aligning, they realized that prolonging the stalemate was futile. If Lin Xiaoyao and the Solar Empress joined forces, even their combined might would prove insufficient. Thus, they departed together. Only the Chaotic Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor remained, standing against Lin Xiaoyao and the Solar Empress. As they watched the other two emperors leave, the Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the Chaotic Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. They were simply leaving. Was it truly that easy? Would they miss out on the opportunities within the ancient land? Where was the dignity of emperors? Little did they know that these two were the wiser ones. Although they lacked some of the grandiosity of emperors, they did not lose face. Entering the ancient land had primarily been for immediate gain, not for petty disputes. Acknowledging their inevitable defeat, the two emperors wisely chose not to press the matter any further. Leaving at this moment, as a gesture of goodwill, was indeed the most prudent course of action. However, the world is not devoid of clever individuals, nor is it ever lacking in fools. The Chaotic Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth as they declared, "Today, we concede. It is best that we do not pursue the ancient land." However, from this day forth, Chaos City, the Lin family, and the Solar Emperor lineage shall have no further dealings. The Heavenly Punishment Emperor added through clenched teeth, "From now on, Celestial Thunder Mountain shall also sever ties with the Lin family and the Solar Emperor lineage. Should any of the Lin family or the Solar Emperor lineage dare to enter the domain of Celestial Thunder Mountain, let it be known that I shall show no mercy." With their harsh words cast aside, the two emperors prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to tear through the void and depart, the Solar Empress raised her hand and commanded, "Halt!" A colossal furnace of flames, towering at 36,000 feet, erupted into existence, promptly ensnaring the Chaotic Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor within, rendering their escape impossible. "Did I permit your departure?" The Solar Empress's aura surged, the surrounding sea evaporating instantly, leaving no trace behind, reduced to nothingness. "Threatening this Empress? Then you shall not depart." I previously mixed up chapters 12 and 13, what was meant to be chapter 13 was posted as chapter 12. I have now rectified the error. My apologies. Chapter 15, daring to show disrespect to Lin Xiao, directly annihilating two emperors. The sudden intervention of the Solar Empress took everyone by surprise. Even Lin Xiaoyao found himself bewildered, uncertain of the Solar Empress's intentions. Lin Xiao also appeared astonished, gazing at the Solar Empress with a look of confusion. However, the subsequent display of strength by the Solar Empress left all present in utter disbelief. In a calm tone, she stated, "For Lin Xiao's safety, you two shall remain alive." Her demeanor was serene, as if she were merely recounting an everyday occurrence, yet her words hinted at the imminent execution of the two emperors. She had no intention of allowing them to return alive, intending to eliminate them on the spot to prevent any future threats. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao quickly realized the implications. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao had showcased a talent so terrifying that it would instill fear in all corners of the world. Now, antagonizing these two emperors would surely lead to their vengeance in the future. Furthermore, these two had already threatened Lin Xiaoyao using Lin Xiao's safety as leverage. Although he had the means to protect himself, it was indeed wiser for these two to perish. Moreover, should these two emperors disregard martial ethics and spread unfounded rumors, they could easily thrust Lin Xiao into the limelight of danger. The reason the Solar Empress did not impede the departure of the two emperors was that they had not exhibited any overt hostility towards Lin Xiao. Their departure had been swift and unencumbered. Lin Xiaoyao stepped forward, joining forces with the Solar Empress to confront the Chaos Emperor and the Punishment Emperor. "Indeed, you two should remain," he declared. A thunderous storm descended, filling the divine prison crafted by the Solar Empress with crackling lightning. Each bolt of lightning surged forth like a colossal dragon, crashing towards the Chaos Emperor and the Punishment Emperor. The two emperors were taken aback, their hearts racing as they cursed these two madmen. Did they truly intend to provoke an imperial battle with such reckless abandon? The Chaos Emperor bellowed, "Lin Xiaoyao, Mo Hongli, you two are crossing the line. Do you truly believe this emperor is afraid of you? Being emperors ourselves, I have every capability to escape your clutches. Are you not concerned about the repercussions I may unleash upon you in the future?" The Punishment Emperor also roared in fury, "Lin Xiaoyao, Mo Hongli, are you truly igniting an imperial war? This is utterly intolerable." Yet, Lin Xiaoyao and Mo Hongli paid no heed to their impotent rage, attacking with fervor. With Lin Xiaoyao alone capable of overpowering the two, and with the Solar Empress's assistance, this would inevitably devolve into a brutal massacre. The Solar Empress produced a precious vial, from which she unleashed searing divine flames, her imperial artifact, the Solar Vial. Within it burned her own life essence, the true solar fire. Lin Xiaoyao, in turn, retrieved a stone tablet inscribed with the characters for Xiaoyao. The Xiaoyao Tablet. Lin Xiaoyao addressed Lin Xiao, saying, "Uncle, please wait a moment. I shall dispatch these two before taking you into the immortal ruins to seek treasures." He then waved his hand, enveloping Lin Xiao within his internal space, a realm of absolute safety. Earlier, when he vanquished the remnant soul of the Fengdu Emperor, Lin Xiaoyao had refrained from placing Lin Xiao in his internal space, as that was merely a remnant soul of an emperor powerful, yet not comparable to a true emperor, easily manageable by Lin Xiaoyao. Now, however, faced with two fully fledged emperors in their prime, the situation was vastly different. While Lin Xiaoyao and the Solar Empress could decisively defeat the Chaos Emperor and the Punishment Emperor, the aftermath of their battle would unleash shockwaves capable of affecting the entire North Underworld star domain. Thus, sequestering Lin Xiao within his inner world was the wisest course of action. The impending clash in the North Underworld star domain sent tremors throughout the entire region. Boundless thunderclouds, roaring black thunder dragons, and blazing true solar fire erupted in the chaos, their energy sweeping across several surrounding star domains. The two departing emperors, not far away, sensed the formidable fluctuations emanating from behind them. A chill ran down their spines as they rejoiced at their timely escape. In the vast void domain, at the Lin family estate, the family head and all members of the Lin clan awaited Lin Xiaoyao's return. Since yesterday, no one dared to make any reckless moves. 3,000 miles of Golden Lotus Avenue and 80,000 armored warriors stood in solemn silence, awaiting the emperor's return. In a corner, Lin Xiaotian, who had been frowning since yesterday, suddenly relaxed his brow. Having heard of the imminent return of a junior ancestor, he had been preoccupied with concerns over the Emperor Heartspring, fearing the loss of his own opportunity, yet now, he seemed to have conceived a clever plan, alleviating much of his earlier distress. Lin Xiaotian approached his father, the head of the Lin family, and said, "Father, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you." The family head, lost in contemplation regarding why this junior ancestor had been sealed for 100,000 years, was interrupted by his son's arrival and inquired, "What is it?" Lin Xiaotian glanced around, then whispered, "Father, if the junior ancestor returns, it is likely that the Emperor Heartspring will no longer have a place for me. Why not do this? Since the revered ancestor has yet to return, you, as the family head, can exercise your authority to reopen the ancestral temple, allowing me and Lin Xiao to enter the Emperor Heartspring first." Lin Xiao was the young woman who had previously sought to enter alongside him. This was Lin Xiaotian's scheme, to persuade his father to activate the ancestral temple and reopen the Emperor Heartspring, so he could bask in its benefits first. However, Lin Xiaotian had lost his senses, recklessly disregarding the consequences. His father, the family head, was not so foolish. It was sheer intelligence that had allowed him to ascend to the position of family head. Upon hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, he furrowed his brow and admonished sternly, "The revered ancestor has never mentioned such matters, but are you truly lacking in wisdom? Do you think these petty tricks escaped the revered ancestor's notice?" The family head swiftly admonished his unruly son, urging him to refrain from foolish actions. Yet Lin Xiaotian retorted, "The revered ancestor has not spoken of this, and now that you are the family head, you possess every right. When the revered ancestor returns, you can simply state that he departed, and to ensure the proper conduct of the family ceremony, such actions were necessary. After all, when the revered ancestor left, he did not decree that we must preserve the Emperor Heartspring until his return. Moreover, this is the greatest opportunity to obtain the dual pupils. Do you wish to see your son squander this rare chance for imperial potential? Once I cultivate the dual pupils, even if the revered ancestor returns, he will have no grounds to contest it." Lin Xiaotian's fervent desire for this opportunity was palpable. He was unwilling to relinquish it. The dual pupils, one of the most powerful physical constitutions in history, were an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He longed to defy fate. However, the family had doused his enthusiasm once more, his expression indifferent as he stated, "Cease your naive fantasies. It seems I have indulged you too much, allowing you to become so unruly. Return immediately and wait patiently for the revered ancestor's return. When the time comes, the allocations for the Emperor Heartspring will be determined by the revered ancestor. Even if you ultimately lack the qualifications, that is simply your fate." Chapter 16. Lin Xiaotian's plans, utterly insane. The head of the Lin family maintained his composure, refusing to be swayed by Lin Xiaotian's provocations, and did not hastily activate the Imperial Heartspring. Lin Xiaotian, scolded and with a grim expression, could not help but exclaim, "Stubborn and ignorant." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lin family was momentarily taken aback, then, with a swift motion, he struck Lin Xiaotian, sending him flying. "You audacious fool! Is this how you speak to your father? If I do not teach you a lesson, you will only grow more unruly." Just as Lin Xiaotian landed from being struck, the head of the Lin family delivered another blow to the other side of his face. PFF. Lin Xiaotian crashed heavily to the ground, unable to suppress the spurt of blood from his mouth. He stared incredulously at his father, both sides of his face swollen, 10 vivid red imprints marking his skin, a shocking sight indeed. The blood visible beneath the red marks made it clear that the head of the Lin family had struck with considerable force, for he was genuinely enraged. No matter how arrogant or lawless Lin Xiaotian usually behaved, he would not be reprimanded. However, when it came to the respect for elders and the hierarchy within the Lin family, the head would not indulge Lin Xiaotian. For in the Lin family, that principle was paramount. As long as one respected their elders and maintained humility, even if they caused great turmoil outside, the Lin family would protect them. Being a member of the Lin family meant one could not be bullied by outsiders, but if one disregarded their elders and sought to impose their will within the Lin family, even possessing the potential of an emperor would not spare them from punishment when the time came. He realized it was time to discipline his son. Today, Lin Xiaotian dared to toy with Lin Xiaoyao and openly declare his father as stubborn and ignorant, which clearly indicated he was beyond redemption. If he did not take action, the head of the Lin family could hardly imagine what further troubles his son might provoke. Lin Xiaotian lay on the ground, staring in disbelief at the head of the Lin family. Since his birth, apart from a previous incident involving teasing a cousin, his father had never struck him, and now this was the second time, and so severely. He attempted to speak but found the pain in his face too intense to articulate. Soon, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. A young girl rushed out upon seeing this, cradling the unconscious Lin Xiaotian in her arms, her expression filled with concern. Xiaotian, are you all right? Then, she turned to the head of the Lin family, saying, Head of the Lin family. While it is not my place to intervene in Lin family matters, Xiaotian is my partner. He merely sought your advice, and yet you responded with such violence. Is that not excessive? Indeed, this girl was not a member of the Lin family but hailed from the Solar Imperial clan, named Mo Yueyao. She and Lin Xiaotian were in love, deeply intertwined. Mo Yueyao was the daughter of the clan's grand elder, representing the Solar Imperial clan to a considerable extent. She had come to the Lin family because Lin Xiaotian intended to enter the Imperial Heart Pool, and she wished to witness the moment her beloved achieved the dual pupils. The head of the Lin family, however, did not flinch at Mo Yueyao's threat but replied, disrespectful to elders, as his father, I naturally have the right and obligation to educate him. And you, knowing his intentions, as his partner, not only fail to dissuade him but also remain indifferent. You two are derelict in your duty. Mo Yueyao was momentarily speechless at the head of the Lin family's words. She carried Lin Xiaotian away without looking back. At this moment, the 9 elders nearby stepped forward to advise. That will suffice, head. Although Xiaotian is at fault, it is not excessively so, a light reprimand would suffice. Head, do not be angry. Xiaotian has indeed erred, but it is not wise to act in fury. He surely understands his mistake. The head of the Lin family watched Lin Xiaotian leave, snorting coldly, and fell silent, continuing to await the return of the great Emperor Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, shortly after Lin Xiaotian was taken away by Mo Yueyao, he abruptly opened his eyes. It turned out he had not fainted. It had all been an act. Lin Xiaotian rose from Mo Yueyao's embrace, his expression dark. He gently touched the imprints left on his face, involuntarily gasping at the pain. The head of the Lin family had indeed struck with force, his head still throbbed, and he felt a few of his teeth loosen. Damn it! Lin Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fierce. Let us go to the ancestral hall. Once I achieve the dual pupils, all these people will regret their actions. He had feigned unconsciousness to escape the waiting crowd and head to the ancestral hall to privately enjoy the Imperial Heartspring. Now that everyone in the Lin family was occupied with awaiting the return of the slumbering ancestor, even the usual guards of the ancestral hall were absent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Lin Xiaotian believed he must seize. Mo Yueyao nodded, gazing at Lin Xiaotian with deep affection, saying, Xiaotian, I believe in you. I will await your return. She then produced a magical mirror, its surface a deep red, within which a fiery phoenix drifted. Mo Yueyao assured, Xiaotian, rest assured, even if someone discovers your actions, I possess a magical artifact left by my father, containing a trace of the imperial aura bestowed by our solar empress. Even if they attempt to stop you, I will protect you. Mo Yueyao spoke earnestly, dedicating herself entirely to Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian looked at her tenderly, declaring, Yueyao, I knew it, only you have always supported me, only you truly understand me. Do not worry. When I achieve the dual pupils and ultimately ascend to the rank of emperor, I will adorn the streets in splendid red to welcome you through the door. In the future, across the 3,000 star domains, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you, taking you to roam the heavens and explore the cosmos. Mo Yueyao was nearly moved to tears by his words, grasping Lin Xiaotian's hand and saying, Xiaotian, I want nothing. I only wish for you to be well and fulfill your own dreams. I await the day you marry me. A hint of mockery flashed through Lin Xiaotian's heart, yet his face remained a mask of deep affection. He replied, "Alright, Yueyao, wait for me." Together, Lin Xiaotian and Mo Yueyao entered the ancestral hall. In the northern underworld star domain, divine flames roared, and thunderous dragons rolled. The entire star river trembled as if on the brink of collapse. The stars above were caught in the aftermath of the battle among the four emperors. One by one, they exploded, turning into cosmic dust. However, even amidst such terrifying conflict, the colossal koan, carrying the remnants of the immortal ruins, remained utterly unfazed, merely floating serenely upon the sea. It seemed as though the battle of the four emperors had nothing to do with it, and indeed, it remained unscathed by the tumultuous energies of the battle. Those terrifying forces, upon approaching 1,000 feet from the koan, were absorbed by an inexplicable black hole, unable to come near even by a fraction. Lin Xiao remained within the inner world of Lin Xiaoyao, unaware of any anomalies of the fierce battle outside seemed unrelated to him. After roughly 2 hours, Lin Xiao sensed a sudden spinning sensation. He was then pulled out from Lin Xiaoyao's inner world. Chapters 12 and 13 were uploaded incorrectly, they have been amended today. Those who viewed them prior to today may refer back. Those who view after today may disregard. Chapter 17 The Ruins of the Immortal Abode, 3,000 Divine Seeds. In the North Sea of the Biming Star region, chaos reigns supreme. A discerning observer would note that the entire expanse of the North Sea had sunk at least several thousand miles. This was due to the earth beneath the deep sea being rent asunder by the fierce battles of several emperors, resulting in a multitude of chasms resembling a spider's web. Additionally, the scorching divine power of the Solar Empress had evaporated copious amounts of seawater. As Lin Xiao emerged from the inner world of Lin Xiaoyao, he beheld two colossal headless corpses descending from the heavens, plummeting into the abyss below. At that moment, only the two remaining heads of the Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the Chaotic Emperor remained, trapped within a solar furnace barely a few dozen zhang in size, uttering anguished cries as they faded into nothingness. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lin Xiao's ears. "Congratulations, host, the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, Realm Emperor, perished due to your actions, earning you 10,000 points. Congratulations, host, the Chaotic Emperor, Realm Emperor, perished due to your actions, earning you 10,000 points." The demise of the Chaotic Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, who sought to threaten Lin Xiao, was directly tied to Lin Xiaoyao and the Solar Empress's actions, thus their deaths were attributed to Lin Xiao, resulting in the points being credited to him. Observing his newfound 10,000 points, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The system was indeed invaluable, accumulating points was undoubtedly beneficial. Lin Xiaoyao approached Lin Xiao, his attire slightly tattered, yet not a single drop of blood had been shed. With a smile, he remarked, "Uncle, these two have perished. We can now venture into the ruins of the Immortal Abode to seek that divine artifact." Lin Xiao glanced at the ashes of the Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the Chaotic Emperor, nodding in agreement. "Very well, Hong Li, let us enter together. You two wish to find something to resolve your doubts, do you not?" He directed his invitation towards the Solar Empress, beckoning her to accompany them into the ruins of the Immortal Abode. At this moment, the Solar Empress had regained her composure after the battle. As a remarkably talented emperor, her initial excitement upon reuniting with Lin Xiao, whom she had longed for over 100,000 years, had subsided into a serene demeanor. Looking at Lin Xiao, she spoke softly, "Not for now, you and the Emperor Xiaoyao may enter first. I must first annihilate Xianlei Mountain and the City of Chaos. It shan't take long, I shall seek you both afterward." Determined to eradicate Xianlei Mountain and the City of Chaos, she was resolute in her approach. Having already slain the Chaotic Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, she deemed it essential to eliminate any remnants of their influence and bloodlines. Both Xianlei Mountain and the City of Chaos would be obliterated. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao exchanged glances of surprise. While it was indeed reasonable, the nonchalant manner in which the Solar Empress expressed such intentions created a stark contrast. Lin Xiao nodded, "Very well, then, you pursue your objectives, and we shall venture within. Should we encounter anything, we shall assist you in obtaining it." The Solar Empress acknowledged with a nod. "My father once acquired an ancient parchment, which records that the Solar True Fire is incomplete and requires a special ritual to transform into the flawless Solar True Fire. This ritual can be found within the ruins of the Immortal Abode, specifically on a divine tree known as Fusang." Lin Xiao was taken aback by this revelation. With the memories bestowed upon him by the system, he was well aware of the immense power of the Solar True Fire. Just moments ago, the Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the Chaotic Emperor had been directly refined by it, underscoring its potency. Although the two emperors had encountered their demise, they were still emperors, and even in death, their corpses held formidable strength, rivaling divine materials such as dragon pattern black gold and celestial blue gold. The ease with which the Solar Empress's solar true fire incinerated their remains spoke volumes of its might, yet, astonishingly, such a powerful flame was not the strongest and was still considered incomplete? Lin Xiao did not dwell on it further, replying, "Rest assured, attend to your matters." Thereafter, the three parted ways to pursue their respective paths. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao entered the ruins of the immortal abode, while the Solar Empress set forth towards Xianlei Mountain and the City of Chaos. As Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao approached the giant koan, they were enveloped by a peculiar sensation upon entering its vast range. It was this mysterious force that had previously neutralized the residual shockwaves from the Battle of the Four Emperors, protecting the ruins of the immortal abode from harm. However, this force proved surprisingly harmless to them, as neither Lin Xiao nor Lin Xiaoyao felt any discomfort. Navigating through the ethereal mist, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao finally arrived within the ruins of the immortal abode. To their astonishment, they found themselves in a miniature world, comparable in size to a single star. The sprawling expanse of the celestial palace visible from the outside was merely a fragment of this small world. Inside, the landscape resembled a desolate paradise, with crumbling walls and broken remnants. Many pavilions atop the mountains lay in ruins, their fractured edges etched with ancient patterns. The grand, serpentine dragon city appeared as if it had descended from the divine realm, yet it was in a state of utter disrepair, devoid of any intact structures. Amidst the dilapidation, a colossal divine tower stood relatively intact, radiating a faint, ethereal light, imbued with a distant aura of the Tao of the tower, gleaming white as jade, boasted 6 stories, though its proportions suggested it once had 9, now shattered for reasons unknown. The 6-story structure alone spanned an impressive 60,000 miles, resembling a titanic pillar propping up the heavens. Countless murals of ferocious beasts adorned the tower's surface, true dragons, phoenixes, Taotai, Qilin, and more, each vividly depicted. Though fragmented, their grandeur remained undiminished. Upon catching sight of the tower, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and his pulse quickened. The marks within him stirred to life, reminiscent of that celestial phenomenon which accompanied his birth 100,000 years ago. After a millennium of silence, it was finally stirring once more. The marks within Lin Xiao materialized, bursting forth from his being to sketch an expansive celestial map across the sky. Mysterious and profound, it encompassed all simultaneously. The divine tower seemed to respond, emitting an even more dazzling radiance. The engravings of Taotai, true dragons, and Zhu Yin came to life, moving along the tower's surface. The two phenomena resonated with one another, as if engaged in a silent communion. Though Lin Xiaoyao remained still, his spirit and focus were at their zenith, readying himself for any eventuality. He was uncertain whether this unfolding was auspicious or ominous. He could only prepare for the unexpected. He sensed something peculiar about the tower, an inkling that it might possess self-awareness, not merely a simple sentience, but akin to a living being. Yet, he could not be sure. It was but a fleeting intuition with no substantial evidence to assert the tower's sentience. Fortunately, his apprehensions proved unfounded. After a moment of interplay between the marks within Lin Xiao and the divine tower, the tower abruptly ascended into the air. Soon after, the resonance of the Tao echoed through the heavens, akin to countless divine beings paying homage. 3,000 luminous orbs emerged from the divine tower, each exuding an aura of the Tao. As the 3,000 orbs materialized, the very essence of their radiance ensnared the senses, compelling one to enter a state of enlightenment. Lin Xiaoyao gazed at the 3,000 orbs emanating from the divine tower, narrowing his eyes before his pupils dilated in astonishment. What is this? Divine seeds? Chapter 18: The Demise of the Solar Empress at Immortal Thunder Mountain, a proclamation to the world. The divine seed is an enigmatic entity. For cultivators, the opening of the source vault is merely the initial step towards the subsequent stage of condensing the divine seed. Each divine seed requires the sustenance of a source vault. Thus, one must first cultivate the source vault to gather the divine seed. Hence, the divine seed is often referred to as the next realm of cultivation. The quality of the divine seed each individual condenses varies, categorized from low to high as mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal. Most individuals condense either spirit grade or mortal grade divine seeds, while achieving an earth grade divine seed signifies a certain level of innate talent. Those who condense a heaven-grade divine seed are considered extraordinary prodigies. For instance, the emperors of the 3,000 star domains predominantly possess heaven-grade divine seeds. Only those who condense a heaven-grade divine seed attain the threshold to unlock the path of emperors. Now, with 3,000 divine seeds soaring forth from this tower, Lin Xiaoyao was reminded of the 3,000 source vaults opened by Lin Xiao. Could it be that these 3,000 divine seeds were prepared specifically for Lin Xiao's 3,000 source vaults? If so, the implications are deeply unsettling. This ancient immortal ruins has existed for millions of years. Did someone foresee, millions of years ago, that a person would one day establish 3,000 source vaults? Otherwise, why would 3,000 divine seeds be left behind? Moreover, Lin Xiaoyao sensed that each of these 3,000 divine seeds was immensely powerful. The higher the grade of the divine seed, the more profound the patterns inscribed within, and the more distinct the seals. Mortal-grade divine seed patterns are nearly imperceptible, while spirit-grade patterns are somewhat visible. Earth-grade divine seed patterns can be readily discerned. In contrast, heaven-grade divine seeds are distinctly visible, allowing one to perceive the patterns and feel the cosmic principles through the divine seeds. As for the legendary immortal-grade divine seeds, they are said to be not only clearly visible but also capable of communicating with the heavens through their seals. Furthermore, once the shackles of the divine seed are unbound, the patterns can manifest in the world, drawing upon a fragment of the power of the cosmic principles. The 3,000 divine seeds before him, each not only clearly visible but also emanating an aura akin to the very essence of the cosmic principles, were evidently more formidable than heaven-grade divine seeds. Could it be that these were immortal-grade divine seeds? Before Lin Xiaoyao could ponder further, a sudden transformation swept across the heavens and earth. As the 3,000 divine seeds broke free from the God Tower, the celestial chart above displayed an anomaly. In the next moment, a divine light descended from the center of the celestial chart, forming a sacred beam that enveloped Lin Xiao. "Uncle, are you all right?" Lin Xiaoyao shouted, alarmed for Lin Xiao's safety. He realized he could not fathom the celestial chart above, the intricate patterns rendered even him, an emperor, as if he were deciphering an ancient tome. Lin Xiao responded, "I am fine." Meanwhile, he sensed a transformation within himself. The celestial chart seemed to be drawing forth something from within his body. In the following moment, the 3,000 source bolts within him erupted simultaneously, filling the expanse of heaven and earth. The 3,000 source bolts shone brilliantly, their radiant light resembling a constellation of stars, each exuding boundless primordial power. The 3,000 divine seeds that had flown from the God Tower seemed to be drawn to Lin Xiao's source bolts, gracefully descending into them. 3,000 divine seeds corresponded perfectly to 3,000 source bolts, without a single misalignment. The instant the 3,000 divine seeds entered his source vault, Lin Xiao felt a seamless fusion occur, as if they were inherently one. Could it be that these 3,000 divine seeds were the divine artifacts his father, the Emperor Wushu, had spoken of? It was highly probable that drawing upon his memories, Lin Xiao sensed the elevated status of these 3,000 divine seeds, transcending even heaven-grade. Moreover, once the divine seeds entered Lin Xiao's source vault, both he and Lin Xiaoyao finally beheld their true forms. They were, astonishingly, the source Dao seeds. These 3,000 divine seeds represented the 3,000 paths of the Dao. The manifestation of the sword Dao divine seed appeared as a resounding golden sword, while the fire Dao divine seed resembled a burning flame, and the water Dao divine seed took the form of a droplet of water. The devouring Dao divine seed manifested as a small black vortex. What are source Dao seeds? Those exceptional individuals who condense source Dao seeds can directly access the greater Dao through them. For instance, if one cultivates the source Dao seed of the sword, then all other sword-related Dao seeds, such as the Thunder Sword seed, the Evil Sword seed, and the Annihilation Sword seed, would be suppressed in their presence. Furthermore, cultivators with source Dao seeds experience unparalleled speed in their cultivation of that particular Dao, enhancing their progress exponentially. Subsequently, once the shackles of the source Dao seed are broken, they can directly merge with the Dao and wield the primordial power of that Dao within the heavens and earth. Source Dao seeds transcend all other divine seeds, be they heaven grade or immortal grade, none can compare. Now, Lin Xiao possessed 3,000 source Dao seeds. This meant he had direct access to the 3,000 paths of the Dao. This terrifying scene rendered Lin Xiaoyao once again in a state of stupor. Since Lin Xiao's revival, he had continuously astonished him. First, there was the primordial body, then the astonishing comprehension in creating techniques, followed by the establishment of 3,000 source vaults, and now this, directly refining 3,000 source Dao seeds representing the 3,000 paths of the Dao. Each of these occurrences, if made known, would drive countless individuals into a frenzy. In fact, Lin Xiaoyao overlooked one crucial detail. Lin Xiao had only just opened his source vaults yesterday, and today he was already condensing divine seeds. Meanwhile, outside Immortal Thunder Mountain, the Solar Empress arrived. Rumble! Before the 6 mountain lords could sense the aura of the Emperor, they felt the dragon veins beneath Immortal Thunder Mountain tremble, as if being siphoned by some terrifying force. Subsequently, in their bewildered gazes, the 6 dragon veins of Immortal Thunder Mountain surged into the sky, transforming into 6 golden dragons swirling as if to escape. At that moment, the Solar Empress tore through the void, extending her jade hand. With a mere gesture, she transformed the 6 dragon veins into 6 diminutive, fluttering dragons, cradled within her palm. The escape of the dragon veins caused the entire Immortal Thunder Mountain to tremble. The 6 mountain lords, hovering in the air, stood a head shorter than the Solar Empress, yet each exuded a formidable aura, their bodies entwined with lightning dragons. They addressed the Solar Empress. "Might we inquire why the Solar Empress has suddenly turned her hand against our clan's dragon veins?" Immortal Thunder Mountain has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Solar Imperial clan. Why this abrupt action, Your Majesty? This truly shows a lack of regard for our clan's emperor. Were it not for their inability to contend, the 6 mountain lords would have desired to charge forth immediately. The dragon veins, a convergence of the essence of heaven and earth, were not merely revered for their abundant spiritual energy but also for their capacity to nurture unparalleled fortune, capable of transforming mortals into immortals. This was fundamental to the foundation of a sect. The Solar Empress's ruthless act of stripping away their dragon veins was tantamount to directly undermining the very foundation of immortal Thunder Mountain. Hence, the 6 mountain lords were incensed. However, before the mountain lord could finish speaking, a searing flame engulfed him, reducing him to ashes, along with the other 5 mountain lords, who vanished entirely from existence. Following this, with a single thought, the Solar Empress summoned a sea of flames that instantaneously consumed the entirety of immortal Thunder Mountain, incinerating everyone within, even the mountains themselves, to mere ash. The Solar Empress declared, "Beneath immortal Thunder Mountain, there remains a dragon vein, which I shall leave as the foundation for your domain. From this day forth, the Lin family and the Solar Imperial clan shall be bound in a covenant of life and death." To be an enemy of the Lin family is to be an enemy of the Solar Imperial clan. It is to be an enemy of me, the Solar Empress. The Heavenly Punishment Emperor sought to harm the Lin family's young ancestor. He has now been annihilated. From this moment on, within the 3,000 domains, let there be no more unjust seas. Should anyone dare to act against the Lin family or the Lin family's young ancestor again, no matter where they may be, let them test whether I can reduce them to ashes. Chapter 19. The world knows, the young ancestor of the Lin family is not to be provoked. A dynasty's imperial lineage has thus perished. In a mere thought, the Sun Empress reduced the immortal Thunder Mountain to ashes. Subsequently, the Sun Empress made her way to Chaos City, employing the same method, uprooting the dragon vein of Chaos City and incinerating it entirely. Henceforth, the Sun Empress proclaimed to the world: "The Lin clan has allied with the Sun Emperor's clan. The young ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Xiao, has emerged. Any who dare to harm the young ancestor of the Lin family shall face the wrath of the Sun Empress, who would traverse the 9 hells and obliterate those who threaten him." This news swiftly spread like wildfire across the 3,000 domains. The Lin family has an ancient ancestor resurfacing. No wonder the carefree emperor just traversed the 18 domains. This must be the reason. Terrifying. The emergence of this young ancestor of the Lin family has compelled the Sun Empress to form an alliance. What is his true identity? The carefree emperor is the 3rd descendant of the voidless emperor. When he recently traversed the cosmos, his might was awe-inspiring, deserving such solemn treatment. This young ancestor of the Lin family is highly likely to be the son of the voidless emperor. In any case, this young ancestor of the Lin family is not to be trifled with. The Sun Empress and the carefree emperor have killed 2 emperors for him. His status is indeed formidable. The Lin family naturally received this news as well. At this moment, the head of the Lin family was awaiting the return of Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao with all the clan members. When the tidings of the Sun Empress annihilating the immortal Thunder Mountain and Chaos City, and forming a life and death alliance with the Sun Emperor's clan reached their ears, the head of the Lin family and the 9 elders exchanged incredulous glances. The head of the Lin family, astonished, looked at the 4th elder responsible for gathering information and asked, "Is this true? Did the Sun Empress herself say this?" Given the Lin family's precarious situation, he had long desired an alliance with the Sun Emperor's clan. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for his son to deliberately become a partner with the eldest daughter of the Sun Emperor's clan. The 4th elder chuckled. "Absolutely true. The immortal Thunder Mountain and Chaos City have now been reduced to ruins. The reason lies in the fact that the Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the Chaos Emperor sought to harm our young ancestor. The Heavenly Punishment Emperor and the Chaos Emperor, having attempted to act against their newly emerged young ancestor, met their demise. Even the Chaos City and immortal Thunder Mountain were set ablaze by the Sun Empress." The eldest elder spoke to the head of the Lin family. "This is excellent news. Have we not always sought to ally with the Sun Emperor's clan? And now, unexpectedly, upon the return of our young ancestor, the Sun Empress has slain 2 emperors on his behalf." The 3rd elder chimed in. "Indeed, who could have imagined that the Sun Empress, a figure from 100,000 years ago, sealed within the divine source and emerging a millennium ago, might have a connection with our young ancestor?" The 6th elder remarked, "I believe there is certainly a connection. Otherwise, why would the naturally aloof Sun Empress act so vigorously for our young ancestor? Moreover, I suspect this relationship runs deep." The gathered elders, seasoned as they were, quickly deduced that their yet-to-be-seen young ancestor surely had some bond with the Sun Empress. The head of the Lin family felt a surge of joy. This young ancestor, whom they had yet to meet, had already bestowed upon the Lin family such a grand gift. Instantly, the 9 elders and the head of the Lin family held Lin Xiao in even greater esteem. However, just as they basked in this moment of elation, a tremendous imperial might erupted from deep within the Lin family, emanating from their very bloodline, felt by all members of the clan. Everyone turned their gazes towards the distant horizon. It is the ancestral temple. The direction was unmistakably that of the ancestral temple.
All members of the Lin family are present. Why would there be any unusual activity in the ancestral temple? This aura feels akin to the activation of the Imperial Heart Spring?
A flash of insight struck the head of the Lin family, and he immediately understood.
It is Xiao Tian. That ungrateful wretch. A father knows his son best. The head of the Lin family recognized his son's nature and quickly reacted.
Third elder, fifth elder, accompany me to the ancestral temple. Eldest elder, this place is entrusted to you. The head of the Lin family quickly issued his orders and then hastened towards the ancestral temple with the third and fifth elders. The eldest elder also grasped the situation, stating, "Go ahead, master, I shall handle matters here." Thus, the head of the Lin family, alongside the third and fifth elders, transformed into a beam of light, racing towards the ancestral temple. Meanwhile, the surrounding members of the Lin family began to comprehend the situation.
Wait, what? Could it be that Lin Xiaotian has secretly ventured to the ancestral temple? That madman, it is indeed possible. He is utterly audacious.
Lin Xiaotian dares to privately activate the ancestral temple and enter the Imperial Heart Spring. Now we shall witness a spectacle. Having committed such a grave mistake, even with his father as the head of the family, no one will be able to protect him.
But what if he activates the dual pupils?
Then pretend I never said anything. Everyone became aware that it was Lin Xiaotian who had brazenly activated the ancestral temple, entering the Imperial Heart Spring in pursuit of the essence of the dual pupils. As they made their way, the head of the Lin family felt an urgent sense of anxiety. Upon arriving outside the ancestral temple, he found Mo Yueyao vigilantly guarding, while inside, Lin Xiaotian calmly absorbed the essence of the dual pupils.
The head of the Lin family was consumed by fury. You ungrateful wretch! He extended his hand, intending to pull Lin Xiaotian from the Imperial Heart Spring. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian was surrounded by two swirling spheres of dark divine power, indeed, the essence of the dual pupils, yet he had not fully refined them. If he could stop Lin Xiaotian now, everything could still be salvaged. However, a wall of flame suddenly erupted, isolating the head of the Lin family and the three elders. Below, Mo Yueyao had drawn forth a treasure mirror imbued with a trace of the Sun Empress's true fire. The scorching true fire emanated from the mirror, enveloping the ancestral grounds of the Lin family entirely. Though merely a trace, it was the Sun Empress's power, a manifestation of imperial might. This was not something the head of the Lin family and the others could breach with mere strength. To approach it would spell certain death. This barrier completely severed the head of the Lin family and the three elders from intervening in Lin Xiaotian's actions at that moment. Mo Yueyao, resolute, held the mirror aloft, declaring, "I will not permit you to disturb Xiaotian. He shall surely achieve the dual pupils and obtain the potential of an emperor." Her gaze was unwavering, as if she would not retreat even unto death. Furious, the head of the Lin family retorted, "Mo Yueyao, this is the Lin family, not your Sun Emperor's clan. Do you think that with merely a mirror imbued with imperial might, I cannot contend with you?" Indeed, the object in Mo Yueyao's possession was but a tool containing the true fire of the Sun Empress, not the Sun Empress herself descending. The Lin family had once harbored two imperial powers. Although they were now facing the twilight of their imperial elder, they were not to be easily subjugated. Dealing with merely a tool infused with imperial might was quite manageable. Even in Lin Xiaoyao's absence, they were more than capable. Sword of the Ancestor, I beseech you to lend your strength to the younger generation. The head of the Lin family showed no hesitation as he summoned the imperial weapon left by the Voidless Emperor, the Voidless Sword. Clang! The resounding cry of the sword echoed across the heavens. It rang out like the song of a phoenix. A beam of light surged forth from the depths of the Lin family's dragon vein, accompanied by a tempestuous sword aura, akin to a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. This was the imperial weapon of the Lin family's first emperor, the Voidless Sword. The sword shimmered silver-white, adorned with a crimson vein, depicting the profound truths of the Tao. The Voidless Sword hovered in the air, its radiant blade tearing apart the surrounding space, an exceedingly sharp aura sweeping across the entire great void domain. A mere flicker of sword energy shot forth, cleaving a star in the distant cosmos in twain. Such was the might of the Voidless Sword. The head of the Lin family did not grip the sword's hilt, for this was a matter of respect. Only those recognized by the Voidless Emperor or the Voidless Sword could wield it. Moreover, the Voidless Sword required no wielder. An imperial weapon of such caliber possessed its own consciousness. Mo Yueyao. Step aside now. I, as the head of the family, can overlook this matter for the sake of the Sun Empress. However, should you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family again, do not blame me for being merciless beneath my sword. Chapter 20. The qualities of a great emperor, merely mediocre before Lin Xiao. The head of the Lin family was genuinely furious, for he was acutely aware of the considerable trouble Lin Xiaotian had caused.
This matter had the potential to escalate dramatically. If Lin Xiaoyao chose not to pursue the issue, and Lin Xiaotian managed to attain the dual pupil, then the situation would naturally diminish in severity. The family would gain a new imperial-level genius, who, although somewhat unruly, could be reprimanded as necessary. However, if Lin Xiaoyao opted to investigate the matter further, even the patriarch could not guarantee Lin Xiaotian's safety. His anger was partly fueled by the fear that Lin Xiaoyao, in a fit of rage, might execute Lin Xiaotian on the spot. Moreover, he was reluctant to take action against Mo Yueyao unless absolutely necessary, as she might very well become his future daughter-in-law, being the daughter of a Grand Elder from the Solar Emperor clan. The announcement of an alliance between the Lin family and the Solar Emperor clan had only just been made by the Solar Empress. To suddenly turn against the daughter of the Grand Elder was, quite frankly, inappropriate. Thus, the head of the Lin family found himself in a predicament, hoping that Mo Yueyao would graciously step aside to avoid a situation where retreat was impossible. However, Mo Yueyao remained obstinate, unyielding like a mule, and instead played the emotional card.
Uncle Lin, why are you pressing so hard? Xiaotian merely wishes to prove himself, why deny him this opportunity? He seeks only to demonstrate that what others can achieve, so too can he. Now that Xiaotian is integrating the essence of the dual pupil, why must you interrupt him? Isn't it a good thing for the Lin family if he succeeds in attaining the dual pupil? Upon hearing her words, the Lin family patriarch felt the veins on his forehead throb violently.
Did he not wish to indulge his son? Before the incident involving Lin Xiao, he had already invested considerable resources to secure Lin Xiaotian's qualifications. He valued his child deeply, yet Lin Xiaotian's actions now. Should the great Emperor Xiaoyao hold this against him, Lin Xiaotian's life would be in jeopardy. After much internal conflict, the patriarch, still maintaining his composure, spoke resolutely. Lin Xiaotian is currently in violation of family rules, trespassing upon ancestral grounds. Mo Yueyao, you are not a member of the Lin family. Step aside at once and do not impede me from enforcing family law. He was exercising immense restraint were it not for the recent news brought back by the fourth elder regarding the Solar Empress's announcement of goodwill towards the Lin family. He would have swiftly dealt with the foolish woman without a second thought. Yet, Mo Yueyao remained impervious to reason, defiantly declaring, I shall not yield, unless you kill me. The Lin family patriarch was nearly consumed by rage. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian, who had been slowly refining the essence of the dual pupil in the imperial heart pool, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed at the patriarch. Father! What is this? Do you also intend to thwart my achievement of the dual pupil? Humph, I shall deny you this opportunity. I, Lin Xiaotian, am destined to possess the qualities of a great emperor. With that, he audaciously swallowed the essence of the dual pupil before him. This essence, the entirety of what resided in the imperial heartspring, was immensely powerful. Lin Xiaotian consumed it all in one go, fully aware that he was risking everything. He left no room for retreat and forced the patriarch into a corner. No one had anticipated that Lin Xiaotian would take such a drastic step. The essence of the dual pupil was left by the great Emperor Wushu. Others would experience rejection upon absorption, necessitating a gradual assimilation with their own essence. Otherwise, they would face a violent repulsion, resulting in the inability to refine the dual pupil essence, with the potential of losing their essence entirely. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to instant death. The Lin family patriarch bellowed, unfilial son, I should have dealt with you decisively from the start. As the patriarch, he bore a share of responsibility for his son's grievous mistakes, yet now, with Lin Xiaotian having swallowed all the essence, it was too late to intervene. Mo Yueyao, witnessing this scene, felt no panic over Lin Xiaotian's reckless actions. Instead, she admired his audacity. She addressed the Lin family patriarch and the third and fifth elders. Uncle Lin, esteemed elders, you have witnessed it yourselves. Xiaotian has forced himself into a corner to prove his worth. Should he succeed in refining the essence, the Lin family will acquire a genius with the potential of a great emperor. At that point, Xiaotian will be your Lin family's sole hope. Will you still worry that the great Emperor Xiaoyao will seek his life? Indeed, Lin Xiaotian's audacity stemmed from his reckless nature. He understood that if he succeeded in attaining the dual pupil, he would be the Lin family's only genius with the potential of a great emperor. Considering the future of the Lin family, the great Emperor Xiaoyao would not be overly harsh on him. Upon hearing her words, the Lin family patriarch's face flushed with anger, and he struggled to contain the surging power within him. The third elder, recognizing the gravity of the situation, spoke urgently to the patriarch. Patriarch, the die is cast. Xiaotian, alas, let us wait for him to refine the essence of the dual pupil. Regardless of his success or failure, we shall leave the decision to the return of the great ancestor. The fifth elder pondered for a moment before adding, he has forcibly integrated the essence into his body. It is now impossible to separate it, alas. Let us await the great ancestor's return for resolution. Both the third and fifth elders concurred that the matter should be addressed upon Lin Xiaoyao's return. Given the complexity of Lin Xiaotian's actions, any misstep could provoke the newly allied Solar Emperor clan and render the great Emperor Wushu's intentions futile. In the ancient lands of the Immortal Ruins, Lin Xiao refined 3,000 source seeds, ascending directly to the pinnacle of the divine seed realm. These 3,000 source seeds required no further ritual or integration, they took root seamlessly within his 3,000 source repositories, as if they had always belonged to him. Each source seed corresponded to a unique Tao, embodying the most exquisite essence of power, far surpassing typical divine seeds. When the 3,000 divine seeds fully merged with Lin Xiao's source repositories, his aura surged dramatically. In an instant, he reached the apex of the divine seed realm. Lin Xiaoyao gasped in astonishment. Just yesterday, Lin Xiao had begun his cultivation, and today he had already attained the pinnacle of the second major realm. Such strength was beyond that of even a potential great emperor. Is this the essence of the primordial body? As the 3,000 source repositories reverted to their essence, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, now imbued with a profound aura of the Tao. Although Lin Xiao had previously exuded an unmistakable sense of unity with the heavens, this sensation intensified following the integration of the 3,000 source seeds. At this moment, any ordinary cultivator standing beside Lin Xiao for an extended period would feel an overwhelming urge to comprehend the Tao. This was the result of the 3,000 source seeds residing within him. Ceasing his cultivation, Lin Xiaoyao hurried forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, uncle, you embarked on your cultivation journey just yesterday, and today you have already reached the pinnacle of the divine seed realm. What potential for greatness could possibly compare to you? You have truly opened my eyes. Chapter 21. Scavenging the old earth of the Immortal Ruins. Regarding Lin Xiaoyao's compliments, Lin Xiao feigned dissatisfaction, though even he was astonished by the rapid advancement of the primordial body. Lin Xiaoyao continued, before my esteemed grandfather Wushu passed away, he transformed his heart into a spring, embedding the essence of the within it. This divine spring harbors an immense reservoir of divine power, which, upon my uncle's return, he may absorb to enhance his energy. I trust that at that time, my uncle's realm will ascend further. Lin Xiaoyao's joy was genuine. The greater Lin Xiao became, the more splendid the future of the Lin family would be. Lin Xiao chuckled, that is a fragment of hope left by my father for the family. Yet, has no one managed to absorb that essence of thee and refine it? With the memory simulation provided by the system, Lin Xiao was well aware of the legacy left by the Emperor Wushu. The Emperor had once confided in him that he would leave whatever he could for the family after his demise. Lin Xiao expressed surprise, even after 100,000 years, no one has managed to condense the? Lin Xiaoyao sighed, the inadequacies of the descendants have surely brought embarrassment to my uncle. Lin Xiao smiled gently, no matter, the talent of an individual is preordained by the heavens. As long as our Lin family remains united, all will be well. Lin Xiaoyao proudly declared, indeed, the Lin family has always been of one mind. Lin Xiao nodded, pleased to see how well Lin Xiaoyao managed the family affairs. At that moment, a breathtaking figure descended from the heavens. It was the Sun Empress, who had vanquished both the immortal Thunder Mountain and the chaotic city. Upon her arrival beside Lin Xiao, the Sun Empress remained silent, merely standing gracefully by his side. Lin Xiaoyao, recognizing the unspoken understanding, refrained from unnecessary chatter. Lin Xiao smiled, just as well, my affairs are concluded here. Were you not in search of the Fusang Divine Tree? Let us embark together. The Sun Empress nodded, no need to search. I already know its location. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, the Sun Empress waved her hand, summoning a celestial blaze of solar fire that engulfed the heavens. At that instant, a golden light flickered in the distance, harmonizing with the celestial flames. In the far reaches of Lin Xiao's vision, an immense tree stood tall. Its height was unfathomable, radiant in golden hues, reminiscent of blazing flames. Each leaf was as vast as a galaxy, with a grand star cradled upon each one. The Sun Empress remarked, the Fusang Divine Tree thrives on the utmost yang energy of the universe. My solar fire is most readily absorbed by it. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Xiao quickly grasped the situation. I see now. Then let us proceed. You may seek the secrets of the solar fire's deficiency, while Xiaoyao and I will continue our exploration of the old earth of the Immortal Ruins to uncover other opportunities. Should you require assistance, I shall send Xiaoyao to aid you. He did not intend to accompany the Sun Empress to the Fusang Divine Tree but rather planned to act separately. However, the Sun Empress halted him, saying, will you not join me? Perhaps there are fortuitous opportunities within the Fusang Divine Tree that are suitable for you. She wished for Lin Xiao to accompany her. Yet Lin Xiao smiled, no need, you should attend to your own matters first. The timings of the old earth of the Immortal Ruins vary, it may vanish once more shortly. You must go quickly, lest we waste time. The Sun Empress, upon hearing this, ceased her insistence on Lin Xiu joining her and said, "Very well, should there be an opportunity suitable for you, I shall bring it back." Lin Xiu responded with a smile, "Do we truly need to differentiate between us? Go now," he urged. "We shall return together later." Though he did not plan to accompany the Sun Empress to the Fusang Divine Tree, he assured her that he would await her return. The Sun Empress nodded and set off towards the Fusang Divine Tree. Watching her disappear beneath the tree, Lin Xiaoyao inquired, "Uncle, are we truly not going together? This old earth of the immortal ruins is abundant with opportunities. Perhaps something within the Fusang Divine Tree could benefit you." Lin Xiu chuckled softly, "No need. Even if there are opportunities within the Fusang Divine Tree, they would belong to her. If I were to go, and fortune were to favor me, she would undoubtedly think of offering it to me first. She has rendered us such great assistance. We cannot take advantage of her further." Indeed, this was Lin Xiu's sentiment. In truth, had it not been for the Sun Empress's presence, the endeavor to obtain the 3,000 divine seeds would have been a fierce battle. It was only due to her aid that it was achieved so effortlessly. Lin Xiaoyao nodded. "I understand, uncle." 3 days later, the colossal Kuan, which bore the old earth of the immortal ruins, let out a great cry. This was a signal, indicating its return to the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Lin Xiu was scavenging for treasures within a dilapidated palace. The primordial body proved indeed formidable, possessing an acute sensitivity to the aberrant energies surrounding him. In merely 3 days, he had amassed a considerable trove of treasures thanks to the keen perception of the primordial body. As for the sacred medicines, they were plentiful, numbering in the dozens. Most notably, there were items that would make even emperors envious: azure gold from the firmament, chaotic earth, an unknown half-corpse exuding a terrifying pressure, and a pair of dragon horns. With Lin Xiaoyao serving as a powerful aid, Lin Xiu collected all these treasures without hesitation. Lin Xiaoyao was visibly elated. The bounty from this expedition into the immortal ruins surpassed all recorded treasures acquired by anyone since time immemorial. Lin Xiaoyao remarked, "Uncle, the Kuan has cried out. The old earth of the immortal ruins is about to vanish again. We must depart swiftly, otherwise, if the mists of the old earth rise again, even I cannot guarantee that I could lead you out safely." Should the mists return, it was indeed possible for even an emperor to become lost. Many years prior, emperors had attempted to venture forth after the Kuan's cry, only to find themselves unwilling to emerge from the depths. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu gazed towards the distant Fusang Divine Tree. Just then, the Sun Empress soared into view. Lin Xiu cheerfully inquired, "How did it go? Were you successful?" The Sun Empress nodded, and with a wave of her hand, the towering Fusang Divine Tree, akin to a colossal pillar, swiftly shrank and flew into her grasp. The Sun Empress stated, "The secret to the deficiency of the solar fire lies in consuming the fruit of the Fusang Divine Tree. I have now refined this tree, we merely await its fruit." Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. A joyous occasion for all. Let us return together. Chapter 22. Lin Xiu returns. The great void shakes. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Lin family was rather somber. Those of notable standing within the clan were well aware of the recent events. Lin Xiaotian had taken it upon himself to unlock the Imperial Heartspring, refining the essence of the heavy pupil. Although a welcoming party for Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiu awaited their return, the expressions of the family patriarch and the 9 elders were shrouded in clouds of worry. They pondered how to justify the situation upon Lin Xiaoyao's return. Should Lin Xiaoyao choose not to pursue the matter, it would be of little consequence. However, if he were to investigate further, it could be deemed a significant disrespect. The patriarch felt a pent-up frustration with no outlet, his mind in turmoil, uncertain of how to explain matters when Lin Xiaoyao returned. At this juncture, Lin Xiu, Lin Xiaoyao, and the Sun Empress traversed the void at an astonishing speed. Along the way, the Sun Empress suddenly changed her attire. Previously adorned with the Fire Phoenix crown and draped in a resplendent robe of the blazing sun, she exuded an imperial aura that compelled reverence. Now, she had donned a golden red gown, removed her crown, and reigned in her imperial might. Though she still appeared noble, a haughty disdain that once characterized her presence had dissipated. If the former Sun Empress resembled a queen, the current version seemed more akin to a princess, possessing less arrogance and more vivacity. Noticing her transformation, Lin Xiu inquired with curiosity, "Why have you changed your attire?" The Sun Empress remained silent but suddenly blushed, averting her gaze. In that moment, Lin Xiu recognized that this gown bore a striking resemblance to a figure from his memories, their first meeting 100,000 years ago. A faint smile graced Lin Xiu's lips as he comprehended the Sun Empress's intention. If life were but as it was at first sight, why would the autumn winds mourn the painted fan? Ahead, Lin Xiaoyao maintained a meditative silence, his gaze focused inward. Before long, Lin Xiu and Lin Xiaoyao finally stepped into the Great Void Domain. Upon entering its bounds, the members of the Lin family immediately sensed the overwhelming imperial aura emanating from Lin Xiaoyao.
Their spirits soared with excitement. The ancestor Xiaoyao has returned. Has he brought back the young ancestor? Certainly, otherwise, how could the Sun Imperial clan ally with us? I am eager to see what manner of person this young ancestor is. He must be extraordinary.
After all, as the third-generation grandson of the imperishable emperor, Lin Xiaoyao's innate talent is already remarkable, and this young ancestor is the direct offspring of the imperishable emperor. One can only imagine the prodigious gifts he possesses.
Their discussions echoed throughout, and even those in the Great Void Domain were aware of the young ancestor's return.
The formidable imperial presence was impossible to overlook. Moreover, recent news of the Sun Empress's destruction of the immortal Thunder Mountain and Chaos City in celebration of the young ancestor's return had spread like wildfire. Thus, when Lin Xiaoyao arrived, the focus of all eyes in the Great Void Domain converged upon the Lin family. The imperishable emperor still has descendants in the world. How terrifying! It seems the realm shall soon witness another emperor. Every imperial scion possesses the potential to ascend to supremacy, and with the Sun Imperial clan's alliance with the Lin family, the latter is poised for dominance for millennia to come. An elder from a prominent sect lamented, having thought that Lin Xiaoyao was entering his twilight years and that the Lin family faced a lack of successors. The once mighty imperial clan, which had towered over all forces in the Great Void Domain, seemed destined for decline. Little did they expect that the imperishable emperor had retained a lineage among mortals. With Lin Xiaoyao, the third-generation grandson of the imperishable emperor, already so formidable, what kind of innate talent could his direct descendant possess? Many powerful prodigies were eager to make their mark. The direct descendant of the ancient emperor? Excellent, I have long heard of the imperishable emperor's might. If I cannot contend with the young imperishable emperor, then facing his son will suffice. The direct descendant of the ancient emperor, I wonder what level of cultivation he possesses. If sufficient, I shall challenge him. If not, I shall await my turn to catch up. Each of these ambitious prodigies, endowed with imperial potential, exhibited audacity, yearning to challenge this ancient scion. When Lin Xiaoyao, accompanied by Lin Xiao, appeared above the Lin family, all discussions fell silent, every gaze fixated upon Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao. Although they also noticed the Sun Empress in her changed attire, it drew little attention. None associated her with the Sun Empress. The focus remained solely on Lin Xiao and Lin Xiaoyao. With a grand gesture, Lin Xiaoyao's voice resonated across the heavens.
The young ancestor has returned. Kneel.
As his words echoed, tens of thousands of Lin family members knelt in unison.
We pay our respects to the young ancestor. Descendants of the Lin family, we welcome the young ancestor home.
Walking along the Golden Lotus Avenue, Lin Xiao beheld the spectacle of the Lin family members kneeling in homage. He felt a profound sense of awe. Though he had encountered many astonishing scenes in his memories, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Moreover, the grandeur of this display overshadowed even that of ancient emperors. It was indeed a moment of unparalleled significance. As Lin Xiao traversed the Golden Lotus Avenue, the silver-armored warriors on either side knelt one by one. In mere minutes, he had covered the 3,000-mile distance. His own pace was not so swift, rather, it was Lin Xiaoyao who utilized divine means to traverse the ground in an instant. Upon reaching the throng of Lin family members, over 10,000 individuals simultaneously prostrated.
We welcome the young ancestor.
Though Lin Xiao felt an inner thrill, he maintained the composure befitting his station.
Rise.
As the Lin family members stood, the patriarch scrutinized the young ancestor who had emerged from the depths of the divine source. A sense of surprise washed over him. This young ancestor's physique appeared most extraordinary, suffused with an aura reminiscent of the Tao, akin to the child of the great Tao itself. It felt ethereal, as if he were near yet out of reach. However, a peculiar thought nagged at him: why did the young ancestor's cultivation only seem to be at the divine seed realm? He had yet to break free from his shackles. It was noteworthy that Lin Xiao appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Ordinarily, a prodigy of imperial lineage would have reached the divine transformation realm by that age. For instance, the Sun Empress reached the pinnacle of divine transformation at merely 16, truly a testament to her imperial potential. In contrast, Lin Xiao's current state of merely being at the divine seed realm inevitably paled in comparison. The patriarch and elders of the Lin family were unable to discern Lin Xiao's primordial body, which was not surprising. Such a physique had not been seen throughout history, known only to a select few who understood ancient mysteries. Nevertheless, even if Lin Xiao's cultivation appeared lacking, the patriarch and the others could merely express mild surprise. After all, he was their young ancestor, and they dared not speculate recklessly. Lin Xiaoyao stepped forward, saying, "Uncle, these esteemed individuals are the patriarch of the Lin family and the elders. Under their stewardship, the Lin family has flourished." Lin Xiao nodded, allowing everyone to rise, and exchanged pleasantries with the patriarch.
The Lin family is fortunate to have you all.
The legacy left by my father, to thrive as it does, is in no small part due to your efforts." The patriarch and the 9 elders were profoundly moved. "The young ancestor speaks highly of us. To be born into the Lin family is our honor. Serving the Lin family is our duty." They found great comfort in Lin Xiu's words, feeling it to be an acknowledgement of their contributions. Lin Xiu smiled. He then engaged in brief conversation with a few elders and the patriarch, refraining from making grand proclamations as a leader would. He chose instead to converse with key figures. After making a brief appearance before the Lin family, Lin Xiu stated, "Having been away for 100,000 years and absent when my father passed, please take me to see him." Out of respect and reason, his first act upon returning to the family was to pay homage to his father, the imperishable emperor. Lin Xiaoyao, hearing this, remarked, "Uncle, grandfather's statue is enshrined in the ancestral temple. Come, I shall guide you there." Coincidentally, the imperial heartspring left by grandfather is also within the ancestral temple. After paying tribute to grandfather, you may enter seclusion there. As Lin Xiaoyao spoke, the patriarch and the 9 elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing unease. Both Lin Xiu and Lin Xiaoyao sensed the discord. Lin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" The patriarch's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he knelt before them, declaring, "Ancestors, young ancestor, I have failed in my duties, unworthy of our forebears. Regarding the primordial body, though it has not been seen throughout history, why are there records of it in the world? This is a matter the author has considered, and explanations will follow later." I hope the reader understands, while the author may be somewhat inexperienced, there is still some thought behind these words. Chapter 23. When shall the affairs of the Lin family be subject to the meddling of an outsider? As the head of the Lin family suddenly knelt before him with a thud, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiaoyao's expression darkened as he ceased his inquiries and expanded his divine consciousness, enveloping an area of 10,000 miles. Instantly, all that transpired within the ancestral temple was vividly portrayed in Lin Xiaoyao's mind. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian was in the midst of refining the power of the dual pupils, and it appeared he was on the verge of success. Lin Xiaoyao's countenance darkened upon witnessing this. A tremendous pressure surged forth, rendering the head of the Lin family and the 9 elders incapable of lifting their heads. He had clearly stated before his departure that the imperial heartspring should not be activated until his return. Furthermore, prior to his arrival, he had instructed Lin Xiu to enter the imperial heartspring for seclusion. Now, upon his return, to find the situation had escalated to this point, how could he not be enraged? Was this a challenge to his authority, and to make him appear untrustworthy before Lin Xiu? All present felt a chill run through them, not daring to even breathe. Although Lin Xiaoyao was an emperor, he had always been relatively amiable within the family. However, the fury he displayed now was evidently genuine. The wrath of an emperor is not to be trifled with. Lin Xiaoyao's expression was frigid as he regarded the head of the Lin family and the 9 elders, stating, "You had best provide this emperor with a clear explanation of the situation." He did not immediately accuse them of defying imperial orders but rather granted them an opportunity to explain. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, lacking the means possessed by Lin Xiaoyao. He was unaware of the specifics. It was the Sun Empress who approached him and said, "Someone within the ancestral temple is absorbing from a divine pool." At this revelation, Lin Xiu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and understood Lin Xiaoyao's fierce reaction. However, he chose to remain silent, wishing to observe how Lin Xiaoyao would handle the matter. The Sun Empress, having informed Lin Xiu, also opted for silence. A wise woman does not interfere in the affairs of others. Faced with Lin Xiaoyao's inquiry, the head of the Lin family did not resort to evasions but rather recounted the events that had transpired in full detail. He explained Lin Xiaotian's fears regarding the potential loss of his qualifications to enter the imperial heartspring due to Lin Xiu's return, as well as the subsequent series of events. In conclusion, the head of the Lin family once more knelt and bowed, saying, "I have failed to properly discipline my son. This is indeed my dereliction of duty, and I accept any punishment from the emperor." Having listened to the head of the Lin family's account, Lin Xiaoyao gained a clearer understanding of the situation. He was aware of the weight of the dual pupil's origin and coldly remarked, "Wait until I deal with you later." With a wave of his hand, he led Lin Xiu and the Sun Empress into the ancestral temple. After Lin Xiaoyao and the others departed, the eldest elder of the Lin family sighed and assisted the head of the Lin family to his feet, saying, "Head, you should go with the emperor. I shall handle matters here." He then addressed the other elders, saying, "You should go as well." The head of the Lin family and the others, their faces ashen, nodded in agreement before transforming into streaks of light and pursuing after Lin Xiaoyao. By the side of the ancestral temple, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiu arrived, only to be confronted by Mo Yueyao, just as the head of the Lin family had been. Sensing the overwhelming imperial might emanating from Lin Xiaoyao, even a fool could discern his identity. Who else but the Emperor Xiaoyao could traverse the Lin family with such ease? Moreover, she could feel the palpable fury radiating from him, nearly suffocating her. Having deduced Lin Xiaoyao's identity, the once fearless Mo Yueyao's complexion paled. It was inevitable. Anyone would feel apprehensive in the presence of an enraged emperor, yet, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, Mo Yueyao suppressed her deep-seated fear and defiantly blocked Lin Xiaoyao's path.
Emperor Xiaoyao.
Lin family emperor, Xiao Tian has reached a critical moment in merging the dual pupil's origin. Should he succeed, the Lin family will gain a singular prodigy with the potential to become an emperor. Lin Xiaoyao, radiating imperial authority, gazed at the girl obstructing him.
The head of the Lin family had already informed Lin Xiaoyao of Mo Yueyao's identity, thus his expression grew even darker upon seeing her. An outsider daring to interfere in the affairs of the Lin family?
This had crossed Lin Xiaoyao's threshold of tolerance. He paid no heed to the Sun Empress behind him and coldly stated, "When has it become your place, an outsider, to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family?" With that, he struck out with his palm.
He showed no regard for the Sun Empress's dignity. First, this was indeed a matter of the Lin family, and Mo Yueyao's interference was already a transgression. Second, he understood the Sun Empress's indifferent nature and her good rapport with Lin Xiao.
When one's kin errs, punishment must be meted out. Indeed, the Sun Empress merely observed with a detached demeanor. She had been listening to the unfolding events, and given the Sun Emperor's family's culpability in this matter, her intervention in the Lin family's affairs was unwarranted. Even if Lin Xiaoyao did not take action, she would have acted to rectify the situation, and now that Lin Xiaoyao had chosen to intervene, she remained uninvolved, grateful to him for addressing her own family's issues. Lin Xiao regarded Mo Yueyao's self-sacrificial demeanor with astonishment, pondering how such a foolish individual could exist in this world. Did she truly believe herself to be impressive? Although Lin Xiaoyao's strike was casual, the overwhelming imperial might stilled Mo Yueyao's blood, yet, she quickly regained her senses and drew forth an artifact infused with the Sun Empress's imperial might to resist. The true fire of the sun erupted from the treasure mirror, and a vast sea of flames instantly enveloped the entire space. Seeing this, the Sun Empress remained silent, her expression turning cold. In an instant, all the true fire of the sun was extinguished, even the treasure mirror in Mo Yueyao's hands shattered into fragments. Mo Yueyao was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, mistakenly believing Lin Xiaoyao's strength was simply too overwhelming. However, before she could process this, Lin Xiaoyao's palm had already struck her. This strike did not claim Mo Yueyao's life but instead shattered her bones, leaving her limp upon the ground. Lin Xiaoyao snorted dismissively, casting Mo Yueyao aside like refuse before striding into the ancestral temple. Lin Xiao and the Sun Empress passed by the crumpled Mo Yueyao, offering her only a cursory glance before disregarding her presence entirely within the imperial heartspring. Lin Xiaotian was nearing a critical juncture in merging the dual pupil's origin. Behind him, astonishing phenomena erupted. Lin Xiaoyao's expression darkened. At this stage, he could no longer intervene. Should he forcibly sever the dual pupil's origin, not only would Lin Xiaotian perish, but the essence of the dual pupil from the Emperor Wushu would also be damaged. A reservoir brimming with a vast amount of divine energy had been completely absorbed by Lin Xiaotian, leaving not a single drop behind. Chapter 24 Arrogance. The Lin family truly faces decline with you. In the instant all the springs were absorbed by Lin Xiaotian, an ancient aura dispersed in all directions. Lin Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes, and upon closer inspection, his pupils had transformed into two distinct orbs. Within those eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were shimmering. The alternation of yin and yang resembled the wondrous phenomena of chaos at its inception. Lin Xiaotian had succeeded. He had refined the primordial essence of the left by the Emperor Wushu and had become a. This was an extraordinary achievement, historically documented, unless they met with untimely demise, invariably ascended to the rank of emperor, and often as exceedingly formidable emperors. Even those who perished prematurely were renowned prodigies, standing out among their peers. This signified that a member of the younger generation of the Lin family had finally attained the potential to become an emperor. If nurtured properly, the future of the Lin family would undoubtedly see the rise of another emperor, paving the way for the formidable three-emperor gate. However, gazing at Lin Xiaotian, who had merged with the essence, Lin Xiaoyao felt no joy, only an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. Lin Xiao observed Lin Xiaotian with keen interest, eager to witness the transformation following his integration of the essence. Buzz! A thunderous sound erupted in the void as Nine suddenly materialized behind Lin Xiaotian. Then, from his recently evolved, a beam of chaotic light shot forth. This chaotic light coalesced behind him, swiftly forming the 10th, within which a chaotic divine seed was birthed. This was an divine seed. Moreover, the divine seeds within his other 9 also transcended instantaneously, evolving into divine seeds. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiaotian laughed heartily, unfurling his ten, standing at their center like a son of the heavens.
I have succeeded. Is this the might of A?
The elders were equally astonished. He truly succeeded. He has inherited the essence of our ancient ancestor, becoming the new generation of. It has been several millennia since A has emerged. Who would have thought that this young lad, Lin Xiaotian, would accomplish it? At this moment, the elders turned their gazes towards Lin Xiaoyao, as the situation had become quite complicated. According to clan regulations, Lin Xiaotian's action should have warranted the forfeiture of his cultivation, removal from the family tree, and even execution, yet now that he had become A, careful consideration was required. If they adhered strictly to family rules, they would eliminate A once in a millennium. The family could potentially lose a future emperor. Conversely, if they chose not to follow the family rules, how could they uphold the regulations established by Emperor Wushu? In that moment, the elders found themselves in a quandary. Glancing at Lin Xiaoyao, however, Lin Xiaoyao maintained a stoic expression, showing no signs of excitement or joy at Lin Xiaotian's awakening of the. In fact, he felt as though his grandfather's essence had been tarnished by such a disrespectful individual. After witnessing Lin Xiao's talent, these so-called imperial potentials appeared utterly insignificant to Lin Xiaoyao. 10 chaotic divine seeds, in comparison to Lin Xiao's 3,000 and 3,000 primordial. What were they worth? Lin Xiaotian's fusion with the essence resulted in the elevation of his, and even his divine seeds underwent transformation. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the, just a step away from entering the. Achieving the at such a young age would mark him as an unprecedented prodigy. Lin Xiaotian felt the surge of power coursing through him and caught sight of Mo Yueyao, who lay battered, her bones shattered. Their eyes met, and Mo Yueyao was instantly filled with tears of joy.
Xiaotian, you did it.
Lin Xiaotian approached Mo Yueyao, helping her to her feet.
Indeed, Yueyao, thank you for your protection.
He could not abandon Mo Yueyao, given her identity as the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Sun Emperor clan, which still held value to him. As Mo Yueyao rose, tears of gratitude welled in her eyes, feeling that all her sacrifices had been worth it. However, he merely helped her up, saying nothing further, not even offering a single healing elixir for her to consume. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, turned to the Sun Empress and remarked, "It seems the girls of your Sun Emperor clan are quite foolish."
The Sun Empress calmly responded, "Isn't it because they encountered the disgrace of your Lin family, encountering unworthy individuals?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed his nose. Fair enough, this was indeed the case. Lin Xiaotian spotted Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Xiao, the family head, and the 8 elders gathered outside the ancestral hall. After surveying the scene, he flashed a confident smile and addressed Lin Xiao, "Is this the little ancestor?" "I, Lin Xiaotian, pay my respects to the little ancestor." His demeanor was remarkably at ease, completely disregarding the surrounding atmosphere of anger and suppressed emotions. The family head coldly snorted, "Unfilial son.
How dare you not kneel before the little ancestor?"
He urged Lin Xiaotian to kneel quickly, for he could almost predict the impending consequences, yet, Lin Xiaotian seemed oblivious to the family head's words, merely bowing slightly to Lin Xiao.
The family head, seeing this, was furious. "Unfilial son, what a disgrace, is this how I have taught you?"
The family head was truly exasperated. He vehemently berated Lin Xiaotian, fearing that Lin Xiao might, in a fit of rage, render Lin Xiaotian powerless. Although Lin Xiao lacked the strength to do so, Lin Xiaoyao, the Emperor Xiaoyao, certainly did. Lin Xiaotian addressed the family head, "Father, I recall that the Saint's son has the right not to kneel before anyone, right?"
"Even before the ancestor, the Saint's son only needs to perform a bow."
The family head was infuriated. "Are you the Saint's son? That is a privilege reserved for the Saint's son.
What has it to do with you?"
The Lin family indeed held such a rule, permitting the Saint's son not to kneel before anyone within the family, even in the presence of an emperor, requiring only a respectful bow. Similar to the protocol of a prince entering the hall, however, Lin Xiaotian was no longer the Saint's son, yet he sought to enjoy the privileges of one. He smiled confidently. "In this generation of the Lin family, no one has condensed 10. Let alone a chaotic. I have achieved the open 10 and condensed a chaotic. This is the true potential of an emperor. How can the position of the Lin family Saint's son not belong to me? Is there truly anyone among the younger generation of the Lin family with greater talent than I?" Indeed, he was confident that he had already claimed the title of the Lin family Saint's son. No one in the entire family was more deserving than he. He possessed the potential of an emperor, was the son of the family head, and had integrated the of Emperor Wushu. Why should he not be entitled to this title? In response to Lin Xiaotian's words, the family head and several elders remained silent. Lin Xiao could no longer tolerate the scene. Possessing memories granted by the system, he still held some affection for the Lin family. Furthermore, as the son of Emperor Wushu, he felt a sense of responsibility he believed he needed to fulfill. For instance, imparting some guidance to his disobedient junior, observing Lin Xiaotian's demeanor, which suggested he viewed the position of Lin family saint's son as already within his grasp. Lin Xiao remarked coolly, "If the Lin family were to have someone like you as their saint son, it would indeed be a misfortune for the family." The author strives to write well and will not cease updates. Gifts will be calculated regularly. If gifts exceed 200 in a week, there will be 3 updates each day next week as a baseline. If it surpasses 500, there will be 4 updates daily as a baseline. Not if it exceeds 800, there will be 5 updates every day. Chapter 25 of Family Rules. If you are the holy son of the Lin family, then the Lin family is truly unfortunate. As soon as Lin Xiao uttered these words, the head of the Lin family staggered momentarily, darkness clouding his vision. Although it seemed merely a trivial disparagement, to the ears of the Lin family patriarch, it conveyed far deeper implications. What stature does Lin Xiao possess? He is the son of the first-generation emperor of the Lin family. Born 100,000 years ago, when Lin Xiao entered the world, the Lin family had yet to be established. Moreover, he is the uncle of the current Lin family emperor, the unfettered emperor. While Lin Xiao's words appeared to simply dismiss Lin Xiaotian's identity as the holy son, they were, in truth, a profound rejection. Even if you possess the dual pupils, I do not acknowledge you. Should Lin Xiao refuse to recognize Lin Xiaotian, then Lin Xiaotian's fate would be sealed. Even the identity of a dual pupil bearer could not save him. Lin Xiaotian had already breached the family rules, and instead of showing remorse, he now stood obstinately before Lin Xiao and the unfettered emperor, displaying his utter lack of contrition. Such behavior was utterly inexcusable. Lin Xiao's mere disapproval was tantamount to sentencing Lin Xiaotian to death. Aside from the Lin family patriarch, several elders, and the unfettered emperor naturally grasped Lin Xiao's sentiments. This recently returned young ancestor does not recognize Lin Xiaotian's dual pupils. Upon discerning Lin Xiao's definitive stance, Lin Xiaoyao instantly understood the course of action to take, a murderous intent gradually igniting in his eyes. In response to Lin Xiao's derision, Lin Xiaotian appeared momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that having achieved the dual pupils would elevate his standing within the Lin family, rendering his ascension to the role of holy son a foregone conclusion. Even if he had transgressed the family rules, he believed that, given his successful refinement of the dual pupils, a mere token punishment would suffice. Why then was he now branded as a disgrace to the family? How did the reality diverge so starkly from his expectations? Lin Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What does the young ancestor mean by this?" "I am now a bearer of the dual pupils, the hope of the family, destined to become an emperor and protect the Lin family for millennia." Surely, the young ancestor exaggerates? Lin Xiao's gaze remained indifferent. He sensed no error in his judgment. This individual named Lin Xiaotian was unlikely to achieve greatness and exhibited a certain foolishness. Lin Xiao replied coolly, "As the son of the Lin family patriarch, a leading figure among the younger generation, you not only fail to set an example but also conspire with outsiders, violating the rules of the Lin family. In your dealings, you show disrespect to your father and elders. In your conduct, you provide no role model or standard for others. To the family, you display disloyalty. With these 3 transgressions, if you claim to be the holy son of the Lin family, you would surely render the entire 3,000 domains a laughingstock." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian seemed to smirk coldly. "Young ancestor, it is not that I wish to collude with outsiders to invade our ancestral shrine. Rather, if I do not act swiftly, by the time the young ancestor returns, the source of the dual pupils may no longer be mine. This opportunity rightfully belongs to me, and the existence of the Imperial Heartspring is intended to foster the emergence of dual pupils within the family. Now that I have successfully refined the dual pupils, I have become the hope of the Lin family. What wrong have I committed?" He subtly insinuated that upon Lin Xiao's return, the Imperial Heartspring would be absorbed by him, leaving no chance for Lin Xiaotian. Then, as if he had come to a realization, he smiled slightly. "Is the young ancestor lamenting that I did not leave a share of the dual pupil source for you? I sincerely apologize, but I too am a member of the Lin family. Whether it is you or I who achieves the dual pupils, it is for the benefit of the Lin family, is it not?" With each pair of sentences, Lin Xiaotian sought to link himself to the Lin family and its future, adopting an exceedingly flippant tone, as if he were the sole sovereign. He calculated his importance to the Lin family, convinced that any punishment would merely be a formality. After all, he was a bearer of the dual pupils. If he were to be dealt with according to the family rules, who would safeguard the Lin family's future? Lin Xiao felt a sense of helplessness as he looked at the patriarch of the Lin family and sighed. He could discern that the patriarch was a perceptive individual. However, why had he fathered such a foolish son? The patriarch of the Lin family, upon witnessing Lin Xiao's sigh directed at him, felt as though his heart had plunged into despair. He understood that Lin Xiao's sigh was not an expression of frustration toward Lin Xiaotian, but rather a lamentation born of the inability to find a justification for sparing Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiao addressed Lin Xiaotian coolly. The source of the dual pupils left by my father was intended for the prosperity of the family, to ensure the Lin family thrives for millennia. Yet you, as a descendant of the Lin family, repeatedly violate the family rules. This source of the dual pupils is, by right, a legacy meant for the Lin family. I shall not claim it. If you had patiently awaited my return, everything that is meant to be would ultimately belong to you. But now, not only have you brought outsiders into the Lin family ancestral shrine, but you have also colluded with them to obstruct me, the patriarch of the Lin family. My father lived a life of integrity and dedication to the Lin family, while you exhibit such a nature. To have my father's dual pupil source in your possession is nothing short of an affront. Xiaoyao, Lin Xiao called out to Lin Xiaoyao. According to the rules of the Lin family, how should one who intrudes upon the ancestral shrine and conspires with outsiders be dealt with? Lin Xiao had no intention of engaging in further discourse with this dim-witted individual. What of being a bearer of the dual pupils, Lin Xiao was unfazed. He understood deeply that without rules, there can be no order. The law applies equally to sovereign and commoner alike. Only by entirely upholding the law can the established rules hold true. Lin Xiaoyao responded without hesitation. According to the regulations set forth by our grandfather, Lin Xiaotian's actions warrant the complete revocation of his cultivation, to be imprisoned in the abyss of 10,000 demons until death. Lin Xiao nodded and then turned his indifferent gaze toward the patriarch of the Lin family, stating, "Very well, the Lin family has stood for 100,000 years. The family rules must not be dishonored. Thus, let us proceed according to the family regulations. As the current patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Xiaotian is your son, and you, as the leader of the Lin family, shall determine the punishment for Lin Xiaotian." Upon hearing this, the patriarch's eyes darkened completely, filled with disappointment, anger, and helplessness as he gazed at Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian, equally taken aback, stared incredulously at Lin Xiao, his expression frozen in disbelief, as if he had misheard or misunderstood. The patriarch stood rooted in place, as if his soul had been snatched away. The very situation he most feared had come to pass. Lin Xiaotian was to be stripped of his cultivation, expelled from the family tree, and eternally imprisoned in the abyss of 10,000 demons. Even the other elders displayed expressions of mild astonishment. They had speculated various outcomes, perhaps confinement, corporal punishment, or even an external assignment for training, each possibility aimed at both cultivating the dual pupil bearer and preserving the family's honor. However, they had never anticipated that Lin Xiao would directly choose to enforce the family rules against Lin Xiaotian. After all, Lin Xiaotian was already a bearer of the dual pupils. Adhering to the family rules effectively pronounced a death sentence. Lin Xiaoyao's demeanor turned icy as he exclaimed, "Lin Tianqing, did you not hear?" Lin Tianqing was the name of the patriarch of the Lin family. The vigorous heavens inspire a gentleman to strive unceasingly. Lin Tianqing's expression turned pale as he glanced at Lin Xiaotian, his features contorting in anguish as he bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. "I accept my orders." He then approached Lin Xiaotian, his countenance ashen. Lin Xiaotian, witnessing this, felt an involuntary unease creeping into his heart. Chapter 26 of The Worthless Talent of the Great Emperor. Lin Xiaotian once believed that having achieved the rare twin pupils would exempt him from the family's disciplinary regulations. After all, this was a sign of imperial potential, a treasure to be cherished by any faction, indulged in every way. The mere thought of his cultivation being discarded was unfathomable. Even the slightest injury inflicted upon him would invoke the heartache of the family's powerful members. Despite the Lin family's strict rules, he presumed that any punishment would merely be a token gesture, a light reprimand, especially with his father being the clan leader. As he gazed at Lin Xiao, the recently returned scion, a look of confusion clouded his features. He was a bearer of the twin pupils, a talent destined for greatness. How could anyone dare to act against him? Yet, as he observed Lin Tianqing approaching, disbelief washed over him. Could his father truly be contemplating the eradication of his abilities? No, wait. Before Lin Xiaotian could utter a word, Mo Yueyao surged forward. Having just consumed a miraculous herb to mend her injuries, her fractured bones barely healed, she stood defiantly in front of Lin Xiaotian. Addressing Lin Tianqing, she cried, "Clan leader, Xiaotian is your son. What do you intend to do? He is still a twin pupil bearer, a future emperor." Yet, Lin Tianqing paid her no heed, his face trembling as he slowly advanced towards Lin Xiaotian. Mo Yueyao recognized the futility of pleading with Lin Tianqing. He was merely the executor of the will. The true authority lay with Lin Xiao. Thus, she turned to Lin Xiao and shouted, "Son of the imperishable emperor! Xiaotian is a twin pupil wielder. Can you simply discard him at will? Have you considered the future of the Lin family? If Xiaotian perishes, the loss would be immeasurable. Are you envious of him?" She understood that Lin Xiao was the pivotal figure among them. Only his command could potentially save Lin Xiaotian. As for resistance with the imposing presence of Lin Xiaoyao, any rebellion would be futile. However, her approach, while correct in its intent, appeared naive. Lin Xiao offered no response to her accusations, instead addressing the Sun Empress beside him. The members of your clan are your responsibility. The Sun Empress nodded in acknowledgement. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed an invisible slap. Crack, the sharp sound echoed, and while it did not shatter Moyao's bones as Lin Xiaoyao might have, it rendered her unconscious. The Sun Empress turned to Lin Xiao and remarked, "Very well, continue with your affairs." The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the sight of Moyao being struck down. Even the elders and clan leader failed to discern the source of the attack. Only Lin Xiaoyao was aware. The only one standing in the way had been sent flying, and he watched as his biological father drew closer. For the first time, Lin Xiaotian felt a surge of panic. He realized that Lin Xiao was not jesting. He truly intended to incapacitate him. Lin Xiaotian was bewildered. He had believed that his twin pupils would shield him from such severe punishment, yet here he was, facing the imminent wrath of his own father. In a desperate bid for clarity, he shouted at Lin Xiao, "What do you want, Lin Xiao? Do you wish to ruin me? I am a bearer of the twin pupils. I possess the original essence of the imperishable emperor. I am the hope of the Lin family. If you discard me, you will become the family's sinner." As he frantically retreated, a force held him in place, rendering him immobile. The elders behind Lin Xiao exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. They seemed to wish to voice their concerns, yet were at a loss for words. Lin Xiao, perceptive to their unease, chuckled inwardly. It was evident that they sought to intercede on Lin Xiaotian's behalf. Regardless of his status as a twin pupil bearer, the loss of such talent would be a significant blow to the family. Lin Xiao understood their reticence. Even Lin Xiaoyao offered unwavering support. They would not dare to challenge him. Nonetheless, he suspected they might deem him reckless, possibly believing he was envious of Lin Xiaotian's twin pupils or resented him for having absorbed the imperial essence. Realizing he needed to demonstrate his power to earn their respect and quell their doubts, Lin Xiao responded to Lin Xiaotian's outburst, "You claim to be the hope of the Lin family? Do not flatter yourself. If I were to allow you to remain in the family, I would be the true sinner. What does it matter if you are a twin pupil bearer? What worth is imperial potential? You must accept the consequences of violating our clan's rules. The Lin family does not require those who disrespect our regulations. Without rules, chaos ensues. The Lin family has thrived for 100,000 years due to these regulations and their teachings. If everyone were to treat our rules as mere formalities, what purpose would there be in nurturing someone like you, who shows no respect for their elders and acts without restraint? Setting aside whether your mindset can truly lead you to become an emperor, even if you were to achieve such a title in the future, I would still cast you aside today." As his words resonated, Lin Xiao summoned forth his 3,000 source reservoirs and 3,000 original divine seeds. An overwhelming radiance and terrifying essence filled the atmosphere in an instant. Each divine seed represented one of the 3,000 pathways. The spectacle of the 3,000 original seeds resonating together was grand and imposing. The source reservoirs cascaded like a waterfall upon Lin Xiao, illuminating his form with a divine glow, rendering him akin to a celestial being, utterly sacred. This scene dazzled every observer present. The clan leader, 8 elders, and even the previously oblivious Sun Empress now gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Only Lin Xiaoyao, aware of the gravity of the situation, wore a proud expression, as if to say, "Did you see that? This is my uncle." It was truly astonishing, unprecedented in its magnitude. 3,000 source reservoirs, 3,000 original divine seeds. How could anyone in this world possess such otherworldly prowess? The elders, who had initially contemplated interceding for Lin Xiaotian, found their intentions stifled. Any grievances they harbored against Lin Xiao dissipated. In light of Lin Xiao's display, what significance did Lin Xiaotian's twin pupils hold? The Sun Empress, too, wore an expression of shock. 100,000 years prior, she had recognized Lin Xiao's extraordinary constitution, which had led the imperishable emperor to forbid him from cultivating. Witnessing Lin Xiao manifest 3,000 source reservoirs had already left her astounded. She had thought that would be the pinnacle of his capabilities, yet now he had not only opened 3,000 reservoirs but also condensed 3,000 original divine seeds. This level of talent transcended mere genius. It was monstrous. Was the Taichu physique truly this formidable? The clan leader, upon witnessing this spectacle, was similarly stunned, and he soon grasped why Lin Xiao had been so resolute in his decision to discard Lin Xiaotian's twin pupils. Why Lin Xiaoyao was so completely devoted to him, and why the Sun Empress had declared an alliance with the Lin family upon the emergence of this scion. Surely, it was due to the terrifying talent that Lin Xiao possessed. With such a prodigy within the Lin family, what significance did it hold if his son merely cultivated twin pupils? He was but an arrogant youth with imperial potential. Whether he was discarded or not was inconsequential. Thus, the clan leader relinquished any remaining hopes, resolutely moving towards Lin Xiaotian, intent on stripping him of his cultivation in essence. The most riveting reaction, however, belonged to Lin Xiaotian himself. Chapter 27. Lin Xiaotian, useless. Lin Xiaotian gazed at the unprecedented 3,000 source repositories before him, dazzling like a myriad of stars scattered across the night sky. His expression was vacant, Completely devoid of the arrogance he had just displayed, he could only reflexively shake his head and mutter to himself, "No. It's impossible, this cannot be real." Then, in a frenzy, he pointed at Lin Xiao and exclaimed, "This is all a lie, a fabrication. How can one person possibly open 3,000 source repositories? How can one condense 3,000 primal Dao seeds? This is all a deception. You are masquerading. You may have deceived everyone else, but you cannot deceive me." At this moment, he had truly lost his mind, his cognitive faculties utterly clouded. How could the elder-level powerhouses present fail to discern the authenticity of Lin Xiao's 3,000 source repositories? Those gathered were either emperors or supreme beings. Each could recognize at a glance that the source repositories Lin Xiao displayed were undeniably real and formidable. It was merely Lin Xiaotian's unwillingness to accept the truth. Observing Lin Xiaotian's state, Lin Xiao became increasingly convinced that his actions were justified. Individuals like Lin Xiaotian, whose mindset and character were fundamentally flawed, could never achieve the status of an emperor, regardless of their innate potential. "There was even the risk of betrayal," Lin Xiao remarked coolly. "It is truly a disgrace that your father's primal power has been absorbed by you." Thereafter, Lin Xiao no longer harbored any semblance of hope for Lin Xiaotian. The head of the Lin family looked at Lin Xiaotian with a heavy heart. Ultimately, he pressed his palm against Lin Xiaotian's crown. Buzz, the 10 source repositories of Lin Xiaotian reappeared, 9 celestial-grade divine seeds and 1 chaotic immortal seed surfacing within Lin Xiaotian's repositories, rising and falling. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was genuinely terrified, staring at his father with a sense of despair he had never known before. Trembling, he whispered, "Father, Father, save me." But under the current circumstances, he had no father to call upon. The head of the Lin family wore a sorrowful expression. Did he not wish to save his child? However, the situation left him no choice. As the family head, he understood all too well the principle that family rules must not be dishonored. If he refrained from taking action, it would be the carefree emperor who would intervene. Rather than allowing another to ruin his son, he would take it upon himself, acknowledging that it was he, as a father, who had been negligent in his discipline, leading to this bitter outcome. With a slight exertion of his palm, boom, a soft sound echoed as the 10 source repositories behind Lin Xiaotian shattered, transforming into a cascade of divine radiance. A once promising genius of the imperial caliber was thus reduced to nothingness. In the instant the repository shattered, Lin Xiaotian deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit and vitality instantly waning. The head of the Lin family wore a pained expression, gazing into Lin Xiaotian's eyes. He steeled his resolve, inserting 2 fingers into Lin Xiaotian's eye sockets and extracting his pair of heavy pupils. Ah! Lin Xiaotian screamed in agony. The proximity of his eyes to his brain amplified the intense pain, overwhelming his consciousness. The next moment, he fainted. The head of the Lin family cradled the 2 in his hands, kneeling beside Lin Xiao and presenting them respectfully. "Young ancestor, Lin Tianqing has failed in his duties as a father, violating clan rules. Lin Tianqing hereby resigns from the position of family head. Hoping for your understanding, he could no longer bear to continue as the head of the Lin family. With his son having committed such a grave error, he too must take responsibility." Lin Xiao accepted the, tossing them towards Lin Xiaoyao. "Extract the primal source from the, take as much as you can." He then turned his gaze to Lin Tianqing. He understood why Lin Tianqing wished to relinquish the position of family head. Lin Tianqing was a wise man. Had it not been for this incident, Lin Xiao would have wanted him to remain in that role. Now that Lin Tianqing had chosen to step down, Lin Xiao would not hinder him, merely stating, "The position of family head is of great significance. Since you have no desire to hold this position, I shall not press you. For now, you shall temporarily manage the family. When a suitable candidate for family head is found in the future, I shall permit you to resign." Lin Xiao did not immediately allow Lin Tianqing to leave. Instead, he asked him to remain for the time being. Lin Tianqing, upon hearing this, did not insist further. He knelt and bowed his head. "Thank you for your understanding, young ancestor." With matters largely settled, Lin Xiao resolved not to waste any more time. He entered the ancestral temple, gazing at the towering statue of the Emperor Wushu, a wave of sentiment washing over him. This was a remnant of his own memories haunting him, yet, Lin Xiao did not experience significant emotional upheaval as he began to prostrate himself before the statue of Emperor Wushu. The head of the Lin family, several elders, Lin Xiaoyao, and the Sun Empress also joined in the tribute. Emperor Wushu was worthy of such reverence. Once the rituals were complete, Lin Xiao inquired, "The Imperial Heartspring has 2 quotas. Thus, Lin Xiaotian has unjustly claimed 1. This is a loss for another. Let this opportunity be granted to the other individual." Indeed, it was originally intended for Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaoyao to enter the Imperial Heartpool together. However, Lin Xiaotian had destroyed the Imperial Heartspring, resulting in the forfeiture of the opportunity for the other qualified candidate. Lin Xiao considered the effort that individual must have expended. Surely that young prodigy had labored diligently for this qualification to the Imperial Heartspring. Every bit of effort should be rewarded, regardless of circumstances elsewhere. Lin Xiao insisted that members of the Lin family should see the fruits of their labor recognized. Lin Xiu retrieved a half-core from the ancient ruins of the Immortal Abyss. Deliver this to that individual, allowing her 3 days of comprehension. Whatever insights she gains need not be reported to the family. The half-corpse emanated an inexplicable aura, not of imperial might, yet rivaling it in intensity. The identity of the powerful being from whom this corpse originated remained unknown. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. He knew all too well the origin of this corpse, a matter of immense significance to it. Was known that 8 emperors had divided a corpse brought from the Immortal Abyss, yielding substantial benefits. Not only had their combat prowess increased, but their lifespans had also doubled. It was astonishing that Lin Xiu was willing to directly grant this half-corpse to Lin Xiaoyao for her use. Lin Xiu remarked nonchalantly, "This is a corpse from the Immortal Abyss. It harbors ancient secrets. Should she derive fortune from it, the benefits will not be less than those from the primal source." A corpse from the Immortal Abyss, the revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. This was a genuine treasure. They had all heard the legends of the 8 emperors, and thus understood the monumental significance of the opportunity Lin Xiu had just presented. In an instant, the head of the Lin family and the elders regarded Lin Xiu with newfound respect. Such a vital treasure, so readily offered. The audacity of this young ancestor was truly remarkable. However, Lin Xiu did not ponder such matters deeply. He had already comprehended all the secrets contained within that corpse. The capabilities of the primordial body were exceedingly extraordinary, allowing him to perceive all things in existence. In other words, in Lin Xiu's eyes, no secret remained hidden in this world. The corpse possessed a strand of primal power, representing a unique constitution, yet, it was of no use to Lin Xiu. The primordial body was already the most powerful constitution in existence. Any primal power derived from another constitution, when absorbed by Lin Xiu, would merely serve as a dessert following a meal, yielding no significant enhancement to his innate qualities. For the primordial body was already unparalleled. Additionally, there existed an ancient scripture associated with this constitution inscribed upon the corpse, which Lin Xiu had already comprehended, integrating its essence into his own primordial scripture. Chapter 28. This emperor wishes to see on what grounds you represent the Sun Emperor clan. Thank you, little ancestor, for your precious gift. Elder 9, Lin Changkong, stepped forward to express his sincere gratitude to Lin Xiu, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement and joy, for Lin Xiu was indeed his daughter. Changkong expresses his gratitude on behalf of Xiao. Lin Changkong appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, yet in reality, he was merely 300 years old. Within the realm of cultivation, reaching the age of 300 is hardly considered old, as those who attain the small world stage have lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. This fact serves to highlight Lin Changkong's remarkable prowess. Achieving the status of elder in the Lin family at such a young age is indeed an extraordinary feat. Despite his relative youth, Lin Changkong had already attained the esteemed rank of Great Venerable in the Great World stage. Notably, during an expedition in search of relics, where 800 individuals ventured forth, nearly 100 of whom were from the younger generation of the Lin family, they fell prey to an ambush. It was Lin Changkong, wielding a single spear, who led 100 Lin youths through the encirclement, safeguarding the Lin bloodline. Subsequently, he single-handedly stormed a local mine, overpowering and slaying foes to seize control of the resource. Such deeds, coupled with his formidable strength, justified his elevation to the elder position at a young age. In truth, Lin Changkong's innate talent was not exceptional. He possessed 9 source caches and 6 celestial-grade divine seeds. While these might suffice in the outside world, they do not equate to the qualifications of an emperor. While he might aspire to become a supreme, he still lacked a few crucial elements. What he relied upon was an indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. Lin Xiu handed over half a corpse to Lin Changkong, stating, "Very well, everyone may return to your respective tasks. There is no need to disrupt the family's normal operations due to my return." The various elders and the family head responded promptly. Just as they were about to exit the ancestral hall, the previously fainted Mo Yao regained consciousness. She chanced upon the Lin family head escorting Lin Xiaotian towards the abyss of 10,000 demons. Witnessing her beloved in a state of despair, devoid of any cultivation fluctuations, she immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Her complexion paled. "No, what have you done to Xiaotian? What have you done to him?" Mo Yao charged forward like a madwoman, attempting to wrest Lin Xiaotian from the Lin family head's grasp. However, the Lin family head merely brushed her aside with indifference. "You are destroying the future of the Lin family, do you realize that? Give me Xiaotian, hand him over to me," she frantically demanded, desperate to reclaim Lin Xiaotian. Yet, the opportunity had clearly slipped away. Lin Xiu turned to the Sun Empress beside him and declared, "This matter concerns your Sun Emperor clan, I leave it to your discretion." He entrusted the situation to the Sun Empress, confident that she would deliver a just resolution. The Sun Empress nodded and advanced, unleashing a thought that sent Mo Yao flying. Mo Yao was hurled once more, suffering multiple broken bones and coughing up blood. When she gazed upon the Sun Empress, she failed to recognize her as the Empress of her own clan. The Sun Empress's current attire was vastly different, and typically, her presence was cloaked in divine radiance that obscured her true visage. Thus, Mo Yao did not identify the Sun Empress's identity. Fuming, Mo Yao glared at the Sun Empress and shouted, "Who are you? You must be that Lin Xiu's mistress. You two are nothing but a pair of adulterers. You are ruining the future of the Lin family. You have also destroyed the alliance between the Lin family and the Sun Emperor clan." Her words were particularly harsh. Beside her, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiu, aware of the Sun Empress's identity, exchanged knowing glances. Mistress, adulterers, how fierce her accusations were. One could only wonder how Mo Yao would react once she realized that the woman before her was indeed their clan's empress. The Sun Empress, however, did not allow herself to be provoked by such verbal assaults. She merely regarded Mo Yao with a cold gaze, stating, "The alliance between the Lin family and the Sun Emperor clan was personally declared by the Sun Empress. What are you even worth? You think you can represent the Sun Emperor clan with mere words?" In response, Mo Yao, like a lunatic, retorted, "And what do you consider yourself? I am the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Sun Emperor clan. If I cannot represent the Sun Emperor clan, then who do you think you are? Upon returning to my family, I shall inform my father of how you harmed me. I will have him sever all ties with your Lin family." Father, the Sun Empress's eyes narrowed slightly. She typically did not involve herself in family matters, delegating such affairs to the family head and the Council of Elders. With an air of indifference, the Sun Empress replied, "I wish to see who your father is, daring to claim representation of the Sun Emperor clan and to annul the alliance with the Lin family." With that, the Sun Empress grasped Mo Yao, an invisible hand enveloping her. The Sun Empress coolly stated, "Here is your chance, summon your father." The intangible grip felt as heavy as two mountains, suffocating Mo Yao and leaving her gasping for breath. A palpable aura of lethal intent filled the space, terrifyingly potent. Moreover, the Sun Empress had completely concealed her aura, masquerading as another individual. Only those of emperor rank could discern her true identity. She was determined to uncover who possessed such audacity. She was eager to see how formidable Mo Yao's backing truly was. Mo Yao's complexion turned ashen as she sensed the threat of death looming, yet, she maintained a facade of bravado, declaring, "You will regret this." Subsequently, she produced a jade pendant and crushed it with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, within the distant Sun Emperor clan, a supreme-level elder suddenly opened his eyes with a whoosh like an ancient dragon awakening. A powerful pressure swept across the entire Sun Emperor clan. "Who dares to harm the daughter of Mo Tianshang?" A thunderous voice echoed through the heavens, resonating throughout the Sun Emperor clan. Several figures rushed forth, halting before the Grand Elder of the Sun Emperor clan. "Grand Elder, what has happened to Yu Yao? Who has wronged her? Do they not regard our Sun Emperor clan with any respect?" These were two other elders of the Sun Emperor clan, who, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Grand Elder Mo Tianshang, hastened to his side. Mo Tianshang snorted coldly, "I entrusted Yu Yao with the jade pendant. I had warned her that unless faced with a life-threatening situation, she must not shatter it. Having had a late-life child, he took particular care of his daughter. He provided her with only the best, indulging her every whim. Whatever Yu Yao desired, Mo Tianshang would go to great lengths to fulfill it. Anyone who dared to humiliate his daughter would face dire consequences, regardless of who they were." The entirety of the Sun Emperor clan, and indeed the entire Sacred Flame domain where the Sun Emperor clan resided, knew that Mo Tianshang regarded his daughter as a forbidden taboo. Anyone who dared to touch Mo Yao would be met with annihilation. If Lin Xiaotian's foolishness stemmed from Lin Tianxing's negligence, then Mo Yao's ignorance was entirely a product of Mo Tianshang's indulgence. Hearing this, the fourth elder of the Sun Emperor clan's expression darkened as he declared, "This is utterly unforgivable. I shall not let this transgression against Yu Yao go unpunished." The sixth elder, equally incensed, added, "Indeed. To bully Yu Yao is to underestimate the might of our Sun Emperor clan." Both elders stood in solidarity with Mo Yao. Their support was not born from affection for her but rather from their allegiance to the Grand Elder. Since the Grand Elder cherished Mo Yao, they needed only to protect her to hold leverage over him. They had no intention of indulging a fool. Only the Grand Elder would be so lenient with Mo Yao. Mo Tianshang's expression turned icy as he said, "According to the information relayed by the Jade Pendant, Yu Yao is currently at the Lin family. It seems she has been wronged there." Upon hearing this, the two elders' expressions stiffened. The Lin family. This could prove troublesome. However, Mo Tianshang asserted, "I care not for the Lin family. My daughter has been humiliated, and I shall seek justice for her." With a swift flourish of his sleeve, he coldly remarked, "A few days ago, their little ancestor was born, and our empress announced a friendship with the Lin family. Now they dare to bully a member of our Sun Emperor clan. It seems the Lin family is no longer interested in maintaining good relations with us." He exuded an air of authority as if the Sun Emperor clan revolved around his will, his demeanor decidedly frigid. Chapter 29 Who bestowed you with such confidence? Can you truly represent the Sun Emperor clan? Mo Tiansheng indeed possessed the authority to utter such words, for the Sun Empress typically refrained from meddling in family affairs. During this period, the patriarch of the Sun Emperor clan was in seclusion, thus rendering Mo Tiansheng, the Grand Elder, the de facto manager of the clan. Without further hesitation, Mo Tiansheng traversed vast distances in the blink of an eye, utilizing his immense powers to reach the Lin family. The fourth elder and the sixth elder exchanged glances at being brothers. They shared a profound camaraderie. Initially, they had intended to seek favor with the Grand Elder, but now they realized that the target they were about to confront was the formidable Lin family. They hesitated momentarily. The fourth elder remarked, "With the Grand Elder heading to the Lin family like this, we might incur losses." The sixth elder replied, "So, will you go or not? Besides, this matter should rightfully be the Lin family's fault. Though Mo Yuyao may be foolish, it is unlikely that she would resort to tantrums without reason. Something must have transpired." After contemplating for a moment, the fourth elder concluded, "Very well, let us pay a visit, for our status as elders compels us to act, and it would not seem out of place." The sixth elder understood the fourth elder's intentions. They were merely seeking to curry favor with Mo Tiansheng and had no desire to provoke the Lin family. However, now that Mo Tiansheng had already set forth to the Lin family, the only way to continue ingratiating themselves with him was to accompany him. The sixth elder stated, "Were it not for the ancient map of the primordial emperor's relics that this old man possesses, we two brothers would not be concerned about the plight of the Mo family. Let them fight it out." Indeed, their desire to appease Mo Tiansheng and feign kindness towards Mo Yuyao stemmed from the invaluable map of the primordial emperor's relics that the Grand Elder possessed. Mo Tiansheng, being in the twilight of his years, acted with reckless abandon. The fourth and sixth elders were acutely aware that Mo Tiansheng's only lingering concern was for his daughter, Mo Yuyao. Thus, they presented themselves as guardians of her well-being, aiming to ensure that before Mo Tiansheng departed this world, he would entrust them with the secrets of the primordial emperor's relics. The primordial emperor's relics, not only they, but even the emperors would be envious upon learning of it. The legend spoke of the primordial emperor possessing a physique rivaling that of the chaotic body. His father was a fully realized ancient sacred body, while his mother was a contemporary emperor, born a formidable being. The primordial emperor's parents, fearing he would become too powerful and lack proper training, severed part of his essence, allowing him to start anew. Nevertheless, even this could not obscure the brilliance of the primordial emperor. Before attaining the title of emperor, he could catch imperial weapons with bare hands. After ascending, his might became almost unfathomable. At that time, in the 3,000 star domains, which included various dark titans and fully formed sacred bodies, there were over 50 emperor-level powerhouses, yet, without exception, they all fell before the primordial emperor. Even among emperors, none could withstand the onslaught of the primordial emperor 10 times over. There was a time when 5 emperors sought to eliminate him, allying with 4 supreme titans to strike against him. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the primordial emperor emerged, carrying 9 severed heads. Such was the might of the primordial emperor that he once shattered half a star domain with a mere finger and suppressed a forbidden zone with a single palm. In his era, he was the epitome of invincibility. Even after the passage of time, the name of the primordial emperor remains unparalleled. Thus, in pursuit of the map of such an invincible emperor's relics, the fourth and sixth elders held the Grand Elder and Mo Yuyao in high regard. Ultimately, they decided to follow suit. At the Lin family estate, Mo Yuyao shattered her jade pendant, releasing a surge of formidable power that sought to liberate her from the Sun Empress's grasp. This was a force of supreme caliber. However, before the Sun Empress, such power was akin to that of an ant. With a mere glance, the supreme might left by Mo Tiansheng dissipated into nothingness. Once again, a tremendous pressure bore down upon Mo Yuyao, nearly suffocating her. In that moment, she gazed in disbelief at the Sun Empress, horrified at the level of strength she possessed. Her father, after all, was a supreme being, unrivaled beneath the emperors, yet, she could never have fathomed that the figure before her was the very empress of the Sun Emperor clan. The Sun Empress awaited patiently. Moments later, an overwhelming aura descended upon the Lin family. "Lin family, why do you oppress those of the Sun Emperor clan? Our empress has only just announced an alliance with your Lin family, and you dare to act in such a manner. Do you not find this excessive? Today, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I, Mo Tiansheng, shall not let this matter rest." An aged figure materialized, followed closely by the fourth elder and the sixth elder of the Sun Emperor clan. Upon seeing her father arrive, Mo Yao felt as though she had found a lifeline and hurriedly exclaimed, "Father, they have injured me, they have shattered all my bones. Were it not for my fortuitous survival, I might never have seen you again." And then there is Xiao Tian. He has also been rendered incapacitated by them. Mo Yao believed that with her father's arrival, she could speak freely from a distance. Mo Tiansheng heard his daughter's lamentations and was instantly filled with rage. "Lin family! You dare to shatter my daughter's bones? Are you truly devoid of law and order? Do not presume that because your Lin family has an emperor, you can freely humiliate the Sun Emperor clan. Know this. After the era of ascendancy, emperors are not singular in their might." Upon hearing that his daughter's bones had been broken, Mo Tiansheng's fury reached its zenith. He no longer restrained his formidable presence as he advanced towards the Lin family, disregarding whether Lin Xiaoyao was present or not, brimming with arrogance. The fourth elder and the sixth elder cautioned, "Grand Elder, we are uncertain if Emperor Xiaoyao is present in the clan, and since the Lin family is also an imperial family, we should refrain from excessive rudeness." Indeed, Grand Elder, the Lin family is, after all, an imperial family. We should not be overly aggressive. Yet Mo Tiansheng remained unfazed, retorting, "What rudeness? Do you mean to say that the Lin family shattering my daughter's bones is considered polite? Yu Yao is not just any ordinary member of the Sun Emperor clan. She is the daughter of our Grand Elder, she embodies the dignity of our clan. To allow her to suffer humiliation while the Sun Emperor clan cowers in silence would tarnish our reputation in the eyes of outsiders. Thus, today, I stand as the representative of the Sun Emperor clan. What of the Lin family having an emperor? We, too, are not without our own." Mo Tiansheng's wrath surged as he boldly declared himself the representative of the Sun Emperor clan, demanding accountability from the Lin family. However, as his words fell, the Sun Empress slowly turned, her expression cold as she regarded Mo Tiansheng. "Who granted you the authority to represent the Sun Emperor clan?" Chapter 30. The Solar Empress reveals her true form. The Solar Empress regarded Mo Tiansheng with an icy gaze. At that moment, Mo Tiansheng merely cast a fleeting glance at her and boldly declared, "I am the Grand Elder of the Solar Imperial clan. Whether I represent the Solar Imperial clan is evident for all to see. What are you, to dare question my authority?" He failed to recognize the Solar Empress, for she had not yet unveiled her true form, and the stark contrast in her aura contributed to his oversight. Upon hearing the Grand Elder of the Solar Clan speak with such arrogance, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. If Mo Tiansheng were to discover that the very woman he dismissed was indeed the emperor of their clan, one could only imagine his reaction. It would surely be quite entertaining. Noticing their exchange, the Solar Empress shot Lin Xiao a sharp look, yet Lin Xiao maintained his cheerful demeanor. With a hint of exasperation, the Solar Empress turned her attention back to Mo Tiansheng, inquiring, "The Solar Empress has just proclaimed a new alliance, yet you come to the Lin family in such a disrespectful manner. You do not inquire about the circumstances. Instead, you come here as if intent on severing ties with the Lin family. Is this how you fulfill the imperial edicts of your emperor?" Mo Tiansheng's expression grew frigid. "The Lin family has humiliated my clan's disciples, shattering their bones, and now, even after my arrival, they refuse to release my daughter. What more is there to discuss? You are aware that our empress has just announced a friendship with the Lin family, and yet immediately afterward, the Lin family has insulted my clan's disciples. I must inquire about the Lin family's true intentions. Do they truly believe the Solar Imperial clan is without defenders?" Mo Tiansheng's aggressive stance escalated the matter to a conflict between the two clans, intending to exert pressure on the Lin family. The Solar Empress's gaze grew ever colder. It seemed that, beyond the Lin family, there were also ignorant individuals within the Solar Imperial clan. The obstinate Mo Tiansheng, who remained in the esteemed position of Grand Elder, was a testament to this decay. In a tone devoid of warmth, the Solar Empress stated, "This man, as a member of the Solar Imperial clan, dares to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family. He has colluded with a criminal from the Lin family to trespass upon their ancestral temple. Moreover, he has desecrated the divine spring left by the illustrious Emperor Wu Su of the Lin family. Such actions warrant no sympathy, even if the Lin family were to execute him. Do you still believe she has been wronged? That we should uphold the dignity of the Solar Imperial clan to protect such a criminal?" The Solar Empress succinctly enumerated the transgressions of Mo Yao, asserting that the fault lay squarely with her, and that it would not be unjust for the Lin family to eliminate her. However, upon hearing this, Mo Tiansheng remained unfazed. He glanced at Lin Xiaoyao, noting that the emperor of the Lin family had remained silent, and a cold smile crept across his face. A decrepit emperor in his twilight years,
while our Solar Empress is in her prime.
You certainly would not dare to provoke a rift with my Solar Imperial clan. With this thought, his confidence swelled further, and he stubbornly retorted, so what if she is? Mo Yao is of the Solar Imperial clan. Any mistakes she makes are to be handled by us.
When did it become the Lin family's prerogative to intervene? The Solar Empress, upon hearing these words, she then turned to the fourth and sixth elders, inquiring blandly, do you both share this view? This foolish woman can influence the decrees of the Solar Empress? Is it unacceptable for the Solar Imperial clan to discipline its members for their misdeeds in allied territories?
The fourth and sixth elders exchanged glances. After hearing the Solar Empress's words, they recognized that Mo Yao had indeed acted wrongly. However, this was not the time to voice such thoughts openly, especially outside the Solar Imperial clan. Aware that their loyalty lay with their own, they instinctively supported their kin. Thus, after a silent exchange of glances, both elders declared in unison, regardless, Mo Yao is one of us from the Solar Imperial clan. No one shall insult her. Seeing this, the Solar Empress could not suppress a cold smile. It appeared she had been away from worldly matters for far too long. The internal decay of the Solar Imperial clan was evident. Mo Tianshang's demeanor remained frosty as he exclaimed, I am here now.
Will you not release my kin? Must you incite a conflict between our clans before you realize your error?
He was brimming with misplaced confidence, oblivious to the folly of his boast. Should your Lin family persist in this obstinacy, I shall return to my clan and report to the Empress.
Your alliance with my Solar Imperial clan will be severed henceforth.
The Solar Empress closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, then stepped forward. Upon opening her eyes, they blazed with the searing fire of the sun. There is no need to report to me. You three are hereby expelled from the Solar Imperial clan. In the next instant, a terrifying heat enveloped the surroundings, akin to being ensconced in the blazing sun. A resplendent crimson and gold imperial robe draped over the Solar Empress, the stars trembling in fear, as an overwhelming imperial might emanated from her. The sheer force of her presence felt as though it could rend the heavens asunder. At that moment, the Solar Empress revealed her true form, instilling terror in all who beheld her. She appeared as a queen of flames, commanding a reverence that rendered others unable to gaze directly upon her. The solar fire coalesced beneath her, forming a golden crow that lifted her aloft, elevated and majestic, compelling all to submit. And you, what right do you possess? As the Solar Empress pronounced the expulsion of Mo Tianshang and the two elders from the Solar Imperial clan, he intended to retort, what right do you have to meddle in the affairs of my Solar Imperial clan? Yet, in the next moment, upon witnessing the Solar Empress unveil her true form, everyone, save for Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao, was left in a state of shock. The elders and the head of the Lin family wore expressions of disbelief, their astonishment evident. The demure girl who had obediently followed Lin Xiao was, in fact, the Solar Empress of the Solar Imperial clan? No wonder she had shown no mercy towards Mo Yao, she was merely educating her own ignorant descendant. They turned to Lin Xiao, understanding that the Solar Empress's actions were undoubtedly influenced by him. In that moment, they felt increasingly bewildered by Lin Xiao, unable to fathom how he had achieved such a remarkable feat. Meanwhile, Mo Tianshang, the fourth and sixth elders, along with Mo Yao, stood frozen in place the instant the Solar Empress revealed her true form. Their eyes were wide with shock, as if struck by an unseen force, leaving them dazed and bewildered.
Empress.
The fourth and sixth elders, still somewhat coherent, recalled that they had not uttered any egregious words previously. They had been perplexed by this woman's audacity, yet upon witnessing the Solar Empress's true form, a profound terror washed over them. Empress, forgive us. Instinctively, they fell to their knees, one after another, bowing their heads in supplication to the Solar Empress.
In contrast, Mo Tianshang's expression was one of utter bewilderment, his divine energy seemingly frozen, and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear.
Empress. How could you be here? It is now 6 o'clock, with 3 more chapters to go. I am uncertain, around 7, if her mood permits, I shall continue, if not, it will be troublesome. Chapter 31. You are dead, yet your treasures remain mine. The true form of the Sun Empress revealed itself, and at this moment, they finally understood. The woman before them, who had been incessantly questioning them, was indeed their own Empress. This revelation left them utterly astounded. At that moment, Mo Tianshang and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Mo Tianshang, as the esteemed elder of the Sun Emperor clan, you have turned a blind eye to the misdeeds of your progeny, abusing your position to commit acts of injustice. From this day forth, your cultivation is revoked, and you are expelled from the Sun Emperor clan.
With her ruby lips parted, the Sun Empress pronounced Mo Tianshang's fate.
Subsequently, she directed a piercing thought towards him. In the next instant, he found himself unable to resist, spitting blood, his aura diminished, his already hunched form became even more frail, as if he had aged a millennium, the essence of life nearly extinguished. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stared blankly ahead. Just moments ago, he had approached with great bravado, only to be met with a swift reversal of fortune. The stark contrast left him feeling as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him. Then, the Sun Empress turned her gaze towards the fourth and sixth elders. Fourth Elder Mo Hunsung and Sixth Elder Mo Hunmead, you have colluded with Mo Tiansheng, bringing disgrace upon the Sun Emperor clan. Henceforth, your cultivation is revoked, and you are to be expelled. The fourth and sixth elders were cast out from the Sun Emperor clan. Initially, their transgressions were not so grave. However, the Sun Empress intended to set an example, and thus, none of the four would escape her judgment easily. Upon hearing her words, the two elders turned pale, sweat pouring down their faces as they fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads. Your Majesty, we acknowledge our wrongs. For the diligence we have shown to the Sun Emperor clan, please spare us. Indeed, Your Majesty. We have erred, we understand our mistakes. The two elders pleaded fervently for mercy, but the Sun Empress merely regarded them with indifference. Merit is merit, and transgression is transgression. The clan has never treated you unjustly for your contributions. But a mistake is still a mistake. Furthermore, was your diligence merely an excuse for your rudeness and arrogance among our allied families? With that, the Sun Empress hesitated no longer. Another wave of her intangible thought swept forth, and in an instant, the cultivation of the two elders was also nullified. They deflated like punctured balloons. The fourth and sixth elders exchanged vacant glances, their expressions devoid of comprehension. They had come here intending to curry favor with Mo Tiansheng, hoping to obtain the map to the relic of the primordial emperor, yet, unexpectedly, they had sealed their own fates. After dealing with her three elders, the Sun Empress turned her attention to Mouyao. This moment, Mouyao was as pale as a ghost, desiring to speak but at a loss for words, merely staring vacantly ahead. The Sun Empress, too, had little inclination to engage with Mouyao further, and in a mere thought, stripped her of all cultivation. Lin Xiu observed the Sun Empress's actions from behind and chuckled, why not simply kill them? Revoking their cultivation is quite merciful. This was meant as a jest, yet the Sun Empress raised an eyebrow and replied, did you not spare Lin Xiaotian's life? Lin Xiu chuckled, the head of the Lin family has committed no offense. Even if Lin Xiaotian is rendered powerless, the head of the Lin family can still care for him. But this father and daughter duo are already crippled, you might as well kill them. This was the truth. In this world, to live without cultivation was akin to death itself. It would be more merciful to end their lives. Little did he know, the Sun Empress, instead, placed Mo Tiansheng and Mouyao before Lin Xiu, saying nonchalantly, they have already erred within your Lin family. I have nullified their cultivation, leaving their fates in your hands. Is that not better? Seeing this, Lin Xiu smiled faintly and approached Mouyao and Mo Tiansheng. At that moment, the two were huddled together like homeless beggars. Mo Tiansheng's body was emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse, while Mouyao attire was tattered, her hair disheveled. They leaned against each other, resembling forlorn elderly wanderers and weary women of the streets. A twinge of compassion stirred within Lin Xiu. This was a remnant of his memories from his past life. After all, although darkness pervaded Blue Star, it was not as blood-soaked as this world. However, he quickly suppressed that fleeting sentiment. In this realm, compassion was a superfluous emotion. He needed to adjust his mindset promptly, discarding any unnecessary pity. To become powerful in this world required strength and composure. With his mindset realigned, he looked upon Mo Tiansheng and Mouyao, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. He coldly declared, a mortal existence is a waste in this world. There was no reason for Lin Xiu to spare them, regardless of Mouyao actions or Mo Tiansheng's earlier arrogance. In the eyes of the calm Lin Xiu, they were worthy of death 1,000 times over. He raised his hand, prepared to slay the two. Wait! At that moment, Mo Tiansheng called out to Lin Xiu. I possess an item. If entrusted to the Lin family, I hope it can exchange my and my daughter's lives. He attempted to negotiate, yet Lin Xiu merely scoffed at Mo Tiansheng's words. Ha, if I kill you, all that you possess will still belong to me. With that, he disregarded their pleas. Mo Tiansheng hurriedly interjected, that item is not with me. If you kill me, you will surely regret it. It is the relic of the primordial emperor. The mention of the primordial emperor brought a profound silence to the scene, for those 4 words held tremendous weight. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled. Thank you for the reminder, then. I shall ensure your demise is a comfortable one. Subsequently, Lin Xiu summoned one of his divine sanctuaries. Within it lay an enigmatic divine seed, a seed of the path of the soul. Lin Xiu's 3,000 source sanctuaries encompassed the fundamental seeds of 3,000 great paths, and the path of the soul was among them. Then, drawing upon the power of the seed of the path of the soul, he initiated a soul search. Crack, crack, the sound of chains shattering echoed as if some shackles had been broken. In the next moment, the seed of the path of the soul unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual power. Lin Xiu connected with the source seed, and in the next instant, a tremendous force surged forth from the ethereal chaos, descending upon him. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu invaded the consciousness sea of the now powerless Mo Tiansheng. Reduced to a mere mortal, he stared vacantly, like a marionette. Moments later, Lin Xiu finished his retrieval. He had discerned the location of the treasure, a piece of jade that could unlock the tomb of the primordial emperor, hidden away in an exceedingly secretive place. Armed with this knowledge, Mo Tiansheng and Mo Yueyao lost all value in Lin Xiu's eyes. He smiled faintly and struck with his palm, causing the heads of the father and daughter to explode. Please urge for updates and gifts. Chapter 32 Upgrade of the Emperor's Scripture, effortlessly acquired following the realm of divine seed. One enters the boundless shackles realm. Each divine seed is encumbered by a layer of shackles, which the cultivator must strive to break free from. The difficulty of breaking these shackles is contingent upon the quality of the divine seed. This is entirely reasonable, for the more potent the divine seed, the greater the energy released upon unshackling. It is also to be expected that the unlocking process is fraught with challenges. Within the boundless shackles realm, there exists no differentiation between early, middle, or late stages. The number of divine seeds one possesses directly correlates to the number of shackles one must unravel. Thus, possessing 9 divine seeds necessitates the breaking of 9 shackles, while 10 divine seeds demands the unbinding of T-E-and-I. In the case of Lin Xiu, who possesses a staggering 3,000 source seed, he must untangle 3,000 shackles, a truly daunting figure. Moreover, his divine seeds are of the source variety, which are notoriously difficult to liberate from their restraints. Fortunately, Lin Xiu is endowed with extraordinary talent. Just moments ago, he intended to employ the power of the soul divine seed to probe the mind of Mo Tiansheng. However, he soon realized that he had yet to break free from the shackles of this particular seed. Thus, he immediately summoned all his divine energy to liberate himself from the constraints of the source seed. This task proved to be relatively uncomplicated. Based on Lin Xiu's calculations, if he so desired, a single day's worth of divine energy could suffice to unlock approximately 10 shackles. This implies that his daily cultivation is tantamount to what others might achieve in a significant realm advancement equivalent to that of an emperor-level genius. Nevertheless, given the sheer number of divine seeds Lin Xiu possesses, he may find himself stagnating in this realm for an extended period. Of course, this prolonged duration is merely relative to his own 3,000 divine seeds. The speed at which Lin Xiu cultivates would be unattainable for an ordinary individual. After swiftly dispatching Mo Tiansheng and Mo Yueyao, and organizing his memories regarding the primordial emperor, he gestured towards the incapacitated 4th elder and 6th elder, addressing the solar empress. Very well, these two shall require your personal handling. The solar empress nodded in agreement, stating, they will be exiled, never to return to the solar empire. Lin Xiu replied nonchalantly, do as you wish. They are your people, after all. The solar empress continued, now that 3 elders are suddenly absent from the clan, I must return to oversee the situation. Lin Xiu acknowledged this necessity, understanding the gravity of the absence of elders within the family. Each elder holds significant responsibilities, and the sudden loss of 3 could disrupt many operations within the clan. Just before departing, the solar empress turned to Lin Xiu and said, I actually wish to ask you. Her face flushed slightly, and her tone became somewhat awkward and hesitant. The surrounding elders of the Lin clan, as well as Lin Xiaoyao, were taken aback, for the solar empress appeared markedly different from her usual self, almost unrecognizable. They watched her curiously, wondering what question she might pose to Lin Xiu. The solar empress stammered, I genuinely wish to inquire if the words you once spoke still hold true. Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, recalling past statements. As he delved into his memories, he suddenly comprehended her meaning. 100,000 years prior, Lin Xiu had promised the solar empress that, should the opportunity arise, he would marry her. Now that he had returned, it was clear that the opportunity had indeed presented itself. The solar empress had awaited this day for an exceedingly long time. Lin Xiu nodded earnestly, of course, it stands, just await my return. Upon hearing this, the solar empress's face blossomed with a youthful smile, and she departed with the 4th and 6th elders of the solar empire. Before leaving, the solar empress produced a total of 10 dragon veins, extracted from the Chaos City and the Celestial Thunder Mountain, and allocated 5 of them to the Lin family. This was a tremendous gift, as dragon veins possess the essence of heavenly fortune. Although this power may seem ethereal, its existence is undeniable. It can bestow the clan with the protection of fortune, significantly enhancing the probability of producing prodigies and divine artifacts. The Solar Empress's generosity in presenting 5 dragon veins was indeed astonishing. Lin Xiao accepted them without hesitation. With matters settled, Lin Xiao entrusted the elders of the Lin family to manage all affairs while he entered seclusion. He required no special requests, as Lin Xiaoyao had already made the necessary arrangements for him. Lin Xiaoyao directly consolidated the power of the 5 dragon veins gifted to the Lin family into a new, singular dragon vein. This new vein surpassed any of the original 9 in strength, with its formidable essence comparable to that of the gathering of 9 dragons. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoyao positioned Lin Xiao's abode at the mouth of this newly formed dragon vein, where the energies of heaven and earth converge. Cultivating in this location would yield remarkable progress. The merging of the 5 dragon veins for Lin Xiao's cultivation met with no objections from the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyao recognized that Lin Xiao was the hope of the clan, possessing the primordial body and deserving of all efforts for his cultivation. Additionally, Lin Xiao was the most senior member of the Lin family who would dare to voice dissent. As everything fell into place, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao stood outside the palace. Lin Xiaoyao remarked, "Uncle, the energies of heaven and earth here have been optimized for you. You may freely cultivate. Should you require anything within the Lin family's domain, simply call upon me, and I shall hear you." Lin Xiao nodded. "You are considerate." He held Lin Xiaoyao in high regard. This nephew's kindness was truly commendable. It was Lin Xiaoyao who had imparted a sense of family to him, although being addressed as uncle by someone so much younger felt somewhat awkward. Overall, Lin Xiao appreciated this nephew. Lin Xiaoyao smiled. "Uncle, you jest. Everything I do is merely my duty." His goodwill towards Lin Xiao was genuine, devoid of any pretense. Lin Xiao was his last remaining kin in this world, and he had no desire to lose this final relative. Lin Xiao nodded and suddenly inquired, "Xiaoyao, tell me the truth, how much time do you have left?" Gazing into Lin Xiaoyao's eyes, he insisted, "I wish to hear the honest answer." He understood that Lin Xiaoyao was unlikely to divulge the truth willingly. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had discerned Lin Xiaoyao's character. He was a man who bore his burdens alone. Unless pressed, Lin Xiaoyao would remain reticent. Lin Xiaoyao hesitated, then, with a hint of embarrassment, scratched his head. "To be frank, uncle, if there are no life and death battles, I might have another 100 or 200 years left. But if there are, then I..." Lin Xiaoyao left the sentence unfinished, yet Lin Xiao grasped the situation. Lin Xiaoyao truly had limited time left. If no catastrophic battles occurred, he could extend his life a few more years. However, should there be a fierce conflict that jeopardizes his essence, it might be less than 100 years. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Please wait a moment." He then seated himself on the ground and began forming hand seals. Lin Xiaoyao, perplexed, wondered what Lin Xiao was doing. In the next instant, a terrifying aura surged forth. It was the resonance of the Tao. In an instant, it spanned 3,000 miles. Lin Xiaoyao immediately understood that Lin Xiao was crafting a method. However, within the mere span of 3 to 5 seconds it took Lin Xiaoyao to react, Lin Xiao had already opened his eyes and transmitted an ancient scripture to Lin Xiaoyao, stating, "I have reviewed your Xiaoyao scripture and made some modifications in certain areas. You may take a look. It should prove beneficial to you." The Xiaoyao scripture was an ancient text of Lin Xiaoyao's own creation. Previously, Lin Xiao had drawn inspiration from it when he devised the primordial method. Now, he had taken the liberty of refining some of the stagnant aspects of the Xiaoyao scripture, enhancing its overall efficacy. Though it may not rival Lin Xiao's primordial method, it undoubtedly surpassed the average imperial techniques. Lin Xiaoyao stood there in shock. In just a few breaths, Lin Xiao had upgraded the scripture he had painstakingly compiled over several hundred years. Last night, she was displeased. My apologies, brothers, for the 6 updates today. Chapter 33 of The Return of the Heart to the Vast Sky. Lin Xiaoyao understood that Lin Xiao possessed an extraordinary aptitude. He had personally witnessed Lin Xiao create an ancient scripture surpassing the imperial canon despite lacking any cultivation. Yet, he never anticipated such a remarkable feat. In a mere 3 seconds, Lin Xiao had completely overhauled and elevated the ancient scripture that Lin Xiaoyao had studied for centuries. Hence, he hastily opened the modified version of the Xiaoyao canon that Lin Xiao had improved for him. As he perused its contents, Lin Xiaoyao was profoundly shaken. He discovered numerous alterations made by Lin Xiao, modifications that had previously eluded his perception. It was only upon Lin Xiao's prompting that he realized these aspects could indeed be approached in such a manner. Lin Xiaoyao's expression was one of exhilaration. He could genuinely sense that if he were to cultivate this revised Xiaoyao canon, his lifespan could extend by at least 3,000 years. It is worth noting that he had already lived for over 30,000 years and had consumed a divine herb of immortality. Conventional methods no longer held any efficacy for prolonging his life, while some extraordinary measures proved to be more detrimental than beneficial. However, with Lin Xiao merely making a few casual modifications to his Xiaoyao canon, he could potentially gain an additional 3,000 years. How could this not excite him? Lin Xiaoyao bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle, for bestowing this profound method." Lin Xiao nodded. These adjustments were tailored specifically to your circumstances. You need not expend excessive vitality. Merely traversing the previous path will suffice. Lin Xiaoyao nodded, his countenance brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Xiao chuckled, let us proceed in this manner. You should first cultivate the revised Xiaoyao canon, and upon your emergence, I shall have matters to discuss with you. I too require some time to consolidate my cultivation. Lin Xiaoyao nodded emphatically. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the formidable power of this new Xiaoyao canon. With a final bow, he vanished from his position in an instant, heading towards the gathering place of the 9 dragons to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao made his way into his opulent palace. Lin Xiao's palace was exceedingly luxurious, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, with floating phoenixes and swimming dragons. It was divided into numerous distinct chambers. The Qi Nurturing Hall, the Celestial Star Hall, and the Herbal Pavilion. Not in the central hall lay a grand array capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth for cultivation. At the heart of this array resided a celestial heart, radiating terrifying divine energy. Rather than commencing his cultivation immediately, Lin Xiao decided to rest first and procure suitable attire. Having arrived in this world clad as he was, his attire had remained unchanged. He still sported disheveled hair and wore sneakers. Such a garb appeared rather incongruous in this realm. After donning a white robe with silver trim, cloud-patterned white boots, and a silver belt with dragon scale bracers, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction at his new appearance. It seems there is still something missing, Lin Xiao mused, suddenly recalling something. Channeling his divine power, his hair rapidly grew to his waist. He retrieved a dragon-faced white jade crown, gently tying back his long hair. Instantly, his entire demeanor transformed. Indeed, the hairstyle is fundamental. Lin Xiao smiled, pleased with his appearance. Having completed his preparations, Lin Xiao stepped into the central array and began his cultivation. With his status, he lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Within the array, there was a stone platform upon which stood a miniature mountain crafted from supreme divine source, available for his use. Though it appeared no larger than a palm, in truth, it was governed by the laws of spatial magic. The stone platform possessed spatial principles akin to a Qiankuan bag. What seemed to be a mere palm-sized divine source actually weighed millions of pounds once removed from the platform. Such an abundance of divine source would suffice to elevate a mortal to the realm of a small world. It was evident that Lin Xiaoyao had considered the vast energy required for him to break through 3,000 shackles. Additionally, there were several priceless holy herbs. Lin Xiao no longer hesitated and began to meditate with closed eyes, striving to break through the shackles. Elder Lin Xiangkong, accompanied by a half-corpse of a celestial being, sought out Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao stood despondently upon a cliff, clad in a light blue gown, devoid of any adornments. Even her attire was of the same hue. Her features were picturesque as she gazed into the distance. Over the past few years, she had exerted herself in cultivation for the opportunity presented by the Imperial Heartspring, preparing for the source of the yet now, it had been disrupted by Lin Xiaotian. Helpless, she could only reflect on her predicament at the edge of the cliff. Without the source, life must still go on, and cultivation must continue. Lin Xiangkong appeared behind Lin Xiao. Shower, he greeted with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao did not turn around but calmly replied, Father, I am fine. Starting tomorrow, Shower will still diligently cultivate. The 9 Sources repository has also produced instances of individuals achieving the status of emperor. My daughter is not without hope. She assumed Lin Xiangkong had come to console her, thus concluding her remarks. Lin Xiangkong smiled gently, saying, Shower, there is no need to lament over the Imperial Heartspring. The young ancestor has bestowed upon you a treasure even more precious than the Imperial Heartspring. You must seize this opportunity. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, was somewhat perplexed. The Imperial Heartspring could grant a gift befitting an emperor, crucial for the younger generation. It outweighed ancient scriptures, resources, and secret techniques in value. She could not fathom what could possibly surpass the Imperial Heartspring's worth to her. Turning to face Lin Xiangkong, he revealed the half-corpse that Lin Xiao had granted. This was a headless form, with a massive wound slashing diagonally from shoulder to waist, utterly shattered. Strangely, this terrifying headless corpse emitted no hint of horror or bloodshed. Instead, it radiated a faint celestial light, imparting a sense of sanctity. The severed edge gleamed like amber, even exuding a delicate fragrance. Lin Xiangkong stated, This is a divine object that the young ancestor retrieved from the ruins of the celestial wasteland. You surely understand the rarity of such a thing. I need not elaborate. The young ancestor has granted you the time to comprehend this object, and moreover, has permitted you to keep whatever insights you gain without returning them to the family. Such a tremendous favor. You must not disappoint the young ancestor's good intentions. Lin Xiao felt her breath quicken. She was well aware of the legend 8 emperors had relied on a corpse from the celestial wasteland to double their lifespans and vastly enhance their powers. It was sufficient to demonstrate that the corpses within those celestial ruins harbored immense secrets. This was indeed a magnificent gift. It rivaled, if not surpassed, the imperial heartspring in value. With her breath quickening, Lin Xiao inquired, "Father, where is the young ancestor now? I wish to pay my respects." Lin Changkong laughed heartily. "The young ancestor has entered seclusion. There is no need for you to seek him out. Our young ancestor is unencumbered by trifles, possessing ample ambition, vision, and means. Focus on comprehending this object, and remember to convey your insights to the young ancestor. Do not fail to meet the young ancestor's expectations. Though he has stated you need not return the opportunities you gain, I trust you will act with reason." Chapter 34. The betrothal. Lin Xiao comprehended the reasoning articulated by his father. Nodding, he replied, "Xiao understands." Lin Changkong stepped forward, gently patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder, and smiled, "Very well, go and cultivate." Lin Xiao nodded, taking the half-corpse with him as he departed. Meanwhile, upon her return, the Sun Empress began orchestrating the handover of several elders. The vast Sun Imperial clan was not lacking in talent, what it required was merely opportunity. Thus, a suitable replacement was swiftly found. At the same time, the Sun Empress set about preparing the dowry, having resolved to marry Lin Xiao. The union of the Lin family and the Sun Imperial clan would be mutually beneficial for both clans. In her private chamber, the Sun Empress adorned herself before the mirror, her countenance now imbued with a hint of tenderness and shyness, diminishing the previous air of solemnity. On the side of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoyao devoted 3 days to the meticulous reconstruction of the Xiaoyao Sutra. His cultivation progressed smoothly, as the modifications made by Lin Xiao were tailored precisely to his circumstances. The content not only became significantly more profound but also remained within the realm of his comprehension. Although Lin Xiaoyao's strength did not experience any fundamental enhancement over those 3 days, his spirit and vitality transformed entirely, as if he were a different person. His blood surged like a torrential river, and his once grizzled hair turned into lustrous black strands, while the wrinkles on his face diminished considerably. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao appeared to be a man in his 40s, a stark contrast to his previous elderly visage. Ecstatic within, Lin Xiaoyao sensed that his lifespan had nearly increased by 5,000 years. This was nearly double his initial estimation of 3,000 years, an astonishing revelation indeed. Such talent in my uncle is truly astounding, Lin Xiaoyao marveled, having encountered many prodigies but none who left him as awestruck as Lin Xiao. After a brief tidying up, Lin Xiaoyao made his way to the palace where Lin Xiao resided. He recalled Lin Xiao mentioning that he had matters to discuss once Lin Xiaoyao completed the reconstruction of the Xiaoyao Sutra. Inside Lin Xiao's palace, the latter was in the midst of unshackling his 81st source path seed. Indeed, within 3 days, with the support of divine essence, he had unlocked 81 shackles. Were there divisions in the shackle realm, Lin Xiao would now stand at the 81st level. According to his own assessment, although he remained in the shackle realm, he was confident in being invincible beneath the small world realm. With the 81 shackles unbound and the source powers of the 81 path seeds at his disposal, even a practitioner of a higher realm than Lin Xiao would hesitate to claim victory over him. Furthermore, Lin Xiao, being a primordial body, had already possessed a physical strength of 100,000 pounds upon just breaking through to the source concealment realm. Now, having reached the shackle realm, his physical might had escalated to a terrifying 10 million pounds. This figure was indeed formidable. With such extraordinary physical strength and the overwhelming power of the source path seeds, no one in the same realm could contend with Lin Xiao. Even those who had transcended him by a significant realm would find it impossible to rival him. Only those who had attained the small world realm, and possessed imperial talents, could potentially challenge Lin Xiao. For everyone else, they would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. "Uncle," Lin Xiaoyao's voice echoed from outside. Lin Xiao smiled lightly, "Come in." He and Lin Xiaoyao shared no pretenses. Despite having only spent 2 days together, Lin Xiao had already placed great trust in him. As Lin Xiaoyao entered the palace, he happened upon Lin Xiao at the moment he was breaking through the 81st shackle. "Uncle, perhaps I should wait for you," he suggested. "After all, unshackling requires undivided focus." Lin Xiao chuckled, "No need." Subsequently, a wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by a crisp crack, as the 81st shackle shattered. Lin Xiaoyao, observing this, felt somewhat speechless. Such breakthroughs were indeed spontaneous, yet, after reflecting, he came to terms with it. He had almost grown accustomed to Lin Xiao's extraordinary capabilities over the past 2 days. Lin Xiao regarded Lin Xiaoyao, his hair now black as night, and remarked, "I had thought you would require a couple more days. I didn't expect you to succeed in your reconstruction today. With this, you need not worry about your lifespan for the time being. If the opportunity arises, I will seek out longevity treasures for you." Lin Xiaoyao quickly replied, "Uncle, there is no need for that. You have already provided me with tremendous assistance. The prospect of living an additional 5,000 years is already a delightful surprise." He felt content, having lived for a considerable time. The gift of an additional 5,000 years was more than he could have wished for. This duration would suffice for him to safeguard Lin Xiao until he reached his full potential. Furthermore, he might even witness the Lin family ascend to boundless glory as Lin Xiao flourished.
Lin Xiaoyao inquired, "Did you not mention that you had matters to convey to your nephew?"
"Whatever it may be, I shall attend to it immediately." Lin Xiao replied, "It is not a significant matter.
Merely that I had promised Hong Li 10,000 years ago.
Should she return, I shall welcome her as my bride. Now that I have awakened, it is time to fulfill that promise." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao instantly realized why the Sun Empress had appeared somewhat flushed upon her departure. So it was this matter. Lin Xiao's impending marriage to none other than the Sun Empress was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, "This is indeed splendid news. I shall make the necessary preparations at once." Lin Xiao smiled, "Go ahead." As Lin Xiaoyao turned to leave, he hesitated for a moment, only to return with a somewhat awkward expression. Lin Xiao, puzzled, inquired, "What is it? Is there something else on your mind?" Lin Xiaoyao opened his mouth, seemingly finding it difficult to express himself. Eventually, he retrieved the imperial edict that had floated from the heart of the emperor and presented it to Lin Xiao. "Uncle, please take a look." Lin Xiao, perplexed, took the edict in hand and soon burst into laughter. Returning the edict to Lin Xiaoyao, he began to understand why Lin Xiaoyao had felt uneasy. The edict contained information beyond his own. It revealed that he was already betrothed. Following his sealing by the voidless emperor, a marriage had been arranged on his behalf with the princess of another imperial power, the princess of Guhua. The Guhua dynasty had endured for over 700,000 years, older than the Lin family itself. Lin Xiaoyao remarked, "The Guhua dynasty is a dual emperor lineage, with an emperor currently alive in this era. Moreover, the reigning emperor of this generation is none other than the princess of Guhua herself." Lin Xiao was taken aback. The princess of Guhua had attained the position of emperor. Lin Xiaoyao continued, "If you intend to marry the Sun Empress, then, I believe it would be prudent to discuss this with the Guhua dynasty." Chapter 35. Temple of Chaos, a letter of divorce. Lin Xiao pondered the reason behind his engagement. He recalled what the system had informed him of. The identity crafted by the system would directly correlate with their reality. In other words, if he claimed to be the son of Lin Wushu, the emperor of the Lin family, then in this world, he truly was Lin Wushu's son. Consequently, he would inherit the full spectrum of causality associated with this identity. Every development and every possibility would simultaneously be his to bear. Accepting this identity meant he would inevitably encounter the corresponding consequences. With this realization, Lin Xiao came to a conclusion: there was no alternative. In comparison to the rewards and assistance granted by the system, these trivial matters seemed insignificantly minor. Lin Xiao declared, "Since this engagement exists, let us contact the ancient Hua dynasty and annul it." He resolved to dissolve the marriage contract. Lin Xiao was not particularly pure-hearted, yet neither was he a scoundrel. As a modern individual, he despised arranged marriages orchestrated by parents. His own fate as an orphan stemmed from his parents' arranged union, which ultimately led to their separation and his abandonment. He inherently rejected any marriage devoid of emotional foundation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao contemplated speaking but decided against it. This matter was beyond his purview. Lin Xiao continued, "Very well, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the ancient Hua dynasty. Bring some compensation, and we shall withdraw from this union." Lin Xiaoyao responded, "Understood, uncle." Ancient Hua dynasty. The empress returns. The entire ancient Hua royal family stands in reverence at the Hua Tian palace. "Today, I return with but one purpose: to deliver this item to the Lin family." Subsequently, the princess of ancient Hua, no, she should now be referred to as the Empress Yunxiao. The Empress Yunxiao lowered a decree in her hand, prominently inscribed with the words "Letter of Divorce." Lin Xiao intended to annul the marriage, and similarly, the Empress Yunxiao did not recognize this engagement. However, unlike Lin Xiao's approach of presenting gifts to annul the contract, the Empress opted for a straightforward letter of divorce. She sought to divorce Lin Xiao. Indeed, just 2 days after Lin Xiao returned to the Lin family, the ancient Hua dynasty received news of the Lin family's young ancestor's return. Once, the great Emperor Wushu had arranged this marriage with her grandfather. Although she bore a discontented heart, she found herself powerless to contest it. This was the fate of the offspring of a powerful lineage. During that period, she endured ridicule from her family. Deemed merely a pawn in a political marriage, unable to retaliate against those who mocked her, she directed her resentment towards the Lin family. Ultimately, 3,000 years ago, due to various other reasons, she was born prematurely. Seizing the opportunity, she diligently cultivated her abilities, found a soulmate with whom she resonated, and together they ascended to become emperors. Her partner was also an emperor, and his background was astonishingly formidable. Now, this letter of marriage, she felt, could no longer hold any sway over her. The ruler of the ancient Hua dynasty received the decree, his expression shifting. Your Majesty, the Lin family is, after all, an imperial lineage. Issuing a mere letter of divorce, might it not severely tarnish the Lin family's reputation? What if the Lin family harbors resentment towards us? The ruler, an elderly man appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, emanated an aura of imperial dignity that belied his age. In truth, he was in the prime of his life. If he wished, he could maintain the appearance of a man in his early 20s. However, as a ruler, such a youthful guise was inappropriate. A more mature and composed demeanor suited his station. His concerns were not unfounded. It is crucial to note that a letter of divorce is not casually issued. The return of the Lin family's young ancestor signifies the entire Lin family, a colossal entity that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, upon their return, instead of offering gifts, one presents a letter of divorce, especially from the woman to the man. What would become of the Lin family's honor? How could they navigate their standing in the world thereafter? Moreover, should things go awry, it could spark conflict between the two families, resulting in a loss that far outweighs any gain. However, the Empress Yunxiao cared little for such concerns. She boldly proclaimed, if you must send it, then send it. If the Lin family is displeased, let Lin Xiaoyao come to confront me. Do I need to consider so much when divorcing an unwed fiancé? The Empress Yunxiao's stance was resolute. She insisted on delivering this letter of divorce to the Lin family. The ruler of the ancient Hua, upon hearing this, dared not speak further. After all, although he was the ruler, he had no authority to challenge the Empress's decision. The Empress Yunxiao coolly stated, deliver the letter of divorce to the Lin family, and directly inquire what compensation they desire. As long as it is not excessive, the ancient Hua dynasty shall comply. However, should they be too demanding, we need not concern ourselves. Let Lin Xiaoyao come and discuss matters with me. No one in the ancient Hua royal family dared to contradict her. All responded with utmost respect. Boom! Just then, a tremendous rift in space appeared within the ancient Hua dynasty. An audacious voice reverberated across the heavens. Deliver the letter of divorce as is. What need is there for compensation? If the Lin family has grievances, let them speak my name, the Temple of Chaos. Let them come to the Temple of Chaos if they possess the audacity. A towering figure emerged from the void. His presence was majestic, radiating an aura that shook the very heavens and earth. With every gesture, terrifying laws of power spread forth. This is but a decaying family, governed by an emperor on the brink of death. Deliver the letter of divorce to the Lin family, and inform them that should they refuse, the Temple of Chaos will hasten this old emperor's journey into reincarnation. The man's words were nothing short of brazen. He boldly proclaimed the intent to eliminate Lin Xiaoyao. It is important to note that even in the current era of the emperor's ascendancy, Lin Xiaoyao's strength was among the elite. A typical emperor would find it impossible to contend with Lin Xiaoyao, yet this individual had the audacity to issue such a threat, declaring that if the Lin family did not accept the letter of divorce, he would directly slay the emperor of the Lin family. However, upon hearing the name of the Temple of Chaos, all present suddenly understood, only a force of such magnitude would dare to utter such words, displaying this level of arrogance. Typically, when a force or family produces an emperor, even after the emperor's demise, that lineage remains imperial. Any lineage that has produced an emperor is exalted in this realm, existing on a plane far above ordinary powers. And the Temple of Chaos, a total of 18 emperors have emerged from its ranks. We seek an update. Chapter 36, The Nine Great Books. The Chaotic Temple exists beyond the mundane realm, towering over the powers of the emperors. The Chaotic Temple has been in existence since the dawn of the imperial era, an ancient creation of divine and demonic origins. After enduring millions of years, it has not only survived but has grown increasingly formidable throughout history. 18 emperors have risen, with 3 still present in the current world. Moreover, these 3 are directly affiliated with the Chaotic Temple, alongside numerous intricate forces associated with it, each possessing their own emperors. For instance, the Chaotic City, which was annihilated by the Solar Empress, was a subordinate force of the Chaotic Temple. The once mighty Saint sect, in the presence of the Chaotic Temple, is merely a vassal. This is the reason the Chaotic Temple reigns supreme over imperial powers. The accumulation of several million years has rendered this colossal entity transcendent. The third lord of the Chaotic Temple. The emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty recognized the visitor as one of the 3 reigning emperors, the third lord of the Chaotic Temple. He had visited the ancient Hua dynasty once before, at which time he did not give it much thought, and now, it appeared that the celestial empress had likely become a consort of this third lord. Indeed, the third lord of the Chaotic Temple strode towards the celestial empress, enveloping her in his embrace without a hint of hesitation, even in the presence of so many onlookers. He proclaimed loudly, "It is merely the Lin family. From this day forth, Yunxiao shall be my consort, Ji Xianhuang." This divorce decree must be accepted by the Lin family, they cannot refuse. The Emperor of Ancient Hua said no more, for with the chaotic temple intervening, his reluctance would seem out of place. Thus, that very day, the people of the ancient Hua dynasty took the divorce decree to the Lin family. At this moment, within the Lin family, Lin Xiu remained oblivious to the fact that the celestial empress of the ancient Hua dynasty had divorced him. He was currently meditating and striving to break through his limitations. If mastery is achieved through diligence, while idleness leads to ruin, progress is cultivated through contemplation, while negligence invites destruction. Although Lin Xiu was aware of his exceptional talent, capable of breaking through 2 or 3 barriers effortlessly in a day without focused effort, he was never one to succumb to complacency. Then, as Lin Xiu was on the verge of unlocking a seed of the path of war, he suddenly found himself immersed in a mysterious realm. It appeared to be a chaotic void. The instant he stepped into this space, his consciousness became acutely aware there was neither light nor darkness, merely an expanse of nothingness. Here, time and space were non-existent, all that remained was an overwhelming void. This sensation was profoundly terrifying. His vision encompassed only emptiness, not darkness, but pure void. It was akin to closing one eye and opening the other, while covering the closed eye with a hand. In that moment, the closed eye perceives only the void. Suddenly, Lin Xiu felt as though he could see before him. The void transformed into 9 luminous orbs, each radiating a distinct hue. Within these orbs flowed a primordial force of the Great Path. At the center of the 9 orbs lay an innate trace of the Tao, a profound mark that had first appeared on the day of his birth. The 9 orbs of light suddenly emitted boundless brilliance and erupted, revealing the silhouettes of 9 tomes, arranged in a uniform and orderly fashion. Lin Xiu pondered, what exactly are these entities? Just as his confusion deepened, a beam of light surged from the Tao mark into his mind, dispersing a torrent of information within. The 9 great books. In an instant, Lin Xiu comprehended the nature of these 9 tomes. They were the treasured 9 great books. According to the memories left by the system, he understood what the 9 great books represented. They were 9 volumes embodying the primordial truths of the Great Path. Though termed books, they were, in fact, 9 stone tablets that had fallen from the primordial chaos. What was inscribed upon them remained unknown, but it was clear that possessing any one of the 9 great books would grant the secret to immortality. The secret to immortality. Such a revelation was extraordinary. The status of emperor is not the ultimate realm. That distinction belongs to the immortal. It is said that during the mythical epoch before the dawn of the imperial era, immortals roamed the world, beings that transcended emperors, surpassing humanity, standing firm upon the Great Path. Their longevity is fearsome beyond measure. Lin Xiu could not fathom why he had suddenly been granted a vision of the 9 great books. However, he surmised that the Tao mark sought to convey some vital information. After all, the last time the Tao mark imparted knowledge, it had led him to acquire 3,000 primal Tao seeds. Thus, he believed this instance held equal significance. Lin Xiu focused intently. Within the void, the 9 great books ascended, miraculously converging into a singular, new stone tablet. The contents restructured themselves, forming a grand symbol resembling a formation. Lin Xiu was astonished. The 9 great books could indeed amalgamate. Yet, the 9 tomes within this space were but phantoms, lacking any tangible power of the Tao. Consequently, Lin Xiu could only glean this secret without perceiving any practical effect. Just as the 9 great books unified, and he attempted to discern the runes inscribed upon them, Lin Xiu was abruptly jolted back to consciousness, exiting that realm. He opened his eyes, ceasing his meditation, his brow furrowed in contemplation of everything that had transpired in that space. The Tao mark would not have revealed this information without purpose. Showing him the secret of the 9 great books' unification surely indicated a desire for him to assemble them. Lin Xiu deduced this conclusion, as he could not conceive of any other possibility. Just then, Lin Xiaoyao arrived. Lin Xiaoyao still maintained a respectful demeanor as he called from outside, "Uncle, your nephew has made the preparations, please review if they are sufficient." Previously, Lin Xiu had instructed Lin Xiaoyao to gather some gifts to personally sever the engagement with the ancient Hua dynasty. Now, Lin Xiaoyao had completed the preparations and came to present them to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu said, "Come in." Upon receiving Lin Xiu's permission, Lin Xiaoyao entered the palace. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoyao displayed the items he had prepared. An ancient scripture, undoubtedly of imperial grade, a piece of azure gold taken from the remnants of the immortal ruins, and 3 exquisite divine herbs. Each of these items would incite considerable waves of astonishment in the outside world. Lin Xiaoyao remarked, "Your nephew thought it prudent to prepare generously, given that our Lin family is at fault in this matter." It was evident that Lin Xiaoyao had displayed great sincerity in his preparations. After all, their Lin family was the one breaking off the engagement, and it was the illustrious Emperor Wu who had originally sought this union. To now dissolve what had once been sought is indeed somewhat incongruous. Thus, Lin Xiaoyao had prepared such valuable gifts. Lin Xiu nodded, saying, "Very well, let us settle on these items for now. When we arrive at the ancient Hua dynasty, should they have any further demands, they may express them. As long as they are not excessive, we shall accommodate them."
Chapter 37. Editing the background. The Holy Son of the Chaotic Temple, Lin Xiu felt that the preparations for the apologies were quite satisfactory. After all, he was in the wrong, there was nothing more to be said. Subsequently, Lin Xiu turned to Lin Xiaoyao and inquired, Xiaoyao, there is something I wish to ask you. Do you have any news regarding the 9 Great Tao Books? The 9 Great Tao Books are the most precious divine artifacts in existence, surpassing even the likes of the celestial blue gold and the Emperor's scriptures. Even the immortal divine medicine pales in comparison to the 9 Great Tao Books. These are truly rare treasures, with scant information about their existence throughout the realms. It is said that one can attain immortality through the secrets contained within the 9 Great Tao Books, a pursuit sought after by countless generations. Lin Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and replied, as for the 9 Great Tao Books, our Lin family truly possesses none. Lin Xiaoyao stated this matter-of-factly. Lin Xiu chuckled, of course, I am aware that our Lin family lacks such a tome, which is precisely why I inquired if you had any information concerning them. If the Lin family possessed even one Tao book, they would undoubtedly have surpassed mere dual emperors long ago. Lin Xiaoyao contemplated further. The 9 Great Tao Books have been shrouded in mystery since ancient times. It seems they each possess a consciousness of their own, yet there are indeed some factions that have made contact with the 9 Great Tao Books. Some factions are even suspected of possessing one of the 9 Great Tao Books. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu was exhilarated. He was eager to discover what the unification of the 9 Great Tao Books would bring him, and what significance the Great Talisman held. Lin Xiu asked, which factions are these? Lin Xiaoyao briefly organized his thoughts, stating, within the 3,000 star domains, the Chaotic Temple has a high probability of possessing one Tao book. A 100,000 years ago, the primordial emperor seemingly also had contact with the Tao books. 399,000 years ago, the Tao books made an appearance, and an emperor known as the Ruthless Empress once entered to retrieve a Tao book. Uncle, that is all I know. As for the other 6 Tao books, I am unaware. Each of the 9 Great Tao Books encompasses the essence of heaven and earth. Although they have appeared in the past, those eras were far too distant. Lin Xiu replied, it is of no consequence. Having news of 3 Tao books is already quite favorable. He then began to analyze the information in his mind. The Chaotic Temple likely possesses a Tao book, and it appears the primordial emperor may also have one. As for the Ruthless Emperor, he could be temporarily disregarded due to the ancient times involved. Furthermore, he was aware of that particular emperor, a legendary figure who was said to have attained enlightenment through his extraordinary talent, creating the devouring heaven demonic art and becoming a postnatal chaotic body, ultimately achieving the status of an emperor. However, that was a time long past, and there are extremely few accounts regarding this emperor, thus he can be set aside for now. Should an opportunity arise in the future to learn more about this emperor, he could revisit the matter. As for the Chaotic Temple and the Primordial Emperor, their situations merit further consideration. The Primordial Emperor possesses memories of relevant relics acquired from the Holy One of the Unknown Sky, so when the time comes to visit the Primordial Emperor's burial site, perhaps he might uncover pertinent information regarding the Tao books. As for the Chaotic Temple, it seems there might be a way to manipulate the system to gather more information. Lin Xiu turned to Lin Xiaoyao and asked, do you have any information regarding the Chaotic Temple? Please compile it and present it to me. Lin Xiu was not well versed in the Chaotic Temple, but fortunately, Lin Xiaoyao was like a walking encyclopedia. Having lived for tens of thousands of years and being an emperor, Lin Xiaoyao possessed knowledge of many secrets unknown to ordinary individuals. Lin Xiaoyao quickly conveyed all the information regarding the Chaotic Temple to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded in acknowledgement and said to Lin Xiaoyao, very well, tomorrow we shall first go to the ancient Hua dynasty to dissolve this marriage contract. You may return now. Lin Xiaoyao nodded. Alright. After Lin Xiaoyao departed, Lin Xiu contemplated the information regarding the Chaotic Temple that lingered in his mind. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoyao opened the system. At this moment, his points had accumulated to over 40,000. Previously, when Lin Xiaoyao eliminated the grave of the Immortal Island, he had gained over 30,000 points. Following that, the Sun Empress and Lin Xiaoyao had vanquished the Chaotic Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, which was directly attributed to Lin Xiu, thus adding another 20,000 points. Additionally, the 5,000 points gained from the earlier defeat of the Holy One of the Unknown Sky brought Lin Xiu's total to a considerable amount, even after allocating 10,000 points to the Sun Empress. Lin Xiu opened the Crimson Interface and searched for a powerful figure known as the Flying Immortal Emperor. The Flying Immortal Emperor, the founder of the Chaotic Temple, was someone Lin Xiu had learned about through Lin Xiaoyao's information. Soon, a visage appeared on the screen, a face like jade, adorned with a half-silver mask. Yu Feiyang. Flying Immortal Emperor. One of the first few emperors to attain enlightenment at the dawn of the imperial era.
The flying immortal emperor fought alongside the human sovereign, the war emperor, and the mystic emperor, penetrating the realm of the ghostly underworld, slaying 8,000 divine demons, thereby establishing a monumental contribution to the arrival of the imperial era. He later founded the Chaotic Temple, and the human sovereign bestowed upon him one of the 9 great Tao books, which the flying immortal emperor passed down to future generations. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Chaotic Temple indeed possessed a Tao book, which brought him immense joy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao exchanged 10,000 points for the flying immortal emperor's entry. He then extracted a relational entry. Master and disciple. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. He was the Lin family, a scion from 100,000 years ago, while the flying immortal emperor belonged to a bygone era of millions of years. How could this master-disciple bond be established? After some contemplation, Lin Xiao devised a plan and began editing. When the flying immortal emperor founded the Chaotic Temple, he was granted a Tao book by the human sovereign. The flying immortal emperor established the Tao lineage, proclaiming that should future generations encounter the primal body, they must be designated as the Holy Son of the Chaotic Temple. To behold him is akin to the flying immortal emperor himself gracing the presence. Lin Xiao secretly praised his own cleverness. To ensure absolute certainty, he added another line. Every successive master of the Chaotic Temple must take a solemn oath to seek out the primal body. When the primal body manifests, the Chaotic Temple shall heed its command. After completing these edits, Lin Xiao thought to himself how perfect it was. With this, he would be without fail. Once he brought the primal body to the Chaotic Temple, he could directly acquire the Tao book. Over the past few days, Lin Xiao had contemplated many ingenious uses for this system. It not only allowed him to create a background but also enabled him to fabricate forces from thin air. Lin Xiao discovered that no matter how abstract or outrageous his writings were, the system always had a ludicrous yet reasonable way to rationalize the identity he had crafted. Once Lin Xiao finalized the identity information, he clicked to upload without hesitation. At that very moment, a great earthquake erupted within the Chaotic Temple. What, the primal body has appeared? Is it one of the young ancestors from the Lin family? That recently unsealed young ancestor from the Lin family is indeed the primal body that the flying immortal ancestor instructed us to seek. Please urge for updates. Chapter 38, The Shocking Chaos Temple. A tremendous earthquake has struck the Chaos Temple. The news of Lin Xiao's return has not only instilled fear among ordinary factions but has also awakened this colossal entity that has stood for millions of years. This is solely due to Lin Xiao being the primordial body, the founder of the Chaos Temple. Emperor Fei Xian left behind a decree stating that as long as the Chaos Temple exists, upon encountering an individual with the primordial body, they must be revered as the Chaos Saint Son, holding an unparalleled position, the highest within the Chaos Temple. The emergence of the Chaos Saint Son will compel the 3 main lords of the Chaos Temple to regard him as their master, dedicating their utmost efforts to assist in his growth. Beyond the endless starry sky lies the infinite sea. The territory of the Chaos Temple is not within the 3,000 star domains but rather amidst the Chaos Sacred Mountains in the infinite sea. Although referred to as a sea, the infinite sea is, in fact, an expansive and boundless star domain, vaster than the combined 3,000 star domains, shrouded in chaotic mist that obscures exploration. Each ancient star within is no smaller than any life-bearing planet in the 3,000 star domains, brimming with terrifying life essence, yet, the infinite sea remains desolate and untraversed, as no one dares to enter. Once, a formidable emperor-level being attempted to traverse the infinite sea to glimpse the outside world, but he never returned. Of course, there were those who successfully entered the infinite sea and returned. 18 supreme beings ventured in together, but ultimately only 3 emerged. They brought back a skull, translucent as jade, exuding a terrifying aura of the great Tao from an ancient star in the infinite sea. However, this led to the demise of the other 15 supreme beings. According to their accounts, they encountered a mass of foul blood, within which lay the skull. They sensed its extraordinary nature from thousands of miles away and attempted to seize it, only to be met with a barrage of blood swords that instantly reduced anyone touched to ashes. Merely a mass of foul blood wrought such devastating harm. There was also a prodigy who had just attained the rank of emperor, brimming with confidence, who charged into the infinite sea. Unexpectedly, he encountered a withered grass with 9 leaves. Initially, the emperor paid it no mind, but as he passed by, one leaf of the desiccated grass trembled slightly, unleashing a cataclysmic sword aura that seemed capable of severing the sun, moon, and stars, as well as tearing apart the chaotic yin and yang. This emperor was struck, losing half his body. Had it not been for the preservation of his soul, he would have perished there. This emperor fled the infinite sea in terror, vowing never to set foot in it again. Thus is the infinite sea unknown, mysterious, terrifying, and powerful. The fact that the Chaos Temple has established its ancestral grounds within the infinite sea speaks volumes about its might. At this moment, within a chaotic expanse of the infinite sea, a temple stretches for billions of miles, reaching towards the heavens, its entrance towering tens of thousands of miles high, adorned with floating stars. This is merely the entrance of the Chaos Temple. A vast river of stars swirls around the temple like mist, exuding an aura of terror and profundity. At this moment, deep within the Chaos Temple, the Grand Lord's eyes radiate an overwhelming power that seems capable of piercing through the ages. The education they received from a young age imbued them with unparalleled spirit. Upon learning of the emergence of the Chaos Saint Sun, as decreed by Emperor Fei Xian, he was filled with indescribable excitement. Notify the second and third lords. The Chaos Saint Sun has appeared. Swiftly return to the Chaos Temple, and we shall pay our respects to the Saint Sun at the Lin family estate. His voice resounded throughout the Chaos Temple, deep and vast. The Grand Lord of the Chaos Temple appears as a middle-aged man, clad in a robe of profound yellow chaos, exuding an overwhelming aura. His presence surpasses that of Lin Xiaoyao, instilling an almost paralyzing fear. A black-armored warrior, upon receiving the Grand Lord's command, solemnly responded, reporting to the Grand Lord, "The second Lord is currently in seclusion, should we awaken him?" The Grand Lord replied decisively, regardless of whether he is in seclusion or engaged in anything else, even if he is on the verge of a breakthrough, instruct him to return immediately. Such domineering words left the black-armored warrior momentarily stunned, before he respectfully complied, astonished by the Saint Sun's significance, which surpassed his expectations. Everyone in the Chaos Temple is aware of the Saint Sun's existence, but only the truly core members comprehend the weight it carries. To put it plainly, the words of the Chaos Saint Sun could compel the Grand Lord to offer his daughter as a mere plaything without a hint of hesitation, and he might even consider it a privilege for her. The Grand Lord inquired, "Where is the third Lord? Why is there no trace of him within the Chaos Temple?" The Grand Lord's strength had reached an unfathomable level. The Chaos Temple is more expansive than an entire star domain, yet he can discern all information within it with a mere thought. Instantly, he realized that the third Lord, Ji Shenhuang, was absent from the Chaos Temple. The black-armored warrior hastily explained, "The third Lord had some matters to attend to and has gone to the 3,000 star domains." The Grand Lord nodded, "Perfect, the Lin family is also in the 3,000 star domains. Relay a message to him to await our arrival, and we shall together pay our respects to the Saint Sun." The black-armored warrior promptly replied, "Understood. I take my leave." At this moment, within the ancient Hua dynasty, the third Lord of the Chaos Temple is engaged in a romantic encounter with the Empress of Clouds. The third Lord chuckled, "Do not worry, my dear Yunxiao, it is merely a small Lin family. Though Lin Xiaoyao has broken through 7 life wheels, he is nothing to be concerned about. Moreover, even if he were in his prime, I would not fear him. This decree of divorce, once accepted by the Lin family, will resolve everything. If they refuse, I shall ensure the extermination of their clan from this world." He spoke with arrogance, a confidence backed by his formidable power. The Empress of Clouds smiled gently at his words. "Shenhuang, thank you." The third Lord returned her smile, "There is no need for such formalities between us." Just as the atmosphere reached an intimate crescendo, a fissure suddenly appeared in the void, and a chaotic law descended. This was the exclusive means of communication of the Chaos Temple. Regardless of one's location, even within the formations of an emperor, messages could be transmitted accurately. The third Lord seized the chaotic law, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. His expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting in disbelief, as if something monumental had transpired. Even the aura surrounding him involuntarily surged, causing the entire palace to tremble. The Empress of Clouds, witnessing this, was puzzled. She had seldom seen such an expression on Ji Shenhuang's face, nor had she witnessed anything capable of unsettling him so profoundly. Thus, she could not help but inquire, "What is it?" Ji Shenhuang turned to the Empress of Clouds with incredulity, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. "The Lin show you intend to divorce as the primordial body? Please urge for updates. I am currently stockpiling. A surge of 10,000 words is forthcoming." Chapter 39. The Trembling Chaos Temple's third master. Is Lin Xiu truly the body of primordial beginning? Upon receiving this news, the Empress of Clouds was momentarily taken aback. She was unaware of this revelation. The body of primordial beginning is not something that can be easily discerned by the average person. This unique physique has never manifested in the world before, which is why most individuals remain ignorant of its true nature. Only the reigning emperors or some ancient powerful beings, who have comprehended a substantial amount of ancient secrets, might be able to perceive its essence. When Lin Xiu emerged into the world, all who recognized his identity as the body of primordial beginning had perished. Thus, in the current expanse of 3,000 star domains, apart from the Lin family and the Solar Empress, no one else knew of Lin Xiu's true nature. It was entirely understandable that the Empress of Clouds was unaware. The reason the Great Master of the Chaos Temple was privy to this information was due to a secret method left behind by the Immortal Emperor, which each succeeding Great Master learned. When the body of primordial beginning appears, an inexplicable sense of awareness would manifest. At this moment, the third master of the Chaos Temple had already turned pale. For tens of thousands of years, he had never felt such a chill run down his spine. He alone understood the significance of the body of primordial beginning and the status it conferred within the Chaos Temple, supreme over the three masters and all others. The Empress of Clouds composed herself and remarked, "The body of primordial beginning has never been seen throughout history. I have heard that this physique surpasses even the chaos body and the ancient sacred body. It is the strongest physique, transcending all others." As this thought crossed her mind, the Empress of Clouds seemed to recall something and smiled at the third master of the Chaos Temple. She presumed that he was anxious because he feared her regret upon learning that Lin Xiao was the body of primordial beginning. Thus, she reassured him, "But what of it? Rest assured, even if Lin Xiao is the body of primordial beginning, I will not marry him. My allegiance lies with you." With that, she tenderly embraced the third master of the Chaos Temple. However, the third master, consumed by his own turmoil, was indifferent to her soft warmth. His pallor deepened, and he felt a surge of anger. He longed to vent his inner rage but found no outlet. Ultimately, he struck the Empress of Clouds across the face with a fierce slap, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea of the calamity you've caused?" The Empress of Clouds was stunned by the force of the blow, which reddened half of her face. She had never been struck in her life, and now, reeling from the impact, she gazed at the third master in disbelief. "You foolish woman, do you comprehend what the body of primordial beginning signifies?" Tears streamed down her face as her aura surged, and with a quavering voice, she demanded, "Why did you hit me? How dare you strike me?" Having never endured such indignation, she disregarded the third master's admonition and shouted in rage. Yet, her defiance was futile. The third master of the Chaos Temple unleashed an even more terrifying aura, pressing down with a palm that showed no mercy, forcing the Empress of Clouds to kneel upon the ground, shattering her pride. "Do you not know that the Chaos Temple has a sacred decree? The body of primordial beginning shall be our holy son. His status surpasses that of this master. Even the great master must bow before the holy son of chaos. And you, now, have audaciously issued a letter of divorce to the holy son." Upon hearing this, the Empress of Clouds was incensed and could not grasp the implications of the situation. She could not fully comprehend what the body of primordial beginning represented for the Chaos Temple. In her eyes, it was merely a powerful physique. Even if one were to dominate the heavens and earth, it bore no relevance to her. Moreover, he had yet to reach maturity. What was he worth? Thus, she retorted angrily, "Why do you shout at me? Why do you strike me? Weren't you supportive when I proposed to divorce Lin Xiao? Now you come to blame me. Is it not merely a body of primordial beginning? I shall go and kill him this very moment." The Empress of Clouds astonishingly declared her intent to slay Lin Xiao, and it appeared she was not jesting. At this moment, she began to channel her divine power, soaring into the sky. At that moment, the royal family of the ancient Hua dynasty happened to witness their empress breaking through the heavens, her demeanor fierce as if preparing for battle. Her figure tore through the sky, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and wind. The emperor of ancient Hua was taken aback. What had prompted this call to arms, he had no inkling. However, just as the people of ancient Hua were still in shock, pondering the empress's intentions, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the star domain. "How dare you!" The third master of the Chaos Temple acted swiftly, following which a figure enveloped in chaotic energy shot upward, moving even faster than the Empress of Clouds. With a single palm strike, he sent the Empress crashing down onto the altar of the ancient Hua dynasty. The earth fractured, cracks spreading like a spider's web, revealing that the third master had held nothing back. The onlookers from the ancient Hua dynasty were left utterly dumbfounded. They could not comprehend how two individuals who had been so affectionate just yesterday could suddenly be at odds. The third master of the Chaos Temple loomed in the void, his fury palpable. "Gu Yunxiao, you had best cool your temper. If anything happens to Lin Xiao, not only you and I, but the entire ancient Hua dynasty shall pay the price. The great master will not hesitate to take my life." His voice echoed through the skies, resonating throughout the imperial capital. The Empress of Clouds was momentarily stunned by his words. The great master of the Chaos Temple, she recognized him. She had encountered the great master when she first met the third master. The sheer power of that man had left her breathless. Even after she herself had ascended to the rank of emperor, such a figure would not hesitate to annihilate the entire ancient Hua dynasty for Lin Xiao's sake. Would he truly kill the third master of the Chaos Temple? The Empress of Clouds momentarily regained her composure, her mind swirling. The body of primordial beginning, terrifying though it may be, was merely an unproven physique. Why would the Chaos Temple place such immense value upon it? However, the third master of the Chaos Temple soon provided her with an answer. Coldly, he stated, "Because the ancient decree of the immortal emperor dictates that we three masters have sworn an oath. To encounter the body of primordial beginning is akin to encountering the immortal emperor himself. At this moment, the Empress of Clouds finally comprehended the magnitude of the calamity she had wrought, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? The Emperor of Ancient Hua observed the scene before him, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This entire affair seemed inextricably linked to that young ancestor of the Lin family. That young ancestor from the Lin family is the body of primordial beginning, the third master of the Chaos Temple. His expression darkening, directly posed a question to the Emperor of Ancient Hua. How long has it been since the letter of divorce was sent? He must prevent the delivery of this letter. Otherwise, if Lin Qiu were to discover that this divorce had been sent with his backing, the third master of the Chaos Temple would be finished. Yet, as if anticipating calamity, the Emperor of Ancient Hua's complexion paled, trembling under the oppressive aura of the third master. To report to the master, it has already been 2 days since it was sent. I fear that the letter has already reached the Lin family by now. Upon hearing this, the third master felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if the world were spinning around him. Please urge for updates. Now, before reaching 100,000 words, I will post 2 updates daily, and after the 100,000 word mark, I will unleash an explosive update. Chapter 40 of the Arrival of the Ancient Hua Dynasty. Presenting the divorce decree, in the vast void domain, the envoys of the Ancient Hua Dynasty have arrived at the gates of the Lin family. There are but 2 of them. Bearing a formal divorce decree, they make their way directly to the Lin residence. These 2 individuals are esteemed princes of the Ancient Hua Dynasty, possessing unparalleled strength. Their visit, with the divorce decree in hand, is executed with remarkable swiftness. One elderly prince addresses the other, saying, Zhouzhong, once we enter and present the decree, let us depart swiftly. The Lin family, after all, is a lineage of emperors, and with a living emperor still among them, matters of a woman dismissing a man are hardly honorable. It would be unwise for us to act too ostentatiously. This prince harbors concerns, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The young ancestor of the Lin family has just returned to the clan, and here we are, delivering a divorce decree in which the woman casts off the man. Such actions, in anyone's eyes, would be deemed disgraceful, ripe for whispered scorn. Especially considering that the one embroiled in this affair is the young ancestor of the Lin family, a figure of immense stature among the imperial families. Should this provoke their ire, the consequences could be dire. However, Zhouzhong, the prince addressed, laughs dismissively. Fuyun, you are becoming increasingly timid. What if the Lin family has a living emperor? The empress has allied with the 3 masters of the chaotic divine hall. In comparison to them, what does the Lin family truly represent? Did you not hear what the third master proclaimed? The decree must be accepted, whether they like it or not. Even if the Lin family dares to disregard our ancient Hua dynasty, they would not dare to offend the chaotic divine hall. This time, they will have no choice but to swallow their humiliation. Fuyun, the elder prince, lets out a sigh. Zhouzhong, this is not the time for impulsive decisions. We are dealing with an imperial family, and personal feelings must not cloud our judgment. Zhouzhong has a history with the young master of the Lin family, having once clashed during his youth. Though both are of supreme caliber, Zhouzhong is technically the elder. In their past, Zhouzhong's child encountered the young master of the Lin family during a period of training, leading to a conflict over a precious artifact. At that time, the young master was far from accommodating, prioritizing his own interests. In their duel, he showed no mercy, ultimately killing Zhouzhong's only child. This tragedy has festered in Zhouzhong's heart for over a millennium. Yet, the Lin family has long been formidable, with Lin Xiaoyao among the most powerful emperors of the age, undoubtedly ranking in the top 10. Thus, Zhouzhong, despite his grievances, felt powerless to confront them, as life and death struggles are commonplace in the world of cultivation. The young master of the Lin family had rightfully bested Zhouzhong's child, and Lin Xiaoyao would certainly defend his own now. With an opportunity to humiliate the Lin family at hand, Zhouzhong is not inclined to let it slip away after harboring such resentment for a millennium. He is determined to boldly present the divorce decree to the Lin family, not only to deliver it but to announce to the 3,000 realms that the young ancestor of the Lin family has been dismissed by the woman, thus exposing the Lin family's humiliation to the world. Fuyun, a longtime friend of Zhouzhong and related by blood, understands his nature and recognizes the potential for such reckless actions. He implores, Zhouzhong, do you not realize that such an approach could lead to our downfall? What if the Lin family refuses to accept the decree? What if they truly act out of desperation? Previously, both the Solar Empress and Lin Xiaoyao have slain 2 emperors on behalf of the Lin family. That is more than sufficient. Before Fuyun can finish his thought, Zhouzhong interrupts with a cold huff. Enough! Fuyun, we have known each other for millennia, enduring many trials together. If you are too fearful to accompany me to the Lin family to deliver the decree, you may remain outside. After all these years, I never realized you were so cowardly.
With that, Zhou Zhong turns and strides toward the Lin family. Fu Yun, momentarily speechless, finds himself at a loss, knowing that it is impossible to let Zhou Zhong go alone. He can only hope that the young ancestor of the Lin family will not act impulsively at this moment. Within the Lin family gates, Lin Xiaoyao and Lin Xiao are preparing to visit the ancient Hua dynasty to dissolve the engagement. The master of the Lin family suggests, "Young ancestor, do you require additional companions for protection? It would be prudent to avoid the need for you or the esteemed Lin Xiaoyao to engage directly." Lin Xiao smiles gently. "There is no need for that. We are the ones in breach of contract. Moreover, this matter is not particularly honorable for the ancient Hua dynasty either. As it stands, very few people are aware of this situation. Thus, it is best not to make a spectacle of it. Let us resolve this privately with the ancient Hua dynasty." Lin Xiao still hopes to settle the matter discreetly, feeling a sense of obligation toward the ancient Hua dynasty. Little does he know, the decree has already arrived at their doorstep. The master of the Lin family, upon hearing this, refrains from insisting further and simply nods respectfully. Lin Xiao adds, "However, be sure to prepare the betrothal gifts for the Solar Emperor's clan." The master of the Lin family nods. The preparations are complete. Once the young ancestor returns, we can proceed to seek the hand of the Solar Emperor's family. Lin Xiao smiles. "Thank you for your efforts." The master of the Lin family, flustered, replies, "It is no trouble at all." Just as Lin Xiao is about to depart with Lin Xiaoyao, a booming voice resounds. "Ancient Hua dynasty, Prince Zhou Zhong and Elder Fu Yun, come to the Lin family to present the divorce decree. Please urge for updates. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 41, The Declaration of Divorce. Lin Xiaoyao is furious. From the ancient Hua dynasty, the king of Zhouchong and the esteemed Fu Yun have come to present a decree of divorce. The voice of the king of Zhouchong resonated powerfully, akin to the striking of a grand bell, echoing throughout a significant portion of the vast void domain. Instantly, all the factions surrounding the Lin family were alerted to this news. "What? The ancient Hua dynasty is here to deliver a divorce decree to the Lin family? When did the ancient Hua dynasty have a marriage contract with the Lin family? I have never heard of it before. Which prodigy of the Lin family is this?" The Lin family has just welcomed back their younger ancestor, and with the Sun Emperor clan on good terms with them, it is highly likely that the Lin family will produce another great emperor. How could the ancient Hua dynasty choose this moment to present a decree of divorce? The surrounding factions were unaware of the matrimonial alliance between the Lin family and the ancient Hua dynasty, as it had been established hundreds of thousands of years ago by the imperishable Emperor of the Void and the founding monarch of ancient Hua. Few in the world knew of this, and only those ancient powers, akin to the Lin family and the ancient Hua dynasty, would comprehend such matters. They were speculating whether this marriage was related to the younger generation. Indeed, the betrothed was quite young, yet not part of the younger generation. As Lin Xiao and Lin Xiaoyao were about to leave, they heard this proclamation, their brows furrowing. Apart from the marriage contract between the Empress of Cloud and Lin Xiao, there were no other connections between the Lin family and the ancient Hua dynasty. Thus, the appearance of this divorce decree, an uneasy thought arose in their hearts. Indeed, the king of Zhouchong landed outside the gates of the Lin family, his demeanor proud. He boldly produced an imperial edict and declared it aloud. "By the decree of our Empress, the Empress of Cloud. To Lin Xiao of the Lin family, son of the imperishable emperor, who was invincible in the world 13,000 years ago, having vanquished the malevolent cultivators of Fengdu, earning the admiration of countless souls. This emperor also acknowledges his heroic deeds. However, the imperishable emperor sought a marriage alliance with my father for his son Lin Xiao, solely to cultivate my innate constitution. This emperor refuses. But alas, at that time, my power was limited. Now that I have attained the path of a great emperor, I shall seize my own fate. Moreover, Lin Xiao is but an individual incapable of cultivation. How can he be matched with this emperor? Furthermore, the third hall master of the Chaos Divine Palace, Ji Xianwang, and I are deeply in love, and we shall wed on an auspicious day. Thus, I present this decree of divorce." The voice of the Zhouchong sovereign reverberated through the heavens, and all present comprehended the implications. The imperishable emperor, in an effort to allow his son to cultivate, had established a marriage contract with the ancient emperor of Hua. From this, they gleaned a crucial piece of information. Lin Xiao was incapable of cultivation, a waste, for the imperishable emperor of 13,000 years ago had known that Lin Xiao possessed the primordial body and had gleaned some insights from the traces of that great path. Thus, Lin Xiao had been prevented from cultivating, awaiting his maturity before being sealed. Consequently, when the Empress of Cloud observed Lin Xiao's lack of cultivation, she mistakenly assumed he was merely a waste.
The intent of the imperishable emperor was to utilize Lin Xiu's manifold source body to aid his cultivation. Moreover, the imperishable emperor had not elaborated extensively to the ancient Hua dynasty. This was also the reason for the Empress of Cloud's aversion to this marriage. She, a once great empress, would not be reduced to the victim of an ordinary individual. She would not accept it. The heavens erupted in uproar. What? Lin Xiu, the younger ancestor of the Lin family, is actually incapable of cultivation? How can this be? This is terrifying. It must be false. If Lin Xiu were a waste, incapable of cultivating, why would the imperishable emperor seal him for 100,000 years? Some held a skeptical stance, for it was too astonishing to believe. The younger ancestor, so fervently welcomed back by the Lin family, was indeed a waste. This defied all logic, yet others affirmed the news. How can it be impossible? Even the Empress of Cloud has stated it. Can the words of a great emperor be false? No wonder the Empress of Cloud wishes to annul the marriage. As a great empress, how could she marry a waste? If I were in her position, I would do the same. In summary, opinions varied widely, yet the majority regarded the situation with a sense of intrigue. This is getting interesting. The younger ancestor of the Lin family has barely returned for a few days and is already facing a divorce from the bride. Haha, I have seen many instances of men divorcing their wives, but a woman divorcing her husband is rare. This is truly amusing. What do you think the Lin family will do? The ancient Hua dynasty has come to the Lin family with such fanfare, presenting this decree of divorce. This is not merely a slap in the face, but rather a blatant affront. What else can they do? Did you not hear how the Empress of Cloud spoke in the decree? She is in love with the third Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Palace. What kind of power is the Chaos Divine Palace? Even if the Lin family is displeased, they must swallow their pride. Perhaps not. The Lin family's great emperor, Lin Xiaoyao, is not one to be trifled with. He might retaliate fiercely. He dares? Unless he wishes for the Lin family to face annihilation overnight after his demise. Almost all factions held a pessimistic view of the Lin family. Indeed, the Chaos Divine Palace was far too powerful, having produced 18 emperors throughout history. Moreover, the 3 current Hall Masters were exceptional among emperors. They were fearsome beyond measure. They did not believe the Lin family would dare to confront the Chaos Divine Palace, for such an action would be detrimental to the Lin family. Within the Lin family, upon hearing the Zhouchong sovereign proclaim the decree of the Empress of Cloud, everyone's expression darkened significantly. Lin Xiu remained impassive, his eyes cold as ice, akin to a millennium of frozen darkness. In this world, as well as in his previous one, a woman divorcing her husband was an act that brought great shame. What was worse, the ancient Hua dynasty had audaciously sent someone to publicly announce the Empress of Cloud's intention to divorce him. This act had rendered his dignity and that of the entire Lin family utterly trampled. Moreover, what angered Lin Xiu the most was that the opposing party not only employed such a humiliating method to strip the Lin family of their honor but also spread slander. Slandering his father, the imperishable emperor. Although the words were not direct, the insinuation was clear. They claimed his father sought this marriage solely for the sake of her manifold source body. However, based on Lin Xiu's understanding over the past few days, it was not his father who sought this marriage contract with the ancient emperor of Hua. Rather, upon Lin Xiu's birth, the ancient emperor of Hua happened to pass by, sensed something extraordinary, and thus boldly recommended his daughter, establishing this union. Indeed, the imperishable emperor had contemplated how the manifold source body would benefit Lin Xiu, but this matter was not a coercion from him. Yet now, it had been twisted into a narrative of coercion. It was utterly ironic. Thus, this was the source of Lin Xiu's fury. That he had initially considered discreetly annulling the marriage, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. So this was their arrogance, backed by the third Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Palace? Lin Xiaoyao was now seething with rage. He turned to Lin Xiu and declared, "Uncle, the Empress of Cloud is simply too arrogant. I beseech you to allow me to take her down. Make her kneel and apologize to the world." In Lin Xiaoyao's heart, the dignity of the imperishable emperor was sacrosanct. The Lin family could not afford to lose face. Lin Xiu must not be defamed. Now that all 3 conditions were met by the Empress of Cloud, in Lin Xiaoyao's eyes, it was a capital offense. Requesting a swift update. There are still 3 chapters in reserve, and after the premiere, I will unleash a deluge of updates the following day. Chapter 42. Bow before father and acknowledge your mistakes, or face death. Lin Xiaoyao was consumed by a desire to charge forward and rend the Zhouchong king to shreds. Were it not for Lin Xiu's presence at that moment, the hierarchy of respect and hierarchy in his heart would have surely compelled him to act. However, now, with just a nod from Lin Xiu, Lin Xiaoyao would undoubtedly rush forward to subdue the 2 individuals from the ancient Hua dynasty. In the distance, a group of formidable warriors gradually encircled them, each of whom was at least of supreme caliber. They all gazed from afar toward the Lin family, eager to discern how they would respond to this unforeseen turn of events, particularly as it involved the Hall of Chaos. Their curiosity was piqued regarding the Lin family's stance. Once the Jocheon Supreme concluded his imperial decree, he directly called out to the Lin family, Lin Tianqing, as the head of the Lin family, should you not come forth to receive this imperial decree? He directly addressed the head of the Lin family, hoping he would step forward to accept the decree. The elders of the Lin family, who had been bidding farewell to Lin Xiao, were incensed by the spectacle before them. They exclaimed, "This Jocheon Supreme is clearly being deliberate, this ancient Hua dynasty. Such matters should remain discreet, yet they have brought it to the fore, clearly targeting our Lin family. This is utterly outrageous. They presume to humiliate our Lin family simply because they have the Hall of Chaos backing them. Initially, we could have resolved this matter privately. You rejected this marriage proposal, and we had no intention of pursuing it either. A mutual settlement would have sufficed, yet, the ancient Hua dynasty has gone too far. They have made this a public affair. They intend to strip our Lin family of all dignity." Even the usually magnanimous elder Lin Changkong could not contain his fury and shouted at the ancient Hua dynasty, "Jocheon, do you intend to sever ties with our Lin family? Spreading baseless rumors about our ancient ancestors, do you think we would refrain from waging a holy war?" He directly accused the Jocheon Supreme of fabricating lies, for such matters, regardless of their veracity, could not be acknowledged before the eyes of the world. Moreover, he could not believe that his ancestor, the Wushu Emperor, would engage in such despicable acts as abducting women. In response to Elder Nine's accusations, the Jocheon Supreme thundered, "Humph? Fabrication, are you suggesting that our empress of the ancient Hua dynasty is using her reputation to spread falsehoods? Your Lin family has always been a den of snakes and rats. Now, our Empress Yun Xiao has found a kindred spirit in the third Hall Master of the Hall of Chaos. This decree of divorce is jointly issued by our Empress Yun Xiao and the third Hall Master of the Hall of Chaos. Now that the imperial decree has arrived, Lin family, why do you not accept it?" The Jocheon Supreme invoked the Hall of Chaos, attempting to coerce the Lin family into accepting the decree. However, how could the Lin family possibly accept such a letter of divorce? To do so would be tantamount to acknowledging the humiliation. From this moment forth, for countless generations, they would be ridiculed and scorned. The elders were incensed, declaring, "This is intolerable, young ancestor. What truly transpired regarding this marriage proposal? Is it as the Empress Yun Xiao claims?" "Impossible. Although we have never witnessed the unparalleled grace of our Wushu ancestor, it is unthinkable that he would act in such a manner." "Young ancestor, why not seize this Jocheon Supreme, then march upon the ancient Hua dynasty, demanding they clarify their statements? To dare slander the Wushu ancestor, these individuals are courting death." The elders were filled with righteous anger, eager to ascertain the true circumstances surrounding Lin Xiaoyao's situation, for they could not believe that the Wushu emperor would align with the claims made in the Empress Yun Xiao's decree. Simultaneously, their fury reached a boiling point, and they wished to subdue the Jocheon king, even at the cost of confronting the ancient Hua dynasty. In the name of their ancestors, they could not be dishonored. All the elders turned to Lin Xiao, seeking the truth. Lin Xiao did not withhold any information, recounting how the emperor of ancient Hua had attempted to peddle his daughter to the Wushu emperor. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's account, even Lin Xiaoyao was enraged. He exuded an overwhelming imperial might, a powerful aura that shook the entirety of the Great Void Star region. His imperial might surged like a tsunami, wreaking havoc. Lin Xiaoyao's wrath ignited further. Previously, he had merely wished to annihilate the two insignificant figures, and now, enlightened by the truth, he was filled with a desire to reduce the entire ancient Hua dynasty to ashes. With the affirmation he had received, all reservations vanished. His imperial might radiated outward, and both the Jocheon Supreme and the Fuyun Supreme, stationed outside the Lin family's gates, felt the oppressive aura. Although there was only a single realm's difference between an emperor and a supreme, their strengths were worlds apart. Even a mere hint of Lin Xiaoyao's imperial might was enough to send the Jocheon Supreme and the Fuyun Supreme reeling, their backs turning cold, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fuyun Supreme hastily advised Jocheon Supreme, "Jocheon, it would be prudent to withdraw the imperial decree and depart." He felt a sense of fear. After all, who could remain unperturbed in the presence of an emperor? Yet, despite the instinctive terror that gripped him, the Jocheon Supreme clenched his teeth and retorted, "What is there to fear? I refuse to believe that Lin Xiaoyao would dare act recklessly against us. Even if he is unafraid of the ancient Hua dynasty, I refuse to believe he is not wary of the Hall of Chaos. I will ensure that the Lin family loses all face before the world." The Jocheon Supreme, stubbornly suppressing his fear of the emperor's might, continued to shout, "Lin family, why do you not accept the decree?" The Jocheon Supreme was excessively aggressive. Lin Xiaoyao's gaze turned increasingly frigid as he addressed Lin Xiao, "Uncle, the empress of the ancient Hua dynasty has slandered my grandfather. Regardless of who stands behind her, I, Xiaoyao, fear no one. If you give the order, I shall immediately march to the ancient Hua dynasty and topple the Empress Yun Xiao." Lin Xiaoyao was also incensed. He was no longer merely contemplating the death of the Jochong king who bore the letter of divorce, he was resolved to confront the ancient Hua dynasty and capture the Empress Yunxiao herself. As for the two present, he would refrain from executing them for the time being, as he could not allow outsiders to perceive the Lin family as resorting to murder to silence dissent. He was not oblivious to the consequences, rather, this was a matter of principle. To insult his elders and defame his kin and such transgressions were intolerable for Lin Xiaoyao. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao's expression turned impassive. He then addressed Lin Xiaoyao, subdue these two before the gates of the Lin family, and inform the Empress Yunxiao of the ancient Hua dynasty, as well as the third Hall Master of the Hall of Chaos. The Lin family awaits their visit to bow before my father and acknowledge their mistakes. Should the Hall of Chaos and the ancient Hua dynasty fail to provide a reasonable explanation, then neither the ancient Hua dynasty nor that so-called third Hall Master of the Hall of Chaos shall have a place in this world. He ultimately chose to take action. There was nothing more to discuss, the name of their ancestors could not be sullied, although his identity and background were fabricated. Over the past few days, he had sensed the genuine sincerity of the Lin family members. This family was truly commendable. Lin Xiaoyao needed no further persuasion, the elders of the Lin family treated him with the utmost respect and were always willing to assist him. The head of the Lin family was also a person of integrity, fulfilling his duties as the patriarch admirably. After all, even when he had to cripple his own son, he bore not a word of complaint, knowing it was his son's fault. Once Lin Xiao's words fell, the elders and the family head were momentarily taken aback, for the implications of such statements were rather bold. What did he mean by suggesting that even the third Hall Master of the Hall of Chaos should not exist in this world? Lin Xiaoyao, however, burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "Nephew obeys your command." Outside the gates of the Lin family, the Jochong Supreme continued to wait arrogantly. As he noticed the Lin family's prolonged silence, he remarked to the Fuyun Supreme, "Fuyun, I have said it before, Lin Xiaoyao dares not disregard the future of the Lin family. If he acts recklessly, the Lin family will surely find themselves at odds with both the Hall of Chaos and our ancient Hua dynasty. Look, given the Lin family's temperament, if they truly disregarded this matter, they would have acted long ago." Fuyun Supreme, upon hearing this, felt a degree of agreement within himself. Indeed, if the Lin family truly disregarded the Hall of Chaos in their future, they would have acted by now. The fact that Lin Xiaoyao merely released his imperial might without making a move indicated that they had reservations. The Jochong Supreme felt increasingly confident, sneering, "Today, I will ensure that the Lin family loses all face." Boom! However, just as the Jochong Supreme was about to utter the words "lose all face," a colossal palm print descended from the heavens. Before the Jochong Supreme and Fuyun Supreme could even react, they were forcefully pressed to the ground, their bones shattering beneath the weight. I request for the next update. There is still one more chapter to come. Chapter 43, severing the 10-million-year legacy of the ancient Hua dynasty. Some may advise Lin Xiaoyue to seek a peaceful resolution, while others might display extraordinary anger in her presence. Yet, only Lin Xiaoyao would execute Lin Xiaoyue's commands without a moment's hesitation. The force behind this strike was masterfully balanced. It was not intended to slay the Supreme Fuyun and the Supreme Jochong, but sufficient to render them grievously injured and incapable of resistance. Boom! The colossal palm imprint descended like a fallen star from the heavens, chaos swirling between its fingers, and the very fabric of the world shifted in hue. The Supreme Jochong and the Supreme Fuyun felt as though an entire world had collapsed upon them, a terror so profound it stole their breath away. Bang! Dust billowed forth, spreading like a sandstorm, as an enormous palm print, spanning a full 1,000 miles, manifested upon the ground. At its center lay the Supreme Fuyun and the Supreme Jochong, their bones shattered and bodies broken. In that moment, they had utterly lost their capacity to fight back, resembling mere puddles of mud sprawled upon the earth. Upon reaching the level of Supreme, one would expect that, barring death, most injuries could be swiftly healed by their formidable constitution, yet here they lay, powerless to mend their wounds, for the intricacies of the Emperor's assault rendered self-healing impossible. The Supreme Jochong wore a vacant expression. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to compel the Lin family to accept the imperial decree, thereby humiliating them, convinced that the Lin family could no longer afford to offend too many factions given their current plight. An aging emperor, a young generation yet to mature, and a waste of a little ancestor. Once Lin Xiaoyao fell, the Lin family would surely decline. Such a faction would not be foolish enough to recklessly make enemies. However, he never anticipated that the Lin family would act with such resoluteness, indifferent to the ancient Hua dynasty or the chaos temple behind him. Of the Supreme Fuyun, on the other hand, was pale, rage boiling within him. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he reproached the Supreme Jochong. I warned you, do not push the Lin family into a corner, yet you would not listen. Do you not know that the Lin family are all madmen? Indeed, the Lin clan were vehemently obsessed, a reflection of their immense cohesion and their unwavering commitment to their principles. Thus, they exhibited a kind of fanatical madness, heedless of the consequences. The Lin family's bottom line was their clan. Any actions detrimental to the Lin family warranted no discussion. No matter who you were, retribution would be inevitable, no matter how far you fled. Having said this, the Supreme Fuyan could no longer withstand the excruciating pain from his injuries and fainted. The Supreme Zhou Qian, possessing a somewhat sturdier constitution, was still able to cling to consciousness, albeit barely. His expression was one of disbelief, and he bellowed towards the Lin family, do you truly wish to make enemies of my ancient Hua dynasty? Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the Chaos Temple? He invoked the name of the Chaos Temple once more, knowing that the Lin family would show him no respect when merely faced with the ancient Hua dynasty. Not to mention the current emperor, Lin Xiaoyao surpassed even the celestial empress. Even the legendary emperor who founded the ancient Hua dynasty eons ago was weaker than the founder of the Lin family. Thus, the Lin family held little regard for the ancient Hua dynasty. It was only the transcendent power of the Chaos Temple that instilled a sense of caution and pressure upon the Lin family. The Supreme Zhou Qian was acutely aware that his arrogance stemmed from the backing of the three lords of the Chaos Temple, a supreme force that empowered his bravado, and now, struck down by a single palm, he found himself momentarily dazed, erupting in anger. Lin family. What if you refuse to accept the imperial edict? What if you deny the divorce decree? The Chaos Temple will make you aware of your grievous mistake. If you insist on clinging to this marriage contract, it matters not. The three lords of the Chaos Temple have already united with my clan's empress as partners. In due time, they will expose the Lin family's vile nature. The voice of the Supreme Zhou Qian was not particularly loud. He was gravely injured and could only rely on his natural voice, lacking the strength to project it across vast distances. However, this posed little problem, for those of formidable strength could still hear his proclamations. As soon as the Supreme Zhou Qian finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyue, Lin Xiaoyao, the head of the Lin family, and several elders appeared before him. Lin Xiaoyue took the lead, slowly advancing towards the Supreme Zhou Qian. Without a hint of emotion, he placed his foot upon the Supreme Zhou Qian's head, stating coldly, "The Chaos Temple, is it, the three lords, you say? Is this the foundation of your arrogance?" The Supreme Zhou Qian's head was pressed into the dirt, his aged face becoming encrusted with soil. His complexion turned crimson, and he was on the verge of an explosive rage. Never in nearly 10 millennia had he endured such humiliation. The Supreme Zhou Qian let out a primal roar akin to a beast fighting for its life. Humph. You must be that little ancestor of the Lin family, correct? Indeed, nothing but a waste. You appear to be 17 or 18, yet your aura suggests you are but a shackled cultivator. No wonder the Empress said you were a failure, with such abysmal talent for cultivation. You are no different from a worthless being. And you dare aspire to unite with our clan's Empress? Such delusions are risible, a toad dreaming of consuming a phoenix. In response to the Supreme Zhou Qian's derision, Lin Xiaoyue merely smiled. While others might cower before the Chaos Temple, he felt no fear. Lin Xiaoyue pressed the Supreme Zhou Qian's head further into the ground, embedding half of his skull in the soil. The Supreme Zhou Qian, utterly humiliated, spat defiantly, "Lin brat, if you wish to kill or maim me, do as you please, for I wish to see how you will maintain your arrogance when the three lords arrive." Even with the support of the Emperor Xiaoyao, how long can he hold out? I wager no more than 500 years. You would do well to kill me, having offended the Chaos Temple and our ancient Hua dynasty. Once Emperor Xiaoyao passes, your Lin family shall be erased from existence. Though the Supreme Zhou Qian spoke of allowing Lin Xiaoyue to do as he pleased, the underlying message was clear. Should you dare lay a hand on me, the Lin family will face dire consequences. Lin Xiaoyue was not oblivious to the Supreme Zhou Qian's intentions and threats. Since acquiring the system, he had known no fear. Moreover, the Lin family despised being threatened above all else. With a slight smirk, he pressed the Supreme Zhou Qian's head completely into the mud. Then, Lin Xiaoyue proclaimed, "Ancient Hua dynasty. What the Lin family has done is with a clear conscience. In 3 days, let the Empress Yunxiao come before my father, the Emperor Wushu, and bow in submission. Otherwise, I shall sever your ancient Hua dynasty's 10-million-year legacy. The three lords of the Chaos Temple shall assist the ancient Hua dynasty in spreading rumors, together with the Empress Yunxiao. Should there be any dissent, all shall be executed." Lin Xiaoyue's strength was evidently insufficient to broadcast his voice to the world. However, Lin Xiaoyao, understanding the gravity of the moment, utilized his divine powers to amplify Lin Xiaoyue's voice, echoing like thunder across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Bow down, or face the severing of the ancient Hua dynasty's 10-million-year legacy. The three lords of the Chaos Temple would also come to bow in submission, otherwise, they would all be executed? The ancient warriors were left agape, as though they had seen a ghost. Heavens, what is the Lin family doing?
Are they truly preparing for war against the Chaos Temple and the ancient Hua dynasty? Please continue to encourage further updates. I appreciate everyone and hope for your abundant comments. The author will respond. Chapter 44. If one cannot even protect their closest kin, what purpose does one's cultivation serve? Within the Lin family estate, Lin Xiao, having delivered his proclamation, returned home, quietly awaiting the three masters of the Chaos Temple to arrive and kneel before him in apology. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyao addressed Lin Xiao, saying, "Uncle, your nephew has just constructed a spatial tunnel. You may lead the younger generation of our clan to the outside world, and once Xiaoyao resolves matters here, I shall seek you out." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. A spatial tunnel, the outside world, departing with the younger generation of the clan, what could this possibly mean? Observing Lin Xiao's puzzled expression, Lin Xiaoyao sighed and explained, "Uncle, the Chaos Temple has endured through the ages, having produced 18 emperors. Moreover, in this era, 3 emperors still walk the earth. Each of them is no weaker than your nephew, especially the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple, whose strength surpasses mine by a terrifying margin. I am not afraid, but the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple have slandered our revered ancestor and have even sought to disgrace our family. I shall seek justice for my grandfather, my uncle, and our clan, even if it means shattering my own body in the process." However, the ensuing battle may engulf the entire Great Void domain, far more terrifying than the conflict of the 4 emperors before. To guard against the worst-case scenario, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao comprehended Lin Xiaoyao's intentions. In essence, Lin Xiaoyao was concerned that, when the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Cloud Sky arrived, he might be unable to contend with them, resulting in the destruction of the entire Lin family. He had no regrets about spreading Lin Xiao's words throughout the Great Void. In fact, he fully supported Lin Xiao's desire for the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Cloud Sky to kneel before the monument of the Emperor Wushu. In Lin Xiaoyao's heart, if he could not avenge the humiliation of his closest kin and restore the honor of his family, then what was the point of his imperial cultivation? He did not fear battle, but he could not disregard the Lin family. Thus, he constructed the spatial tunnel, preparing for the worst, hoping to send Lin Xiao and the younger generation of the Lin family away. He merely wished that, should unexpected calamity truly arise, the last remnants of the Lin bloodline could still be preserved. Even the Lin family head and several elders expressed their resolve, stating, "We too are willing to stay and fight to the death alongside the Emperor." They were prepared to sever ties with the Chaos Temple, even if it meant facing certain demise. In their hearts, they understood that when Lin Xiao spoke those words, they had already recognized the rift between the Lin family and the transcendent power of the Chaos Temple. Yet, they did not believe Lin Xiao was in the wrong. Why should the Lin family strive for greatness if not to uphold their dignity? Now, however, their dignity had been trampled upon. They could not tolerate such an affront. Witnessing the determination of those before him, Lin Xiao could not help but smile. Calmly, he declared, "There is no need for a spatial tunnel, nor for retreat, nor for a desperate fight. You should all go about your own affairs. I shall handle everything. The Lin family shall await the arrival of the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple to kneel before my father." With that, Lin Xiao did not linger, returning to his abode to cultivate as usual. At this moment, in the boundless expanse of the starry sky, the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple were racing through the cosmos, pulling the Empress of the Cloud Sky along. Their speed eclipsed that of light, traversing endless distances in the blink of an eye. Yet, the distance to the ancient Hua dynasty and the Lin family was simply too great. Even at their pace, it would take several hours to arrive. During their journey, the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple relayed the significance of the primordial body to the Empress of the Cloud Sky, elucidating its esteemed position within the Chaos Temple. For the Chaos Temple, the primordial body was akin to the direct presence of the ancestral flying immortal emperor. The 3 Grand Masters of the Chaos Temple were subordinate to the primordial body, which they revered above all else. Should the primordial body desire, it could decree the death of anyone within the Chaos Temple, even all of them, and the 3 Grand Masters would be powerless to resist. The words of the primordial body were the very faith of the Chaos Temple, and its will echoed that of the ancestral flying immortal emperor. Upon receiving this explanation, the Empress of the Cloud Sky finally understood why the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple were so anxious, even enraged. She gazed at the solemn man beside her, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. This decree of separation could spell disaster for both the ancient Hua dynasty and the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple. If the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple were to learn that the Chaos Holy Son, backed by his 3 masters, had been humiliated at his doorstep, he might very well strike down the 3 masters with a single blow. Judging by the previous reactions of the 3 masters, it was clear that the primordial body held immense importance for the Chaos Temple. The countenance of the 3 masters was dark, their emotions tumultuous. They could only hope that time was still on their side, enabling them to reach the Lin family before the 9 Heaven Sovereign and others did. To intercept them, even if the 9 Heaven Sovereign had already arrived at the Lin family estate, they still hoped he would possess the foresight to avoid escalating the situation, granting them some leeway.
Meanwhile, the Great Void Star domain was abuzz with commotion. Has the Lin family gone mad? They dare to directly suppress the Nine Heavens Sovereign and others. Are they truly intent on tearing their relationship with the ancient Hua dynasty asunder? The Nine Heavens Sovereign comes bearing the decree of the Empress of the Cloud Sky, and according to their claims, it is not just the decree of the Empress, but also the will of the three masters of the Chaos Temple. The Lin family is utterly insane, daring to oppose the Chaos Temple. They must be courting death. Is the legacy of emperors spanning 100,000 years to be extinguished in this world? The populace was astounded, believing the Lin family had lost their minds. They perceived this as a reckless gamble on their part. The great Emperor Xiaoyao was already in his twilight years, with external estimates suggesting he had less than a millennium left to live. Once the great Emperor Xiaoyao passed, who would safeguard the Lin family? Now they had audaciously suppressed the Nine Heavens Sovereign in Fu Yunzun, issuing such defiant proclamations. This was tantamount to a definitive break with both the Chaos Temple and the ancient Hua dynasty. Although the Empress of the Cloud Sky was weaker than the great Emperor Xiaoyao, she was younger and would likely outlive him. When he departed from this world, what fate awaited his descendants? Could it be that the great Emperor Xiaoyao has achieved a breakthrough? This young ancestor of the Lin family dares to demand that the Empress of the Cloud Sky and the three masters of the Chaos Temple kneel before the monument of the Emperor Wushu. This is sheer lawlessness. It's one thing to call for the Empress to apologize, considering she cannot contend with the great Emperor Xiaoyao, and thus, the Lin family's arrogance towards the ancient Hua dynasty is somewhat understandable. But how dare he extend such arrogance towards the three masters of the Chaos Temple? Indeed, that is the Chaos Temple. It has produced 18 emperors. Currently, there are 3 emperors still in existence. Does the Lin family seek to forsake their own lineage? Many voices were raised in discussion, for Lin Xiu's proclamation was simply too astonishing, too audacious. To demand that the three masters of the Chaos Temple kneel? Where did he place the unparalleled legacies of the 18 emperors? Furthermore, the Lin family possessed but a single aging emperor in this generation. The Chaos Temple, on the other hand, boasted 3. Not to mention that none of the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple were weaker than Lin Xiaoyao. And there is still another page, chapter 45. The arrival of the 3 lords of the Chaos Temple. The people held little regard for the Lin family. In fact, numerous factions reveled in their misfortune, eagerly anticipating the Lin family's downfall. This proclamation swiftly reached the ears of the Lin family's adversaries. On the far side of the vast Void Star domain, there resided another imperial clan. The Yun family. Of the Yun family boasted a lineage that produced an emperor 5 millennia ago. The period spanning 50,000 to 20,000 years prior marked the zenith of the Yun family's glory. During this time, the Lin family failed to produce an emperor, relying solely on the imperial weapon of the Void Emperor for their protection. Meanwhile, the Yun family ascended to become the most formidable clan in the vast Void Star domain. As both families were imperial clans residing within the same star domain, competition for resources inevitably led to friction. The Yun family, a rising star, flourished at a time when the Lin family held the title of the foremost family in the vast Void Star domain, commanding over half of its resources. However, with the emergence of the Yun family's emperor, taking advantage of the Lin family's lack of imperial presence, they began to encroach upon the Lin family's territory. This period marked the Lin family's most vulnerable moment, while the Yun family thrived with audacity. Though the Yun family's emperor was not particularly concerned with territorial expansion, the Yun descendants were insatiable, seizing half of the Lin family's domain and still yearning for more, even attempting to lay claim to the Lin family's ancestral grounds. Unable to endure further humiliation, the Lin family secretly unsealed Lin Xiaoyao, who had been sealed within the divine source. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoyao ascended to become an emperor, while the Yun family's emperor approached the twilight of his years. The balance of power began to shift, as the Lin family gradually reclaimed their lost territories, halting the Yun family's expansion. The Yun family's emperor was a man of reason, disliking conflict. However, the descendants of the Yun family were fervently ambitious. Thus, regarding the Yun family's expansion, or the Lin family's retaliation, the Yun emperor chose not to intervene, provided the family's safety and imperial status were not at stake. In the later years of his reign, the Yun emperor sought an audience with Lin Xiaoyao, hoping to spare the lives of his descendants in exchange for certain concessions. Lin Xiaoyao acquiesced, and after reclaiming the Lin family's lost territories, he refrained from causing further trouble for the Yun family. Even after the death of the Yun family's emperor, no vendetta was pursued. However, the descendants of the Yun family held a different perspective. The then patriarch believed that the Lin family had stifled their development, regarding them as archenemies. Thus, the prevailing sentiment became one of eternal enmity against the Lin family. Should another emperor arise from the Yun family, they vowed to obliterate the Lin family. This encapsulates the deep-seated animosity between the Lin and Yun families. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yun family and 7 esteemed elders had also heard Lin Xiu's bold declarations. Of the patriarch, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, bore a more pronounced air of hostility than the average person.
Upon hearing Lin Xiu's grandiose claims, they erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! The Lin family truly seeks their own demise. How dare they challenge the Chaos Temple? They must be tired of living. The elders echoed with derision.
This young master of the Lin family likely believes he is still under the protection of his father, the Void Emperor.
Ha ha ha, to offend the Chaos Temple?
No imperial faction can escape unscathed. The Lin family is in for a calamity this time. Such ignorance, they dare to summon the three lords of the Chaos Temple to kneel. Soon enough, it shall be the Lin family on their knees. Ha! Lin Xiaoyao must be losing his wits, daring to oppose the Chaos Temple.
Does he think he is his grandfather, the Void Emperor?
Indeed, the Lin family had only a brief period during which they could contend with the Chaos Temple when the Void Emperor was alive. As long as the Void Emperor remained, even 18 emperors combined would pose no threat. The patriarch of the Yun family smiled slightly and remarked, "Ha, let us go and witness what the Lin family is truly capable of."
TSK, a legacy built over 100,000 years, reduced to naught.
It is a rare sight to behold the Lin family bowing their heads. He believed that although the Lin family currently appeared unyieldingly arrogant, once the representatives of the Chaos Temple arrived, they would surely relent. Under the pressure of the Chaos Temple, they would witness the Lin family's disgraceful demeanor. The Yun patriarch intended to approach the Lin family's vicinity to witness their humiliation firsthand. The patriarch of the Yun family sneered, "The Lin family claims they have not bent the knee for 100,000 years. This time, they face the Chaos Temple. Let us see if they can still maintain their arrogance as before." Not only the Yun family but many factions believed the Lin family was doomed. After all, the Chaos Temple was overwhelmingly powerful. Other factions, having produced at least one emperor, or possessing a living emperor, were considered formidable forces. If an ancestral lineage boasted 3 emperors, it would be regarded as a superclan among the imperial families.
Yet the Chaos Temple was even mightier, currently hosting 3 emperors. Such an occurrence was unfathomable.
The Lin family has truly stirred up a great calamity. Alas, how could the Void Emperor have coerced others into marrying his inept son?
How ludicrous.
Do not speak carelessly. The Void Emperor's accomplishments are vast and awe-inspiring. There must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? The Empress of the Cloud Sky has already declared her stance.
The 3 lords of the Chaos Temple support her. How can there be room for misunderstanding? Indeed, do you think the Empress of the Cloud Sky would jeopardize her reputation, or that the Chaos Temple lacks authority?
Rumors swirled outside, casting a shadow over the Lin family's reputation. However, regardless of external opinions on the Lin family's fate, at this moment, outside the Lin family's gates, the Supreme of the 9 Heavens and the Supreme of the Clouds were in a dire state. They were suppressed by Lin Xiaoyao's palm imprint, their fractured bones unable to mend. Enduring relentless oppression, the Supreme of the Clouds lamented their predicament, harboring deep resentment towards the Supreme of the 9 Heavens. "I told you to keep a low profile, yet you insisted on being arrogant. Look where that has led us." Meanwhile, the Supreme of the 9 Heavens continued to curse, "Lin family, continue your arrogance. When the 3 lords of the Chaos Temple arrive, you will be begging for mercy on your knees." He sensed that the Lin family had yet to kill him, and a flicker of hope remained within him, believing he could survive the arrival of the Chaos Temple's 3 lords. What he did not realize was that the current 3 lords of the Chaos Temple were trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the Grand Lord and the Second Lord of the Chaos Temple were deliberating on how to grandly welcome Lin Xiu back into their fold. Whoosh! Several figures materialized outside the gates of the Lin family, observing the suppressed King of the 9 Heavens and Supreme of the Clouds. They were none other than the members of the Yun family, longtime adversaries of the Lin family. The patriarch of the Yun family gazed at the immense imperial hand pressing down on the 2 supremes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
This is truly amusing.
The Lin family has certainly thrown caution to the wind. The elders chimed in, "It should not be long now before the Chaos Temple sends their representatives. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the Lin family's plight." Ha! They awaited the moment when the Lin family would finally bow their heads.
Boom! At that instant, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth. 2 towering figures appeared in the sky, majestic and boundless, a man and a woman, the 3 lords of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Cloud Sky. The premiere is set to commence, with expectations of 4 updates daily. Chapter 46, The 3 Lords of the Chaos Temple kneel, seeking forgiveness from the Lin family. At last, the 3 Lords of the Chaos Temple have arrived, allied with the Empress of the Clouds. At this moment, the air was thick with chaotic energy, and the great stars shimmered, causing the entire realm to lose its luster. The 3 Lords of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Clouds swiftly approached, having been but distant figures in the sky a moment ago, now standing before the gates of the Lin family. However, upon their arrival, the 3 Lords of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Clouds restrained their overwhelming imperial might to the utmost, seemingly reluctant to confront the Lin family directly.
The crowd that had been observing the situation around the Lin family erupted in excitement. In the short span of merely a few hours since the incident, the Lin family had drawn considerable attention, with various factions from surrounding star domains sending representatives. This was indeed a significant event. Should the Chaos Temple truly engage in battle with the Lin family, these factions were eager to seize a share of the chaos. As the observers beheld the arrival of the three lords of the Chaos Temple, their spirits were instantly lifted. Look! That is the three lords of the Chaos Temple. 3,000 years ago, I had the fortune of encountering him in an ancient ruin, and it seems he has grown even more powerful since then. Is that truly the three lords of the Chaos Temple? Now that he has arrived, the Lin family is in grave trouble. I wonder how the three lords will deal with them. There are legends that once an ancient imperial clan was annihilated for uttering a few disparaging words about the founding ancestor of the Chaos Temple, the Flying Immortal Emperor. The three lords of the Chaos Temple personally descended upon their gates to execute the offender. With such temperament, it seems unlikely that the Lin family will escape unscathed. Indeed, the temper of the three lords of the Chaos Temple, Ji Xianhou, was such that he would not tolerate even the slightest insult. His approach to matters was swift and decisive. Lin Xiao's earlier provocations had evidently dismissed the Chaos Temple's authority, a slight that Ji Xianhou would not easily overlook. Thus, as the three lords of the Chaos Temple made their entrance, everyone anticipated an explosive confrontation. Gazing upon the subdued figures of the Supreme Nine Heavens and the Supreme Cloud Supporter at the gates of the Lin family, both Ji Xianhou and the Empress of the Clouds instantly grasped the situation at hand. Their expressions darkened, revealing a countenance of stormy wrath. The most undesirable outcome had indeed transpired, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Observers, noticing the change in the two emperors' expressions, mistakenly assumed their anger was directed at the Lin family for subjugating their envoy. Expressions of schadenfreude emerged among the crowd. Ha, the Lin family is doomed now. The three lords of the Chaos Temple are enraged and will not let this slide. Of course, just look at the grim expressions on the faces of the three lords and the Empress of the Clouds. Ha, this will surely end poorly for the Lin family. These onlookers, in one way or another, harbored ulterior motives, relishing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the Supreme Nine Heavens and the Supreme Cloud Supporter, recognizing the arrival of the three lords of the Chaos Temple and their Empress, cried out for aid. Ancient ancestor of the clouds! The Lin family has gone too far. Not only have they rejected your divorce decree, but they have also imprisoned both myself and the Supreme Cloud Supporter. They even audaciously proclaimed that you and the three lords of the Chaos Temple must kneel before them to apologize. This is sheer tyranny. Ancient ancestor, save us. The three lords of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Clouds understood all too well what Lin Xiao represented at this juncture. Thus, upon hearing the Supreme Nine Heavens' pleas, they merely cast him a cold glance. In that instant, the Supreme Nine Heavens felt a bone-chilling aura that left him momentarily breathless. The Supreme Cloud Supporter, sensing the tension, had initially anticipated a furious confrontation between the three lords and the Lin family. However, the situation seemed to diverge from that expectation. The gazes of the three lords of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Clouds toward the Supreme Nine Heavens betrayed a sense of dissatisfaction? Anger. The circumstances were amiss. As the Supreme Nine Heavens and the Supreme Cloud Supporter remained perplexed, several ill-fated individuals from the Cloud family approached. The head of the Cloud family and several elders advanced, mistaking the fury of the three lords and the Empress as directed at the Lin family. The head of the Cloud family clasped his fists and bowed. Greetings, three lords of the Chaos Temple. Greetings, Empress of the Clouds. He approached the three lords of the Chaos Temple with unreserved eagerness, stating, My lords, you and the Empress of the Clouds cannot fathom how brazen the Lin family has been. They even dared to demand that you and the Empress kneel before them to apologize. This is utterly outrageous. My lords, if you command, the Cloud family shall serve you with utmost loyalty, lending our strength to the Chaos Temple to vanquish the Lin family. We shall capture that Lin Xiao and bring him before you to confess his transgressions, admitting himself as a worthless being. His fervent enthusiasm was unmistakable. An astute observer would readily discern his intentions to leverage the might of the Chaos Temple for revenge against the Lin family. The three lords of the Chaos Temple regarded this man, already simmering with rage, and now this individual was merely stoking the flames. To annihilate the Lin family, the three lords asked icily, And who might you be? The head of the Cloud family responded hastily, I am the head of the Cloud family in the Great Void Star Domain. My family has been feuding with the Lin family for generations. If the three lords require assistance, we shall undoubtedly lend our utmost support to the Chaos Temple. Feuding families? The three lords of the Chaos Temple's expression darkened further, as if they were laughing in their fury. Very well, very well. So your Cloud family has a grudge against the Lin family, does it? Point me in the direction of your clan. The head of the Cloud family, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, assumed the three lords were merely inquiring casually. He pointed towards the direction of their ancestral grounds. Responding to the three lords, the Cloud family resides in the Tsangming Mountains of the Great Void Star domain. Our family has endured for 80,000 years and has produced emperors. As the head of the Cloud family was about to elaborate on his lineage, the three lords of the Chaos Temple had no time for such niceties. Upon learning the location of the Cloud family, Ji Xianhou soared into the sky and, with a sweeping gesture, struck down towards the direction of the Cloud family. Boom! The impact shattered the heavens, the chaotic energy swirling like tempestuous waves. The power of creation was terrifyingly boundless. The ancestral grounds of the Cloud family, located approximately half a star domain away, boasted an Imperial-level defensive formation and an Imperial weapon left behind by a Cloud Emperor. Yet, under such circumstances, the imprint of the Chaos Temple pierced through millions of miles of Earth, descending upon the ancestral grounds like a falling star. The ancestral grounds activated their defenses in a heartbeat, the Imperial formation reawakening, and a protective tower rising from the Tsangming Mountains to safeguard the Cloud family. However, it was all in vain. The immense palm imprint possessed the power to annihilate realms. It struck down, shattering the Imperial formation, obliterating the Imperial weapon, and reducing the entire Tsangming Mountains to ruins. A once mighty Imperial clan was utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. The head of the Cloud family and the 9 elders stood frozen, their expressions vacant. What did this mean? Their family had been obliterated in an instant. Why had the three lords of the Chaos Temple turned their wrath upon the Cloud family? What had transpired? The head of the Cloud family's expression shifted from rigidity to bewilderment, and then quickly morphed into fury. My lord! What is the meaning of this, you? Both the head and the elders of the Cloud family were consumed with rage. However, before they could utter more words, Ji Xianhou cast a cold glance their way. In the next moment, the bodies of the head of the Cloud family and the elders erupted into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only their severed heads, lifeless and wide-eyed. The three lords of the Chaos Temple placed the severed heads at the gates of the Lin family. Then, with a resounding thud, Ji Xianhou knelt, bowing deeply toward the Lin family. The Chaos Temple, three lords Ji Xianhou, bears guilt. I come to offer my apologies. I implore the Lin family to forgive my previous recklessness. Young ancestor of the Lin family, I beseech you to show mercy. Ji Xianhou is willing to pay any price, solely wishing for your forgiveness. A morning surprise, indeed. Good morning to all. Chapter 47. Cross the infinite sea with me and welcome the chaotic saint child. The infinite sea. The Grand Master and the second master of the chaotic temple set forth with 108 chaotic saints. Each of these 108 saints possesses at least the status of a supreme, with 3 leaders capable of briefly contending with an emperor without losing ground, akin to an alternative path to transcendence. Each individual among them has been meticulously selected as a prodigy by the Chaotic Temple. They include geniuses emerging from ancient star realms, the last remnants of fallen imperial bloodlines, and formidable beings from the Great Wasteland. Every individual is exceptionally gifted. The foremost requirement to join the Chaotic Saints is the ability to single-handedly defeat 36 opponents of equal rank. As for the 10 source treasures and 10 heavenly divine seeds, those are standard prerequisites. Among the elite, some have even forged celestial-grade Dao seeds, rivaling those with dual pupils. They are immensely powerful, having undergone rigorous training together. 108 chaotic saints united can strike down even the mightiest of titans. This contingent has been established since the era of the Flying Immortal Emperor, with each generation of the Chaotic Temple's 3 masters emerging from the ranks of the 3 leaders of the Chaotic Saints. Undoubtedly, each individual here possesses the potential of an emperor. The original intent behind the establishment of the Chaotic Saints was to serve the future Chaotic Saint Child, becoming a keen blade in his hand. Wherever the sword of the Chaotic Saint Child points, there shall the might of the Chaotic Saints follow. The Grand Master of the Chaotic Temple exuded an overwhelming imperial aura, brimming with vigor, his brows arched with a compelling charisma. Esteemed ones, accompany me as we traverse the infinite sea to the 3,000 star realms and welcome back the Chaotic Saint Child. With a grand gesture, he cleaved open a spatial tunnel, leading the Chaotic Saints towards the 3,000 star realms in search of Lin Xiu. At this moment, on the opposite side of the infinite sea, a celestial palace stood tall. This heavenly palace, rivaling the magnificent Chaotic Temple, was vast and boundless, with the stars of the heavens appearing as mere adornments before it. Within the entire palace, there existed 9 suns serving as sources of illumination. This was the devouring Sky Dao Palace, a transcendent and formidable force, surpassing even the typical imperial clans. During the twilight of the mythical era, the Emperor of Humanity pioneered cultivation methods, leading 9 powerful beings to conquer the realms. These 10 unparalleled powers, standing tall and exuding an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, ended the mythical era, vanquishing the ancient gods and demons that roamed the land, saving all beings of the present world. Subsequently, the current epoch of imperial awakening commenced, ushering in the age of the emperors. The emperor who founded the devouring Sky Dao Palace was one of the 9 emperors who followed the emperor of humanity, akin to the flying immortal emperor, the founder of the chaotic temple. The devouring Sky Emperor, at this moment, within the grand celestial court at the highest level of the devouring Sky Dao Palace, an unparalleled emperor sat upon the imperial throne, enveloped in an ethereal glow, rendering his visage obscured. Even his gaze was inscrutable, appearing merely as a vague white silhouette, vast and transcendent. A valiant warrior clad in silver armor, adorned with dragon horns, knelt before the throne, bowing respectfully. Palace Master, the Grand Master and Second Master of the Chaotic Temple have proceeded to the 3,000 star realms. My subordinate observed from a distance and was detected by the Grand Master of the Chaotic Temple. This warrior was stationed at the edge of the Chaotic Temple's territory, tasked with monitoring its every move. The voice of the Palace Master of the devouring Sky Dao Palace was ethereal yet penetrating to the soul, devoid of any lack of intimidation, speaking calmly. With the prowess of Ao Tsangxiong, should he wish for you to not return, he could do so with but a thought. What have you discovered? Ao Tsangxiong, the name of the Grand Master of the Chaotic Temple. This was to be expected. The Grand Master's strength would easily reveal the presence of any observers. Even ordinary Emperor-level beings could not escape the Grand Master's keen insight. The fact that this warrior could return indicated that the Grand Master had no intentions of pursuing this matter further. The warrior promptly reported his observations, stating, "My subordinate overheard that both the Grand Master and Second Master of the Chaotic Temple had mobilized, accompanied by the Chaotic Saints, to welcome the so-called Chaotic Saint Child." Chaotic Saint Child? The Palace Master of the devouring Sky Dao Palace expressed confusion upon hearing this. Having interacted with the Chaotic Temple for many years, he was unaware of the existence of a Chaotic Saint Child. There had been no mention of such a figure in the past several hundred millennia. The Chaotic Saint Child, presumably a youth, given the title. The Palace Master pondered for a moment, then remarked, "The Chaotic Temple has stood for millions of years. When did it gain this so-called Chaotic Saint Child?" At this moment, within the 3,000 star realms, the 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple knelt before the Lin family's doorstep, hesitant to raise their voices. All present were astonished, incredulously gazing at the unfolding scene. They had anticipated that the 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple and the Empress of the Cloud would arrive at the Lin family, incensed upon witnessing their messenger being subdued and their imperial decree torn asunder, leading to a fierce confrontation. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon their arrival and witnessing the subdued King of the 9 Heavens and the Lord of the Clouds, while anger was indeed present, it did not seem directed at the Lin family. The Cloud family, known for their long-standing enmity with the Lin family, found themselves obliterated. Instead, the 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple not only refrained from expressing fury towards the Lin family but instead annihilated the rival Cloud family. They brought the heads of the Cloud family's patriarch and all elder council members, kneeling before the Lin family in a gesture of contrition. This was utterly unfathomable. The esteemed 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple, figures of immense stature, were lowering themselves in such a manner? Alas, the Cloud family, who had intended to ingratiate themselves, had inadvertently found themselves caught in a perilous situation. Everyone was filled with trepidation, murmuring amongst themselves. Surrounding powerful factions were left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? What am I witnessing? The 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple are pleading for mercy before this returning scion of the Lin family. Is this real? This individual is none other than the master of the Chaotic Temple. Among emperors, he is an immensely powerful figure. Now, he kneels before the Lin family due to Lin Xiao, this young scion? No one could comprehend the unfolding events, left speechless at the sight before them. In the face of the apologies from the 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple, Lin Xiao maintained an impassive expression within the Lin family. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyao, the patriarch of the Lin family, and the others exchanged incredulous glances. The 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple, exemplars among emperors, now, directly kneeling before the Lin family, seeking forgiveness. They had obliterated the Lin family's adversaries, the Cloud family, presenting their heads at the family's doorstep. Requesting Lin Xiao's pardon. All this appeared so surreal to them. It was worth noting that they had previously prepared to relocate their family's resources, anticipating a cataclysmic conflict that would jeopardize their lineage. Yet, upon the arrival of the 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple and the Empress of the Cloud, rather than tearing their relations apart, they instead knelt in supplication. What kind of turn of events was this? Especially for Lin Xiaoyao, he found his mind struggling to keep pace. Just moments ago, he had been discussing with the patriarch plans to incapacitate Lin Xiao and whisk him away, while he guarded the Lin family. Yet, after the arrival of the 3 masters of the Chaotic Temple and the Empress of the Cloud, a stunning reversal had occurred. They had avoided seeking conflict and had humbly knelt instead. Apologies for the delay. I had some matters to attend to and returned only past 10 in the evening. Chapter 48. The illustrious manifestation of the great Emperor Wusu kneel before me. Lin Xiu felt no surprise upon witnessing the Chaos Temple's third master kneeling outside the Lin residence. He understood the significance of his endeavor to cultivate the primordial body and its paramount importance to the Chaos Temple. Today, it was not merely the third master of the Chaos Temple who would kneel, even the ancient and enigmatic master of the Chaos Temple would be compelled to bow before him. The third master of the Chaos Temple knelt outside the Lin family estate, not daring to make a single extraneous movement. His heart raced, and his complexion turned ashen. Each passing second felt like an eternity of torment. It was not merely the humiliation of kneeling before others that burdened him, rather, it was the unsettling silence that followed his act of contrition. As Lin Xiu remained unresponsive, this left him in a state of deep unease. Although the third master of the Chaos Temple could not ascertain Lin Xiu's intentions towards him, he was acutely aware that if he did not resolve this matter swiftly, he would find himself at the mercy of the master of the Chaos Temple upon his arrival. After a full hour of kneeling at the Lin family's gates, Lin Xiu and Lin Xiaoyao slowly emerged from within. Lin Xiu advanced with deliberate slowness, his expression indifferent, while Lin Xiaoyao appeared grave, grappling with confusion over the third master of the Chaos Temple's subservience. He remained on high alert, prepared to intervene should the third master pose any threat to Lin Xiu. However, his concerns were evidently unwarranted. Even if the third master possessed a thousandfold courage, he would not dare. The repercussions of the Great Dao's retribution were no trifling matter. Not only would he perish, but also those who shared past connections with him, including his kin, would face divine judgment. Upon witnessing Lin Xiu's emergence from the Lin residence, the third master of the Chaos Temple's face lit up with relief. At last, he saw a glimmer of hope, indicating that the situation might still be salvaged. His greatest fear was that Lin Xiu would refuse to acknowledge him, leaving him to face the wrath of the master of the Chaos Temple unprepared. I pay my respects to the young ancestor of the Lin family. I was previously disrespectful. I implore the young ancestor for forgiveness. Whatever punishment you deem fit for me, I shall accept without complaint. These severed heads shall serve as my apology to the Lin family, and I shall subsequently present a tome of imperial scriptures, 100 divine herbs, and 10 million pounds of divine essence. I beseech the young ancestor of the Lin family to spare my life. The third master of the Chaos Temple hurriedly pleaded for mercy, addressing himself in the lowest terms and listing a multitude of reparative offerings. The imperial scriptures, divine essence, and divine herbs were all exceedingly rare commodities. Just the mention of 10 million pounds of divine essence was an astronomical figure. This was not merely 10 million pounds of essence. It was essence so potent that 1 pound could rival 10,000. Such a staggering amount of divine essence would be beyond the reach of even a prominent imperial family. It was evident that the third master of the Chaos Temple was willing to pay an immense price to atone for his transgressions towards the Lin family. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the third master of the Chaos Temple's extravagant reparations. Imperial scriptures, 100 divine herbs, 10 million pounds of divine essence. This is madness. Either I have lost my senses, or the Chaos Temple has. When has the Chaos Temple ever felt compelled to apologize to other factions? This is insanity. My father has never witnessed the Chaos Temple submit, nor has my grandfather, nor my great-grandfather. I have now witnessed the Temple Master kneeling before another. What has transpired with the Lin family? What power do they possess that can compel the third master of the Chaos Temple to kneel and proffer such exorbitant reparations? Is there some formidable force within the Lin family that we are unaware of? Everyone stood in shock, speculating whether the Lin family harbored an undisclosed might. Following the presentation of these reparations, the third master of the Chaos Temple dared not utter a word, nor did he even dare glance at Lin Xiu, keeping his forehead pressed to the ground in silence. Lin Xiu strolled slowly to the summit of the Great Void Mountain, pausing in his advance. Clad in a silver-white robe that billowed with the wind, coupled with the ethereal aura of the primordial body, he exuded an air of grace that rendered him almost otherworldly. With a detached gaze, Lin Xiu regarded the kneeling third master of the Chaos Temple and then turned his attention to the nearby Empress Yunxiao, who remained standing, her face pale and lips bitten in contemplation. Lin Xiu chose to remain silent for the moment, instead addressing the assembly with a calm demeanor. I instructed you to kneel before my father, not before me. I have no direct quarrel with you. The outcome of this marriage proposal will be discussed later. However, your slander against my father, claiming he coerced others, is a profound disrespect. Upon hearing these words, the third master of the Chaos Temple immediately replied, We are willing to kneel and offer our apologies before the monument of the great Emperor Wusu. All I seek is the young ancestor's forgiveness. He exhibited no hesitation. Given the current circumstances, he would willingly forfeit his cultivation if necessary. Lin Xiu remained silent. It was Lin Xiaoyao who spoke up with fervor. I summon the manifestation of our ancient ancestor. With Lin Xiaoyao's impassioned proclamation, the entire Lin family knelt in unison. We humbly beseech the manifestation of our ancient ancestor. Their voices resonated through the heavens, a forceful chorus. Lin Xiaoyao's face was filled with reverence as he raised a hand, directing a beam of imperial light towards the statue of the great Emperor Wusu in the Lin family ancestral hall. In an instant, an ancient and primal power surged forth, causing the very heavens to tremble, as if the emperor were awakening from slumber. With a resounding clang, a tremendous sword intent emanated from the depths of the Lin family estate. This overwhelming sword intent surged forth as though it sought to pierce the heavens, parting the clouds and revealing a gaping void, while powerful beings witnessed the sword-like shattering celestial bodies. The weapon of the great Emperor Wusu, the Wusu Imperial Sword. The Wusu Imperial Sword rang out in a clarion call, transforming into a colossal sword of 100 feet, its intent rippling outward with terrifying might. As the Wusu Imperial Sword completed a full rotation in the sky, it descended into the hands of the statue of the great Emperor Wusu in the ancestral hall. At the moment the sword made contact with the statue, a towering figure emerged, standing defiantly between heaven and earth. It was the great Emperor Wusu, wielding the Wusu Imperial Sword. This was not the true great Emperor Wusu. The genuine emperor had long since perished. What stood before them was merely the remnant will of his essence, manifesting through the Wusu Imperial Sword. The visage of the great Emperor Wusu bore no expression, yet his profound gaze seemed capable of encompassing the cosmos, drawing one into its depths. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an aura of majesty that rendered him an indomitable presence. The Lin family members gazed upon this magnificent figure, their eyes brimming with tears as they prostrated themselves, chanting the revered title of the great Emperor Wusu. Lin Xiaoyao also felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, for this was his grandfather. Lin Xiao, despite knowing full well that this was not his true father, but merely a fabricated connection through the system, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion well up within him. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure as he turned his attention back to the Chaos Temple and the Third Master, declaring with resolute authority, "Kneel before me. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to present 6 chapters. Today, I strive to deliver 3, though I am uncertain if my abilities will permit such a feat. Chapter 49. Since you remain obstinate, I shall unveil the truth. Kneel before me." The words escaped Lin Xiao's lips. He himself was bewildered by the intensity of his own rage. The relationship he had with the great Emperor Wushu was merely a fabrication of his own making, yet when the Empress Yunxiao slandered Wushu, he felt an insatiable fire ignite within his chest. "It was your father who shamelessly thrust you upon the Lin family, and now, you dare to retaliate by claiming that my father coerced you into this union with the Guhua dynasty? Ha, setting aside whether you even comprehend the situation, your brazen method of demanding a divorce is entirely inappropriate. If you disapprove of this marriage, our Lin family would not insist upon it, and indeed, we are inclined to annul the engagement. Had you displayed even a modicum of humility and sent someone to clarify the situation, we would not have arrived at such an impasse. I, Lin Xiao, have never been one to engage in sophistry. However, your failure to act accordingly means that I shall not be a docile interlocutor, and now, since you have chosen to commit such an unfeeling act, do not blame me for being unprincipled, as I shall ensure that you lose face before the eyes of the world." In response to Lin Xiao's words, the third palace master of the Chaos Divine Hall dared not offer excessive explanations. He bowed deeply before the manifestation of the great Emperor Wushu, performing the most solemn of rites, 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. Furthermore, he relinquished all divine power, pressing his forehead to the ground, completely shedding the airs of his position as the palace master of the Chaos Divine Hall, lowering himself profoundly. The Empress Yunxiao gritted her teeth, reluctant to kneel, for she was indeed unaware that this marriage had been sought by the great Emperor Guhua from the great Emperor Wushu. At that time, the great Emperor Guhua had merely informed her that he had secured for her a husband of unparalleled merit. However, upon their meeting, she found Lin Xiao, who, at the age of 16, possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Moreover, the great Emperor Guhua had been exceedingly cordial towards the great Emperor Wushu during the negotiations for this matrimonial alliance, treating him with utmost respect. Thus, from her perspective, it seemed as though the great Emperor Wushu was exerting pressure, seeking to utilize her Wanaweian body to elevate Lin Xiao. Given that the great Emperor Wushu was indeed more powerful than the great Emperor Guhua, and considering her youthful naivety, it was only natural for her to perceive it in such a manner. With a pale visage, the Empress Yunxiao clenched her jaw. Though she was extremely reluctant to kneel, the significance of Lin Xiao within the Chaos Divine Hall, as conveyed by the third palace master, weighed heavily upon her. Under duress, she ultimately yielded and knelt. However, prior to her prostration, the Empress Yunxiao declared, "Lin Xiao, today I may kneel, but I am guiltless in this matter. I withdraw from this marriage with a clear conscience. If the Lin family seeks to restore its reputation through pretense, then I shall concede to this charade." With that, the Empress Yunxiao performed the 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. Once the ceremonial rites were concluded, she attempted to rise, only to be restrained by a cold glare from the third palace master of the Chaos Divine Hall, compelling her to remain on the ground. The third palace master, his gaze frigid, turned to Lin Xiu and said, "Young master of the Lin family, indeed, we have erred in this matter, what more would you have us do?" He gazed at Lin Xiu with trepidation, fearful of rising without permission. He merely wished for Lin Xiu to expedite the resolution of this affair. Should the master of the Chaos Divine Hall arrive and learn of the events here, it would spell trouble for him, and he would suffer dire consequences. Back when he was a Chaos Sentinel, the master of the Chaos Divine Hall had already held dominion over the Chaos, and he had served under the master, fully aware of his formidable methods, which sent shivers down his spine. Lin Xiu cast a glance at the third palace master of the Chaos Divine Hall, dismissing him, and instead focused on the Empress Yunxiao. In a calm tone, he remarked, "You claim to be guiltless? It was your father, the great Emperor Guhua, who implored my father to allow you to wed into the Lin family, and now, you have the audacity to turn the tables and accuse us? Is this what you call a clear conscience? Your father, for your sake, expended great resources to forge this agreement. Do you think you could have entered the Lin family without such sacrifices? To disregard your father's efforts and squander them so recklessly, this is your notion of a clear conscience." Externally, the Guhua dynasty sought the Lin family's hand in marriage, only to now retract with a divorce initiated by you, publicly announced. Internally, your father paid a steep price to secure your position in the Lin family, and now that you have ascended to the rank of empress, you dismiss the sacrifices of your forebears. How can you shamelessly utter the words clear conscience in light of such behavior? Lin Xiu unveiled the truth of that time, not the great Emperor Wushu exerting pressure, but rather your father, the great Emperor Guhua, shamelessly sending you forth. It is you who wishes to dissolve the engagement and present a divorce decree. How can you dare to speak of a clear conscience in this context? Lin Xiu's demeanor was indifferent, yet his words struck with the force of hammers upon the heart of the Empress Yunxiao. The onlookers surrounding them were equally astonished. What? This was not a marriage forced by the great Emperor Wushu, but rather a plea from the great Emperor Guhua to send his own daughter forth, expending significant resources? Is that even possible? How could it be so? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Each side presents a different narrative. The crowd was momentarily bewildered, unsure whom to believe. However, the majority still leaned towards believing the Empress Yunxiao. Would a prominent emperor truly plead to marry off his daughter? Who do you think you are? Merely a cultivator of the shackled realm. When afforded respect, you are addressed as the young master of the Lin family. When disrespected, you are treated like a mere insect. Yet, they remained unaware of Lin Xiu's primordial physique. Thus, they continued to lean towards believing the Empress Yunxiao. The Empress Yunxiao gazed at Lin Xiu in disbelief. His words shattered her understanding of the past. She recalled it all differently. "No. It cannot be. You are certainly fabricating these tales," she murmured, but soon her gaze hardened. "Yes, it is you who is weaving these lies. Time has passed so long that none who were present remain alive. You, now powerful, can say whatever you wish." Lin Xiu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. "Me, fabricating tales? Poof." He was tempted to strike down the Empress Yunxiao, but he refrained. Although he possessed the power to coerce her into proclaiming that the marriage had been sought by the great Emperor Guhua, this was not his desire. The world would likely perceive him as exerting pressure, forcing the Empress Yunxiao to convey his narrative. After all, it appeared that even the Chaos Divine Hall dared not offend the Lin family. It would be entirely plausible for Lin Xiu to compel the Empress Yunxiao to speak as he wished. Thus, such an outcome was not what Lin Xiu sought. His father had lived with utmost integrity, allowing no room for slander. Therefore, he resolved to reveal the truth to the world. Lin Xiu declared, "Since you remain obstinate, I shall show you how your father, the great Emperor Guhua, once implored my father." At these words, all present were rendered speechless. How could the truth be revealed? Many years had passed since the event, and all who knew the ins and outs of the matter had long since perished. Both the great Emperor Wushu and the great Emperor Guhua had turned to dust. How could the truth be manifested? Could one truly resurrect the deceased? Very well, 2 updates, 6 updates tomorrow. A little token of appreciation would be welcome, I humorously suggest, for self-preservation. Chapter 50:3000 Sources revealed in the world, creating the grand law of time, revealing the truth once more. This astonishing event might seem utterly incomprehensible to others, yet for Lin Xiu, it posed no challenge at all, for he is the embodiment of the primordial. His comprehension defies the heavens, and his aptitude is unparalleled. Even before his cultivation, he could establish a path transcending the imperial canon. Around him, people pondered the meaning of Lin Xiu's declaration to reveal the truth. Even the members of the Lin family were somewhat perplexed, uncertain of how Lin Xiu would manifest this truth, long buried in the river of time. However, Lin Xiu was unfazed by these thoughts. He simply sat down and entered a state of enlightenment. In an instant, Lin Xiu attained a state of profound meditation. Subsequently, an immense wave of Tao rhythm swept across the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying beyond measure. This was a resonance approaching the very essence of the great Tao, evoking an impulse to comprehend the Tao even among the emperors present. In that moment, Lin Xiu resembled the son of the great Tao, guarded by the heavenly path. Wow! Suddenly, 3,000 sources appeared above Lin Xiu, boundless and awe-inspiring, leaving everyone astonished. They resembled 3,000 twinkling stars, 3,000 worlds, or perhaps even 3,000 great Taos. What is that? Why do I feel as though these are sources? No, it cannot be. How could anyone possess 3,000 sources? Was it not said that a person can have at most 10 sources? Heavens, what kind of monster is this? Everyone was shaken, as if a meteor had plunged into the ocean, creating tumultuous waves. This spectacle was truly astounding. 3,000 sources, while others had only a few. He had leaped to the thousands. This was no mere breaking of limits. It transcended limits, crafting an unrepeatable chapter in history. Unprecedented and unparalleled. One source floated from the 3,000 and appeared above Lin Xiu's head, containing a profound Tao seed. This was the source Tao seed of the time Tao. Lin Xiu envisioned harnessing the power of this source Tao seed to create an astonishing secret technique. He sought to trace back time, resurrecting past truths. He aimed to manifest a law before the world with his extraordinary comprehension, restoring his father's honor. At this moment, the shackles of the time Tao source Tao seed had yet to be broken. A faint chain still bound its power. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu unleashed a torrent of blood energy, akin to an ocean, causing a blood vortex to form above the great void mountain. Crack, crack! The manifestations of birth, aging, sickness, and death, along with the cycles of day and night, appeared around Lin Xiu. This was the power of the time Tao. This power? The time Tao, this is the source Tao seed of the time Tao. Surpassing heavenly grade divine seeds, surpassing immortal grade Tao seeds, a source Tao seed possessed only by each great Tao. What kind of monster is this? Heavens! He possesses 3,000 sources. Could it be that all those sources are source Tao seeds, representing 3,000 great Taos? If that is the case, how could the Lin family's young ancestor possibly covet such a trivial myriad transformation source? Why would he need to exert pressure, relying on the myriad transformation source for his own advancement? At the moment Lin Xiu unleashed his 3,000 sources and 3,000 source Tao seeds, the outcome was already determined in the eyes of the world. The primary function of the myriad transformation source of the Cloud Sky Empress was to accelerate cultivation speed and enhance the body of a Tao partner. However, given Lin Xiu's demonstrated talent, did he truly need such a trivial myriad transformation source to improve his cultivation? 3,000 sources, 3,000 Tao seeds, such aptitude renders all means of enhancing cultivation through time irrelevant. He would certainly not value the assistance in cultivation offered by a mere myriad transformation source. Thus, the previous remarks of the Cloud Sky Empress, that Lin Xiu was a waste and that the Void Emperor coveted her myriad transformation source to improve Lin Xiu's inadequacies, were instantly dismantled. It seems that the outcome is clear. How could the Lin family's young ancestor be a waste? How could he possibly need to be forced to accept a myriad transformation source to aid his cultivation? It's utterly laughable. Who claims Lin Xiu is a waste? If 3,000 sources are deemed useless, then what are we, who have opened 8 or 9 sources? The lies crumbled before the truth, and justice resides in the hearts of the people. Although this greatly clarifies certain matters, Lin Xiu did not wish for this to be the end. He had previously asserted that his father had lived honorably and would not allow any stain upon his legacy. He intended to create a law unseen throughout history, revealing the truth, bathed in the essence of the time Tao. Lin Xiu released his aura to its utmost potential. Today, I shall create a law that will cause the past to reappear. Keep your eyes wide open. Witness how your father, the ancient emperor, begged my father. With that, Lin Xiu ceased his words, immersing all his energy and spirit into the time Dao. In the next moment, he ignited the primal power of the time Tao, drawing upon a sliver of the great Taoist force from the essence of the time Tao within the primordial realm. He directly entered a state of enlightenment. He was determined to establish this law. All those present were left dumbfounded by the unfolding events, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What? He intends to create a law that can resurrect the past. How is that possible? Such a defiant law requires an extraordinary comprehension of the time Tao. How could he possibly create it? There have been emperors devoted to the time Tao who sought to create such a law, only to be met with backlash from the Tao, nearly leaving them crippled. This law is far too rebellious. It cannot be permitted to exist. How could he possibly create it? First, the manifestation of 3,000 sources, then the emergence of source Tao seeds, and now, in an unprecedented turn, Lin Xiu claimed he would create a law that even emperors had failed to establish. Everyone was left in disbelief. The Cloud Sky Empress was rendered speechless by this series of transformations, her gaze fixed vacantly upon Lin Xiu. Though she was aware of Lin Xiu's status as the primordial embodiment, she could not fathom that such a being could be so remarkably defiant.
Everything was defying logic. A sense of dread surged within her. Was it possible that her father truly had pleaded with the Void Emperor for her hand in marriage to Lin Xiu? Did her father know of Lin Xiu's terrifying talent? If this were true, it would be a calamity for the Cloud Sky Empress. Instinctively, she found herself rebutting, "No, you cannot succeed in creating this. You are merely a shackled realm cultivator. How could you possibly succeed in crafting such a grand law? You are merely posturing, you must be pretending." In her heart, she had already subconsciously accepted that her father had sought to marry her off, and could only hope that Lin Xiu's law would not succeed. Lin Xiu observed the woman's demeanor with a cold smile. It appeared that she was no different from the likes of the Chaos Emperor and the Heavenly Punishment Emperor, utterly lacking in discernment. Fortunately, he had not married her. Meanwhile, the third master of the Chaos Temple was equally stunned, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him. In that moment, he finally understood the weight of the ancestral command to bring the primordial embodiment back and honor him as the Holy Son. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that his previous actions of kneeling were wise. Had the master known he offended the Holy Son, with such extraordinary talent, he would have been doomed. He was also curious, could Lin Xiu truly create this law? Only Lin Xiaoyao continued to unwaveringly believe in Lin Xiu, confident that he would resurrect this law and unveil the truth. After all, he had witnessed Lin Xiu create the primordial canon with his own eyes. At this moment, his own aura surged, ready to take action. He was prepared to protect Lin Xiu, given the terrifying talent Lin Xiu had displayed. Should enemies arise or if the third master of the Chaos Temple or the Cloud Sky Empress harbored ill intentions against Lin Xiu, it would be troublesome. Although the chances were slim, he had to be ready. The sixth update is here. The following will be 2 chapters released together. Do not worry, brothers. Chapter 51. The Truth Revealed. The humble Emperor Gu Hua. The Path of Time, regarded as one of the most arduous laws to cultivate, it is profoundly powerful and elusive. Many formidable emperors have endeavored to master the Path of Time, and without exception, they were among the most potent emperors of their era. Yet, this terrifying and difficult path now lay before Lin Xiu, as if it were an extension of his own will. Within the essence of the Path of Time concealed in his source, Lin Xiu released strands of temporal laws, each imbued with an inscrutable might. Those below the supreme level could not even dare to gaze upon these temporal laws, lest they be ensnared in an infinite continuum of time. Only those at the supreme level and the most powerful emperors could grasp even the slightest hint of the mysteries contained within these temporal laws. Immersed in this experience, the Path of Time flowed in harmony with Lin Xiu's consciousness. In a hazy expanse, Lin Xiu's awareness drifted amidst the overwhelming force of the Path of Time, which was elusive and unfathomable. He emptied his mind, fully merging with the essence of the Path of Time present in this realm. Whoosh! Faintly, a sound akin to a great river in full flow resonated through the misty space. Boom! In the next moment, a silver river erupted from the boundless void, rushing forth with unstoppable momentum, cascading towards the infinite abyss. The river was vast, its length indeterminate, yet it encompassed all directions and dimensions. Its breadth was inscrutable, representing the continuum of time from antiquity to the present, timeless and eternal. Such was the river of time. The river surged, waves frothing. Lin Xiu could perceive every droplet of water stirred up by each wave, and within each droplet, a scene unfolded. Some depicted mighty dragons soaring to the heavens, instilling awe in all beings, while others portrayed unparalleled warriors standing proudly in the void, their backs turned to the world. There were also images of the bronze ghost face and the white-clad empress awaiting the departed. Each of these figures was a paragon of their respective eras, their grandeur leaving an indelible mark on history, ensuring their legacies would echo through the ages. Thus, they led the tides of their time. Beneath the river of time lay countless grains of sand, those nameless souls who, upon the emergence of time, were born into this world. The river of time recorded their existence. Lin Xiu gazed at the river of time and, without hesitation, plunged into its depths, allowing himself to be fully enveloped by its essence, reveling in the power of time. In the outside world, as Lin Xiu delved into the Path of Time, everyone's eyes were fixed upon him in rapt attention. This was undoubtedly a tale that could be recounted for millennia. A prodigious talent from the Lin family, attempting to create a temporal law at the shackled realm. Should he succeed, it would reverberate across the heavens, and Lin Xiu's name would be etched in the annals of history. Will the Lin family's young master succeed? I can't shake the feeling that he just might. With 3,000 sources and 3,000 divine seeds, such terrifying talent might truly accomplish this monumental feat. No, how could this be? Even if he possesses extraordinary comprehension, his strength is too low to withstand the might of the Path of Time. He cannot succeed, yet, he wields the source seed of the Path of Time. Let us be patient. Such a creation requires months. However, if we can witness this grand achievement, a few months' wait is a small price to pay. The crowd speculated and awaited the ultimate outcome, believing this endeavor might span several months. This was already a conservative estimate, as even emperors would require years to accumulate enough power for such a level of law. Mentioning mere months was only plausible due to Lin Xiu's possession of 3,000 sources and the source seed of the Path of Time.
For these powerful beings, waiting a few months was insignificant. After all, supreme beings typically possess lifespans exceeding 10,000 years. A few months was but a fleeting moment. Only the three masters of the Chaos Temple were on edge, for they were filled with trepidation. If Lin Xiao truly comprehended the path of time for 3 to 5 months, or even 7 to 8 months, when the master of the Chaos Temple arrived to learn of this matter, he would not only be in peril but would likely meet his demise. However, their apprehensions were once again misplaced. Lin Xiao did not keep everyone waiting for long. After 2 hours, he was completely enveloped by the temporal laws, forming a cocoon of 9 zhang and 9 feet. The power of time influenced everything within a radius of 10,000 zhang around him. The flora around him grew wildly, transitioning from seeds to tender shoots, and then to blossoming fruits in an instant. Conversely, some began to regress, with ripe fruits devolving into unripe ones, then into flowers, and finally into buds. This was a truly wondrous domain. Even Lin Xiaoya dared not linger near Lin Xiao, retreating to a distance of 10,000 zhang. At that moment, Lin Xiao, deep in comprehension, suddenly opened his eyes with a sharp intake of breath. Then, the multitude of temporal laws enveloping him erupted with a thunderous force. The power of the path of time swirled throughout the heavens and earth. A magnificent river of time appeared in the sky. The waves of the river represented epochs, and within the droplets shimmering upon the waves were figures of great renown. In an instant, this starry domain was shrouded in temporal laws, and subsequently, everything within this expanse was affected. Their time was stripped away by an hour. Be they living beings, supreme beings, emperors, or even common folk, all had an hour of time extracted from them. Even the flora and stones were not spared, yet none could perceive this phenomenon. Their time was seized, emperors and supremes alike, without exception. This was a portent. It signified the successful creation of the law. Heavens, is this real? This is the river of time. He has truly succeeded. How long has it been? 2 hours. An imperial law regarding the path of time has been successfully created? No, this aura, it is even more potent than an imperial law. Everyone's worldview shattered once more under Lin Xiao's creation of the law. A shackled realm cultivator creating an imperial law in 2 hours, can you believe it? The law was complete. Xianshi Tianchen Fa, Lin Xiao rose to his feet, enveloped in temporal laws, declaring, "Open your eyes wide and behold the circumstances that transpired back then." With that, Lin Xiao rose gracefully, stepping into the vast river of time above. He grasped a droplet of water from a wave. Within the droplet resided an unparalleled emperor wielding the voidless emperor sword. Lin Xiao seized the moment in time concerning the voidless emperor and the ancient emperor Gu Hua. This moment would now be unveiled before the world. In the eyes of all, the two emperors stood before the gates of the Lin family, yet they were not physical beings, but rather projections of time. They were separated from everyone present by an infinite stretch of time. No matter how transcendent Lin Xiao's law, it could not bring back the deceased. All gazed in rapt attention at this scene spanning 100,000 years, eager to uncover the truth of the past. The ancient emperor Gu Hua addressed the voidless emperor, saying, "Friend Wu Su, this marriage proposal is thus settled." The voidless emperor, with a helpless expression, responded, "My friend, there is truly no need to insist on marrying Yin Xiao to this lad. Though he is of the primordial body, he bears unimaginable responsibilities. For Yin Xiao to wed him may not be in her best interest." Indeed, the voidless emperor had witnessed the trace of the law when Lin Xiao was born and gleaned much information about the trials his child would face in the future. Nevertheless, the ancient emperor Gu Hua chuckled, "No matter, I can only assist to this extent for the future generations. Rest assured." My friend As agreed, "Before my death, I shall not enter The voidless emperor sighed but remained silent. At this point, the scene had concluded, yet it had already clarified that the ancient emperor Gu Hua had indeed sought this marriage proposal at the cost of his own fortune and eternal rest. Crucially, the voidless emperor had ultimately rejected it and returned the fortune to the empress Yin Xiao. The Lin family had acted with a clear conscience, the voidless emperor, upright and honorable. There are still 2 updates to come. A small gift would be appreciated for survival. Chapter 52 The arrival of the Grand Hallmaster. Salutations to the Holy Sun. As the truth was unveiled before the world, everyone grasped the reality of the situation. It became evident that, contrary to the assertions of the Cloud Sky Empress, it was not the imperious No-Void Emperor exerting pressure through his might, but rather the ancient Hua Emperor who sacrificed his life in earnest supplication. The No-Void Emperor, unable to refuse the request, acquiesced out of a sense of honor. Even after agreeing to the ancient Hua Emperor's plea, trading his imperial fortune for the prospect of this union, the No-Void Emperor ultimately declined to accept that fortune after the ancient Hua Emperor's demise, returning it instead to the Cloud Sky Empress. Moreover, he did not annul the engagement. Every action of the No-Void Emperor was executed with a clear conscience. Indeed, had he accepted the imperial fortune from the ancient Hua Emperor, the Cloud Sky Empress might never have attained the status of Empress herself. It appears that the Cloud Sky Empress was mistaken. It was not the No-Void Emperor who coerced her, but rather her father, the ancient Hua Emperor, who approached her with great earnestness. I had suspected as much. How could the prodigious talent of the Lin family scion necessitate coercion from a mere dual cultivator of the Wan Hua source?
His talent alone could sever the annals of time. Ah, it seems the words of emperors should not be taken at face value. If it were not for the Lin family scion's extraordinary abilities in conjuring temporal mysticism to recreate the past, the illustrious Novoid emperor, whose integrity is beyond reproach, might have been unjustly maligned. The spectators whispered among themselves, and with the revelation of the truth, many began to believe it was indeed the Cloud Sky Empress who failed to recognize her father's noble intentions. As the scene gradually faded, the figure of the Novoid Emperor dissipated into the cosmos, yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lin Xiu felt as if, in the final moments before his image vanished, the Novoid Emperor cast a glance in his direction, seemingly offering him a faint smile. It was as if the Novoid Emperor had foreseen that such a day would come. However, before Lin Xiu could contemplate further, the temporal projection dissolved into the ether. Feeling somewhat dazed, Lin Xiu could not afford to linger in his thoughts. He slowly rose, regarding the Cloud Sky Empress, who appeared utterly incredulous, and spoke with an air of indifference. Your father, the ancient Hua Emperor, exerted tremendous effort to secure this marriage contract for you, even relinquishing his imperial dignity and refusing reincarnation after death, all without a hint of resentment. His sole intention was to foster goodwill with my Lin family. And how have you repaid your father's sincere efforts? Not only did you fail to promote goodwill with my Lin family, but you also chose to deliver this marriage contract in a manner that humiliated me, as if to insult me. Moreover, had it not been for my father's decision to forego that imperial fortune, do you think you would have ascended to become an empress? You surely overestimate your own worth. My father aided in your ascension, he owes nothing to the ancient Hua dynasty, yet you dare to slander him. Well done, Cloud Sky Empress, well done, ancient Hua dynasty. Lin Xiu's voice was cold and unyielding, empowered by Lin Xiuyao's divine might, allowing his words to resonate throughout the realms. The truth was laid bare before the world, and the judgments of right and wrong resided firmly in the hearts of the people. At that moment, the three Hall Masters of the chaotic Divine Hall were already ashen-faced. The Cloud Sky Empress sat in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. The third Hall Master, with a steely resolve, addressed Lin Xiu, stating, Lin family scion, it is indeed the Cloud Sky Empress who is at fault in this matter. We are willing to offer you compensation, whatever you desire, we shall provide. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu responded coldly, first, you must publicly acknowledge your error and restore my father's honor, we can discuss the rest later. Without a moment's hesitation, the third Hall Master of the chaotic Divine Hall turned to address the masses, declaring, today's events are indeed my error. The Novoid Emperor lived a life of integrity. Now, I, Ji Shanuang, bow my head in repentance, seeking to appease the spirit of the Novoid Emperor above. With that, the third Hall Master knelt down, performing a ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Subsequently, he looked to Lin Xiu, awaiting his next directive. However, Lin Xiu did not regard him. Instead, he focused on the Cloud Sky Empress. He desired her to articulate the truth herself, knowing it would place her in a most uncomfortable position, especially after her earlier declarations. The third Hall Master, disregarding her discomfort, seized the Cloud Sky Empress's arm, his expression dark as he urged, speak, this was your mistake, what is there to be conflicted about? Tears welled in the corners of the Cloud Sky Empress's eyes. Although she was exceedingly reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. Ultimately, under the pressure of the crowd and the scrutiny of the third Hall Master, the Cloud Sky Empress, her complexion pale, offered her apology. Previously, it was I who was unaware of the circumstances and inadvertently offended the Lin family. I hereby apologize to the Lin family. The Novoid Emperor did not coerce either me or my father, this was merely an arrangement made by the previous generation. Her voice rang out, echoing through the heavens. Thus, the actions of the Novoid Emperor were elucidated for all to see. The onlookers sighed in response. Sigh, a generation's empress, yet she engaged in such absurd and laughable antics. Truly a source of mockery. Now look at this, it was initially a case of a female dismissing a male, and the Lin family would have faced eternal infamy, but now, with the truth laid bare, it is the ancient Hua dynasty that has become the laughingstock. Surely, the ancient Hua Emperor never anticipated this outcome. He paid such a steep price for his daughter to marry the Lin family scion, only to have her conduct herself in such a manner. Hush, do not speak so freely. If the Cloud Sky Empress cannot handle the Lin family, do you think she would spare you? Oh dear, the murmurs of the crowd were rife with disparaging remarks aimed at the Cloud Sky Empress. Had she not been an empress of formidable strength, she might have already faced public condemnation. The third Hall Master of the chaotic Divine Hall continued to beseech, may I inquire, Lin family scion, what further actions would you require from us to put this matter behind us? Speak, and I shall offer no resistance. He was desperate to resolve the situation swiftly, otherwise, he feared the arrival of the Grand Hall Master would spell disaster for him. However, Lin Xiu merely scoffed.
While his father's slander would be addressed, the Cloud Sky Empress's actions in seeking other suitors while still engaged could not simply be overlooked. As for the third Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall, although he intended to annul the engagement, he still pursued relations with the Cloud Sky Empress while the betrothal remained intact. You cannot tell me you were unaware of this engagement. I care not for your excuses. You later allowed the Cloud Sky Empress to deliver the letter of dismissal, did you not? If I were to simply let this slide, I would not be worthy of the title of man. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. Chaotic Divine Hall, Ao Tsangxiong. Here to welcome the Holy Sun. Chaotic Divine Hall, Zhu Chuanxiu, here to welcome the Holy Sun. Ao Tsangxiong, Grand Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall, Zhu Chuanxiu, Second Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall. Chaotic Holy Guards. Here to welcome the Holy Sun. The three voices roared like dragons soaring through the sky, instilling terror in all who heard. In the distance, two towering figures appeared, one on the left and one on the right, each accompanied by 54 chaotic holy guards. They were enveloped in a swirling aura of chaos, their mere presence enough to make the universe tremble. As 110 individuals advanced together, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift with their approach. Salutations to the Holy Sun. With each step, they knelt in reverence, approaching the Lin family while ignoring all others around them. They ultimately reached Lin Xiu, bowing deeply as if in the presence of divinity. Even the Grand Hall Master and Second Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall prayed, laying aside all pretense, resembling loyal attendants welcoming their sovereign. Yet, even in this humble posture, their overwhelming aura still caused tremors in those who beheld it. As they performed their 3 bows and 9 prostrations, each contact of their foreheads with the ground sent ripples through the great void star domain. Witnessing this spectacle, the third Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall turned pale. His greatest fear had materialized. The Grand Hall Master had arrived. Chapter 53. The sky must perish, the ancient Hua shall be annihilated. The Solar Imperial clan, the Solar Empress, did not venture to the Lin family. Although she was aware of the events unfolding within the Lin household, she chose not to intervene directly. She had faith that Lin Xiu would come to her and elucidate the circumstances once he had resolved everything. At this moment, before the mountain gate of the Lin family, the Grand Master and the Second Master of the Chaos Temple knelt before Lin Xiu, accompanied by the 108 Chaos Sacred Guards. The terrifying display left everyone utterly astounded. What, the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple, and the Second Master of the Chaos Temple, not to mention the legendary Chaos Sacred Guards? I thought it was already outrageous for the Third Master of the Chaos Temple to kneel before the young ancestor of the Lin family. I never imagined it could get even more absurd. Even the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple is doing the same? What on earth is this young ancestor of the Lin family that compels the Chaos Temple to treat him in such a manner? They were all left dumbfounded. The Grand Master of the Chaos Temple was not to be compared with the Third Master. The world knew of the terror wielded by this formidable being, who once single-handedly crushed an emperor. He was an ancient and unfathomably powerful figure. Now, even the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple knelt before Lin Xiu. Even the members of the Lin family were bewildered. They understood better than anyone what the Chaos Temple represented. Despite having produced 2 emperors, and with Lin Xiaoyao being among the strongest of them, they still could not contend with the Chaos Temple. The 3 masters of the Chaos Temple were beings whose every stomp could send tremors through 3,000 star domains. Yet, at this very moment, the Grand Master and the Second Master of the Chaos Temple were kneeling before Lin Xiu, along with the Third Master, who had been kneeling for quite some time. This stark contrast was truly shocking. At this moment, the one most shaken was undoubtedly the Third Master of the Chaos Temple. Upon realizing that the Grand Master and the Second Master had arrived, the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally extinguished. His face turned pale, and he nearly collapsed to the ground in despair. Lin Xiu, however, displayed no surprise. After all, he had orchestrated all of this himself. Yet, in an effort to avoid being too abrupt, he addressed the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple. I am not the Chaos Saint's son. I am Lin Xiu of the Lin family, the son of the unfathomable emperor. The Grand Master of the Chaos Temple was not taken aback by this declaration. He responded directly, indeed, the Saint's son is the son of the unfathomable emperor of the Lin family. However, he is also the Chaos Saint's son of our Chaos Temple. The primordial ancestor of the flying immortal emperor left behind a decree. Should the primordial body emerge, the Chaos Temple must vow to follow it to the death. The unfathomable emperor's son is the primordial body, thus he is the Chaos Saint's son. The Chaos Temple shall heed the Saint's son's every command. Wherever the Saint's son's sword points, that is where the strength of the Chaos Temple shall be directed. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Master, everyone around suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. What? The young ancestor of the Lin family is the primordial body, a terrifying constitution that has never appeared throughout history? When the primordial manifests, all bodies bow, even the ancient holy body and the chaos body cannot contend with the primordial body. No wonder the young ancestor possesses 3,000 source treasures and has condensed 3,000 source Tao seeds. This is the primordial body. I wondered why the third master of the Chaos Temple was so eager to kneel upon arriving at the Lin family. It turns out it was due to the decree left by the Flying Immortal Emperor, which likely included a heavenly oath. Goodness, this is extraordinary. Lin Xiu possesses the primordial body, is the Chaos Temple's saint son, and the son of the unfathomable emperor. With such a background and talent, how powerful will he become in the future? Will he surpass the primordial emperor? Everyone was filled with wonder. In that moment, all doubts were laid to rest. They finally understood why Lin Xiu had 3,000 source treasures, 3,000 source Tao seeds, why the third master of the Chaos Temple appeared terrified in Lin Xiu's presence, and how he could create laws that even emperors could not. All questions were answered. They even began to speculate on how high Lin Xiu's future achievements might reach. Would he surpass the primordial emperor? This was an extraordinarily high evaluation. It must be noted that the term primordial itself signifies invincibility. Invincibility is synonymous with the primordial is invincible, Lin Xiu remarked nonchalantly. Wherever the saint son's sword points, is that where the strength of the Chaos Temple shall be directed? His tone held a hint of mockery. The Grand Master of the Chaos Temple undoubtedly detected the sarcasm in Lin Xiu's words. He promptly affirmed, that is indeed the case. Regardless of what the saint's son wishes to do, whatever actions he takes, whether right or wrong, the Chaos Temple shall simply follow orders. Everything else is of no concern. Lin Xiu chuckled lightly. If that is the case, why does the Chaos Temple still support the Yunxiao Empress of the ancient Hua dynasty in attempting to annul my engagement? Why must they proclaim to the world that a woman can divorce a man? Why, after 100,000 years since my father's death, must they still tarnish his name with accusations of using power to oppress? Why do the people of the Chaos Temple conspire with my fiancée, becoming adulterers to threaten me? A barrage of questions exploded in the minds of every individual present in the Chaos Temple. Hearing these words, the third master of the Chaos Temple felt darkness envelop him and nearly fainted. It was over. Everything was over. The expressions of the Grand Master and the second master of the Chaos Temple darkened. The three grievances Lin Xiu had articulated were profound humiliations. Regardless of how Lin Xiu felt about it, they fumed internally just by listening. Lin Xiu was their Chaos Temple's saint son. His status was akin to that of the Flying Immortal Emperor in the mortal realm. How dare anyone insult Lin Xiu in such a manner? This ignited a fury among the members of the Chaos Temple. The Grand Master and the second master of the Chaos Temple gritted their teeth and said, "Saint son, no matter who it is, just give the order, and we shall act immediately." They were genuinely incensed, especially since this incident was backed by the Chaos Temple itself. The Chaos Temple, which had insulted its own saint son, this would be a tremendous joke if it were to spread. It was no wonder they were so furious. Lin Xiu casually pointed towards the Yunxiao Empress. This woman is bound by a marriage contract with me but fails to uphold her promise. Before our engagement is annulled, she mingles with others and publicly slanders my father, the unfathomable emperor. Pray tell, what do you believe should be done? The Grand Master of the Chaos Temple's expression darkened, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the heavens. This woman must be executed without mercy. The ancient Hua dynasty must be eradicated from existence. Before Lin Xiu could utter another word, the second master of the Chaos Temple sprang into action. Chu Chuanxiu, the second master, though not as powerful as the Grand Master, was equally formidable. Before the Yunxiao Empress could react, the second master descended from the heavens, a massive handprint obscuring the sun, directly suppressing the Yunxiao Empress. Having just broken through to the emperor realm and relying on her father's fortune, her strength was among the weakest among emperors. The power of the second master of the Chaos Temple needed no further elaboration. With a single palm strike, the emperor body of the Yunxiao Empress shattered. Today, I have a fever. Sichuan is experiencing a drop in temperature, as everyone can see. I will adjust as quickly as possible and strive for 3 updates tonight. I fell short by 3 chapters yesterday, and 1 today, so I still owe everyone 4 chapters, which I will make up for. Chapter 54 of the Second Hallmaster shatters defenses. Do you deserve to perish together? The second Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple, Chu Chuanxiu, presents himself as an exceptionally refined gentleman clad in white. His silver hair is adorned with a black ribbon, and his demeanor radiates warmth. Yet, when he engages in combat, his terrifying aura surpasses even that of a true dragon. Among the 3 Hall Masters of the Chaos Temple, he is undoubtedly the youngest. The Great Hall Master possesses profound skills and the longest cultivation time, while the third Hall Master steadily advanced from a Chaos Sentinel to a Chaos Commander, and ultimately to a Hall Master. In contrast, the second Hallmaster is exceptionally gifted, having ascended to emperor status within 7 centuries, and now, at over 3,000 years of age, he has eclipsed the third Hallmaster, becoming the second Hallmaster, second only to the great Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple. His movements in battle are elegant. A mere casual strike transforms into a force akin to the collapse of a grand world. The Empress of the Clouds is immediately suppressed by the second Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple. The overwhelming power causes her body to fracture. Unable to withstand such might, even in her imperial form, the Empress is engulfed in terror, yearning for mercy, yet the second Hallmaster offers her no reprieve. With a single strike, he seals off all her life force. If she could not withstand a blow from the third Hallmaster, how could she endure the full force of the second Hallmaster? Moments later, the Empress of the Clouds disintegrates into countless fragments, utterly erased from existence, and yet, this is not the end. Once the second Hallmaster has concluded his actions, it is the turn of the great Hallmaster. The ancient Hua dynasty lies several star domains away from the Lin family. The great Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple strikes with a palm, and within mere breaths, the imprint of that hand descends upon the skies of the ancient Hua dynasty. Vast and imposing, it is entwined with chaotic energy. An overwhelming sense of oppression envelopes the capital of the ancient Hua dynasty, leaving its inhabitants bewildered. What is happening? Which emperor dares to attack our ancient Hua dynasty? Quick! Contact the Empress, we beseech her to intervene. This is dire. The Empress's fate is already shattered, she is no longer with us. As formidable foes approach and the Empress falls, chaos erupts throughout the ancient Hua dynasty. The inhabitants are struck with dread, their minds shattered by the weight of impending doom. They have no time to react. The forces of heaven and earth explode to their zenith. The great Hallmaster's strike obliterates the entire dynasty. Simultaneously, his voice reverberates across the 3,000 realms. From this day forth, Lin Jiaozu, Lin Xiao, shall be proclaimed the holy son of my Chaos Temple. Should anyone dare to show disrespect to my holy son, the Chaos Temple shall annihilate their lineage. Sever their eternal cycles of reincarnation. In the boundless seas beyond, a silver-armored warrior from the swallowing Heavendao Palace gazes from afar at the great Hallmaster and second Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple, alongside the Chaos Sentinels, as they enter the 3,000 star realms. Witnessing the second Hallmaster slay the Empress of the Clouds and the great Hallmaster obliterate the ancient Hua dynasty, he makes his way back to the swallowing Heavendao Palace. The Palace Lord remains seated upon the imperial throne, shrouded in ethereal mist, with only his eyes revealing his presence as they peer into the mortal realm. Palace Lord, the entire Chaos Temple is mobilized. Even the Great Hallmaster and Second Hallmaster are absent from the temple. They have arrived in the 3,000 star realms and have identified the primordial body, declaring it a holy son. The warrior conveys all he has witnessed to the Palace Lord. Upon hearing this, the Palace Lord's expression shifts dramatically. Are you saying that Lin Xiao is the primordial body? This revelation is explosive. Anyone who hears of the primordial body cannot help but react with astonishment, including the supreme beings and emperors alike. Moreover, those of great strength and vast knowledge comprehend the significance of the primordial body all the more profoundly. The human emperor's secret realm is about to open, and the return of the primordial body to the Chaos Temple is hardly fortuitous for us. Indeed, the reason the swallowing Heavendao Palace has been closely monitoring the Chaos Temple is due to the impending opening of the human emperor's secret realm, which has lain dormant for over 3 million years. Over 3 million years ago, the human emperor led the 9 emperors to establish the Age of Emperors, liberating myriad clans from the shackles of primordial deities, allowing them to stand tall in the cosmos. As the primordial deities perished, the grand principles of heaven and earth gradually manifested in their entirety, resulting in the emergence of countless emperors. After another 300,000 years, the human emperor, alongside the 9 emperors, expelled remnants of the mythological era into the boundless seas. 50,000 years later, the human emperor and the 9 emperors had approached nearly 100 years of age. No one knows how the 9 emperors and the human emperor managed to live for so long. Generally, an emperor's lifespan extends only 2 to 3 decades, and even the mightiest, supplemented by elixirs of immortality, struggle to exceed 4 to 5 decades. Like Lin Xiaoyao, beyond that, their life force withers, and their essence dwindles. Thus, the longevity of the 9 emperors and the human emperor remains a mystery. Later, as the 9 emperors approached death, the human emperor appeared unchanged, as if time itself held no sway over him. He summoned the 9 emperors and buried certain artifacts within a relic. This relic cannot be accessed directly. According to the human emperor, it will automatically awaken when the time is right, allowing cultivators below the small world realm to enter and claim what he left behind. Subsequently, the human emperor ventured into the depths of the boundless sea and was never seen again. Later generations speculate that the relic contains the human emperor's legacy. For those cultivators below the small world realm, the stronger their physique and the greater their power, the higher their chances of obtaining that legacy. 10,000 years ago, the relic stirred to life, seemingly on the verge of awakening, but ultimately did not recently. However, the relic has grown increasingly active, with the power outside its gates diminishing each day, nearing the brink of activation. Thus, the return of the primordial body to the Chaos Temple worries the Palace Lord, as its overwhelming strength might preclude them from accessing the human emperor's legacy. After millions of years, the lineage of the 9 emperors has undergone countless iterations. The current lineage of the 9 emperors has lost much of its previous camaraderie. Perhaps the prolonged peace has allowed former allies among the 9 emperors to begin scheming over certain interests. The Palace Lord contemplates for a moment before stating, "Continue to observe and see if Lin Xiu will follow Ao Tsangxiong to the Chaos Temple." He too wishes to draw the primordial body to his side. However, it is evident that it is already too late, and he must devise alternative plans. But in the 3,000 star realms, all hold their breath, hesitant to speak. The sight of an emperor perishing before their eyes and the likely demise of an ancient divine dynasty instills paralyzing dread within them. Yet, the events continue to unfold. Lin Xiu points toward the 3rd Hall Master of the Chaos Temple, declaring, "This individual wields the authority of the Hall Master yet seeks to oppress me. What shall be done?" Lin Xiu has no intention of sparing the 3rd Hall Master of the Chaos Temple. Were it not for the advantageous circumstances provided by his system, he believes the scene would have unfolded quite differently. His father would face humiliation, the Lin family would suffer severe losses, and even Lin Xiaoyao would likely fight to the death. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the 3rd Hallmaster feels a lump rise in his throat and turns to the Great Hallmaster. "Great Hallmaster, he hopes for a plea on his behalf, but it is too late." The Great Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple responds coldly and without hesitation, "According to the principles of the Chaos Sentinels, you shall be reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, the light in the 3rd Hallmaster's eyes fades instantly. In the next moment, consumed by grief and fury, he roars, "Ao Tsangxiong, Lin Xiu, do you truly wish to eradicate me completely? I have acknowledged my fault, what more do you desire? If you wish for my demise, then do not expect to fare any better." With that, he suddenly erupts in fury, intent on erasing Lin Xiu. However, to the 3rd Hallmaster's rage, the Great Hallmaster of the Chaos Temple merely casts a cold glance. A massive palm descends. "Perish together, do you think you are worthy? Today, I seek nothing. I am too embarrassed to request gifts or push for updates. I shall write again later. I merely ask for your understanding. Thank you for your support." Chapter 55 of The Value of Acknowledging Mistakes and the Need for Oaths. The 3rd Master of the Chaos Temple realized that there was no escape. His greatest fears had come to fruition. He was not particularly afraid of being attacked by Lin Xiu, for he believed that no matter how Lin Xiu dealt with him, it would not culminate in his utter annihilation. However, Lin Xiu chose to interrogate the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple regarding how he intended to handle the situation. This was indeed a dire predicament. Once, when the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple was still the Chaos Commander, the 3rd Master had served as his Chaos Sentinel. He was acutely aware of the Grand Master's nature, decisive and relentless. Given the Grand Master's temperament, if he were to decide how to deal with the 3rd Master, it could only mean one thing: death. Or perhaps a more comprehensive annihilation of his entire family. A cornered rabbit will still bite, let alone an emperor. The Empress of the Skies had also attempted to resist in her final moments, but her inability to mount any form of opposition stemmed from the vast disparity in strength between her and the 2nd Master, rendering her powerless and ultimately crushed. It was akin to a human stepping on a creeping insect. One could hardly witness the insect struggle. Such was the situation. The 3rd Master, however, believed he possessed the strength to resist. Even if he could not defeat the Grand Master or the 2nd Master, he could at least make a desperate attempt to take someone down with him. Thus, he resolved to confront Lin Xiu with fatal intent before his demise. Yet, he miscalculated. When the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple merely raised his hand, the 3rd Master felt as if he were confronting an ancient dragon, suffocating under the immense pressure. Subsequently, he was sent flying by that one strike, hurtling into the cosmos and shattering several stars. Before he could regain his balance, the 2nd Master appeared behind him like a wraith, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling back towards the Grand Master. The 3rd Master was tossed back and forth like a ball between the Grand Master and the 2nd Master, ultimately landing at the Grand Master's feet. The Grand Master raised his foot and stomped down onto the 3rd Master's chest, a blow that not only robbed him of half his life but also rendered his source of power in essence utterly destroyed. With a cold demeanor, the Grand Master spoke slowly. "If acknowledging one's mistakes were of any value, what purpose would the rules of the Chaos Sentinels serve? If acknowledging mistakes were indeed useful, why did you swear an oath when you ascended to the position of Grand Master?" Indeed, at that time, all 3 Masters, no, every individual who rose to the level of a Grand Master in the Chaos Temple was required to swear an oath upon their own fortune, cultivation, and life. They were to pledge allegiance to the Great Way, vowing that should a Chaos Sun emerge in the future, he would be regarded as paramount. To show disrespect towards the Chaos Sun would result in being barred from reincarnation. The 3rd Master of the Chaos Temple pleaded pitifully, "Grand Master, brother, Considering my hardships, I have contributed my efforts to the Chaos Temple. However, before he could finish his plea, the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple had already crushed the third Master's skull beneath his foot. With a mere flick of his finger, he reduced the third Master's body to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After completing this grim task, the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple did not cease his actions. Instead, he knelt before Lin Xiao and said, "Ao Qiong arrived late, failing to discipline subordinates properly, which led to grievances against the Sacred Sun. Please, Sacred Sun, impose your punishment." Observe, there is a reason why he is the Grand Master. This incident was not primarily his concern. In fact, his timing was impeccable. Had he not arrived, the third master could have gone berserk, and none present could have subdued him. Perhaps Lin Xiaoyao could have, but it would have demanded considerable effort, certainly not as effortlessly as the current situation. Yet, he still admitted fault and sought punishment. Such an attitude, coupled with an astute understanding of interpersonal relations, decisive character, and unparalleled strength, clearly justified his position as Grand Master. Subsequently, the second master of the Chaos Temple immediately knelt down as well. Chu Chuanqiu arrived late, please forgive me, Sacred Sun. Following suit, the 108 Chaos Sentinels emerged, kneeling in unison, declaring, the Chaos Sentinels arrived late. Please forgive us, Sacred Sun. With the two Grand Masters and the Chaos Sentinels, this assembly comprised two unparalleled emperors, alongside three others comparable to emperors, and 105 ultimate sovereigns. Such a magnificent gathering could only be orchestrated by a power as affluent as the Chaos Temple. The imperial families could never match such grandeur. At this moment, so many formidable figures knelt before Lin Xiao, each radiating divine light. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Xiao helped the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple to his feet. The one who deserved death has perished, and the truth has been established. You may rise. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master did not linger or hesitate. He stood upright. I thank the Sacred Sun for your mercy. Soon after, the second Master of the Chaos Temple and the Chaos Sentinels also rose. We thank the Sacred Sun for your forgiveness. Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, the onlookers had yet to depart. As Lin Xiao's gaze swept across them, a chill ran down their spines. They felt as though being scrutinized by Lin Xiao was far more unsettling than being observed by an emperor. After taking in the scene, Lin Xiao spoke slowly, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have witnessed today's events. What kind of person my father, the Emperor Wushu, is, you have all discerned clearly throughout the passage of time. I hope, from this day forth, to hear no more slander against my father. My father has lived with integrity, and I will not tolerate others defaming him. To insult my father is to declare enmity with the Lin family. Lin Xiao's words rang with conviction. The strength one possesses is meant to protect that which one holds dear. As soon as he uttered these declarations, the crowd responded in unison. Indeed, we have long suspected something amiss in this matter. The Emperor Wushu is honorable and valiant, certainly not one to oppress others with power. These are mere slanders from the Empress of the Skies and the ancient Hua dynasty. We shall not be so easily deceived. We came here to uncover the truth. Yes, now that the truth is revealed, the integrity of Emperor Wushu speaks for itself. Needing no further elaboration, the onlookers expressed their sentiments, even going so far as to speak ill of the Empress of the Skies and the ancient Hua dynasty. Truly, when the walls crumble, the rats scatter. They exhibited a remarkable talent for fleeing when the tide turned. After Lin Xiao had finished speaking, the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple rose to continue his discourse. Lin Xiao is the Sacred Sun of our Chaos Temple. Should we hear any further rumors or slander against the Sacred Sun in the future, regardless of the distance, be it the ends of the earth or the vastness of the cosmos, we shall eradicate any falsehoods. The Grand Master's voice boomed with authority, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers, causing cold sweat to pour down their backs. Today's 3 updates have concluded. Time to rest. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 56, The Re-Emergence of the Great Path, A Mysterious Space. The Grand Master of the Chaos Temple proclaimed to the world, instantly sending the onlookers into a state of shock and bewilderment. Of course not. The young ancestor of the Lin family is resplendent and majestic, endowed with celestial talents that we all revere. Indeed, the future young ancestor of the Lin family, the Holy Son of Chaos, will undoubtedly surpass all ages and ascend to the supreme throne of the Tao. However, there are matters within the clan that require my attention, so I shall take my leave. Yes, I too have pressing matters at home. I shall withdraw as well, wishing the Holy Son of Chaos unassailable dominance over the world. The elixir I have been refining seems to be nearing completion. I too must take my leave. After a group of individuals pretentiously made their excuses, they hastily departed. This place had become a hub of controversy, and it was unwise to linger. In an instant, the Lin family gate fell into tranquility. Once the crowd had dispersed, the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple intended to speak to Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao waved his hand to silence him. He then gestured for them to follow him into the Lin family estate. He harbored no concerns about provoking any trouble. After all, the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple had sworn a heavenly oath, and even the Chaos Holy Guards were bound by blood oaths. Their loyalty to him was absolute. He knew that the Chaos Temple possessed a profound tome, yet now was not the moment to retrieve it. there was a pressing matter he needed to attend to. He had promised a lady, adorned in a 1,000-mile bridal gown, to take her as his wife. 3 days later, driven by Lin Xiaoyao in a dragon carriage, the Grand Master and the Second Master of the Chaos Temple flanked him as guardians. Behind the majestic 9-dragon carriage followed 108 Chaos Holy Guards, the head of the Lin family, 9 elders, and 3,600 silver-armored warriors, traversing the boundless star realms towards the Sun Emperor clan. Upon arriving in the Sun Star domain, the sight of the distant procession was breathtaking. At the gates of the Sun Emperor clan, the Sun Empress awaited with bated breath. As she beheld the grand entourage drawing near, a rare smile graced her usually indifferent countenance. Lin Xiao, dressed in splendid attire, descended from the dragon carriage and cheerfully inquired of the Sun Empress, "Just days ago, I found myself in perilous circumstances. Why did you not come to see me?" The Sun Empress, with a hint of youthful playfulness, pouted and replied, "Your romantic entanglements are of no concern to me." Lin Xiao, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, saying, "Do not speak so frivolously. This is a matter of the previous generation." With that, he ceased further conversation and stepped forward to embrace the Sun Empress around her waist, carrying her back into the dragon carriage. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyao's voice resonated through the skies, "Let the sun and moon witness, and the heavens bear testimony. As I proclaim to the 9 heavens and the depths of the 9 nether, let all the realms observe. Should I betray my beloved, may I perish without a trace. Should my beloved forsake me, may she be eternally erased from existence, never to reincarnate." A marriage decree was issued, ascending to the heavens and echoing to the underworld. The Lin family announced to the 3,000 star realms that today, the young ancestor of the Lin family would wed the Sun Empress, forever bound in unity. This news ignited an uproar across the 3,000 star realms. A bridal gown spanning thousands of miles, an emperor guiding his steed, with the Grand Master and Second Master of the Chaos Temple in attendance, alongside 3 extraordinary cultivators and a multitude of supreme beings. Such grandeur was unparalleled. The young ancestor of the Lin family has wed the Sun Empress. This is astonishing. She is a true empress, a 1,000-mile bridal gown, an emperor leading the horse, with the Grand Master and Second Master of the Chaos Temple as guardians. Truly a magnificent spectacle. This young ancestor of the Lin family is remarkable. He has only just returned and has already captured the heart of the Sun Empress. It is said that the Chaos Emperor pursued her for 6 centuries without a hint of success, yet Lin Xiao has achieved what he could not in such a short time. Could it be that Lin Xiao threatened the Sun Empress with his background? After all, he is no ordinary figure. Even the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple bows before him, having slain his own third master for his sake. Surely not. The Chaos Emperor is even stronger than the Sun Empress, and the Chaos Valley is more influential than the Sun Emperor clan. Why could the Chaos Emperor not compel the Sun Empress to yield? Indeed, it seems improbable. The Sun Empress has previously annihilated the immortal Thunder Mountain in Chaos City for Lin Xiao. They must have some bond. The Sun Empress and the young ancestor of the Lin family are both figures from 100,000 years ago, merely separated by time. Perhaps they have known each other long before. Who can say? Regardless, now that the Sun Empress is married, the Chaos Emperor is likely to be incensed. The world was taken aback by this union. After all, this was no ordinary marriage alliance. Both parties were extraordinary figures. One, the primal body that commanded the respect of the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple, and the other, a peerless empress who had reigned for over 6 centuries. The combination of these two was nothing short of remarkable. From now on, the Lin family and the Sun Emperor clan shall be untouchable. I am not foolish. Why would I provoke them? A formidable alliance, the Chaos Temple, the Sun Emperor clan, and the Lin family, 4 emperors in total. Such power is truly fearsome. Everyone spoke of the necessity to avoid provoking the Lin family. After all, the prospect of facing 4 emperors, especially 4 supreme ones, was terrifying beyond measure. After welcoming the Sun Empress into the Lin family, many factions hastily sent gifts, treasures, and divine materials piling high. These gestures were mere attempts to curry favor with Lin Xiao's burgeoning power. On the wedding night, it is said that a moment spent in spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. By that reckoning, Lin Xiao must have amassed at least a fortune of over 100 million gold. Many days passed before Lin Xiao finally emerged from his chambers, stretching languidly. Meanwhile, the Sun Empress remained hidden within, too shy to make an appearance. Even emperors have their moments of bashfulness. Lin Xiao chuckled as he stepped out into the courtyard. Although he had spent these days enveloped in warmth and tenderness, the might of his primal body was ever in the process of cultivation. As of now, he had successfully unshackled 999 of the locks binding his 3,000 Source Dao seeds. Progress in the lock realm was indeed slow. After all, when he broke through to the Source Concealment realm, it was done with a mere breath, and the breakthrough to the Divine Seed realm took only a few blinks of an eye. Yet here in the lock realm, it had been nearly half a month, and he had barely freed 1,000 locks. However, he kept such thoughts to himself. If the so-called emperor-level prodigies of the outside world were to hear of this, they would likely lose their minds. Typically, an emperor-level prodigy would take an average of a month to unshackle a single heavenly-level Divine Seed lock. the time required for an immortal level Dao seed would be even longer. Yet he had managed to break free from nearly 1,000 locks of a power surpassing that of immortal level Dao seeds in less than half a month. Dai in the outside world, such words would surely lead to ridicule. 10 out of 10 would deem him insane. But Lin Xiao had indeed accomplished this feat, unshackling close to 1,000 source Dao seed locks in just over 10 days. Observing the 999 liberated locks within himself, Lin Xiao felt a discontented unease. Thus, he consumed a divine herb, exerted a bit of effort, and shattered another lock. With a glance at the 1,000 liberated divine seeds within him, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, as he unlocked the 1,000th lock within him, a trace of the Great Path manifested. A mysterious resonance enveloped him, drawing his consciousness once again into a mystical realm. Dai in the distance, the Grand Master and Second Master of the Chaos Temple were engaged in discourse with Lin Xiaoyao. In terms of realm, Lin Xiaoyao was slightly inferior to the Grand Master, roughly on par with the Second Master. Therefore, rather than a discussion of philosophies, it was more akin to the Grand Master imparting wisdom to the Second Master and Lin Xiaoyao. Suddenly, the Grand Master's expression grew serious as he sensed an anomaly in this realm. Only he, among the three emperors, could perceive the extraordinary wave emanating from Lin Xiao's internal Great Path trace. It is almost time. Gifts are sought, gifts are sought. I shall be present from 4 to 5 tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's concern. Chapter 57 of the Mysterious Space. Imprisoning 10,000 emperors in this realm of chaos, there exists neither time nor space, only an expansive void. Lin Xiao vividly recalls having traversed this enigmatic space before. Within its confines, he had once laid eyes upon 9 supreme tomes. Upon returning to this space, he once again beheld those 9 exalted volumes. However, this time, a figure was seated in meditation at the center of the 9 books. The silhouette, hazy and indistinct, was enveloped in a golden radiance, with eyes that gleamed like crimson stars, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Although this luminous figure did not appear particularly imposing, the profound aura emanating from it was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Who could this be? Why had this presence drawn his consciousness here? Could it be that the mark of the Tao was a transmission of this figure's true essence? A torrent of questions surged through Lin Xiao's mind. These inquiries, though peculiar, did not instill a sense of peril within him. With the aid of his system, he felt confident that he could reverse any predicament he encountered. After all, he was not lacking in points. The deaths of the 3 masters of the Chaos Temple and the Empress of the Cloud Realm were directly tied to him. The annihilation of the Yun family and the fall of the ancient Hua dynasty were also due to his actions. Thus, his current point tally was quite substantial, exceeding 11,000. Such a bounty of points allowed for exchanges in the black market of characters. Consequently, he felt emboldened. Nevertheless, the sensation these questions evoked in Lin Xiao was not one of dread, but rather a perplexing discomfort, akin to ants crawling over his skin. It was reminiscent of someone suddenly declaring, "Ah, I discovered a secret about you yesterday, one you were completely unaware of," only to abruptly turn away and say, "Never mind, I want to tell you." That feeling was indeed rather vexing. Approaching the figure, Lin Xiao squinted and directly inquired, "Who are you?" The figure seemed to have heard him, turning its gaze in his direction. Its lips moved as if attempting to speak, yet no sound emerged. Realizing that Lin Xiao could not hear its voice, the figure appeared to sigh, then resumed its meditation. The 9 tomes began to circulate around it, converging once more into the stone tablet seen previously. The grand symbol reappeared, oscillating within this space, radiating with brilliance. Subsequently, a sphere of light enveloped both the figure and Lin Xiao. A flash of light passed before Lin Xiao's eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a realm of chaos, surrounded by countless imperial corpses, an astonishing number exceeding 80,000. No, these were not mere corpses. Lin Xiao could distinctly sense that these emperors were alive, albeit ensnared in a state of slumber, unable to awaken. This situation, was it imprisonment? Lin Xiao was astounded. He understood well the might of the emperors. To bind such a multitude was an unfathomable feat. What could possibly be unfolding here? His gaze swept over the slumbering figures, yearning to rouse them, yet it was clearly impossible. This was but a projection, and Lin Xiao was not truly present in this space. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a man. Could it be the voidless emperor? Lin Xiao froze in disbelief. Was this not his father? Han Ti perished. How could he be here? Yet there was more. His gaze shifted slightly, and he also spotted the Sun Sane Emperor. As he scrutinized the throng of emperors, he was astonished to recognize many ancient ones among them. Another fallen emperor. Weren't they all supposed to be dead? How could they be here? Hadn't his father's remains been transformed into Tao by himself? Did this imply that all the emperors who had perished throughout history were gathered here? Lin Xiao's expression morphed into one of incredulity as the situation grew increasingly enigmatic. He turned to the light figure, seeking answers, yet, this entity remained silent, gesturing towards the 9 tomes and then indicating the thousands of slumbering emperors. Finally, it seemed to exhaust its strength before dissipating into the AIR.as. The figure vanished. Lin Xiao's consciousness abruptly returned. Upon opening his eyes, he found the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple, the second master, and Lin Xiaoyao rushing towards him in a flurry. Holy Sun? What transpired? Uncle, what has happened? Lin Xiao was dazed, though it appeared he had lingered in that mysterious space for an extended period. In reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiao signaled that he was unharmed. He began to ponder the nature of that place. Why were the deceased emperors present there, appearing as if they were alive? Why had the luminous figure brought him there? What message was it attempting to convey? He found himself at a loss, truly unable to comprehend it. The sensation of ants crawling over him persisted, not out of fear, but due to the unsettling presence of his father among them. Was his father truly alive? In that final moment, when he had asked the luminous figure where this place was, it had pointed to the 9 tomes. Did this mean he was to collect the 9 tomes? How incredibly bothersome! Lin Xiao turned to the Grand Master of the Chaos Temple and asked, "Does the Chaos Temple possess the 9 tomes?" Although he knew the temple held one, he could not speak it outright. The Grand Master did not withhold information, stating directly, "Indeed, there exists 1 tome within the Chaos Temple," but, Lin Xiao pressed, "What is it?" The Grand Master continued, "In response to the Holy Sun, this tome is not solely possessed by the Chaos Temple. When the human emperor departed, he left behind 4 tomes, which we 9 emperors have vowed to protect. The Chaos Temple and the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace jointly oversee 1 tome. Does the Holy Sun require it?" Lin Xiao nodded, thinking, "Why else would I inquire?" The Grand Master quickly added, "The tome bears the weight of heaven and earth. The Chaos Temple and the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace have placed it within a secret realm. The key is divided into 2, held by myself and the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. If the Holy Sun requires the tome, I shall prepare to open the secret realm with the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace." Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Then go swiftly." The Grand Master promptly complied, before asking, "Will the Holy Sun not accompany me to the Chaos Temple?" Lin Xiao replied, "I have matters to attend to. I must make a trip to the Wuxiang Mountain." He needed to retrieve the map of the primordial emperor's relics left behind by Mo Tianshang, for it seemed there was also a tome there. The Grand Master of the Chaos Temple hastily said, "I shall accompany the Holy Sun." Lin Xiao declined, "No need, you go back and ensure the secret realm is opened, just have the second master remain behind." Hearing this, the Grand Master did not insist further, responding promptly, "As the Holy Sun commands." He would only offer suggestions. If the Holy Sun chose not to heed them, he would not press the matter, simply following the Holy Sun's instructions. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was determined to uncover the truth behind the chaotic space and why so many emperors were imprisoned there, including his father. Chapter 58 Holy Emperor Mountain. The tomb of the primordial emperor, the master of the Chaos Temple, returned to the Infinite Sea accompanied by the Chaos Sacred Guards to negotiate with the Devouring Heaven Palace and unlock the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, along with Lin Xiaoyao and the second master of the Chaos Temple, made their way to the Wuxiang Mountain. Before their departure, the Sun Empress expressed her desire to accompany them. However, Lin Xiao chuckled, "You should stay home and rest during your pregnancy, guard our rear. If anything arises, I will inform you." Pregnancy, the mere mention of those words left the Sun Empress momentarily stunned. In the cultivation world, the stronger the practitioner, the more challenging it becomes to conceive offspring. This is not to imply that the abilities of the more powerful cultivators diminish in that regard, nor that their potency becomes less precise. Rather, the conditions for procreation hinge on the fusion of the life essences of both parties. As one's power increases, so does the potency of their life essence. Consequently, 2 equally potent life essences find it arduous to merge. Moreover, if one party's life essence is too weak, it cannot withstand the overwhelming strength of the other, leading to disintegration and the inability to conceive. Thus, it is evident why powerful cultivators face greater challenges in producing progeny. Lin Xiao's rapid success in causing the Sun Empress to conceive is entirely attributable to the primordial body. The previous constraints pale in comparison to the primordial body's capabilities, which can seamlessly integrate with any life essence. The Sun Empress, incredulous, exclaimed, "Am I truly pregnant?" She found it hard to believe, not because she was unaware, but because she had not contemplated that possibility. Upon Lin Xiao's suggestion, she began to sense within herself the unmistakable presence of life. Lin Xiao gently embraced the Sun Empress and said, "Very well, stay home and rest up. I will take Xiaoyao and the others with me." The Sun Empress's cheeks flushed slightly, "But I've only just conceived." It is nothing significant, yet, she did not insist further, only reminding Lin Xiao to be cautious. Wuxiang Mountain, this place is notorious, situated in the northern expanse of the Tsengshuan domain. It is deemed a site of contention primarily due to the presence of a city known as the City of Chaos. This city is quite renowned throughout the 3,000 star domains. The City of Chaos is governed by 3 brothers, each possessing remarkable talents, rivaling even the qualifications of an emperor. They were accepted into a prestigious sect of the emperor due to their extraordinary gifts, which the sect valued greatly, investing considerable resources in their training. However, these 3 brothers repaid the sect's nurturing with treachery, conspiring to seize the sect's ultimate imperial weapon. It remains unclear how they managed to bend the will of that weapon, for typically, such weapons possess autonomous consciousness, rendering them beyond the control of others. For instance, should anyone attempt to forcibly dominate the Wushu sword, they would undoubtedly face its fierce backlash. Even those of extraordinary power would find it impossible to control the Wushu Emperor's sword, which would fight to the death, refusing to acknowledge a second master, even if it meant shattering its own form. Therefore, the ability of these 3 brothers to commandeer the sect's imperial weapon is indeed perplexing. Subsequently, they utilized the imperial weapon to raze the entire sect to the ground. In the end, they took the weapon and its resources to establish the City of Chaos, brazenly proclaiming to the world that the city only welcomed villains. No matter what enemies one harbored, upon entering the City of Chaos, they would be guaranteed protection. Thus, the City of Chaos became a gathering place for the most nefarious individuals in the 3,000 star domains. It was rather surprising that Mo Tiansheng chose to conceal the map of the Primordial Emperor's relics here. At this moment, the 3 city lords were gathered around a massive cauldron, from which a figure emerged. The figure spoke, "In 300 years, my spirit shall be restored, and I shall be free from this wretched body." The 3 city lords chuckled in response, "Patriarch, do not forget the promises made to us." The figure laughed heartily, "Rest assured, I shall not forget." This was indeed the imperial weapon left behind by that original sect. It turns out that the weapon was forged from the body of a supreme dark titan, which, remarkably, had not perished entirely, its consciousness remaining dormant within the weapon. When the 3 brothers encountered this imperial weapon, they fell under the influence of the Dark Sovereign, leading to the tragic downfall of the sect. Just as the 4 were conversing, Lin Xiao, along with the second master of the Chaos Temple and Lin Xiaoyao, arrived unannounced. The oppressive aura of the emperor spread forth, enveloping the entire City of Chaos. The 3 city lords and the lingering spirit were caught off guard as a colossal handprint descended. Lin Xiao had no intention of waiting for anyone to surrender the map or entering as an ordinary person. He was pressed for time. Thus, the second master of the Chaos Temple acted decisively. This strike would incapacitate even the living Yunshao Empress. How could the countless insignificant beings within the city hope to survive? The massive hand descended, leveling the entire City of Chaos. The imperial weapon was shattered, and the lingering spirit was obliterated in an instant. Under that single strike, none were spared. The entire city met its demise. Lin Xiao remained unfazed by the devastation. Those in the City of Chaos were deserving of their fate, as the laws of this world dictate the survival of the fittest. Therefore, the loss of life in the city was of little consequence to him, perfectly serving to augment his own score. This was a slaughter order issued by Lin Xiao, and naturally, the points accrued would be credited to him. Upon landing amidst the ruins, the second master of the Chaos Temple, with a mere thought, pinpointed a shattered spatial pouch. From within, he retrieved a jade pendant, the key to the Primordial Emperor's relics. By channeling divine power, one could perceive a map within. Following the massacre, Lin Xiao made no delay, proceeding to the primordial relics as indicated by the map. Sanyuan Domain, Holy Emperor Mountain. This is a desolate place, devoid of human presence for ages. The mountain is shrouded in mystery, echoing with sounds that send shivers down one's spine, as if a being of extreme terror were imprisoned beneath its slopes. No one dares to approach. Once, an emperor attempted to breach the mountain, but was thwarted by an overwhelming force that enveloped the sacred mountain, impenetrable even to an emperor. Yet, this is precisely the tomb of the Primordial Emperor, a fact no one could have foreseen. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiaoyao, and the second master of the Chaos Temple arrived at the foot of Holy Emperor Mountain. Roar! As they drew near, they were met with a terrifying roar. Lin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. The source of that sound is still alive. 100,000 years prior, before he was sealed by the divine source, he had been brought to this place by his father, Lin Xiao's brother. At that time, he had also heard the same mysterious roar, identical to the one now echoing through the air. He was certain that the sound from 100,000 years ago and the current roar were one and the same. This indicated that the being responsible for the sound had survived for 100 millennia. What manner of existence could endure for such a duration? Lin Xiao, however, was indifferent to such musings. With the system at his disposal, should it come to it, he could expend 1,000 points to summon the Primordial Emperor's spirit. A request for gifts. Today marks a transitional chapter, Chapter 59, The Awakening of Saint Emperor Mountain and the Seven Great Emperors. At the foot of Saint Emperor Mountain, Lin Xiao approached a colossal stone. This immense boulder, shrouded in a hue of deep purple-black, seemed to possess an extraordinary magical essence. For some unknown reason, every rock on Saint Emperor Mountain harbors mysterious powers, as if they are sentient beings, capable of self-repair, he mused. When my father attempted to destroy the mountain, he exerted tremendous effort to dislodge a single stone. However, after just 1 hour, that fallen stone had reformed, reducing the fallen remnants to mere dust. Lin Xiaoyao interjected, recounting his experiences from when he and his father first visited Saint Emperor Mountain. Lin Xiao nodded, his understanding of the mountain deepening. He retrieved a jade pendant and hurled it towards the massive stone. A marvel unfolded before his eyes. Upon contact, the pendant astonishingly melded into the stone. Subsequently, the entire boulder began to twist and transform, ultimately reshaping into a rotatable stone disc. Lin Xiao stepped closer, attempting to turn the disc with both hands, only to find it utterly immovable. He was taken aback. It was crucial to note that his physical strength had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. After breaking the shackles of the Thousand Paths Divine Seed, his power had transcended into the ultimate realm of the shackles, surpassing all ancient beings. Previously, he had shattered a mountain range spanning 100 miles with a single punch, yet, despite this formidable strength, he could not budge the stone disc even slightly. Lin Xiaoyao, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. "Allow me to give it a try." He stepped forward and twisted with one hand. Expecting an effortless motion, he was surprised to find he could only rotate it slightly. This left both Lin Xiao and the second palace master in shock. They were well aware of Lin Xiaoyao's prowess, having broken through 7 life wheels, making him a formidable figure among the emperors. Yet, even he was unable to shift the disc, underscoring its immense weight. Unyielding, Lin Xiaoyao exerted his full strength, finally managing to move the stone disc, albeit incompletely. After twisting it halfway, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he stepped aside, stating, "To easily shift this disc, one must possess the power of an emperor who has broken through 8 life wheels." Indeed, even Lin Xiaoyao, having shattered 7 life wheels, found it a daunting task, suggesting that only an emperor of 8 life wheels could accomplish it. The second palace master of the Chaos Divine Temple approached. "Let me have a go." He tensed his entire being and began to exert force. As another emperor who had also broken through 7 life wheels, he was younger and more vigorous than Lin Xiaoyao, thus possessing a slight edge. Ultimately, with a decisive effort, he managed to completely shift the stone disc. Both Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master were drenched in sweat. Truly, this was the tomb of the primordial emperor, requiring 2 emperors who had broken through 7 life wheels just to open it. A resonant hum echoed instantly. The entire Saint Emperor Mountain began to tremble violently, and a vast imperial might surged forth from its depths. This imperial might, it's astonishing. Its intensity surpasses even that of the Grand Palace Master. The overwhelming force was unmistakably that of the primordial emperor. The imperial might spread outwards, extending for countless miles, felt by powerhouses across dozens of star domains. What is happening? Such formidable imperial might, it originates from the direction of the Tsongshuan domain. This might surpass all the emperors I have encountered in my lifetime. Terrifying. What kind of powerhouse could possess such might? I once had the fortune to meet the lord of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace, yet even he did not exude such a terrifying aura. The realms were shaken. This was an unprecedented display of imperial might. In the vast expanse of 3,000 star domains, emperors were but a handful, yet this might did not belong to any emperor of this era. Only those of emperor level discern the underlying truth. In the Xinshao Hall, Emperor Xinshao gazed ahead, his divine eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the river of time. He murmured, "Could it be that the tomb of that nameless emperor has finally been opened?" His faction was approaching Saint Emperor Mountain, and he was well aware of its circumstances, having investigated it multiple times, realizing it was likely an emperor's tomb. He had long sought entry but had never succeeded, and now that an opportunity had arisen, he did not hesitate, transforming into a beam of light towards Saint Emperor Mountain. In the Wangu Emperor City, the Bone Emperor gazed forward, an aura of profound darkness surrounding him. Indeed, Saint Emperor Mountain holds great significance. Has it truly opened? Behind him emerged a woman, not an emperor, but a supreme. Yet, the Bone Emperor treated this female supreme with utmost respect. Responding to her inquiry, he replied, "Your Holiness, it is true, someone has opened Saint Emperor Mountain. The terrifying power surrounding it has been unshackled." The female supreme, upon hearing this, remarked calmly, "According to the records in the Ling Tian Pavilion, Saint Emperor Mountain is likely the tomb of that unparalleled emperor. Let us proceed together." The Bone Emperor, upon hearing her words, cautioned, "Your Holiness, if Saint Emperor Mountain is truly the place of that unparalleled emperor's legacy, many emperors are likely to come. If you go," his meaning was clear, expressing concern for her safety. While supreme beings were indeed formidable, they were nothing in the eyes of emperors. However, the woman replied indifferently, "And what of it? I possess the ancestral imperial weapon of the Ling Tian Pavilion, which even emperors cannot restrain. Even in perilous situations, the ancestral weapon shall protect me, you need not worry."
The Bone Emperor, upon hearing this, ceased further protestations and led the woman towards Saint Emperor Mountain.
Indeed, under normal circumstances, imperial weapons could not contend with true emperors, yet, the ancestral imperial weapon of the Ling Tian Pavilion was different. The ancestral emperor Ling Tian was an unparalleled powerhouse, historically comparable to the primordial emperor, rivaling the ancient nine emperors. Throughout his life, Ling Tianzhan Emperor had slain several dark titans, and his imperial weapon, having tasted imperial blood, was sufficient to confront ordinary emperors.
Let us enter.
Lin Xiao and his companions were about to step inside when suddenly, several formidable imperial auras manifested.
5 or 6 emperors arrived simultaneously of the Bone Emperor, Emperor Xinqiao, Emperor Futua, Emperor Xianhuang, and the female supreme. Seeing such an assembly of powerful emperors, Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master instinctively shielded Lin Xiao behind them. However, when Lin Xiaoyao caught sight of the female supreme, his expression froze. The moment the female supreme recognized Lin Xiaoyao, she exclaimed with excitement, "Li Xiaoyao!" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Li Xiaoyao, what? When did this rascal betray his clan?
Apologies for the delay, I encountered some personal issues today. Chapter 60 Lin Xiaoyao's romantic entanglements. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiaoyao, the woman boldly approached, disregarding both Lin Xiao and the second master of the Chaotic Temple. She pointed a finger at Lin Xiaoyao, her enchanting eyes suddenly ablaze with emotion. Do not think that just because your appearance has changed, I no longer recognize you.
Where have you been all these millennia? Why did you leave without a word? Why?" As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. Then, her gaze shifted to Lin Xiao, and she froze momentarily before erupting in fury, directing her wrath at Lin Xiaoyao. "How dare you, Lin Xiaoyao? Have you sought out other women behind my back? The child has grown so big. Speak, which brazen woman is it?" With that, she attempted to stride towards Lin Xiao. The second master of the Chaotic Temple swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao and calmly stated, "The second master of the Chaotic Temple is present. No one may harm my sacred disciple." The Chaotic Temple, one cannot deny the formidable aura it exudes. Upon hearing the name, the woman from the Ling Tian Pavilion furrowed her brow. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyao hastily interjected, "Xianhua, cease your impudence." Xianhua, the woman's name. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's admonition, her anger intensified. The once proud female sovereign was now weeping profusely.
"You, Lin Xiaoyao, you dare to scold me for his sake? You heartless scoundrel!" Lin Xiaoyao felt overwhelmed and quickly clarified, "This is not, he is my uncle." Uncle. Xianhua, known for her straightforward temperament, ceased her tears upon discovering that Lin Xiao was his uncle, gazing at him with curiosity. Lin Xiao smiled, sensing yet another romantic debt unfolding. It appeared that this woman held a fondness for her nephew. Surely, she could not be another infatuated fool. Truth be told, it is not that everyone is love-struck. It is merely that those who can capture Lin Xiaoyao's affection are unlikely to be disreputable. Lin Xiao then turned his attention to Lin Xiaoyao, wearing a knowing smile. A group of emperors nearby observed with an air of intrigue. While the gossip of ordinary folk may not concern emperors, tales involving emperors, the Ling Tian Pavilion, and the Chaotic Temple hold a certain allure. Lin Xiaoyao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and promptly addressed Xianhua. "Xianhua, this matter can be discussed later.
When we return, I shall reveal everything to you, if that is agreeable."
Ultimately, he felt indebted to her, and thus his words lacked conviction. However, Xianhua was unconvinced, retorting, "I do not believe you.
You said the same thing last time, then the very next morning, you vanished."
As Xianhua persisted, Lin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and lowered his voice slightly, "Xianhua." The gentle reprimand momentarily stunned her, and her eyes glistened with fresh tears. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyao was at a loss. Lin Xiao stepped forward, calmly assuring her, "I guarantee that if Lin Xiaoyao fails to clarify matters with you, I will have words with him."
Xianhua regarded Lin Xiao with skepticism, murmuring, "Will you keep your word?"
Lin Xiao chuckled and turned to Lin Xiaoyao, asking, "Xiaoyao, would you say my word carries weight?" Lin Xiaoyao felt as though he were introducing his partner to his family and hastily replied, "Of course, my uncle's word is as good as gold." Xianhua, upon hearing this, pouted but eventually rose, her tears subsiding, as she realized that Lin Xiaoyao genuinely respected Lin Xiao.
Xianhua inquired, "You say your name is Lin Xiaoyao, the Lin family's great emperor Xiaoyao?"
Lin Xiaoyao managed a wry smile and nodded. Xianhua was taken aback, never imagining that the man she longed for was indeed the great emperor of the Lin family. She glared fiercely at Lin Xiaoyao, declaring, "Once this matter concludes, I shall interrogate you thoroughly." At this moment, the tomb of the primordial emperor was set to open. 7 emperors were present. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow as he was determined to obtain the Tao book. Thus, he directly asked the second master of the Chaotic Temple and Lin Xiaoyao, "Can the two of you together eliminate all these individuals?" The presence of these emperors would likely pose unnecessary complications. If they could be eradicated entirely, not only would it alleviate some issues, but it would also yield additional points. The second master of the Chaotic Temple and Lin Xiaoyao exchanged glances, assessing the opposing lineup. They conferred, if we were to fight with all our might, we could indeed vanquish them all. However, once we enter the tomb of the primordial emperor, we may find ourselves drained. After all, the roar emanating from the tomb is no less formidable than that of my brother and me. If that is a threat, then we may be in trouble, the second master of the Chaotic Temple articulated. Indeed, among the 5 emperors before them, excluding the Bone Emperor, there were 4 others. These 4 were not your typical emperors like the Punishment Emperor and the Chaotic Emperor. The Buddha Emperor and the Divine Sky Emperor were comparable to the Sun Empress, and they were not significantly weaker than Lin Xiaoyao and the second master. The remaining 2 had also shattered 5 life wheels. Together, the 4 possessed the strength to challenge Lin Xiaoyao and the second master. Even with the assistance of the Bone Emperor in Xianhua wielding the primordial emperor's weapon, engaging in battle was not a prudent choice. Firstly, this would attract more and more emperors. Secondly, as the second master had mentioned, there might be a terrifying presence within the tomb of the primordial emperor, one that could rival him and Lin Xiaoyao. To engage in combat first and then confront such a formidable entity would clearly be ill-advised. Although this world is not governed by science but by metaphysics, Lin Xiao could still discern the lack of logic in such a course of action. All present were intelligent individuals, quickly grasping the situation at hand. A clash among the emperors would likely result in mutual destruction. If a battle were to ensue, no one would gain a significant advantage. Thus, the Divine Sky Emperor suggested, friends, why not explore the Holy Emperor Mountain together? He proposed a collaborative investigation. The second master of the Chaotic Temple, aware of Lin Xiao's intention to obtain the Tao Book of the Primordial Emperor, asked, it is said that the Primordial Emperor once beheld one of the 9 Tao Books. If we encounter it, how shall we proceed? This was a discussion concerning the distribution of spoils. If the rewards were not shared equitably, or if Lin Xiao failed to secure the Tao Book, the main temple master would surely be displeased. The emperors exchanged glances, and the Huang Emperor remarked, naturally, it shall be the capable who claim the prize, each according to their merit and fortune. Clearly, this was not a favorable resolution. They were unwilling to miss out on the tremendous opportunity presented by the Tao Book. The second master and Lin Xiaoyao were equally concerned about ensuring Lin Xiao's access to the Tao Book. They needed to guarantee that nothing went awry. The Buddha Emperor stated, when we enter the tomb, if anyone is fortunate enough to encounter the primordial emperor's legacy, they may take it. Others must refrain from acting against them. How does that sound? This was entirely a matter of personal fate. The second master and Lin Xiaoyao exchanged glances, recognizing that this was not a viable option. What if Lin Xiao was fated to miss out on the Tao Book? Their silent exchange continued. To fight or not to fight, they decided to strike first, target the weakest one. Good. As the 2 prepared to act, Lin Xiao stepped forward, declaring, very well, let it be based on merit and fortune. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. After weighing his options, he too felt that engaging in battle was not particularly sensible. The emperors present were far from the likes of the Punishment Emperor and the Chaotic Emperor. Furthermore, there could be unknown powerful entities within the Holy Emperor Mountain. Lin Xiao was not a reckless fool devoid of reason. Choosing to fight at this juncture, only to have others reap the benefits, would be foolish. Relying on luck and fate, Lin Xiao feared nothing less. Soon, he would utilize the system to craft a background entry for the Primordial Emperor, ensuring that all treasures within the tomb would be reserved for the primordial body, leaving these others with nothing. Tomorrow, 5 updates. If I fail to deliver 5 updates, I shall stand on my head and eat excrement. I mean it, damn it, women have led me astray. Chapter 61. Above the Emperor, reincarnation as an immortal fortune is a capricious entity, intricately tied to an individual's destiny. It is akin to the phenomenon where some individuals, upon leaping off a precipice, may encounter formidable beings and inherit their legacies, or find a seemingly mundane jar that turns out to be the fabled swallowing heaven demon jar. Such occurrences are elusive and rare. Lin Xiao, clearly, would not entrust the opportunity to acquire the Tao scripture to such an insubstantial and nebulous fortune. Instead, he opted to engage the system directly. Accessing the system's back-end, Lin Xiao entered the Crimson Selection interface, searching for the Primordial Emperor. However, to his bewilderment, he found nothing. How can this be? Why is there no record of this individual? Lin Xiao pondered, reasoning that the system should document every notable figure in this world. He then redirected his gaze to the Black Selection interface. Could it be that the Primordial Emperor had transcended the Emperor level? What, then, is the significance of the Black interface? The Crimson signifies the Emperor level, but what does the Black represent? Lin Xiao had never previously accessed the Black interface. A slight scroll revealed even more terrifying figures. Limitless Immortal. Named Yi Wuliang, realm feathered immortal, breakthrough to the ninth fate will 600,000 years ago, invincible in the 33 layers of the mortal realm, later ventured beyond the heavens. 200,000 years ago, faced the reincarnation calamity and perished. Exchange points. 50,000. Sangming Tianzuan, Xin Sangming, realm reincarnation immortal. Achieved immortality 10 million years ago, fell into the great cosmos 400,000 years ago. Exchange points. 80,000. True dragon, name Aou, realm immortal king. An authentic true dragon from 800,000 years ago, the first dragon emperor of the 10,000 dragon pool. Died 700,000 years ago in a battle against the heavens. Exchange points. 100,000. Gazing upon these formidable beings, Lin Xiao inhaled sharply. Legends spoke of realms beyond the emperor. In the mythic era, and even more ancient times, there existed immortals, some of whom persisted into the mythic era. Yet, post the age of Emperor Qi, no immortal had been known to exist. Now, it was evident that all the figures within this black interface were of the immortal caliber. It seemed that beyond the emperor lies the immortal, further categorized into feathered immortal, reincarnation immortal, and immortal king. Judging by the exchange point system, the feathered immortal is the weakest, with the reincarnation immortal slightly stronger, while the immortal king reigns supreme. Could it be that the primordial emperor had indeed ascended to immortality? Was it not stated that no path to immortality existed post the age of Emperor Qi? With little time to ruminate, Lin Xiao focused on finding a binding with the primordial emperor. Upon searching for him, a shadow soon appeared, turned away from the world. Primordial Emperor. Primordial realm, extreme Tao reincarnation immortal, comparable to an average immortal king. Achieved enlightenment in the 3,000 star domains 18,000 years ago, later discovered relics from the mythic era, suppressing the remnants of the calamity from that time at Holy Emperor Mountain. 10,000 years later, attained the feathered immortal realm and ventured beyond the heavens. Exchange points. 80,000. Lin Xiao was astonished. Indeed, the primordial emperor was not deceased. Moreover, he had ascended to immortality, achieving the status of an extreme Tao reincarnation immortal, comparable to an immortal king. Through the information left by the primordial emperor, he learned that while he had suppressed the remnants of the mythic era at Holy Emperor Mountain, the question lingered: if the primordial emperor was still alive, why leave behind the remnants at Holy Emperor Mountain? And if he had subdued the being from the mythic era, why not eliminate it entirely? With no time for excessive contemplation, Lin Xiao prioritized completing the identity edits. Once he entered the tomb of the primordial emperor, he could seize the initiative. Without hesitation, he expended 80,000 points to establish a connection with the primordial emperor, subsequently extracting the master-apprentice relationship. Lin Xiao felt a pang of regret. A full 80,000 points, this had taken him quite some time to accumulate. Determined, he resolved that the primordial emperor must contribute something substantial. Lin Xiao pondered, if the system could simulate reality, perhaps by editing the text to indicate that the primordial emperor had left certain treasures for him, those treasures might indeed manifest in reality. Without delay, he set to work. The primordial emperor devoted his life to seeking the body of primordial origin. He foresaw the emergence of such a body in later generations. Thus, the primordial emperor bequeathed his teachings, along with his lifetime's treasures, including various divine herbs, elixirs of immortality, scriptures of the Tao, and more, left for the body of primordial origin to claim. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Since he had written that the primordial emperor would leave all his treasures to posterity, Holy Emperor Mountain should now possess all of his treasures, regardless of their previous absence. After further reflection, Lin Xiao still felt slightly shortchanged. Thus, he added, the primordial emperor even left behind his imperial weapon, awaiting the emergence of the body of primordial origin to recognize it as its master. Without a second thought, he seized the opportunity to claim the imperial weapon as well. Surely, the primordial emperor's weapon would not be of inferior quality. Once these edits were completed, the imperial essence of Holy Emperor Mountain dissipated. The mountain was now devoid of previous obstacles, allowing free entry and exit. The Buddha Emperor declared, now that Holy Emperor Mountain is open, we shall venture in to seek our fortunes. As per our previous agreement, let us rely on our own capabilities. We shall proceed first. Delay may invite more competitors. With that, the Buddha Emperor charged ahead, eager to claim the initiative. The remaining emperors swiftly followed suit, anxious to secure treasures before others could seize them. Only Lin Xiao remained leisurely at the side, appearing utterly unconcerned. Lin Xiao's calmness was mirrored by Lin Xiaoyao and the second hall master, who also stood still. Similarly, Xianhua, the female supreme, remained unmoving. With Xianhua stationary, the Bone Emperor found himself in a quandary. He yearned to enter and discover opportunities, yet his own saintess awaited outside. It would be rather presumptuous to leave her behind.
Unable to contain himself, the Bone Emperor inquired of Lin Xiu, "Esteemed Emperor of Nothingness, are you not venturing in?"
While it is said that treasures belong to those deserving, if we do not enter, we cannot rely on fortune, nor will the treasures simply present themselves. Lin Xiu smiled slightly.
How do you know they won't simply come to us?
We agreed, after all, to rely on our fortunes.
I have always believed my own fortune to be quite favorable.
The Bone Emperor's expression darkened at his words. Xianhua, the female supreme, interjected, "Are you truly going to let them enter and claim treasures unchallenged?" Lin Xiaoyao and the second hall master exchanged glances, puzzled yet silent. They were accustomed to following Lin Xiu's lead, not concerning themselves with the details. Lin Xiu calmly explained, "Rest assured, this is the tomb of the primordial emperor. It is not so simple." He had no worries about the treasures being snatched away, for he had already made arrangements. Moreover, allowing these individuals to enter was primarily to have them probe the nature of the mythic era being kept in check by the primordial emperor.
I beseech you to continue following my updates. Should you reach this point, I implore you not to abandon the book. Please check for the latest chapters daily, as it is crucial to maintain momentum during the initial release period. If you forsake it, the book may languish. A span of 10 days is all I ask. Today, I present 5 updates moving forward. Expect 4 updates daily. Please keep following. Chapter 62 of The Undying Elixir recognizes its master. The mythic era persisted for millions of years, and it has been concluded for several hundred millennia, yet, within the sacred Emperor Mountain, remnants of this legendary age still endure. It is unfathomable to consider the nature of such a terrifying existence. What level of formidable power must the primordial emperor possess to seal away entities of this caliber? Lin Xiu awaited outside, intending for the 4 great emperors to test the waters first. After all, he had already arranged that only those with the primordial body could acquire the treasures within. So, let them venture in and experience the futility of their efforts. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Xiu directly extracted several thousand pounds of divine essence to commence his refinement, aiming to break the shackles binding him. These shackles had lingered for an exasperatingly long time, nearly half a month. Discarding the divine essence onto the ground like refuse, Lin Xiu settled into a meditative position amid the essence and began his cultivation. Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master instinctively leaned closer to Lin Xiu, shielding him as he cultivated. The supreme lady Xianhua stuck out her tongue, muttering, "He truly is diligent. However, in such a brief span, what can he possibly achieve? At most, something might transpire after a couple of hours. Surely, he doesn't need this much divine essence." Her remarks were devoid of malice, it was merely her nature to voice such thoughts. Moreover, she had a point. What could one accomplish within such a short time frame, especially requiring several thousand pounds of divine essence? The speed of cultivation does not necessarily correlate with the quantity of divine essence. Boom! Just as the Supreme Lady Xianhua continued her skepticism, Lin Xiu's 3,000 source vault erupted with brilliance. Immediately, 3,000 original Dao seeds began to rise and fall. The Supreme Lady Xianhua's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite having heard rumors from the Ling Tian Pavilion about Lin Xiu, the young scion of the Lin family, unlocking the 3,000 source vault, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The existence of 3,000 source vaults and 3,000 original Dao seeds was unprecedented, leaving her dizzy. What kind of extraordinary talent must one possess to establish so many source vaults? And these original Dao seeds, merely condensing one is a feat worthy of eons of ancestral devotion. Yet, this individual had managed to condense 3,000 to it was utterly inconceivable. Then, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. After summoning the 3,000 original Dao seeds, Lin Xiu smashed a substantial portion of the divine essence with a single palm. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere brimmed with source energy. The Supreme Lady Xianhua was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You can't do that. The stones of Sacred Emperor Mountain will absorb the source energy. By doing this, you'll waste over half of the divine essence." Her implication was clear, the Sacred Emperor Mountain would compete with him for the source energy. However, upon hearing her words, Lin Xiu merely raised an eyebrow. "Compete for source energy? Could it possibly outmatch my primordial body?" In that moment, as the source energy diffused, Lin Xiu opened his mouth wide, adopting a domineering stance as he drew all the source energy into his body. The Supreme Lady Xianhua was left speechless. Is this even possible? Competing for source energy with the Sacred Emperor Mountain, and winning? Lin Xiu paid no heed to her astonishment. After absorbing the source energy, one of the original Dao seeds within the 3,000 source vault erupted with an intense radiance. Soon, an overwhelming Dao rhythm spread forth. With a crisp crack, the shackles shattered. Was it really that effortless? The Supreme Lady Xianhua was left in a daze. Ignoring her incredulous gaze, Lin Xiu smashed hundreds of pounds of divine essence once more with a swift motion, inhaling deeply.
After a moment of cultivation, 3 original Dao seeds shone simultaneously with a series of cracking sounds. He broke free from the shackles of all 3 Dao seeds at once. The Supreme Lady Shanhua was utterly mesmerized. Having lived for centuries, she had never witnessed anyone break through realms in such a manner. She approached Lin Xiaoyao and inquired, "Xiaoyao, has your uncle always achieved breakthroughs like this?" Lin Xiaoyao replied, "Not quite. I've only seen him break through 4 minor realms this time." The Supreme Lady Shanhua sighed in relief. An occasional rapid breakthrough was still acceptable. However, if he were to continuously break through at this speed, he would become a true monster. Just as she entertained that thought, Lin Xiaoyao's next words shattered her composure further. Previously, Uncle would break through 1 major realm at a time. It's just that there are a few more divine seeds at the shackles stage now. Otherwise, during the source vault stage, he would directly breach 9 heavens in just 2 breaths. The Supreme Lady Shanhua, breaching 9 heavens in a single breath, such obscure terminology. After absorbing all the divine essence, Lin Xiao broke through 4 layers of shackles. He then opened his eyes, contemplating, and asked, "You mentioned that the stones of Sacred Emperor Mountain can absorb source power?" The Supreme Lady Shanhua hastily interjected before Lin Xiaoyao or the second palace master could respond. "Indeed, uncle, the stones of Sacred Emperor Mountain possess a peculiar power that allows them to automatically absorb the energies of the world." "Uncle?" Oh, how quickly the terms of address change. Lin Xiao pondered. If the stones of Sacred Emperor Mountain could absorb source energy, it implied that after so many millennia, these stones must harbor immense source power within them. Approaching the mountain's base, Lin Xiao directly placed his hand on the Sacred Emperor Mountain, channeling the primordial scriptures. The divine power cultivated from the primordial scriptures surpassed all other divine powers in terms of regulation. Therefore, the inexplicable might of Sacred Emperor Mountain could not affect Lin Xiao, rather, it would be suppressed by him. Upon further exploration, Lin Xiao indeed sensed terrifying source power within Sacred Emperor Mountain. A surge of joy filled his heart. Could it be true? This Sacred Emperor Mountain, standing proud for countless millennia, has absorbed immense power from this realm, containing formidable source energy after all. While not comparable to divine essence, the sheer volume is staggering. The Sacred Emperor Mountain stretches for thousands of miles and towers 10,000 feet high. Just how much source power does this entire mountain encompass? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao seated himself at the mountain's foot, directly drawing upon the vast energy of the Sacred Emperor Mountain for his cultivation. Those around him were left in disbelief. Is it possible to approach it this way? For countless years, only the Sacred Emperor Mountain has seized the energies of the world, absorbing the powers of others, yet here Lin Xiao was, brazenly commandeering the mountain's own strength. The Supreme Lady Shanhua wished to try as well, but as soon as she placed her hand on the mountain, she found that, without the support of primordial power, her own divine energy was being voraciously consumed by the Sacred Emperor Mountain. Terrified, she quickly withdrew her hand, gazing incredulously at Lin Xiao. How could there be such a vast disparity among humans? Meanwhile, deep within the Sacred Emperor Mountain, the Floating Pagoda Emperor, the Divine Sky Emperor, and the other 4 had already ventured into the depths of the mountain, in search of treasures. Indeed, the Primordial Emperor had left behind an abundance of divine artifacts. Items such as Grand Luo Silver and Chaos Earth were merely the most basic of divine treasures. However, the Floating Pagoda Emperor and his companions looked down upon such trifles. They sought the elusive Undying Elixir in Dao scriptures, priceless artifacts that are rarely found throughout the ages. Within a cave, the Floating Pagoda Emperor discovered a single Undying Elixir, a terrifying divine object capable of granting an emperor another chance at life. However, this elixir was ensconced by 9 imperial-grade formations, making it difficult to obtain. The Floating Pagoda Emperor exerted tremendous effort to shatter the barriers. Just as he reached out to seize it, the Undying Elixir transformed into a beam of light and vanished, darting toward the outside of Sacred Emperor Mountain. The Floating Pagoda Emperor hurriedly pursued, and upon emerging from the mountain, he saw the elixir taking root right beside Lin Xiao, behaving obediently like a pet following its master. At that moment, Lin Xiao was still immersed in his cultivation, and Lin Xiaoyao, observing the Floating Pagoda Emperor, chuckled, "Friend, it appears that the Undying Elixir has quite the affinity with my uncle." Second chapter, 3 more to go. Please urge for updates, gifts are appreciated. Don't neglect the story, dear readers. Check the latest chapters daily, or the platform won't provide traffic. The little author is starving and will stop writing if no one reads. Chapter 63. You and these treasures are simply not fated. The elixir of immortality can grant one a second life, coveted even by those of imperial stature, yet, it has now chosen to soar towards Lin Xiao. This elixir resembles a divine phoenix, adorned with 9 vibrant leaves that shimmer with ethereal brilliance. At this moment, it rests at Lin Xiao's feet, seemingly reveling in the surrounding ambience. This is partly due to Lin Xiao being the primordial body, whose essence is cherished by all of creation. The second reason is, of course, the influence of the Primordial Emperor. Strictly speaking, it is because of Lin Xiao's edits, which compelled the primordial emperor to bestow all treasures upon him. Thus, the elixir of immortality is naturally included among them. Lin Xiaoyao chuckled, saying, "Friend Futua, we had an agreement earlier. The fortunes within the Holy Emperor Mountain are determined by fate. It appears that this divine phoenix elixir is not fated for you, but rather for my uncle." Lin Xiaoyao was unperturbed by the prospect of Futua Emperor taking action. With himself and the second palace master present, a single Futua Emperor would be easily subdued. Of course, it is best to avoid conflict if possible. A Futua Emperor's expression twitched. He could not fathom why this elixir would willingly acknowledge its master. Could it be that the elixir prefers youthful charm over maturity? After much contemplation, Futua Emperor realized that engaging in conflict would yield no benefits, and thus forced a smile, saying, "Ha, it seems this elixir indeed has a bond with the Emperor of Nothingness. I shall not impose any further." He then retreated into the depths of the Holy Emperor Mountain in search of other treasures. Lin Xiao remained still, though he sensed the immense power of the elixir beside him. However, he did not open his eyes, for this had long been anticipated. The Supreme Lady Shanhua gazed at the elixir with envy, exclaiming, "The fortunes of the Emperor of Nothingness are truly profound." Lin Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, felt a sense of pride, stating, "Indeed. You need not forget whose uncle it is." His demeanor suggested that he himself was the one of great prowess. Within the Holy Emperor Mountain, several emperors continued their pursuit of secret treasures, delving deeper into its recesses. The mountain exuded a terrifying pressure, yet to the four emperors, it was of no consequence. The dark environment and the ancient murals on the stone walls did not faze them in the slightest. The Xianhuang Emperor halted before a stone platform, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The Eye of Creation. The Eye of Creation is a rare divine object, one that has not graced this realm since the dawn of the imperial era. It embodies the essence of creation, containing the most primal source of energy. Bathing in the Eye of Creation can enhance one's innate qualities, allowing for a transformation of both divine reservoirs and seeds, a metamorphosis far superior to mere cleansing of the marrow, a true rebirth. Just as the Xianhuang Emperor reached out to grasp it, the Eye of Creation soared into the air, flying towards the outside of the Holy Emperor Mountain, mirroring the earlier encounter of Futua Emperor. The Xianhuang Emperor hastily pursued it, only to find the Eye of Creation hovering beside Lin Xiao. Moreover, Lin Xiao was not alone. He was surrounded by the Elixir of Immortality, the Heart of Chaos, the Cosmic Seed, and the Unnamed Scripture, among a dozen other supreme treasures, all orbiting around him. These treasures had autonomously flown out from the Holy Emperor Mountain, all recognizing Lin Xiao as their master according to the primordial emperor's design. Thus, even without entering the Holy Emperor Mountain, Lin Xiao was bestowed with such formidable treasures. Lin Xiaoyao observed the approaching Xianhuang Emperor with a grin, saying, "Friend Xianhuang, it seems that the Eye of Creation has a significant connection with my uncle." The Xianhuang Emperor's countenance darkened, and with a grunt, he turned away. For the next hour, Lin Xiaoyao remarked, "Friend Futua, it appears that the heart of the sun is quite fated with my little ancestor." Lin Xiaoyao continued, "Friend Xianhuang, it seems that the Phoenix Blood Golden is even more fated with my uncle." He added, "Friend Xinxiao and Qing Tian, it appears that the dragon blood is not yet destined for you, but rather for my uncle." The emperors pursued the treasures that flitted back and forth from the Holy Emperor Mountain. They were not unwilling to intercept, but these treasures were enveloped in a mysterious force left by the primordial emperor, which eluded their comprehension. To forcefully act could potentially damage the treasures, leaving them with no choice but to watch as they soared towards Lin Xiao. Eventually, after an hour, the emperors broke through. The Xinxiao Emperor, Xianhuang Emperor, Futua Emperor, and Qing Tian Emperor joined forces to dismantle a certain restriction. In the abyss, they discovered a stone tablet, intricately crafted from black gold adorned with dragon patterns, inscribed with an extraordinary scripture. Even collectively, they had never encountered such a profound secret technique throughout history. They worked together to unlock it, but as expected, the moment the restriction shattered, the stone tablet soared towards the outside of the Holy Emperor Mountain. The four emperors once again pursued it, watching as it circled around Lin Qiu. It truly seemed that treasures gravitated towards him without effort. As the four emperors emerged, Lin Xiaoyao wore his familiar smile, uttering the well-known phrase, "Esteemed friends, it appears that your fates with this stone tablet have yet to unfold, while my uncle shares a strong bond with it." The emperors' foreheads twitched with rage. How could one emperor be so insolent? If only they could overpower him. Noticing the change in the emperor's expressions, Lin Xiaoyao quickly moved aside, shielding Lin Xiao, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, "What is it, esteemed friends? Do you not intend to explore further for treasures?" The emperors felt their frustration boiling over, yet they had previously agreed to let fate determine their fortunes. It was indeed a matter of fate, but why did it feel so unbearable? Even if they contemplated resorting to violence, they had to consider whether they could contend with Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master. Moreover, Supreme Lady Shanhua was undoubtedly aligned with Lin Xiaoyao. With the Bone Sovereign by their side, engaging in a confrontation would yield them no advantage, the Xinqiao Emperor snorted coldly, turning to leave. They could neither fight nor rob, and the reasoning was against them. They had no choice but to retreat into the Holy Emperor Mountain to scavenge for lesser treasures. Although those divine medicines were not as precious as the elixir of immortality, they at least prevented them from returning empty-handed. Furthermore, the most coveted treasures, the Tao scriptures, had yet to appear. It was not yet the time to sever ties. The Xinqiao Emperor re-entered the Holy Emperor Mountain, and the other emperors naturally followed suit. Supreme Lady Xianhua observed their defeated retreat and nudged Lin Xiaoyao, remarking, "Wow, you were just so insufferable." Chapter 3: A plea for updates and gifts. I kindly urge everyone to refrain from hoarding books. Chapter 64 of the Era of Myths and Deities. 9. Several emperors toiled relentlessly to break through the prohibitions, yet returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, seated outside in meditation, reaped abundant rewards. This was merely a reflection of the prevailing circumstances. Had there been two slightly weaker emperors beside Lin Xiao, the likes of Emperor Xianxiao and his companions might have resorted to direct confrontation. The emperors once again ventured into the sacred Emperor Mountain, in search of the most precious treasure, the Tao Book. At this moment, Lin Xiao awakened, ceasing his cultivation. In this brief period, he had harnessed the formidable power of the sacred Emperor Mountain to shatter over 20 shackles. For an ordinary individual, absorbing such an immense amount of energy would have easily resulted in a breakthrough to a higher realm. However, Lin Xiao was an exception. His primordial Tao seed was exceedingly potent, necessitating vast reserves of power for each liberation. Although Lin Xiao faced no bottlenecks in his cultivation, merely breaking free from 3,000 primordial shackles demanded an astronomical amount of energy. Nonetheless, this energy was not squandered. Once the shackles of the primordial Tao seed were unbound, he could directly tap into the power of the great Tao. For instance, when Lin Xiao previously created the Xianshi Tianchen method, had he not drawn upon the strength of the Time Tao's primordial seed, even his remarkable comprehension would have made such a feat exceedingly difficult, for he had never before grasped that particular path. Similarly, after utilizing the primordial seed of the Soul Tao, he could directly probe the souls of the Supreme Beings, albeit only for a fleeting moment, yet it was immensely powerful. In summary, with over 1,000 shackles now released, Lin Xiao, relying on his true combat prowess, could effortlessly contend with any formidable entity from the minor world realm. Regardless of the adversary's tactics, Lin Xiao could directly transcend two major realms to achieve overwhelming dominance. Witnessing Lin Xiao break through so many shackles, Xianhua had become numb. Initially, she was astonished at the sight of 7 or 8, but after witnessing a dozen, she began to feel desensitized. By the time he surpassed 20, Xianhua had resigned herself to silence. Just break through already, who could possibly surpass you? Ceasing his cultivation, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and remarked, "It's coming." The onlookers were perplexed. Yet, before they could react, an overwhelming aura instantaneously engulfed the entire sacred Emperor Mountain. Following this, a roar that resembled both a dragon and a spectre erupted forth from within the mountain. Roar! The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the entire star realm to tremble. Lin Xiaoyao and the second hallmaster instantly grew serious, promptly shielding Lin Xiao behind them. Meanwhile, the Bone Emperor stood with hair on end, and the female Supreme Xianhua's complexion turned ashen. An imperial might surged forth from her, enveloping her in protection. This was the ancestral imperial weapon of Ling Tian Pavilion, instinctively safeguarding her. What is this creature? Just the sound of its roar can shake the heavens. So powerful. It seems to rival the Great Hall Master. Lin Xiaoyao and the second hallmaster fixed their gazes upon the sacred Emperor Mountain, attempting to discern what lay within, yet they could not see through it. They merely felt a terrifying power that threatened to suffocate them. Awakening within, at this moment, they finally comprehended why an immense force was required to unlock the sacred Emperor Mountain's entrance. It was likely due to this dreadfully powerful entity. If they lacked the strength to turn the wheel, how could they possibly contend with such a being? Numerous terrifying imperial inscriptions emerged upon the sacred Emperor Mountain, containing the power left behind by the primordial emperor, now fully reviving in an attempt to suppress this fearsome presence. Yet it was futile. That aura continued to expand, ultimately enveloping the entire star realm like a vortex. Ding! A resounding chime echoed, as the vast imperial might spread forth to contest the mysterious and terrifying entity. Roar! The fearsome being let out a bellow, seemingly enraged. The sound was infused with fury, indignation, and centuries of repression. Subsequently, a frenzied force erupted, causing half of the sacred Emperor Mountain to explode. First, the 4 emperors, including Emperor Xianxiao and Emperor Xianhuang, were blasted out from the mountain, spewing blood. Then, a colossal imperial bell soared into the sky, radiating a terrifying brilliance akin to a blazing sun, shimmering across the horizon. It continuously emitted overwhelming imperial might, suppressing the entity below. The female Supreme Xianhua's complexion paled as she gazed at the massive bell, her expression somewhat dazed.
What a terrifying imperial weapon, is it the primordial emperor's primordial bell? So frightening, even more so than our Ling Tian Pavilion's ancestral imperial weapon. Indeed, this was the primordial emperor's weapon, the primordial bell, more potent than the weapon of the Ling Tian War Emperor. Though the Ling Tian War Emperor was hailed as one of the most formidable emperors of antiquity, he was not born in the same era as the primordial emperor. It is undeniable that the Ling Tian War Emperor was also immensely powerful. His imperial weapon had quenched its thirst with the blood of more than one emperor. Merely the autonomous revival of the imperial weapon was comparable to that of an emperor who had shattered 3 cycles of fate. However, the primordial emperor was even stronger. His imperial weapon, the primordial bell, could nearly contend with an emperor who had shattered 6 cycles of fate. Just moments ago, the 4 emperors had ventured to the deepest part of the sacred Emperor Mountain and beheld the primordial bell. At that time, the deities within the bell had yet to awaken. They speculated, based on the material of the primordial bell and the faint imperial might it exuded, that it was the weapon of the primordial emperor, and thus intended to seize it. Little did they anticipate that upon grasping the primordial bell, they would trigger the prohibitions. Beneath the primordial bell lay a chasm, within which was sealed an exceedingly terrifying entity. Once the primordial bell was opened, that horrifying existence broke free from its seal, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent the 4 emperors, along with the primordial bell, flying. What followed was the harrowing scene that unfolded now. Roar! A beam of black light surged forth from the abyss, directly colliding with the primordial bell. Ultimately, the primordial bell was merely an imperial weapon, not the actual embodiment of the primordial emperor, incapable of contending with such a powerful presence. As the shadow hovered in the heavens, everyone could finally discern what manner of being it was. It was a colossal dragon, measuring thousands of miles in length, boasting 9 heads adorned with crimson bone spikes along its back. Its immense form filled the entire firmament. This was merely its true form. Were it to unfurl its Dharma image, it would likely engulf the entirety of this star realm. Each of the 9 dragon heads was distinct, representing 9 different powers of the great Tao. With each breath, stars from beyond the heavens plummeted, and the earth split open into chasms. It was immensely powerful. Even after countless millennia of confinement, its aura still surpassed that of Lin Xiaoyao and the second Hall Master. It nearly rivaled that of the great Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Hall. At long last, behold the light of day, primordial, I shall reduce you to ashes. 3,000 star realms. All living beings shall become my sustenance. The terrifying pressure radiated outward. It gazed down upon the several emperors below, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty hunger. Indeed, you few shall serve as prime sustenance. Having just broken free from its seal, it required a potent influx of energy, and the emperors before it were undoubtedly the finest choice. Its might was chilling. This is point 9. The second Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Hall displayed an unprecedented seriousness, his demeanor grave. He recognized this terrifying entity, a fearsome deity from the mythic era. Its power was unparalleled. Little did he expect it to have been suppressed by the primordial emperor. The surrounding emperors, upon hearing this name, exhibited signs of panic, a flicker of trepidation crossing their eyes. It was a primal fear embedded within their very bloodline. In the mythic era, the deities and demons roamed freely, with the 3,008 deities and demons reigning supreme in this world. Humanity and all beings were but fodder for these deities and demons. Eons ago, the blood of countless beings in the 3,000 star realms was etched with a deep-seated dread of the innate deities and demons. Initially, Lin Xiao had felt fear, yet now, he found himself unafraid. The name was 9yin. As long as it bore a name, he could invoke the system to make it kneel and call him father. Chapter 4. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from hoarding books. Just 10 more days. If we can endure this period, we shall be rewarded. Thank you. The author assures a diligent update every day. I humbly request your continued support and gifts. Chapter 65 of the Manifestation of the Tao Scripture, the strife of the 4 directions. The celestial being, a primordial demon, exhibits an air of arrogance, desiring to feast upon the mighty emperors below. Undoubtedly, he possesses the strength to do so. According to the estimations of Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master, this demon's power likely resides between the shattered 7 and 8 life cycles, towering over all present. Furthermore, this is after enduring such a prolonged seal. It is inconceivable to imagine the magnitude of his strength prior to his confinement. Clang! Shortly after the emergence of the demon Join, a mysterious luminescent entity floated up from the abyss that had imprisoned him. This ethereal glow, with its nebulous appearance, emanated an aura that compelled a sense of enlightenment in those who beheld it. Upon discerning the nature of this spectacle, the several emperors and the celestial demon were rendered unsettled. It was an ancient stone tablet inscribed with the ultimate truths of the cosmos, subtly resembling the character void. The Tao Scripture. The primordial emperor indeed left behind the Tao Scripture, placing it within the holy Emperor Mountain. The second palace master and Lin Xiaoyao were the first to act, seeking to assist Lin Xiao in seizing it. The other emperors followed suit almost simultaneously. This was the Tao scripture. The chaotic divine hall possessed one, as did the 18 emperors. The primordial emperor owned another, becoming the most formidable and dominant emperor in history. They all surmised that this was related to the Tao scripture, and there was no reason not to exert their utmost efforts to claim it. In such circumstances, who would concern themselves with the origins of their actions, each unleashed their formidable techniques. The celestial demon Zhou Yin's expression hardened. You insignificant ants dare to possess this supreme treasure? Be gone! Subsequently, both of his heads roared in unison, unleashing boundless light, using his singular might to contend against the 7 emperors. Meanwhile, the Supreme Empress Xianhua hastily employed the ancestral imperial weapon of the Ling Tian Pavilion to shield Lin Xiao. In a confrontation of this caliber, they were utterly incapable of intervening. Boom! The instant of terrifying collision erupted, the entire star domain trembled, the sky darkened, and a mottled vortex of divine energy manifested above. The earth was thrown into chaos, fissures of unimaginable horror splitting the ground. Those observing from the outer cosmos would witness this ancient star shattering, an utterly terrifying sight. This was no ordinary battle of emperors. It surpassed the conflict involving the heavenly punishment emperor, the chaotic emperor, Lin Xiaoyao, and the solar empress by innumerable magnitudes. Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master could not guarantee 100% victory in this clash. The mere residual waves of energy instilled dread throughout the entire star domain. What transpired at the Holy Emperor Mountain? How could such a terrifying imperial might erupt? Is it an imperial battle? I have never witnessed such overwhelming strength. What kind of formidable being is this? I can sense at least 6 or 7 imperial auras. What has happened to the Holy Emperor Mountain? Is it a dark upheaval? Most were still unaware of the situation. They only knew that this star domain was on the brink of collapse. The battle of 7 emperors was truly terrifying. Moreover, there was an unfathomable primordial demon involved. Such a fearsome conflict had scarcely occurred throughout history. This is not good. This star domain is about to shatter. Flee. It is too terrifying. Such a battle could sink the very star domain. The fear was palpable, as they felt the ground beneath them quaking violently, the entire star domain on the verge of disintegration, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Buzz. At that moment, several strands of imperial laws emerged, enveloping the entire world. These were the remnants of emperors who had once attained enlightenment in this star domain, long deceased yet still safeguarding this realm. They sought to protect the living from calamity. However, this was insufficient. The battle of 7 emperors was boundlessly fearsome, and the residual power of these emperors would not endure for long. The star domain would soon be submerged. At this juncture, the primordial bell resonated, sending forth waves of sound that enveloped the world, utilizing supreme magical power to protect this star domain. In the distance, 3 or 4 emperors observed the spectacle. They too beheld the Tao scripture but dared not approach. Lin Xiaoyao, the second palace master of the chaotic divine hall, the godly sky emperor. With such individuals present, even if we were to venture forth, it would be in vain. What a terrifying aura! What manner of being is that? It can contend against 7 emperors alone. They yearned to acquire the Tao scripture, yet remained rational, acknowledging that advancing would be tantamount to courting death. They chose to observe from afar. 7 insignificant ants. If I were at my peak, killing you would be as simple as squashing a mere insect. Damnable primordial! The demon Zhou Yin scoffed coldly. His strength was formidable, yet he remained sealed. Otherwise, this confrontation would have concluded with a single blow. Be gone! With a flick of his dragon tail, he sent the godly sky emperor and others flying once more, while Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master barely managed to withstand the onslaught with their own brute strength. Then, Zhou Yin extended a massive head, aiming to engulf the Tao scripture. However, even the demon Zhou Yin could not evade the fate that befell the earlier emperors. After manifesting in the air, the Tao scripture transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards Lin Xiao, landing before him. There was no recourse. It simply was not destined for him. Lin Xiao was fated to possess it. The Supreme Empress Xianhua, witnessing this scene, displayed a hint of panic. Securing the Tao scripture was indeed a rare and precious opportunity. However, the timing was clearly amiss. The proximity of the Tao scripture to Lin Xiao would only draw the ire of their enemies. Seeing Lin Xiao acquire the Tao scripture, Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. Let us depart. Since the Tao scripture is secured, there is no reason to linger further. As for this demon, we must first ensure Lin Xiao's safety. With our strength, escaping with him poses no problem. There is no need for futile combat. Yet, just as they intended to take Lin Xiao away, he halted them. Lin Xiao was not ready to leave. He had new plans. This primordial demon Zhou Yin hailed from the mythological era.
He had numerous inquiries, and perhaps he could glean answers from this being. Upon seeing the Tao scripture in Lin Xiu's grasp, Zhou Yin's enormous eyes narrowed. An ant dares to wield a supreme treasure. You shall perish. He opened his enormous maw, lunging towards Lin Xiu, intent on swallowing him along with the Tao scripture in one bite. Preposterous! Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master roared in fury, charging forward to engage the primordial demon Zhou Yin in combat. Bone Sovereign, you must assist as well. The Bone Sovereign complied, rushing into the fray. Every bit of aid counted. Meanwhile, the other emperors stood idly by, recognizing that they could not intervene in a battle of this caliber. However, their assistance would be limited, and they had not obtained any treasures from the Holy Emperor Mountain. The cost and reward were disproportionate. As Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master clashed fiercely with the primordial demon Zhou Yin, the godly sky and floating pagoda emperors suddenly exchanged glances, then turned their attention towards Lin Xiu. With Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master preoccupied, and only one imperial weapon available for protection, a single thought surged uncontrollably to kill and seize the treasure. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu remained oblivious to their intentions. He coldly fixed his gaze upon the primordial demon Zhou Yin, preparing to access the system's backend. So, your name is Zhou Yin, is it? 5 chapters, complete, requesting continuous updates, seeking a spot on the bookshelf, seeking gifts. Remember everyone, be sure to follow up on the latest chapters. Chapter 66, The Betrayal of the Four Emperors and the Quest for the Tao Book in the Skies Above. Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master, Bone Sovereign, along with others, fiercely engaged in battle against Zhou Yin. An overwhelming pressure surged across the cosmos, causing the very fabric of this world to tremble. Both Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master fought with all their might, having received Lin Xiu's directive to merely hold Zhou Yin at bay without the necessity of defeating him. Having just broken free from his seal, Zhou Yin was consumed by a frenzied rage, becoming even more ferocious. Observing that the combined efforts of Lin Xiaoyao, the second palace master, Bone Sovereign, and the primordial bell failed to subdue him, he could not help but grow increasingly arrogant. Merely ants. Who would have thought that after all these years, the myriad races remain as feeble as ever? He mocked Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master. Subsequently, he hurled the primordial bell from his head and bellowed, "You are but a trivial imperial weapon. To think you could suppress me is utterly laughable. Bring forth the primordial emperor." Zhou Yin's arrogance was palpable, exuding an air of invincibility. Zhou Yin, Lin Xiu murmured, before accessing the system backend to search for Zhou Yin's name. You may revel in your hubris for now, but there will come a time when you shall kneel. The Holy Emperor Mountain existed before the Primordial Emperor's departure, indicating that Zhou Yin had been subdued and sealed long before the Primordial Emperor ascended. Although Zhou Yin exhibited formidable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary emperor, he remained within the confines of the Emperor realm. Lin Xiu selected the red interface, entered the name Zhou Yin, and began his search. As anticipated, he found the following details: Zhou Yin, primordial god demon realm, limitless emperor, half a step to immortality, descended during the mythical era, mastering the path of slaughter, with a nature that is arrogant and bloodthirsty. 400 million years ago, he was gravely injured by the Emperor of Humanity and concealed himself deep within the boundless sea to recuperate. 160,000 years ago, upon recovery, he re-emerged in the 3,000 star domains, only to find that the mythical era had already come to an end. With no other god demons in sight, Zhou Yin, in a fit of rage, unleashed a massacre. Coincidentally, as the primordial emperor transcended the tribulation to become an immortal, he was suppressed with a mere finger. Due to being unable to exert his full strength during the tribulation, the primordial emperor sealed him with the primordial bell, knowing that allowing his emergence would result in untold suffering for all living beings. At the moment of ascension, he left behind means to diminish Zhou Yin's power, awaiting future generations to eliminate him. Upon reading this, Lin Xiu understood why the primordial emperor had not directly killed Zhou Yin. During that time, the primordial emperor was undergoing his tribulation to transcend. Preoccupied and unable to divert his attention, the abyss that suppressed Zhou Yin bore the imprint of the primordial emperor's finger. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiu exchanged for Zhou Yin's entry and began to edit it. 3,000 god demons were born from the 3,000 great ways. The god demon Zhou Yin masters the path of slaughter, deeming himself the son of the path of slaughter. The source Tao seed represents the manifestation of the Great Way, the tangible expression of the Great Way in the world. For the 3,000 god demons, encountering the source Tao seed is akin to meeting their parents. Lin Xiu asserted that the 3,000 god demons were birthed from the 3,000 great ways. The primordial body, in turn, represented the Tao that transcends the 3,000 great ways, wielding the power of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the 3,000 god demons to address the primordial body as their progenitor. Lin Xiao promptly clicked to upload, awaiting the system's simulation. Meanwhile, the Divine Sky Emperor and the Shanhuang Emperor, among others, could barely contain their impatience. Though they did not engage in substantial verbal communication, the unrestrained desire and greed reflected in their eyes were all too evident, even to an ordinary observer. After all, there lay a trove of treasures of the immortal elixir, suspected celestial scriptures, Tao books. Each item was sufficient to incite envy among emperor-level beings, a rarity that had not been seen for eons. Particularly the Tao book, which had only appeared a few times throughout history, each instance leading to a chaotic struggle among the emperors, resulting in numerous fatalities. Currently, Lin Xiao was guarded by only a single imperial weapon, while Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master were preoccupied, presenting an opportune moment. Should they delay any further, more emperor-level beings would undoubtedly arrive, making the competition for the Tao book increasingly perilous. Indeed, as they surmised, the aura of battle between Lin Xiaoyao, the second palace master, and Zhou Yin had spread across a significant portion of the 3,000 star domains. A dozen or so emperors were already rushing toward their location. Once these emperors arrived, even if they managed to seize the Tao book, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. The emperors exchanged knowing glances, and without further ado, charged toward Lin Xiao. The Shanhuang Emperor and the Floating Pagoda Emperor summoned their imperial weapons, Shanhuang Ding and Floating Pagoda, pressing their assault. Meanwhile, the Divine Sky Emperor soared into the heavens, unexpectedly allying with Zhou Yin to obstruct Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master's reinforcements. The Sky Pillar Emperor, on the other hand, directly targeted Lin Xiao, intent on seizing his Tao book. Imperial Sun Wushu, I advise you to surrender the Tao book without resistance. This way, we can avoid unnecessary troubles, and you may yet preserve your life. They were reluctant to kill Lin Xiao unless absolutely necessary, for his backing extended beyond the Lin family to the Chaos Divine Hall, and it now seemed to involve the Ling Tian Pavilion as well. Even if they seized the Tao book, it was likely they would have to flee for their lives, yet they were unwilling to completely sever ties. Divine Sky Emperor, you dare! Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master seethed with anger. If you dare to lay a finger on the Holy Sun, the Chaos Divine Hall shall erase you and your factions from existence. They were furious, fully focused on their battle, emanating boundless light as they unleashed their full power, striving to subdue Zhou Yin. However, the god-demon Zhou Yin was not easily dealt with. He recognized that the current turmoil served his interests, thus, he had no intention of allowing Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master to escape so readily. Ha ha! Ants shall not flee, submit and become my blood feast. Lin Xiaoyao erupted with fury. Wretched beast, get away from me! He was frantic. What would he tell his grandfather if anything happened to Lin Xiao? The second palace master was equally enraged. Should anything befall Lin Xiao, he would also face dire consequences. The supreme maiden of Shenhua turned pale. With the ancestral imperial weapon of the Ling Tian Pavilion in her possession, she could contend against an ordinary emperor, and even if she couldn't win, she could still flee. Yet with 4 emperors attacking simultaneously, she found herself overwhelmed. Gritting her teeth, she said, Xiaoyao, do not worry, I shall protect uncle here. You must quickly resolve this battle. Noticing this, the Sky Pillar Emperor remarked coldly, Holy Maiden of Ling Tian, this matter does not concern you. Depart now, and we shall not trouble you. However, though the Supreme Maiden felt fear, she did not retreat, declaring, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why so many words? Seeing her determination, the Sky Pillar Emperor ceased his words. Then let it be known that I shall not show mercy. He launched his attack. The Supreme Maiden of Shenhua hastily wielded the ancestral imperial weapon to defend herself, yet with the ancestral imperial weapons of the Floating Pagoda Emperor and the Shenhuang Emperor suppressing her, she could draw little strength from it. With a single assault, the Sky Pillar Emperor struck the Supreme Maiden of Shenhua, causing her to spit blood. Observing this, Lin Xiao helped her to her feet, smiling, You aren't fleeing? Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death. Starting tomorrow, updates will be fixed at noon and 6 p.m. daily, with specific allocations depending on circumstances. Unscheduled bursts may occur. Thank you. Chapter 67:19 Kneel before me. Frankly speaking, if we disregard Lin Xiao's system, the current situation for Lin Xiao and his companions is indeed rather grim. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the Supreme Maiden of Shenhua has no compelling reason to involve herself in this murky affair. It seems she could easily keep her distance and remain uninvolved. Although there appears to be a connection between her and Lin Xiaoyao, it hardly warrants a confrontation with several formidable emperors, especially when it could cost her life. The Supreme Maiden of Shuanua's complexion turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she stated, You are Uncle Xiaoyao, thus you are also my uncle. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall not come to harm while I yet live. A ripple of emotion stirred within Lin Xiao. This was not a romantic affection towards a woman, but rather a sense of being valued and cared for. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a wave of gratitude that his first choice for an editing background was the Lin family, which now seemed quite commendable. He smiled, realizing that the Supreme Maiden of Xianhua genuinely harbored feelings for Lin Xiaoyao, though it appeared Lin Xiaoyao had forsaken her. Wait a minute, Lin Xiaoyao is several tens of thousands of years old, while this maiden is merely a few hundred. What on earth is he doing, an old bull grazing on tender grass, and did he possibly take what he wanted and run? Lin Xiao deemed it necessary to inquire into this matter with Lin Xiaoyao. After all, it currently seemed that both Lin Xiaoyao and the Supreme Maiden of Xianhua were mutually affectionate. The reason for their separation, however, remained a mystery. From any angle, Lin Xiao felt compelled to intervene, whether for Lin Xiaoyao or the Supreme Maiden of Xianhua. Lin Xiaoyao is his nephew, and with his father gone, it is only fitting that he, as the uncle, assist in arranging a marriage with him present. Lin Xiaoyao would not meet his end so swiftly. Likewise, the Supreme Maiden of Xianhua was willing to protect Lin Xiaoyao's uncle, even at the cost of her life, which attests to her admirable character. Lin Xiao approved of her. He contemplated that once the matter at Sacred Emperor Mountain was resolved, he would clarify the feelings between the two. Just then, the Emperor of the Sky charged forward once more. With a single punch, it was as if a dragon battled in the wilderness, sending mountains soaring into the air like mere grains of sand. This blow was evidently aimed to kill. The Supreme Maiden of Xianhua's face turned pale, an overwhelming fear creeping into her heart. Consequently, she simply shut her eyes and shouted, "Uncle, flee, I shall hold him off." Lin Xiao smiled softly. What an intriguing young lady. He wondered how Lin Xiaoyao managed to win her over at his advanced age. Before the Emperor of the Sky's attack could land, Lin Xiao stepped forward, patting the Supreme Maiden of Xianhua's shoulder, assuring her with a smile, "Do not worry, we shall all be fine." He then raised his hand and summoned the primordial bell, which had just been collaborating with Lin Xiaoyao and the second prince in combating the Nine Yin. In an instant, it trembled, and without hesitation, it detached from the battlefield, placing itself before Lin Xiao and the Supreme Maiden of Xianhua. Clang! The Emperor of the Sky's attack struck the primordial bell, producing a resounding chime. The entire bell transformed into a chaotic hue, its resonance sweeping over like ocean waves. The Emperor of the Sky was momentarily stunned, yet before he could react, a powerful rebound force emanated from the primordial bell, sending him staggering back thousands of feet. The primordial emperor had already ascended to immortality, and his divine weapon, the primordial bell, could rival the might of an emperor, capable of shattering the six paths of life, perhaps even surpassing it in certain aspects. How could the Emperor of the Sky, who had only just broken through the five paths of life, possibly contend against it? The defeated Emperor of the Sky wore a horrified expression. "How can you control the primordial emperor's divine weapon?" He was utterly baffled, unable to fathom how Lin Xiao could wield the primordial emperor's armament. Beside him, the Emperor of Divine Clouds and the Emperors of Huang and Floating Pagoda were equally taken aback, never having anticipated such a turn of events. In their minds, the primordial emperor was dead, and the primordial bell should merely inherit his will to continue suppressing the demon god. How could it possibly obey Lin Xiao? Moreover, the primordial emperor was a figure of great stature and valor. His divine weapon ought to be proud, serving no master but its own. Unless this individual had gained the recognition of both the primordial emperor and the primordial bell, could it be that Lin Xiao merely exchanged a glance with the primordial bell, and it acknowledged him? Could this truly be the weapon of that unparalleled, mighty emperor, now under Lin Xiao's command, akin to an invincible tyrant? The onlookers were equally astonished. What is happening? How can the Emperor of Nothingness wield the primordial emperor's weapon? That is the primordial divine weapon. Far surpassing ordinary supreme divine weapons, it is said that this weapon is not weaker than a living emperor. How could Lin Xiao summon it so effortlessly? Damn it, how can I not summon it? Could it be that the primordial bell has mistaken its master? This is the Emperor of Nothingness, not the primordial emperor. Friend, do not be so absurd. A crowd stood in shock, including several emperors. They had anticipated the Emperor of the Sky seizing the Tao Book from Lin Xiao, after which they would target the Emperor of the Sky, thereby avoiding direct confrontation with the Chaos Temple and the Lin family. However, they had not foreseen the Emperor of the Sky being so ineffective, incapable of even seizing an item from a cultivator at the Shackled Realm. With the primordial emperor's divine weapon summoned by Lin Xiao, he was safe. Yet the battle in the heavens could not endure. Lin Xiaoyao, the second prince, and the primordial bell were originally the absolute main forces against the Nine Yin. The Bone Sovereign was merely a bystander. Now that the primordial bell had abruptly exited the fray, the pressure fell squarely on Lin Xiaoyao and the second prince. However, neither bore any resentment. One was willing to risk his own safety for Lin Xiao, while the other feared that should Lin Xiao come to harm, he would be dealt with by his elder brother. The Emperor of Divine Clouds and the Floating Pagoda Emperor also spoke. Do not panic, my friend. If this divine weapon continues to protect the Emperor of Nothingness, then Lin Xiaoyao and the second prince are bound to be defeated. They cannot hold out for long.
Let us wait for an opportunity to strike together.
Indeed, as the Emperor of Divine Clouds had said, if the primordial bell remained to guard Lin Xiu for an extended period, then the Ninein would undoubtedly defeat Lin Xiaoyao and the Second Prince. Without Lin Xiaoyao and the Second Prince, their actions could become far more unrestrained. At that point, they could seek an opportunity to attack Lin Xiu. With the pressure on the Ninein diminishing, it became exceedingly arrogant.
Ha ha ha. Ants, die for me.
Seizing the rare opportunity presented by the primordial bell's departure, his terrifying form suddenly expanded in the sky. He unleashed his, and in an instant, a colossal nine-headed evil dragon, stretching millions of miles, roared in the starry sky. His eyes were larger than stars themselves. As dragon claws swept through the cosmos, vast swaths of stars shattered.
Die for me. The 9 dragon heads opened wide, resembling 9 black holes intent on devouring the entire star domain.
Lin Xiu observed the scene, and the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Editing complete.
Lin Xiu smiled slightly, unfurling the 3000 source hiding, summoning the primal seed of the path of slaughter, the aura of the primordial body radiating outward.
9-een. Kneel before me.
Today, there will be 2 updates for now. But I fell asleep in the afternoon. Doghead for survival. Starting tomorrow, the update schedule will be fixed at noon and 6 in the afternoon. I kindly ask for your continued support, adding to the bookshelf, and for gifts. Doghead for survival, feel free to hit me, but leave love to fuel my passion.
Chapter 68.
This emperor should not stay long. The 9 colossal heads of the demon god Zhouyin descended like 9 stars plummeting into this starry realm. The clouds parted, revealing an expanse of darkness. Its massive jaws, akin to black holes, threatened to devour the entirety of this celestial domain. This was the demon god from the ancient mythological era, and even in its weakened state, brought low by the primordial emperor, its might was unfathomable. One could hardly imagine the extent of its power in its prime. Surely, it would be unrivaled in today's world. Yet, this formidable entity, at the very moment Lin Xiu spoke, seemed to be rendered immobile, as if controlled by an unseen force, frozen in place, its body rigid.
Zhouyin. Kneel before me.
Lin Xiu's voice was not loud, especially when compared to the tumult of the Battle of Emperors. It was scarcely noteworthy, and nevertheless, it resonated clearly within the ears of Zhouyin. At that moment, behind Lin Xiu, the 3000 source treasure shimmered like a constellation of stars. In particular, the source treasure that nurtured the essence of the path of slaughter radiated an even more dazzling light, its surging Dao rhythm sweeping forth like a tsunami. This was the purest power of the original Dao, emanating from the Dao itself. Zhouyin's 18 eyes widened in disbelief, its countenance reflecting utter shock. The surrounding emperors were likewise taken aback. What was the unfettered prince doing, commanding this demon god to kneel? Had he lost his senses? After all, this was a being that had existed since the mythological age, one that revered no one, disrespected the heavens and the earth, but revered only the Dao. What right did the unfettered prince have to demand such submission? However, just as the onlookers believed Lin Xiu had lost his wits, they witnessed Zhouyin's 18 eyes blankly retracting its divine form. Subsequently, it descended to the ground, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in crimson armor, with dragon horns adorning his head. The overwhelming aura that had once filled the heavens and the earth dissipated in an instant. The now humanized Zhouyin approached Lin Xiu with a mix of excitement and hesitation, gazing at him in disbelief. More accurately, it was the source treasure behind Lin Xiu that embodied the path of slaughter that captivated Zhouyin's attention. All in the world knew that the highest grade of divine seeds was the immortal level Dao seeds. A select few emperors understood that above the immortal level Dao seeds lay the original Dao seeds. Yet, they were oblivious to the true significance of the original Dao seeds. Only those innate divine demons birthed from the Dao comprehended what it meant to possess an original Dao seed. It was the embodiment of the Dao itself. Those who possess original Dao seeds are destined to embody the Dao in the future, existing as a force that governs the heavens and the earth. Now that Lin Xiu held the original Dao seed of the path of slaughter, he would, in the future, become the path of slaughter itself. Thus, the demon god Zhouyin, nurtured by the path of slaughter, was left in a state of profound shock. Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master had yet to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, the fearsome demon god Zhouyin had seemed so intimidating, and now it appeared subdued? Yet, instinctively, they sought to shield Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu shook his head, signaling them that such measures were unnecessary. Indeed, as the demon god Zhouyin approached Lin Xiu, fully convinced that he was the embodiment of the original Dao seed of the path of slaughter, it knelt with a resounding thud amidst the gaze of the 3000 star realms, over a dozen emperors, and countless living beings. Subsequently, overwhelmed with emotion, it began to chant in an ancient tongue, pressing its hands to its forehead in a gesture of reverence. This was a grand gesture from the mythological era, reserved for the innate divine demons when they bowed before the Dao. Now, Zhouyin was paying homage to Lin Xiu, for in its eyes, Lin Xiu was the path of slaughter. Is it true that it has knelt?
What is the origin of the unfettered prince? This terrifying existence is actually bowing down. This is a ceremonial act from the mythological age. Is this powerful being a survivor from the mythological era? What on earth is happening? Why is this demon god showing such deference to Lin Xiao?
They were all bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Not only them, but even Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master were at a loss. Why was this transpiring? No wonder Lin Xiao had previously advised them not to subdue Zhou, merely to restrain it. It appeared that Lin Xiao had a plan in mind. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master felt a profound sense of awe. Truly, he was my uncle. Truly, he was the holy son of the Chaos Divine Hall. Lin Xiao approached the demon god Zhou, pinching one of its dragon horns, and calmly remarked, "Were you intending to make me your blood meal?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin's countenance turned pale. Zhou Yin acknowledges its error. Zhou Yin acknowledges its error. The demon god Zhou Yin hastily prostrated on the ground, for it had never known such fear in its life. Even when facing the primordial emperor, it had fought back with all its might. Never before had it been so immobilized as it was today. All of this was due to the original Dao seed of the path of slaughter behind Lin Xiao. It was a suppression that emanated from the very depths of the soul, a profound fear that the lower beings felt before their superiors. Zhou Yin, being born from the path of slaughter, instinctively recognized the original Dao seed as the very embodiment of the path of slaughter. Thus, upon seeing it, Zhou Yin reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat, or a child facing their father. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, patting Zhou Yin's head, and said, "Merely acknowledging your mistake is insufficient. Do you know what must be done?" Zhou Yin paused, pondering how to respond. Then it recalled the earlier confrontation with Emperor Xinshao and Emperor Shen Yuan against Lin Xiao. Instantly, it bowed again and proclaimed, "Zhou Yin understands." In a flash, its eyes turned blood red, and its aura surged exponentially. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master also realized that Zhou Yin was completely under Lin Xiao's control. While they were still uncertain of the details, they recognized it as a splendid occurrence. Indeed, he was my uncle. Indeed, he was the holy son of the Chaos Divine Hall. Meanwhile, the hearts of Emperor Shen Yuan, Emperor Xinshao, and the others sank. The shift in the situation had occurred too swiftly for them to react in time to escape. It was only now that they remembered the threat posed by Zhou Yin had been neutralized. The ones about to face retribution were themselves. They had acted impulsively, allowing their murderous intent against Lin Xiao to manifest. They would undoubtedly face consequences. Indeed, Lin Xiao was no saint. Had it not been for the threat of Zhou Yin, he might have considered eliminating these emperors before the opening of the Holy Emperor Mountain. The cultivation world was one of survival of the fittest. It mattered not from where one hailed. With the threat of Zhou Yin now concluded, it was clear this emperor should not linger. To dare to strike against me was to invite a swift and decisive retribution. The faces of Emperor Shen Yuan and Emperor Xinshao darkened as they cursed Zhou Yin for its lack of resolve. How could it, as an innate divine demon, so easily kneel in battle? Weren't you supposed to unleash a massacre? Now that Emperor Shen Yuan and the others had come to their senses, they prepared to flee. But it was too late. Lin Xiao had already employed the primordial bell to seal off the space around them. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin was charging forward, accompanied by the second palace master and Lin Xiaoyao, forming a formidable 4 against 4. Emperor Xinshao and the others had merely broken through 5 or at most 6 life cycles. In contrast, Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master had already shattered 7 life cycles, while Zhou Yin was comparable to someone who had broken through 8. This battle was undeniably fair. A chapter in the afternoon, remaining updates to follow. I seek your continued support, gifts, and additions to your reading lists. Thank you. As always, should you strike me, please do so with love. Chapter 69 is Slaying the 4 Emperors, annihilation of their entire lineage. At this moment, the Divine Mist Emperor and his companions were engulfed in panic. The outcome of this battle was undeniably predetermined. Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master alone were more than capable of decimating them, not to mention the addition of the formidable 9 Yin of the divine demons. It was utterly outrageous. Their immediate instinct was to flee. However, it was too late. Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master had already sealed off all their escape routes, while the divine demon 9 Yin and the Bone Sovereign charged at them from the front, intent on tearing them to shreds. The 4 emperors gritted their teeth, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. The Buddha Emperor and his companions pleaded, "Friends, must we truly be exterminated? We have gained no treasures at Sacred Emperor Mountain. Can we not simply depart in peace?" The Xin Huang Emperor added, "Indeed, we harbored murderous intent towards the Emperor of Nothingness, yet thankfully, a grave error has not transpired. Would it not be prudent for you to extend a favor?" Lin Xiao's cold laughter resonated. A favor? Spare me the sentiment. Had I not fortified myself with the primordial bell, I might have already met my demise. The Divine Mist Emperor and the Skyward Emperor echoed, "Emperor of Nothingness. We have recognized our mistakes, we beseech you to spare us, considering our offenses do not merit death, Emperor of Nothingness, we are willing to offer compensation, please grant us mercy, after all, we have not inflicted any substantial harm upon you, have we? Our sins do not warrant death. The four emperors simultaneously implored Lin Qiu for mercy. They were acutely aware that in this matter, Lin Qiu held absolute authority. Lin Xiaoyao, the second palace master, and the divine demon Nining were all bound to obey Lin Qiu's commands. Realization of their dire predicament dawned upon them. The combined might of Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master was already sufficient to subdue them, and now, they faced the additional threat of a mythic divine demon, along with the looming presence of the primordial bell. They comprehended that they were utterly doomed. Ignoring the four emperors' pleas for mercy, Lin Qiu remained unmoved. You claim your sins do not warrant death, am I to perish instead? How utterly ludicrous. From the moment you harbored thoughts of killing me, you four became mere points in my score. 40,000, to be precise. What compensation could you offer? If I eliminate you, all your possessions shall belong to me. Kill them, leave none alive. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Qiu issued the order for slaughter. 19. Should you fail to carry out this task, you too may meet your end. Slay them, their imperial blood will suffice for your consumption. A fervent bloodlust flickered across Nine Yin's countenance. Rest assured, my lord. Meanwhile, the divine mist emperor, sensing the precariousness of the situation, retreated behind the three emperors. Subsequently, he gathered all his strength and propelled the Buddha, Xian Huang, and skyward emperors towards Nine Yin and Lin Xiaoyao. Friends, hold them off. When I return, I shall avenge you. With that, the divine mist emperor hastily made his escape. Divine Mist, you scoundrel, the other emperors were thrown into disarray. They could hardly fathom that, at such a critical juncture, the Divine Mist Emperor would betray them, yet, they had no time for further contemplation, for Lin Xiaoyao and his companions were already upon them. They had no choice but to confront the inevitable. As they watched the Divine Mist Emperor attempt to flee, Lin Qiu was about to take action when he noticed that the Divine Demon Nining had already gone into a frenzy. What a run, have you consulted with me first? With that, Nining seized the Xian Huang Emperor as if he were a mere chick, and in an instant, he blocked the escape route of the fleeing Divine Mist Emperor with a crushing palm. The life my lord desires is not one you can simply abandon. The Divine Mist Emperor was aghast, beginning to struggle frantically. However, even Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master found it challenging to contend with the rampaging Divine Demon Nining. How could these two hope to match him? In the chaos of the eight emperors, Lin Qiu was safeguarded by the primordial bell, observing the barbaric slaughter in silence. The battle was unmistakably one-sided. The four emperors were no match for Lin Xiaoyao, the second palace master, and Nining. Nining swiftly concluded the conflict, devouring both the Xian Huang Emperor and the Divine Mist Emperor whole, refining their immense imperial essence. Naturally, this required time, approximately half a month, given that they were two emperors. Their essence was vast as the ocean, necessitating a considerable duration for refinement. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master also wrapped up their skirmish, leaving the Buddha and Skyward Emperors in a pitiful state. The Skyward Emperor, in particular, had directly attacked Lin Qiu and was relentlessly assaulted by the second palace master. After the second palace master had delivered countless slaps, shattering the Skyward Emperor's skull, he vented his frustration by kicking the fallen emperor twice. Damn it, had Lin Qiu truly been harmed by this wretch, I would have been in deep trouble. If Lin Qiu perished, my fate would be no better than that of the third palace master, perhaps even worse. I nearly caused myself to be dealt with by the Grand Palace Master. Can you blame me for being furious? Once all was resolved, the battle came to an end. Congratulations, host, Divine Mist Emperor, level. Emperor, perished by your hand, earning you points 10,000. Congratulations, host, Xian Huang Emperor, level. Emperor, perished by your hand, earning you points 10,000. Congratulations, host, Buddha Emperor, level. Emperor, perished by your hand, earning you points 10,000. Congratulations, host, Skyward Emperor, level. Emperor, perished by your hand, earning you points 10,000. Point 4 notifications chimed in succession. My pocket now brimmed with an additional 40,000 points. Lin Qiu stowed away the enormous primordial bell, larger than a mountain, and approached Nining. Like a dutiful hound, Nining knelt before him. Lin Qiu patted Nining's head and said, "Well done, rise." Only then did Nining, trembling with reverence, stand and address Lin Qiu. "My lord, I was somewhat presumptuous earlier. I hope for your forgiveness." He realized he had acted with a degree of arrogance. Had he known Lin Qiu possessed the primal essence of the path of slaughter, he would have knelt the moment he appeared. To put it bluntly, he was merely a remnant left over from the formation of the path of slaughter, while Lin Qiu's essence represented the most fundamental power of that path, the very essence destined to manifest as the path of slaughter. His mere remnants were a far cry from Lin Qiu, who was akin to a master. Lin Qiu regarded Nining and inquired, "You were once on the brink of ascension. Do you have a chance to return to your former glory?" Nining's power was nothing short of formidable. Even after being struck down by the primordial emperor, he could still contend with Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master. If he were to regain his peak, he would be an invaluable ally without hesitation. Ninein replied, "My lord, provided there is sufficient blood nourishment, my return to peak condition is merely a matter of time." Lin Xiu nodded, addressing Ninein, "Go and eradicate the forces of these 4 individuals. Leave not a single disciple alive, however, ensure that no innocents are harmed." Lin Xiu then turned to Lin Xiaoyao and instructed, "Relay the territories of these emperors to him." Lin Xiaoyao nodded, pointing out the areas controlled by the Divine Mist and Xian Huang emperors. Ninein was elated, such a multitude of beings would provide a delectable feast. Lin Xiu, too, was calculating. Commanding the slaughter of so many would yield a substantial influx of points. Apologies, I forgot to upload this, my sincerest apologies. Another chapter will be available at 9 o'clock tonight, after some readers have completed their assignments. Chapter 70 of the Book of Time, The Power of Rules. The law follows the words. Zhou, following the territorial boundaries dictated by Lin Xiaoyao, descended upon the 4 great imperial forces. Subsequently, he ruthlessly annihilated all members of these factions. As a being of innate divinity and demonic essence, he harbored no concepts of familial affection or the plight of humanity. In his perception, ordinary individuals were merely mobile sustenance. Thus, during the massacre of the 4 imperial forces, he exhibited no mercy whatsoever. This endeavor thoroughly satiated his hunger. Among the 4 great forces resided numerous formidable warriors, whose worth far surpassed that of mere commoners. The immense vitality contained within a single individual was comparable to that of thousands. Zhou, displaying a semblance of understanding, proceeded to plunder the treasures of each faction after their complete destruction. A veritable mountain of sacred and divine herbs accumulated, alongside supreme materials in various imperial scriptures, arcane techniques, and, most crucially, the dragon veins. Zhou absconded with all the dragon veins from the 4 great forces, 26 in total, a truly formidable figure. It is said that gathering 99,999 dragon veins could form a terrifying array, yet throughout history, no one has succeeded, for such a number is exceedingly vast. The entirety of the 3,000 star domain might not even possess that many dragon veins. After merely 2 hours, Zhou returned, having exterminated every last individual of the 4 great forces, all reduced to his sustenance. At that moment, Lin Xiu was engrossed in comprehending the Book of Time. The stone tablet symbolizing the book lay before him as he pondered its depths. His purpose for visiting the Holy Emperor Mountain was to acquire this very tome. The Book of Time, a relic of the primordial chaos when heaven and earth were first divided, consists of 9 ancient texts that record the mysteries of the cosmos, endowed with the power to bestow immortality. Lin Xiu was eager to unravel the secrets contained within this tome. Before him, the Book of Time appeared dim and unremarkable, resembling an ordinary stone. Were it not for the intricate, esoteric patterns etched upon its surface, one might not even recognize it as the Book of Time, even if discarded by the roadside. Yet, when these inscriptions harmonized with the stone tablet, an aura of authenticity emerged, imparting an extraordinary sensation. Although superficially unchanged, Lin Xiu's consciousness had merged with the Book of Time. As he fused with this tome, he finally grasped what the 9 books represented of the 9 most fundamental powers in existence: time, space, reincarnation, creation, heaven and earth, life, death, yin, and yang. These are the primordial forces of the universe. All other powers are mere derivatives of these 9. For instance, the power of life evolves into the path of life and the path of creation, while the power of death gives rise to the path of destruction and the path of slaughter. Likewise, the forces of yin and yang evolve into the 5 elements and chaos, while the power of space manifests as the path of the void. All forces in the world stem from these 9 original powers, and the tome in Lin Xiu's possession epitomizes the power of time. The power of time is timeless, unfathomable. Lin Xiu, utilizing the primordial force, continuously comprehended the powers of the Book of Time. At that moment, the 3,000 source treasures behind him unfurled. Among the 3,000 primal Dao seeds, 333 radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance. These 333 Dao seeds were all derived from the power of time, the paths of time, the path of years, the path of the beginningless, the path of the endless, and so forth, totaling 333. They resonated in harmony with the Book of Time before Lin Xiu, creating a vast expanse of temporal power that even Lin Xiaoyao and the second palace master dared not approach, fearing being swept away by the force of time. This was not to say that Lin Xiu's strength had reached such heights as to threaten the emperors. Rather, he possessed all the primordial divine seeds related to the power of time. Coupled with the power of the tome, he had established a connection with the true essence of time. The source of time is the most fundamental power in this world. Even a mere touch could lead to consumption. Thus, a terrifying domain enveloped Lin Qiu. At this moment, Lin Xiu remained lucid, once more witnessing the river of time, even clearer than before, as if he could reach out and touch it. Moreover, he felt an illusion that he could enter the river of time. Were this true, it would be utterly preposterous, allowing one to alter history at will, a power of unimaginable terror. However, Lin Xiao sensed that he could not truly enter the river of time. With his current strength, doing so would reduce him to a mere grain of sand. To enter, he felt that even the cultivation of an emperor might not suffice. This sensation merely indicated that once he fully establishes communication with the essence of time, he would be capable of such feats. Lin Xiao contemplated that he could not yet fully wield the power of the Book of Time. However, he could utilize its strength to comprehend and cultivate. Using the Book of Time as a template and building upon his previously developed Xianshi Tianchen method, he began to refine his technique. Ultimately, he advanced the Xianshi Tianchen method, which not only could reproduce past temporal scenes but also apply aspects of the power of time to present realities. Lin Xiao picked up a seed that lay scattered on the ground and activated his divine power. In an instant, the seed burgeoned, blossoming and bearing fruit, maturing into a colossal tree. This display astounded all present, including Lin Xiaoyao, the second palace master, and Zhou Yin. Although they too could accomplish similar feats, it would require an overwhelming display of magical prowess to forcibly extract the life force from the seed. Lin Xiao, however, manifested the power of time, allowing the seed to grow naturally. This was a power of a rule level, much akin to the concept of words manifesting law. Though Lin Xiao could not yet genuinely embody this principle, the potential was unmistakable. Should he gather all 9 books of time and combine them with the primal Dao seeds of the 3,000 paths, he would surely attain the status of an emperor, truly capable of manifesting law with but a word. The implications were terrifying. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, ceasing his contemplation. He had gleaned a substantial understanding of the power of the Book of Time. As for the myriad secrets it held, they would take time to uncover. There were other matters to attend to. Lin Xiao stowed away the tome. Lin Xiaoyao and the others gazed at him with reverent admiration. Lin Xiao was still so young, having practiced for a mere while, yet he was on the verge of manifesting law with but a word. Zhou Yin exuberantly sang his praises. My lord is formidable. In this lifetime, the 9 books of time shall undoubtedly be gathered by you. At that time, my lord will manifest law with but a word, ascending to the pinnacle. Lin Xiao, however, paid little heed to their adulation and turned to the Supreme Lady Xianhua with a gentle smile. Your name is Xianhua, is it not? I have heard you hail from the Ling Tian Pavilion? The Supreme Lady Xianhua snapped back to reality, quickly responding, Yes, what is it, uncle? Lin Xiao directly inquired, What is the nature of your relationship with Xiaoyao? He had previously vowed to assist Lin Xiaoyao in resolving this matter. He could perceive the mutual affection between Lin Xiaoyao and Xianhua, yet some unknown reason prevented their union. He refused to believe that Lin Xiaoyao had genuinely departed without a word. There had to be a cause. He trusted that Lin Xiaoyao was not the type to exploit and abandon others. Upon sensing Lin Xiao's intent to mediate, the Supreme Lady Xianhua, with a pitiful expression, lamented, I do not know. The night before, everything was fine, yet the next day he vanished without a trace. No matter how hard I searched, I could not find him. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, cast a probing glance at Lin Xiaoyao. You explain. He was curious to uncover the reason. Under Lin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Xiaoyao shivered, subsequently wearing a bitter smile. He knew he could not defy Lin Xiao's request and thus recounted the events of the past. The day concludes here. It's 9:30. Everyone has completed their assignments, right? Once finished, let us share some love. A dog-ass head for survival. If you enjoyed this, please add it to your bookshelf. Be sure to check for the latest chapters. We are currently in a PK, and results will be revealed in 10 days. Chapter 71. The Past of Lin Xiaoyao and Xianhua. Lin Xiaoyao found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of Lin Xiao, and after a deep sigh, he hesitated, wishing to resist a little longer. Uncle, shall we discuss this matter when we return? He glanced at Zhou Yin, the second palace master, and Gu Huang, indicating that it felt somewhat inappropriate to speak now. However, Lin Xiao calmly replied, a man of the Lin family should face his responsibilities. There is nothing shameful in discussing it. At these words, Lin Xiaoyao's expression turned awkward, and he sighed once more before slowly recounting the circumstances of that time. Uncle, 300 years ago, I forcibly shattered the 7th life wheel, resulting in severe injuries. As Lin Xiaoyao narrated, everyone began to comprehend what had transpired. It turned out that 3 centuries prior, Lin Xiaoyao had sensed that his lifespan was nearing its end and had resolved to forcibly break through the 7th life wheel in a bid to extend his life by a few more millennia. However, he ultimately failed. This was not surprising. Throughout history, how many emperors among the 3,000 had managed to break the 7th life wheel? Lin Xiaoyao lacked such potential, yet driven by the desire to live longer and to see the Lin family flourish for a time, he chose to risk everything for a breakthrough. In the end, he indeed succeeded, but at an unimaginable cost. He sustained grievous injuries and his lifespan was drastically reduced. Subsequently, he sought out the Ling Tian Pavilion, hoping to use the divine artifact known as the Life and Death Tower to prolong his life. The Life and Death Tower is a celestial treasure comparable to the immortal elixir, possessing the power to reverse the yin and yang. While it cannot grant one a second life like the immortal elixir, it boasts remarkable healing properties. It is said that a great emperor was resurrected after 3 days of death when his descendants introduced the life and death tower into his body, miraculously healing his injuries. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyao had already consumed an immortal elixir once, so he ventured to the Ling Tian Pavilion to request the life and death tower. At that time, a great emperor, known as Emperor Wuji, was also residing in the Ling Tian Pavilion. He was the 18th descendant of the Ling Tian Battle Emperor, possessing imperial blood as rich as that of the first generation's emperor. After ascending to power, he became a significant figure across the 3,000 star domains, even surpassing Lin Xiaoyao in strength. Initially, Lin Xiaoyao approached the Ling Tian Pavilion as the Lin family's great emperor, intending to exchange a volume of imperial scripture and an immortal elixir for the fruit of the life and death tower. This was indeed a generous offer. However, the Ling Tian Pavilion rejected his proposal. Not only did they accept the imperial scripture and the immortal elixir, but they also demanded an exorbitant price, stating that in addition to the previously mentioned conditions, the Lin family must provide 3 dragon veins to acquire the life and death tower. This demand came from the pavilion master, not Emperor Wuji, who was in seclusion at that time. Upon hearing the conditions set by the Ling Tian Pavilion, Lin Xiaoyao was enraged. Such audacity, 3 dragon veins, how could they simply demand them? One must understand that dragon veins represent the very foundation of a power. To request 3 outright was utterly outrageous. Naturally, the negotiations fell through. However, the Ling Tian Pavilion did not return the imperial scripture and the immortal elixir. Instead, they declared, since you are on the brink of death, consider the scripture and elixir as tribute. After your demise, we, the Ling Tian Pavilion, shall protect the Lin family for a millennium. Lin Xiaoyao had never been so furious in his life. Were they extorting protection fees from the Lin family? At that time, he could not resort to force. Not only was he gravely injured, but he also could not provoke a formidable enemy like Emperor Wuji. Yet, he could not simply let this matter slide. The failure to reach an agreement meant there was nothing left to discuss. Business relies on mutual consent. If the terms were not met, the Lin family had no objections to what was said. The crux of the matter was that they had taken the payment without fulfilling their end of the bargain, and that warranted a serious discussion. Unable to confront them physically, Lin Xiaoyao cleverly assumed the alias Li Xiaoyao and, through a series of convoluted events, caused a great uproar within the Ling Tian Pavilion. Ultimately, amidst the chaos, he managed to obtain the life and death tower. During this process, Lin Xiaoyao, due to certain peculiar circumstances, became entangled with Xianhua from 300 years ago. Xianhua, being the holy maiden of the Ling Tian Pavilion, held authority akin to that of the sect master. Although Lin Xiaoyao was reluctant to engage in such actions, the thought of the Ling Tian Pavilion's deceit regarding the imperial scripture and the elixir filled him with indignation. Thus, he utilized Xuanhua's identity to carry out his plans. In the end, amidst the tumult, he successfully claimed the life and death tower. Following this, Emperor Wuji emerged and, through formidable means, located Lin Xiaoyao. Their battle was a consequence of misunderstandings on both sides, resulting in an inconclusive outcome. Ultimately, Emperor Wuji informed Lin Xiaoyao that while he could refine the fruit of the life and death tower, he must return the original plant. Moreover, a union between Xianhua and himself was impossible, as the Ling Tian Pavilion had a long-standing edict against marrying outside the sect, allowing only for the practice of marrying in. Lin Xiaoyao certainly could not accept such a proposal. As the great emperor of the Lin family, he could not compromise his dignity. In the end, after listening to Lin Xiaoyao's account, Lin Xiao began to grasp the unfolding events. Lin Xiao remarked calmly, "So you returned to the role of the Lin family's ancestor, leaving Xianhua waiting for you for several centuries, is that right?" He delivered a kick, indicating that Lin Xiaoyao's actions were indeed questionable. If he wished to exact revenge, he should have targeted the opposing faction directly, rather than involving an innocent maiden. While one might overlook the disparity in age, as mutual consent is paramount, the fact that he had wronged her without revealing his identity was utterly disgraceful. Lin Xiaoyao, upon receiving the kick, found himself at a loss for words. The initial kick came from his own uncle, and he felt a twinge of guilt for his actions. Lin Xiao then turned to Xianhua, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" As the aggrieved party, she deserved an explanation. With Lin Xiaoyao having clarified the situation, he wished to hear Xuanhua's perspective. If she held no objections, he would take the matter into his own hands. He had no desire to interfere in their romance. Xianhua, upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, did not display excessive shock, as if she had been mentally prepared. Indeed, upon the arrival of Lin Xiao and Lin Xiaoyao representing the Lin family, she had come to understand many things. She may have been somewhat naive, but she was not foolish. Xianhua spoke. "What I adore is the person Xiaoyao, not his status." At this, Lin Xiaoyao could not help but smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. If she did not mind his age, that was already a great comfort. Subsequently, Xianhua smiled and asked Lin Xiaoyao, there are rumors circulating that your days are numbered. To be candid, how much longer can you survive? Lin Xiaoyao replied with a slight smile, I was indeed not expected to live much longer, but with my uncle's return and the blessing of a method, I can now linger for several more millennia. Lin Xiao smiled gently, with a broader perspective, what are a few thousand years? Living for several 100,000 years is not an issue. Lin Xiao would certainly not allow Lin Xiaoyao to perish so soon. After all, this nephew was invaluable to him. Hearing this, Shenhua could not help but stifle a laugh. Lin Xiao waved his hand grandly. Let us proceed to the Ling Tian Pavilion. They dare to deceive the Lin family, the ancestral edict forbids marriage. Is it truly insurmountable? I could simply edit it into the lineage of the Ling Tian Pavilion. I apologize for the delay. Chapter 72 Editing the background. Master of the Battle Emperor, Ling Tian Pavilion. An extraordinary force among the 3,000 star realms, threefold more powerful than the Lin family. Compared to the typical imperial forces, Ling Tian Pavilion exudes a more formidable presence. This is primarily due to their ancient ancestor, the Battle Emperor Ling Tian, a legendary figure comparable to the Primordial Emperor. When discussing invincibility, many may immediately think of the Primordial Emperor. However, when it comes to arrogance, it is undoubtedly the Battle Emperor Ling Tian. His strength is undeniably formidable, although he has not achieved the same level of triumphs as the Primordial Emperor, who secured victories against 9 foes in just 2 hours. Nevertheless, he has made a name for himself throughout the 3,000 star realms, demonstrating his unmatched prowess by annihilating 3 great imperial forces in succession and even penetrating the supreme forbidden zone. Such strength commands respect. Furthermore, the imperial weapon of the Battle Emperor is on par with a great emperor who has shattered 2 or 3 life wheels. This implies that Ling Tian Pavilion is home to a great emperor who has continuously existed in the world. This is a significant reason for the strength of Ling Tian Pavilion. Lin Xiao arrived at Ling Tian Pavilion accompanied by Lin Xiaoyao and the second Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Hall. Before entering the pavilion, Lin Xiao immediately commenced the editing process. He currently possessed nearly 300,000 points, excluding the additional 40,000 points granted by the 4 great emperors, as well as the points accrued from the deaths of individuals following the annihilation of the 4 forces. This was due to Lin Xiao's personal command for Jiuyin to eradicate their clans. He accessed the Crimson Selection interface and located the Battle Emperor Ling Tian. Battle Emperor Ling Tian. Name: Xian Ling Tian. Cultivation: the Great Emperor. Born 10,000 years ago, initially a simple country boy, unacquainted with cultivation. Later, by fortuitous chance, he ascended to the pinnacle through relentless battles. His cultivation is akin to the principles of creation. Although he has only shattered 7 life wheels, his unique combat path allows him to engage and defeat great emperors who have broken 8 life wheels. In his youth, he seemingly obtained celestial techniques, which formed the foundation of his terrifying combat prowess. 90,000 years ago, the Battle Emperor Ling Tian obliterated the ancient Forbidden Zone, the Tian Huang Bone Sea. 80,000 years ago, he consumed the elixir of immortality and was reborn. 70,000 years ago, as his lifespan dwindled, he sought the path of longevity in the infinite sea. However, he inadvertently stumbled into the domain of a reincarnation immortal and was trapped there for the remainder of his life, ultimately leading to his demise. Only his imperial weapon, the Ling Tian Spear, carries a shard of the Battle Emperor's will, guarding Ling Tian Pavilion. Redemption points: 10,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao chose to redeem them. Given that he possessed nearly 300,000 points, spending a mere 10,000 felt trivial. Moreover, considering Lin Xiaoyao's attitude towards him, he was entirely willing to expend this point. Lin Xiao began to edit. The ancestral decree forbidding the Saintess from marrying was undoubtedly established by the Battle Emperor Ling Tian. To alter this decree, one must hold a status superior to that of the Battle Emperor. Upon closely examining the age of the Battle Emperor, Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that he belonged to the same era as his father, the unfathomable Great Emperor, differing by only a short span. Just a few hundred years after Lin Xiao was sealed, the Battle Emperor emerged as a formidable force. An idea suddenly sparked within Lin Xiao, and he began to edit. In his youth, the Battle Emperor Xian Ling Tian, a simple country boy, fortuitously encountered the hidden identity of the unfathomable emperor's son. The young Battle Emperor held great respect for Lin Xiao, who at that time was living incognito. He sensed that this young gentleman was extraordinary. Although the unfathomable emperor's son Lin Xiao had no cultivation and was entirely unrefined, his primordial body bestowed upon him a transcendent comprehension. Grateful for the young Battle Emperor's kindness and sincerity, Lin Xiao imparted a celestial technique to the still unknown Battle Emperor. Subsequently, Lin Xiao returned to the Lin family and was conferred the title of Divine Source. With the celestial technique gifted by Lin Xiao, the young Battle Emperor fought his way to become an unrivaled great emperor. Afterward, the Battle Emperor sought to find Lin Xiao, but the passage of time was too great, and Lin Xiao had not revealed his identity, thus he was unable to locate him. Nevertheless, the Battle Emperor always remembered the benefactor from his youth. If it were not for Lin Xiao, there would be no Battle Emperor Ling Tian, and consequently, no Ling Tian Pavilion. Once Lin Xiao finalized this segment of information, he uploaded it and awaited the simulation. He then turned to Shen Hua and spoke. After a swift journey, Lin Xiaoyao and the others arrived at Ling Tian Pavilion. Lin Xiao chose not to make a grand entrance. Instead, adhering to etiquette, he first approached the mountain gate of Ling Tian Pavilion and requested the disciples on guard to announce his arrival. Lin Xiao of the Lin family seeks an audience with the unfathomable great emperor at Ling Tian Pavilion. I kindly ask for your announcement. This was, after all, a highly reliable familial alliance, and there was no need to escalate tensions unnecessarily. Lin Xiao typically adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. The grudges between Lin Xiaoyao and Ling Tian Pavilion had been effectively settled. Lin Xiaoyao had consumed the 9-leaved heavy tower, while Ling Tian Pavilion had acquired the imperial scriptures and the elixir of immortality. Their daughter had caused trouble, and Lin Xiao himself had been reprimanded by her elders. Overall, matters had reached a state of equilibrium. Thus, Lin Xiao did not intend to seek trouble upon his visit. If the marriage discussions failed today, he could address grievances later. Even if trouble were to arise, Lin Xiao merely wished to inquire why they had taken items from the Lin family without providing the life and death heavy tower in return. The mountain guardian disciple, upon beholding the formidable presence before him, turned pale with fear. Lin Xiaoyao, the second hall master of the Chaos Divine Hall, the Bone Sovereign, and the fearsome 9-headed dragon, whose appearance was disheveled yet exuded power, rendered this disciple utterly terrified. He had never encountered so many powerful beings in his life, and suddenly finding 4 or 5 of them before him left him utterly bewildered. He glanced at Shen Hua, the supreme lady, standing beside Lin Xiaoyao, his face ashen, incredulously staring at Lin Xiao. Brother, are you serious? Our saintess is standing beside you, and you still want me to announce your presence? Perhaps it would be better to avoid such unnecessary formality. At that moment, a grand voice resounded. Second Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Hall, the young ancestor of the Lin family, and that unknown friend. Your esteemed presence graces Ling Tian Pavilion. We are deeply honored. Please, come in. I await you in the Immortal Pavilion. The voice was robust and resonant, akin to that of a celestial deity. Just from the sound alone, it was evident that this was an invincible powerhouse, the unfathomable great emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Xiaoyao. It appeared that the unfathomable great emperor of Ling Tian Pavilion held little regard for Lin Xiaoyao. But he welcomed the second hall master, welcomed Lin Xiao, and even acknowledged Zhou Yin, yet notably omitted any mention of Lin Xiaoyao, indicating a substantial bias against him. Lin Xiaoyao found himself in an awkward position. There was little to be said. Lin Xiao smiled gently and addressed Shen Hua. Let us proceed, lead the way. He had already simulated the background, and regardless of how events unfolded, no major disruptions were anticipated. Shen Hua, meanwhile, felt a twinge of anxiety, as this meeting pertained to her lifelong matters. If even Lin Xiao and the second hall master of the Chaos Divine Hall could not resolve the situation, then complications would arise. Guided by Shen Hua, the group entered Ling Tian Pavilion, making their way to the location of the unfathomable great emperor. Many have pointed out numerous issues. One can only say that my writing abilities are insufficient, and I am not a master. Please bear with me as you read. I will certainly make corrections where I can. Moving forward, I will be writing on Tomato, and I intend to complete every book. I kindly ask for your support. The second book is also in the planning stages, and I am grateful for your attention. Chapter 73 The Endless Emperor. Speak only when you have contemplated. In the Ling Tian Pavilion, within the Celestial Hall, the Endless Emperor presented himself without pretense, revealing his true visage. Those who had come were all emperors. There was no need for the theatrics of obscuring one's face with chaotic energy or bathing in divine light. The Endless Emperor appeared youthful despite his white hair, exuding a vitality that was palpable. His eyes sparkled like ethereal lamps, emanating an enchanting brilliance. Approaching him, one could sense the overwhelming aura that surrounded the Endless Emperor. The sound of blood coursing through his veins resonated like the world on the brink of explosion, each heartbeat sending tremors through the very soul. Every inch of his skin radiated light, translucent and resplendent. Standing beside him, one could perceive a unique fragrance wafting from his being, a manifestation of the flesh returning to its primal essence, reaching the pinnacle of transformation. This was undoubtedly an emperor who had transcended the 7 life wheels, and it was highly likely that he had touched upon the 8th life wheel. No wonder Lin Xiaoyao had once found himself at a disadvantage against such power. This level of strength was indeed to be expected. At this moment, three individuals were seated beneath the Endless Emperor, the current leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion and the Grand Elder, alongside the third elder. Lin Xiao was the first to step through the hall's entrance, followed closely by Lin Xiaoyao, the second pavilion master, and Jiao Yin, the supreme lady Xianhua, trailed right behind them. Upon sighting the Endless Emperor, Xianhua felt a tinge of apprehension and first bowed to him. I, Xianhua, pay my respects to the Endless Emperor. Following this, she saluted her parents, the Grand Elder and Third Elder. Father, Mother. Lastly, she acknowledged the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. This was entirely appropriate. In the Ling Tian Pavilion, the Emperor's status was undeniably supreme, thus, Xianhua first paid her respects to the Endless Emperor, with her parents following suit as they held a position of reverence after him. Within the Ling Tian Pavilion, the status of the Holy Maiden was nearly on par with that of the Pavilion Master, and in certain respects, even surpassed it. For instance, the Holy Maiden had the privilege to venture forth with ancestral imperial weapons, a privilege not afforded to the Pavilion Master. Although the Holy Maiden could not interfere in the affairs of the Ling Tian Pavilion, her stature remained exceedingly high, hence, it was only natural that Xianhua paid her respects to the Pavilion Master last, with no impropriety involved. The Grand Elder and Third Elder observed their daughter arriving with a multitude of powerful emperors, including the recently renowned Lin Xiao, the No-Empty Prince, said to be a prodigious talent from the chaotic Divine Hall. The presence of so many distinguished figures left even these seasoned elders somewhat flustered. Xianhua stepped behind her parents, and the Grand Elder, with a sly glimmer in his eye, inquired, "My dear, what have you been up to have acquainted yourself with so many formidable beings? How is it that you even know the No-Empty Prince?" The Third Elder, a regal matron who, despite her millennia of existence, bore the youthful charm of a woman in her 30s, echoed, "Indeed, daughter, what have you been doing? How did you manage to bring back such a host of powerful individuals?" "Just now, the Emperor summoned us without a word," Xianhua replied, her face flushing as she added, "The No-Empty Prince is here to discuss wedding matters with the Emperor." Upon hearing this, her parents' hearts skipped a beat. "Wedding matters?" The Grand Elder, recovering from his initial shock, exclaimed, "Daughter, you're quite impressive. You've managed to catch the eye of the No-Empty Prince? He is a peerless genius who has opened 3,000 source reserves, and you have secured his favor." The Third Elder chimed in, "Oh my, our daughter has truly made a name for herself, winning over even the No-Empty Prince. Pray, tell us how you accomplished this." Believing that Xianhua and Lin Xiao had formed a romantic bond, they eagerly speculated. Xianhua rolled her eyes and retorted, "What are you talking about? It's not my union with the No-Empty Prince. It's with the Emperor Xiaoyao." The two elders, taken aback, responded, "Oh, the Emperor Xiaoyao, that's acceptable. He is indeed an emperor. Wait, what did you say?" The Grand Elder's disbelief was palpable as he stared at Xianhua, exclaiming, "You an Emperor Xiaoyao?" The elders were momentarily stunned. Xianhua nodded with pride, "Yes." The elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in surprise. If it were Lin Xiao and Xianhua, the age difference was only a few hundred years, which was quite acceptable in the cultivation realm. Moreover, Lin Xiao possessed exceptional talent, making their union desirable. However, when it came to Lin Xiaoyao, it was not a matter of underestimating him or the power of emperors. Rather, the disparity between them was indeed significant. Lin Xiaoyao had lived for millennia before becoming an emperor and had since existed for nearly 20,000 years. His lifespan was nearing its end, with rumors circulating that he had but a few years left to live. In contrast, Xianhua had become a supreme being after merely 300 years. While she might not achieve the same rapid ascension as the primordial emperor, she would undoubtedly not fall short of the solar empress. In the future, she was destined to ascend to the throne. If, in a few hundred years, Lin Xiaoyao were to pass away, would Xianhua not be left alone in her youth? The elders were not antiquated in their thinking, otherwise, their daughter would not possess such a spirited nature. They cared little for the status of the families involved, their primary concern was their daughter's happiness. If Lin Xiaoyao were to die prematurely, would their daughter find joy? After some contemplation, they resolved to honor their daughter's wishes. "If Xianhua, this is your desire, then your happiness is what matters most. The Lin family emperor is indeed a fine match." Xianhua, aware of her parents' thoughts, smiled, "Father, Mother, he has already extended his lifespan. The No-Empty Prince has devised a secret method that has granted Emperor Xiaoyao additional years. He can now live for several more thousand years." Upon hearing this, her parents felt a wave of relief wash over them. If that were the case, it was indeed quite favorable. Yet, why did the name Xiaoyao sound so familiar? Hadn't their daughter been constantly mentioning the name Xiaoyao 300 years ago? Meanwhile, as the trio of father and daughter engaged in hushed conversation, the Endless Emperor observed Lin Xiaoyao with a gaze that was calm yet imbued with power. "You have returned. I have previously informed you of the rules of our Ling Tian Pavilion. The Holy Maiden cannot marry outside, only those from your Lin family may enter through marriage. Lin Xiaoyao, as a member of the Lin family and an emperor, do you wish to enter through marriage? Lin Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that most men became somewhat dazed when confronted with matters of the heart. He glanced towards Lin Xiao, who offered a slight smile. Stepping forward, he addressed the Endless Emperor. Endless Emperor, rules are unyielding, but humanity is vibrant. Do you truly wish to thwart the union of two souls? At that moment, the second pavilion master took a half step forward, indicating that Lin Xiao represented the chaotic divine hall's sentiments. The Endless Emperor ought to consider his words carefully. However, the Endless Emperor merely regarded Lin Xiao and replied coolly, rules are rules, ancestral teachings are sacred and cannot be broken. The No Empty Prince, it is not that I lack respect for the Lin family and the chaotic divine hall. The truth is, ancestral teachings are difficult to contravene. But will I update 3 chapters today, or 4? Alas, I am weary. Updating 4 chapters might be a stretch. Chapter 74. The Ninein strikes, devouring the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion in one bite. The Emperor of Infinite, with his profound mastery of the Tao, was able to discern the discourse of the Xianhua family. In truth, he had a fair inkling of their intentions. He understood that Li Xiaoyao was, in fact, Lin Xiaoyao. Thus, he was aware that this time, Lin Xiaoyao had come with Lin Xiao, accompanied by numerous formidable emperors, presumably to propose marriage. However, within any faction, be it a sect or a family, strict adherence to rules is of utmost importance. Without well-defined regulations, no force can flourish or attain greatness. The Emperor of Infinite found himself at an impasse. Unless the Emperor of Ling Tian were to return and amend the rules, he, as the 18th descendant of the Ling Tian Emperor, could not possibly contravene the ancestral edicts. The Emperor of Infinite spoke with an air of calmness. I do not oppose the affection between my friend Xiaoyao and the Holy Maiden of the Ling Tian Pavilion. I can perceive that Xiaoyao's internal injuries have healed, and he has several millennia of life left. I have no desire to thwart their romance, yet the ancestral edicts are not to be trifled with. I hope the Emperor of Nothingness can comprehend this. The Emperor's words were impeccably crafted, imbued with courtesy. Lin Xiao found it difficult to find fault. He recognized that this matter was somewhat unreasonable, given that the Ling Tian Pavilion had upheld its rules for 100,000 years. If he were to come forth and shatter those traditions, it would indeed be quite inappropriate. Moreover, he could see that this Emperor of Infinite harbored no personal animosity towards Lin Xiaoyao. It was merely the rigidity of ancestral customs that stood in the way. Otherwise, when the matter of the life and death tower had arisen, he could have easily disposed of Lin Xiaoyao. Yet, it was of little concern. What was a mere ancestral rule in the grand scheme of things? I shall assist you in circumventing it. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leverage his system-edited identity, the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion glanced at the Emperor of Infinite, realizing the intentions of the assembly. Lin Xiaoyao sought to marry our holy maiden. Although Lin Xiaoyao did not seize the life and death tower, he had certainly dealt the leader a severe blow. While he did not take his life, he had undeniably left a significant mark upon it. Thus, the leader held some lingering resentment towards Lin Xiaoyao. Seeing the Emperor of Infinite so accommodating and courteous towards Lin Xiao, he presumed the Emperor was playing the role of the soft-spoken mediator and without hesitation took on the role of the antagonist. Young ancestor of the Lin family, it is simply the edict of our Ling Tian Pavilion. The holy maiden is not to be married outside. This has been our tradition for 100,000 years. Even if you are the son of the Emperor of Nothingness, even if you possess the primordial body, even if you represent the chaotic divine hall, even if you, Emperor Xiaoyao, hold the esteemed title of Emperor, the Ling Tian Pavilion cannot break its rules. I trust the Lin family and the chaotic divine hall would not resort to bullying, would they? Of course, I believe the young ancestor of the Lin family is not that kind of person. Bringing 3 esteemed emperors along is certainly not an act of intimidation. Upon finishing, the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion cast a covert glance at Lin Xiaoyao, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. At first glance, the leader's words appeared innocuous, merely extending the Emperor of Infinite's sentiments. However, upon deeper reflection, they seemed rather jarring. What a shameless old man! Lin Xiaoyao detected the veiled insinuations in the leader's words. This was clearly an attempt to flatter them, and that last provoking glance, how dare you still think of me as the nearly deceased emperor from centuries past? I am not the same individual I once was. I have an uncle now, Lin Xiaoyao covertly transmitted to Lin Xiao. Uncle, it was he who took our Lin family's imperial scripture and the fruit of the immortal herb, yet refused to grant me the life and death tower. He is nothing but a scoundrel. In that moment, the dignified emperor appeared much like a child seeking solace from an elder after being bullied. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to avoid trouble with the Ling Tian Pavilion. After all, they had deceived his nephew and the Lin family once, but his nephew had also caused them turmoil in return. Now, however, they sought to assert their presence again. Was this not a sign of disrespect towards the three emperors who had shattered the 7 life wheels behind him? Was this not a slight against my own status as a primordial body? Was this not a disregard for the unique identity of the chaotic holy son of the chaotic divine hall? Lin Xiao sneered and addressed the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion directly. Are you the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion? The leader raised his chin. Indeed, that would be me. Though he referred to himself modestly, his demeanor was anything but humble. Lin Xiao replied coolly, I have heard from Xiao Yao that he once brought the imperial scripture and the immortal herb to the Ling Tian Pavilion in exchange for the life and death tower. It was you who took the items and demanded 3 dragon veins in return, correct? Lin Xiao's tone carried a hint of hostility. If they were to become family, then past grievances could be set aside. However, if that were not to be, as the elder, he must express his discontent regarding the bullying of his nephew. Lin Xiaoyao felt a surge of pride at having an elder backing him. 3 centuries ago, he had been on the brink of death, reluctant to draw trouble to his family. You tricked me then, and I let it slide, but now, 300 years later, I have successfully shattered the 7 life wheels, and I have my uncle, my allies from the chaotic divine hall, and the formidable Nine at my side. Do you think I fear you? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words. However, after a moment's contemplation, recognizing that they were on his territory with his emperor present, and that the visitors were here to propose, he felt compelled to temper his arrogance. Thus, he responded, given the circumstances of the Lin family at that time, I acted with their best interests in mind. Had Emperor Xiaoyao perished, the Ling Tian Pavilion could have offered some protection to the Lin family. Historically, it seemed that the maternal family held a higher status than the paternal family. The leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion naturally adopted an air of superiority, reminiscent of a mother-in-law dictating terms to her son-in-law. Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but this level of audacity was unprecedented. To take from the Lin family and then claim it was for their benefit, if your intentions were truly noble, why not gift the life and death tower directly to the Lin family? Lin Xiao cast a disdainful glance at the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion and coldly declared, kill him. In the very instant Lin Xiao's words hung in the air, the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion had vanished without a trace. In his place stood the Nine, smacking his lips with a cold smile etched upon his face. The thrill of slaughter invigorated him. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, including the Emperor of Infinite. He had not even had the chance to intervene. He had perceived the Nine Yin's intentions but was utterly powerless to stop him. What level of power was this? Had he truly surpassed the 8th life wheel? The Xianhua family, witnessing this spectacle, was equally taken aback. However, they exhibited little emotional upheaval, clearly harboring their own discontent towards the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion. The elder and the third elder contemplated raising their voices, only to be restrained by Xianhua. Let it be. The emperor is present, we shall see what he decides. This chapter is not directed at any particular individual. It merely reflects a societal phenomenon. I believe most maternal families possess good intentions, and it is but a single rotten apple that spoils the entire barrel. Chapter 75. Unable to reach an agreement, I, the Emperor of War, Ling Tian, shall converse with you. The master of Ling Tian Pavilion met a tragic end on the spot, leaving behind not even a complete corpse. This scene was indeed quite shocking. It is worth noting that this transpired within the territory of Ling Tian Pavilion and right beneath the watchful gaze of the Emperor Wuji. Lin Xiao effortlessly commanded his subordinates to eliminate the master of Ling Tian Pavilion. The situation shifted dramatically in an instant. From the moment the master of Ling Tian Pavilion began to speak, something felt amiss. After the master concluded his words, Lin Xiao suddenly took action, swift and decisive, catching everyone off guard. This was due to the fact that the master of Ling Tian Pavilion had lost sight of his own position. Having already wronged the Lin family, he still dared to arrogantly claim it was for their benefit. The Lin family had suffered this silent grievance due to the constraints of the situation. Now, even a fool could see that the tide had clearly turned in favor of Lin Xiao. How could he still shamelessly assert that it was for the good of the Lin family? I ask you, where is your sense? Perhaps prolonged comfort has dulled your wits, Lin Xiao remarked. Emperor Wuji, is this the kind of mindless individual chosen as the master of your Ling Tian Pavilion? To everyone's surprise, Emperor Wuji did not erupt in fury at Lin Xiao's mockery. Yet, it was evident to all that he was indeed enraged, for the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him was undeniable. However, it was merely the aura of killing, devoid of visible rage. Such a person is the most fearsome, like a mountain that does not falter before the collapse of Taishan, or a heart that remains unperturbed before the flooding of the Yellow River. He knew precisely what needed to be done and proceeded without hesitation, maintaining his composure at all times, unmoving as a mountain, striking like thunder. Lin Xiaoyao and the second prince had instinctively positioned themselves in front of Lin Xiao, while Zhou Ying eagerly regarded Emperor Wuji. He fervently hoped that Emperor Wuji would take action, sensing a formidable vitality emanating from this human powerhouse, stronger even than Lin Xiaoyao and the second prince. If he could consume him, he would regain his peak strength. Subsequently, he provocatively addressed Lin Xiao, "My lord, may I feast upon this wretched creature's remains?" He gestured toward the headless corpse of the master of Ling Tian Pavilion. In such a tense atmosphere, Zhou Yin's audacious request was clearly a provocation toward Ling Tian Pavilion and Emperor Wuji alike. "Come, if you dare, I will consume you, and with that, I, Zhou Yin, shall be restored to my former glory." Lin Xiao cast a glance at Zhou Yin, inwardly acknowledging that this ancient being, having lived for nearly 10 million years, was indeed a demon god with 9 minds. Had Zhou Yin desired, he could have effortlessly devoured the entire master of Ling Tian Pavilion. Instead, he merely bit off the head, leaving the body behind. This was likely a calculated move to humiliate Ling Tian Pavilion and provoke Emperor Wuji into action. A twinge of wariness arose in Lin Xiao's heart toward Zhou Yin. However, in reality, Lin Xiao's concerns were unfounded. Although Zhou Yin was an ancient being, he remained utterly loyal to Lin Xiao. He underestimated the concept of hierarchy among the innate divine demons. In Zhou Yin's perception, Lin Xiao was akin to the heavens. Even if Lin Xiao commanded him to sever his own head for a drink, Zhou Yin would hesitate for merely a second, for such an act would be a profound disrespect to his foundational essence. Lin Xiao saw through Zhou Yin's intentions to provoke Emperor Wuji into action. He then delivered a kick to Zhou Yin, stating coolly, "Cease your petty schemes. Here, I hold the authority. We have come to propose a union, not to engage in conflict." The moment Zhou Yin was kicked, he promptly restrained his own divine power, fearing that Lin Xiao might be injured by his demonic constitution. A classic case of inviting trouble while offering his face. After rolling on the ground from the kick, Zhou Yin lifted his head and smiled, "My lord is indeed wise and mighty, as always." Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention a proposal for union, the elder and third elder of Ling Tian Pavilion could not help but scoff internally. "So you are aware that you are here to propose a union? Which decent family would arrive for a proposal only to murder the head of their intended?" They were soon struck with shock. Zhou Yin's recent strike had been so powerful that even Emperor Wuji could not intervene, illustrating Zhou Yin's might. Yet, such a formidable presence was treated like a mere dog by Lin Xiao. Who could withstand this Lin Xiao? "No, let us show some respect. This Emperor Wushu, this holy son of chaos, what kind of enchantment does he possess?" After kicking Zhou Yin away, Lin Xiao addressed Emperor Wuji, "Surely, the death of your useless master will not provoke your wrath, for I have acted in the best interest of Ling Tian Pavilion." "In the interest of Ling Tian Pavilion?" Those words sounded painfully familiar, as if a certain lifeless body, still warm, had uttered them not long ago. Emperor Wuji maintained a facade of calm, yet his murderous intent had reached a critical juncture. His voice carried a weighty tone, "Emperor Wushu, although the master of Ling Tian Pavilion may be ignorant of worldly matters, it is not the place of the Lin family to cleanse our Ling Tian Pavilion." Rising to his feet, Emperor Wuji proclaimed, "I bear the blood of my ancestors, endowed with their grace, which has afforded me my current status. Thus, when I broke through to become an emperor, I swore before the ancestral spirit tablets. As long as Wuji draws breath, I shall protect Ling Tian Pavilion from dishonor. Now, the forces left by my ancestors are being humiliated under my very gaze. I cannot stand idly by." With that, Emperor Wuji turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Friend, please take your leave." Following this, a tremendous imperial might surged forth like a tsunami, aiming to expel Lin Xiao and his company from Ling Tian Pavilion. This imperial might was immense, akin to a world shattering into pieces. Were it not for the protective formation of the ancestral grounds of Ling Tian Pavilion, this single blow would likely have torn the entire establishment asunder. Emperor Wuji was indeed formidable. Was he truly preparing to face off against Lin Xiaoyao, the second prince, and Zhou Yin alone? However, Zhou Yin merely smiled faintly, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter that stood in defiance against Emperor Wuji's presence. Lin Xiaoyao and the second prince instinctively shielded Lin Xiao behind them. Lin Xiaoyao spoke to Lin Xiao, "Uncle, perhaps it would be best to let this go." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao delivered another kick toward Lin Xiaoyao, retorting, "What do you mean by letting it go? Xianhua is well aware of her sect's ancestral teachings, yet she brought you along without hesitation. Now that you are here, you wish to backtrack? Nonsense, stand up and act like a man." Lin Xiao believed Xianhua to be a fine woman, especially after her actions on Sacred Emperor Mountain. He was certain that Lin Xiaoyao marrying Xianhua was the right choice. He understood that Lin Xiaoyao wished to avoid causing him trouble, thus, he patted Lin Xiaoyao on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, everything is under control." Lin Xiaoyao was taken aback, uncertain why he felt a twinge of discomfort. Lin Xiao chose to disregard these thoughts and directly addressed the supreme being Xianhua beside him, saying, "Xianhua, activate your ancestral imperial weapon." Xianhua was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions. Why was he asking her to activate the ancestral imperial weapon of Ling Tian Pavilion at this moment? Was he suggesting she wield it against Emperor Wuji, or against Lin Xiu himself? Lin Xiu, however, did not dwell on such concerns. He recalled that within the imperial weapon of Ling Tian War Emperor, there resided a fragment of the will of Ling Tian War Emperor himself. He had already forged a bond in which he was recognized as the esteemed mentor of Ling Tian War Emperor, who expressed profound gratitude towards him. Now that negotiations had reached an impasse, the only recourse was to summon your ancestor, Ling Tian War Emperor, to discuss matters with you. Chapter 76, The Heavenly Battle Emperor. Step forward to confront me. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the air thick with the impending clash of battle. However, Lin Xiu was unwilling to escalate matters to such a dire state. He intended to directly summon the will of the Heavenly Battle Emperor, hoping for a heart-to-heart discussion with his 18th generation descendant regarding the possibility of a marriage and the potential for altering the existing rules. At that moment, Xianhua, who possessed the Emperor's weapon of the Heavenly Battle Emperor, found herself in a state of bewilderment. Naturally, she wished to unite with Lin Xiaoyao, yet she was perplexed as to why Lin Xiu urged her to awaken the ancestral Emperor's weapon. Was he asking her to wield the ancestral weapon of the Ling Tian Pavilion against their own emperor? Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, Xianhua hesitated. In truth, Lin Xiu did not wish for Xianhua, the female supreme, to brandish the ancestral weapon of the Ling Tian Pavilion against their emperor. He merely sought the awakening of the Emperor's weapon so that the lingering will of the Heavenly Battle Emperor concealed within could recognize his presence. Once that occurred, the issues at hand would be effortlessly resolved, for the Emperor's weapon remained dormant for the greater part of time. Much like the Wushu Emperor's Wushu sword, which would only awaken upon the summons of a member of the Lin family, remaining dormant at the convergence of dragon veins otherwise. Understanding Xuanhua's predicament, Lin Xiu spoke gently. If you wish to prevent your emperor from being subdued, I suggest you hasten the awakening of the emperor's weapon. He urged her to awaken the Ling Tian spear promptly, for he feared that Lin Xiaoyao and the second Hall Master might tear apart the Wushu Emperor. Despite the Wushu Emperor's impending action, it was not entirely unjustifiable. Xianhua, upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, found herself bewildered. Was he suggesting that she utilize the emperor's weapon to assist the Wushu Emperor against Lin Xiaoyao? Just as Xianhua grappled with the decision to awaken the Heavenly Battle Emperor's weapon, the Wushu Emperor took decisive action. Chanting the Emperor's scriptures, he summoned the Ling Tian spear. In the next moment, the Ling Tian spear sword from Xuanhua's grasp. It was a black spear adorned with golden dragon patterns, its entire body reminiscent of a black dragon, with its head exuding a silver-tipped spearhead, intricately etched with the essence of the Tao. Forged from the fusion of black gold dragon motifs and silver gold of the Tao, it was a terrifying weapon, its spearhead shrouded in a layer of bloodlight, signifying its history of having tasted the blood of numerous emperors. As it manifested, the very laws of the great Tao surrounding it began to ripple, revealing the extraordinary nature of this emperor's weapon. The emergence of the Ling Tian spear caused the imperial array, buried deep beneath the earth, to awaken in resonance. A formidable power began to rejuvenate. The Ling Tian Pavilion was entwined with 10 dragon veins, all interconnected with the imperial array. As long as one remained within the confines of the Ling Tian Pavilion, the Wushu Emperor would be fortified. The power of the 10 dragon veins surged forth, transforming into 10 dragon-shaped beams of light, infused with terrifying Tao power and the energies of the heavens and earth, all flooding into the Wushu Emperor's being. In an instant, the Wushu Emperor's aura soared once more, nearly reaching the threshold of the 8th life wheel, yet it remained unbroken. Should he shatter the 8th life wheel, Lin Xiaoyao, the second Hall Master, and Zhou would stand no chance against him. Only the Grand Hall Master could contend with him. The Ling Tian spear found its place in the Wushu Emperor's hand. As the 18th descendant of the Heavenly Battle Emperor, he surpassed even the original Emperor's son in strength, having attained the status of Emperor, nearly rivaling the Heavenly Battle Emperor himself. It was evident that the Ling Tian spear's divine spirit had long since acknowledged him, willingly submitting to his command. At this moment, the Wushu Emperor stood resolute, facing the alliance of Zhou, the second Hall Master, and Lin Xiaoyao without a hint of trepidation. Lin Xiaoyao and the second Hall Master exchanged glances, their thoughts unspoken. Are we unable to win? What is there to fear? Let this divine being take the lead while we sit back and observe. This strategy was indeed astute. They merely needed to ensure the safety of the Holy Sun. Uncle should have a plan, we shall act as the situation unfolds. The two cunning figures subtly retreated a half-step, allowing Zhou to take the forefront. However, just as the Wushu Emperor grasped the Ling Tian spear, the divine spirit within it awakened. A colossal shadow of an emperor manifested, a battle emperor of immense stature, his silhouette intertwined with that of the Wushu Emperor, amplifying the latter's power to an unprecedented level, nearly bridging the gap with those who had truly shattered the 8 life wheels. Boom! The celestial pavilion crumbled under the weight of the Wushu Emperor's overwhelming aura, sending tremors throughout the star domain. The very fabric of this realm quaked, as the terrifying laws of the Great Tao threatened to obliterate all. Join cast a glance at the Wushu Emperor and addressed Lin Xiu, "Fear not, my lord, leave this to Join." He then eagerly joined the fray. "Yet, even without breaking the 8th life wheel, you dare to boast before me? Had it not been for the wounds inflicted upon me by Wuxia in the past, a single strike would have sufficed to take your life." His true form manifested, the colossal dragon body of Join stretching across the sky, eclipsing the very light above, leaving only the ancient aura of divine beings. "Leave the Ling Tian pavilion," the Wushu Emperor retorted coldly. He then thrust forth the spear, a seemingly mundane strike, yet it transformed in the air into a titanic black dragon, hurtling directly towards Join. Lin Xiaoyao and the second hallmaster discreetly retreated to shield Lin Xiu. This pivotal strike was best left to Join, for he was formidable and relished the spotlight. The spear struck Join, unleashing a terrifying force that caused his scale to fly off his massive form, among millions still intact. Despite his diminished realm and reduced lethality, his physical body remained a solid half-immortal entity. Otherwise, he would not have survived under the Wushu Emperor's suppression. Even if the Wushu Emperor had shattered the 8th life wheel, Join stood unyielding, confident that the Ling Tian spear could not claim his life. The two forces clashed, enveloping the world in chaos and tremors. Were it not for Lin Xiaoyao and the second hallmaster protecting Lin Xiu, the residual waves of their battle would have torn apart Lin Xiu and Xuanhua's entire family. Ordinary emperors could only spectate. Lin Xiu refrained from immediately revealing his identity to the heavenly battle emperor, instead deliberately concealing his presence. It was not an act of mischief. He sought to observe Join's true power while the Wushu Emperor engaged him. After all, this individual had lived for far too long, and it was prudent to be cautious and understand his capabilities better. Should Join realize he was being guarded against by Lin Xiu, it would surely devastate him. Xuanhua, witnessing the clash between Join and the Wushu Emperor, hurried over to Lin Xiu, her voice tinged with urgency. "Uncle, no. Wushu Emperor, I implore you to cease." Her heart was torn. She had returned joyfully to discuss matters of marriage, only for chaos to ensue. This was not the outcome she had desired. Lin Xiu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. He observed the battle between Join and the Wushu Emperor and gained a clearer understanding of Join's combat prowess. It was time to address the pressing matters at hand. Lin Xiu finally unveiled his aura and spoke slowly. "Gu Ling Tian, step forth to meet me." Gu Ling Tian, the true name of the Heavenly Battle Emperor. Chapter 77 The Manifestation of the Celestial War Emperor, who dares to lay a hand on the young master. It must be acknowledged that the prowess of the Nine Yin remains formidable. Each of the innate divine demons indeed possesses extraordinarily powerful strength, otherwise, they could not have dominated the entire mythic era of heaven and earth. Although the realm of Nine Yin has diminished, and their offensive capabilities only reach the pinnacle of breaking 7 life wheels, they cannot be compared to the current limitless emperor, who is bolstered by the imperial formation. However, even relying solely on this semi-divine body, Nine Yin is more than capable of standing invincible. To put it simply, their shell is sufficiently sturdy. At this moment, a thunderous voice resounded in the ears of everyone present. "Gu Ling Tian, come forth and meet me." Lin Xiu had likely grasped the extent of Nine Yin's strength by now and decided against feigning ignorance. He hastily sought to resolve the matter, for he still needed to pursue another tome. Upon hearing Lin Xiu directly call out the name of his ancestor, the limitless emperor furrowed his brow slightly. The arrogance in Lin Xiu's tone was akin to summoning his ancestor to pay him a visit, which indeed displeased him. For the first time, the limitless emperor's tone wavered. Even when the master of the Ling Tian pavilion was slain moments ago, he had not shown such fluctuations. "Young Master Wu Su, to address my ancestor so casually is indeed a grave disrespect. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you?" The limitless emperor placed great importance on such matters. The higher one ascends, the more prone one becomes to two extremes. One may regard life as inconsequential, viewing mortals as mere ants and discarding all emotions, while the other may witness the departure of significant figures from their lives, thereby cherishing relationships and sentiments with increasing fervor. Clearly, the limitless emperor belonged to the latter category. Thus, he found himself quite displeased with Lin Xiu, directly delivering a threat. However, just as the limitless emperor uttered the words, "Do you think I would not dare to act against you?" another voice, unfamiliar yet laden with age and tinged with fury, rang out. "You brat! How dare you speak to the ancestral master in such a manner? Do you truly believe that the ancestor's death renders me powerless?" This voice was strange, as if it transcended the flow of time, carrying an ancient weight that resonated in the ears of all present. Everyone heard this proclamation. It was undoubtedly the voice of another emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Xiaoyao, the limitless emperor, and others scanned their surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice, only to witness the Ling Tian spear, which had previously been wielded like an extension of the limitless emperor's will, begin to tremble violently. Subsequently, it detached from the limitless Emperor's grasp, transforming into a black dragon that soared into the heavens. An overwhelming imperial might swept across the area, imbued with an ancient power reminiscent of an extremely venerable emperor. The colossal dragon descended from the sky, and then a majestic figure manifested at the center of the crowd. He stood tall, exuding an aura that overshadowed the sun and moon, his imposing stature rivaling that of the heavens. On his left shoulder rested the sun and moon, while his right shoulder bore the weight of the galaxy. Clad in tattered silver armor stained with blood, his appearance did not diminish his presence, which stirred the very cosmos. From his appearance, he resembled a youth in his 20s, with hair shimmering like crystal, scattered with enchanting stars, yet his eyes bore the weight of millennia, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. In his hand, he wielded the Ling Tian spear, and the imperial essence emanating from him was as piercing as the spear itself of the Celestial War Emperor. Yet, this was not the Celestial War Emperor in his entirety. It was merely a fragment of his will, preserved within the Ling Tian spirit. Aside from Lin Xiao, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at this emperor, who was on par with the primordial emperor, their hearts filled with longing. Among the ancient 3,000 emperors, only the primordial emperor and he were deemed invincible, regardless of whether their realms represented the pinnacle of emperor status. Nonetheless, their glorious legacy of unrivaled combat remained undiminished. This was, after all, a supreme powerhouse who had dominated all emperors of his era. The limitless emperor stared at the Celestial War Emperor, momentarily lost in thought. However, before he could pay his respects to his ancestor, he was swiftly taught a lesson with a resounding slap across the face. The Celestial War Emperor bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, his expression filled with excitement. "Young master, is it truly you?" Then, surveying the battlefield, he swiftly comprehended the situation and addressed Lin Xiao. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall rectify this. My junior lacks understanding, please do not take offense, young master." He bowed once more at the Celestial War Emperor, then approached the limitless emperor, his demeanor tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Ignoring the astonished gazes of all present, he seized the limitless emperor by the ear. "Given your aura, you bear the scent of my lineage, you must be one of my descendants. You've made quite a name for yourself, breaking through 7 life wheels, yet you seem to have forgotten your own surname." Faced with his ancestor, the limitless emperor dared not resist. He did not even have the courage to use divine power for defense. He could only relinquish all defenses and allow the will of the Celestial War Emperor to grasp his ear. "Ancestor." Before he could explain, the Celestial War Emperor silenced him. He then commenced a series of vigorous kicks. "How dare you, a descendant of Gu Ling Tian, utter such treasonous words against the young master?" Boom. "Have you truly forgotten your own surname?" Boom. "If it were not for my will still existing in this world, would the young master still acknowledge you? Do you genuinely intend to vie with the young master for your life? I am not as audacious as you truly have some nerve." Boom. For every sentence, there was a kick. For every utterance, there was a blow, and the Celestial War Emperor's tirade of reprimands never ceased. Consequently, his feet remained in motion. As the beating progressed, the Celestial War Emperor seemed to feel that mere kicks were insufficient, and he began to strike with the body of the Ling Tian spear. "Do you not understand? Everything I possess has been bestowed by the young master." Boom. "Do you not realize that the Ling Tian Pavilion owes its current state entirely to the young master?" Boom. "Do you not know that the immortal scriptures you are currently cultivating were casually bestowed upon you by the young master back in the day?" Boom. "You truly are bold with each word." He delivered a strike, yet the limitless emperor dared not resist with divine power, enduring the assault with his physical body. However, while the limitless emperor refrained from wielding divine strength, the Celestial War Emperor was certainly not holding back. In no time, the once mighty limitless emperor found himself battered and bruised. Those watching were left dumbfounded. Lin Xiao mused, "Young master, the relationship between uncle and nephew is quite solid. The Celestial War Emperor even calls him young master. This marriage is surely secured." The second palace master remarked, "Truly worthy of being the holy son sought after by the ancestral founder. He is indeed formidable." Ninin lamented, "Damn it, why not just kill him? If he were dead, I could feast on the meat." The Xianhua family also stood agape, utterly taken aback. The sudden shift in the scene was far too unexpected. Moments ago, it was a cataclysmic battle of emperors, now it had transformed into a grand spectacle of elder chastising the younger generation. They were all left speechless, witnessing the Celestial War Emperor discipline the limitless emperor, who resembled a child being soundly thrashed. This secret would be a source of amusement for their family for a lifetime. Lin Xiao gazed at the battered and bruised limitless emperor and said calmly, "All right, enough." After all, the limitless emperor had not committed any grave offense. A light reprimand would suffice. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the Celestial War Emperor immediately ceased his assault and approached Lin Xiu, his expression shifting rapidly from righteous indignation to one of nostalgia. "Young master, I have finally seen you again," Lin Xiu interrupted him, stating, "We can reminisce later. I have matters to discuss with you regarding the grievances between your Ling Tian Pavilion and our Lin family. And also about the marriage between your Ling Tian Pavilion Saintess and my nephew, Lin Xiaoyao. The arrival is imminent. Apologies, I will provide a couple more updates. The final installment will be released at 10 o'clock. Chapter 78, The Chaotic Temple declares war on the devouring heavenly palace as the noble son, the scion of the Lin family. Discussing the matter of how the Ling Tian Pavilion deceived the Lin family, furthermore, deliberating on the union between the Holy Maiden of Ling Tian Pavilion and the Lin family's emperor, Lin Xiaoyao. The latter part of this discussion brings a smile, as an alliance with the noble family would indeed be most welcome. However, the former part leaves one at a loss for words. I, having benefited from the Lin family's young master, established the Ling Tian Pavilion, only for my descendants to turn around and ensnare the noble family. Is this not a profound reversal of fortune? The emperor of Ling Tian, with a grave expression, stated, "Noble son, forgive me, it is Ling Tian's failure to properly manage its subordinate forces." After uttering these words, he rose and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to the infinite emperor. Did I not inform you that our Ling Tian Pavilion owes its success to the noble son? Did I not mention that the celestial scriptures were bestowed upon us by the noble son? You did say so, but please, ancestor, no more beating. You did not clarify that the noble son is Lin Jiao Wusu Scion, Lin Xiu. Ancestor, I am an emperor, I deserve some respect. Do you dare speak back? Did I not say? Could you not deduce it for yourself, you wretched fool? After a considerable bout of chastisement, the emperor of Ling Tian finally ceased. Subsequently, he approached Lin Xiu and inquired, "Noble son? Pray tell, what is the situation? How has Ling Tian Pavilion wronged the Lin family? I shall ensure they make amends." The infinite emperor, having been beaten into submission, was left speechless. Did you not wait until after the beating to inquire about the circumstances? Are you not akin to those traditional Chinese parents? Lin Xiu calmly recounted the events where Lin Xiaoyao sought the Ling Tian Pavilion to exchange for the life and death tower, and naturally, he elucidated the subsequent misdeeds involving Lin Xiaoyao and the Holy Maiden of Ling Tian Pavilion, leaving no detail unspoken. Lin Xiu inquired, "Thus, as the head of Ling Tian Pavilion, am I permitted to take action against you?" In response to Lin Xiu's query, the emperor of Ling Tian did not reply directly. Instead, he rose once more and performed a deep bow, saying, "Noble son, please allow me a moment." He then charged at the infinite emperor yet again, delivering another round of vigorous blows while berating him. "Tell me, what were you thinking? Are you blind? Did you choose such a useless person to be the head of the pavilion? Did you accept any bribes? Did he send his daughter to your chambers or assist your sister with her hair? Do not mention Lin family exchanging for the life and death tower. Even if they desired it for free, you should have presented it with utmost respect to this old man. What, the noble son has slain your inept pavilion master, and you still wish to confront him? Have you become brazen? To leave such a mindless individual in the position of head of Ling Tian Pavilion is a disgrace, you fool. Can this be considered an insult to our Ling Tian Pavilion? It is merely a means of clearing out our ranks." The infinite emperor had no retort, his misery palpable. He had once thought that merely seeing the ancient ancestor again would be a great blessing. Now that he wished he had not. Those around them were in stunned silence. The Xianhua family watched in disbelief, witnessing the emperor being strung up and beaten. This secret could sustain a lifetime of gossip. Meanwhile, the second palace master observed with an amused expression. Ah, how entertaining this family is. The emperor of Ling Tian truly knows how to handle matters. After what felt like an eternity, the emperor of Ling Tian finally concluded the punishment. He returned to Lin Xiu and said, "Noble son, it is Ling Tian's failure to educate properly. Please, impose your judgment." Lin Xiu waved his hand, struggling to suppress a smile at the sight of the infinite emperor. "Let it be. You need not, it is of no consequence. Since the head of Ling Tian Pavilion has already been slain by me, we shall consider this matter resolved." The emperor of Ling Tian, a formidable figure and one of the unparalleled talents of his age, upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, began to shower him with praise. "Noble son, you are indeed wise. Your magnanimity knows no bounds, your brilliance shines like the boundless rivers. In truth, there are always traces to follow. It is said that the primordial emperor once took in a black dog, and after his departure, the dog ran amok in the world, parading around in flamboyant shorts, demanding the holy maidens and sons of every major holy land as pets. With the primordial emperor's formation at its side, it caused unrest among the various factions. Eventually, news of it dwindled. However, one must consider that the nature of a person can often be reflected in the company they keep. If the dog of the primordial emperor was thus, what manner of person could one expect the primordial emperor to be? Naturally, the emperor of Ling Tian, who shared the title of unparalleled talent, could not be vastly different. Lin Xiu continued, "Now, let us discuss the union between my nephew and your holy maiden. You of Ling Tian Pavilion claim that you have left a family edict forbidding the holy maiden from marrying outside, insisting that our Lin family as emperor must enter the family instead?" I would like to inquire. Before Lin Xiu could finish his sentence, the emperor of Ling Tian immediately stood up. "Who said such a thing? Who uttered that nonsense?" The infinite emperor whispered, "Ancestor, this is a rule you established." The emperor of Ling Tian shot him a glare. "Do you dare undermine my authority?" He rose again, preparing to seize the Ling Tian spear in hand. However, Lin Xiu intervened this time. The infinite emperor had already endured enough punishment, it was time to cease. Lin Xiu stated calmly, "Regardless of who said it, I am asking you now. My nephew, Lin Xiaoyao, an emperor who has shattered the 7 fate wheels, is destined for greater heights. Is there any issue with him marrying your holy maiden?" The emperor of Ling Tian quickly replied, "No issue at all, absolutely none." Ling Tian could not wish for anything more. "Then, the life and death tower shall be bestowed upon the Lin family as a dowry for the holy maiden." Lin Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the marriage between Lin Xiaoyao and Xianhua was settled. Lin Xiu and the emperor of Ling Tian selected an auspicious date, and the Lin family sent someone to escort the bride. Afterward, the emperor of Ling Tian dismissed the crowd and engaged in conversation with Lin Xiu for quite some time. He recounted how, armed with the celestial techniques bestowed upon him by Lin Xiu, he fought his way to the pinnacle. He spoke of the lengths he went to find Lin Xiu, and how, after ascending to emperor, he proclaimed his achievement to the world, yet could not locate Lin Xiu. He had once thought Lin Xiu looked down upon him for lacking ability. Listening to this, Lin Xiu felt an unfamiliar pang in his heart. He had not anticipated that merely spending a few years with the emperor of Ling Tian in their youth, casually bestowing a tome of techniques, would lead to such a lengthy quest for reunion. For Lin Xiu, it was perhaps just a simulation, an edit, a fleeting memory. Yet for the emperor of Ling Tian, Lin Xiu was the only idol he could yearn for in his youth, the sole mentor who recognized his lofty aspirations. This is why the emperor of Ling Tian bore no airs of superiority in Lin Xiu's presence, almost resembling a child. In his youth, the emperor of Ling Tian looked to the skies, inspired by the sight of a supreme being passing overhead, vowing to become a towering figure himself. The villagers laughed at his naivety, but only Lin Xiu encouraged him, taught him to cultivate, and imparted celestial techniques. Before long, the consciousness of the emperor of Ling Tian began to fade. After all, this was merely a remnant of his will in the world once awakened. It would not endure for long. However, he departed without regrets. After the emperor of Ling Tian left, Lin Xiu remained silent for a considerable time. He could not quite comprehend why a strange emotion lingered in his heart. It was not until the second palace master approached him that he stirred from his thoughts. The second palace master said, "Holy son, the grand palace master has sent word. You are requested to come to the chaotic temple." Lin Xiu composed himself and inquired, "Oh, is it possible to retrieve the Tao book now?" He had previously instructed the grand palace master to return to the chaotic temple to procure the Tao book. The immediate priority was still to gather the Tao book, to uncover the truth behind that mysterious space, where his father resided, along with the myriad ancient emperors. Perhaps even the emperor of Ling Tian was within. However, the second palace master appeared somewhat uneasy. "Well, in response, Holy Son, the devouring heavenly palace has not consented to opening the secret realm to retrieve the Tao book. The grand palace master wishes for you to go to the chaotic temple to oversee matters. We intend to obliterate the devouring heavenly palace and seize the other key to the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu furrowed his brow. So, the devouring heavenly palace is stirring up trouble, is it? Just as well, I have accumulated several 100,000 points during this time. If they wish to play, then I shall ensure they regret it. This concludes the final update for today. There will be 5 updates tomorrow and the day after. Thank you all regarding the excessive filler. How should I put it? I appreciate everyone's feedback, and I will strive to minimize it. However, please understand that writing differs from reading. I will certainly avoid areas that can be improved upon in the future, though some matters are simply unavoidable. Chapter 79, The Devourer of Heaven, The Ruthless One, 2 Emperors as One. Currently, what Lin Xiu desperately requires is the Taoist scriptures. This necessity arises from the enigmatic space, wherein lie tens of thousands of slumbering emperors. Lin Xiu harbors grave suspicions that all the emperors who have perished throughout history are contained within. However, should not those emperors have been lost to the sands of time, why do they linger there? Moreover, it appears that they remain in a state of living, albeit in deep sleep. His father, the Emperor Wushu, is among them. The father of the Sun Empress, the Holy Emperor of the Sun, is also present. That Radiant Spectre informed him of the need to gather the 9 great Taoist scriptures. Everything remains shrouded in mystery, rendering it difficult for him to articulate, yet, it seems clear that the crux of the issue lies within these 9 great scriptures. Should he succeed in collecting them all, he might unravel this secret. Furthermore, it is possible he could even bring back both his father and the Sun Empress's father-in-law. He inquires, is the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace refusing to bestow upon me the Taoist scriptures? Does the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace seek its own demise? Lin Xiao asked with a hint of indifference. Has the Celestial already engaged in battle with the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace? Just moments ago, the second Palace Master indicated that the Grand Palace Master was preparing for war against the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace. Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. One must admit, how could the Grand Palace Master assume such a position without decisiveness? If something displeases him, he simply acts. However, the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace and the Chaotic Divine Hall are both legacies passed down from the 9 emperors. Surely, they too are formidable sovereigns. The Chaotic Divine Hall may not reap significant benefits from this conflict. He sought to ascertain the present situation. The second Palace Master responded, in reply to the Holy Sun, a full-scale war has not yet commenced. However, the Grand Palace Master has summoned all external experts, awaiting your command. Lin Xiao pondered briefly before stating, inform Ao Tsangxian to refrain from initiating combat, it is unnecessary. Indeed. As the Holy Son of the Chaotic Divine Hall, the Chaotic Divine Hall is now under his command. If the Chaotic Divine Hall were to engage in warfare with the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace, it would undoubtedly lead to great upheaval. As fellow powers of the 9 emperors, even if the Chaotic Divine Hall could conquer the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace, it would surely come at a tremendous cost, likely requiring a substantial amount of time. Such an endeavor is entirely unwarranted. A simple edit to the system should suffice. The Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace is, after all, not insurmountable. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's declaration that war was unnecessary, the second Palace Master assumed it was due to Lin Xiao's reluctance to seize the Taoist scriptures, which immediately filled him with a sense of guilt for his inefficacy. He quickly knelt and proclaimed, Holy Son, I have failed in my duties. Rest assured, Holy Son, although the Chaotic Divine Hall and the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace are both powers of the 9 emperors, should conflict arise, we have the Chaotic Holy Guards. At the very least, we hold a 70% chance of victory. Do not worry about casualties. It is our duty to assist the Holy Sun. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, saying, Fear not, there is no need for the warriors to fight to the death, I have my own methods. You may inform Tsangxian to delay the onset of battle until I arrive. Upon hearing this, the second Palace Master pressed his lips together, feeling it inappropriate to say more. He too was taken aback. Generally, if one possessed the power to control the Chaotic Divine Hall, they would undoubtedly utilize that authority for various endeavors. From the moment he sought out Lin Xiao, he had been concerned that Lin Xiao might act rashly, compelling them to undertake many arduous tasks due to the Oath of Heaven. However, it appears that Lin Xiao is genuinely assuming the role of leader for the Chaotic Divine Hall. Considering its welfare, the second Palace Master's recognition of Lin Xiao deepened. Initially, he had been compelled to obey Lin Xiao due to the Oath of Heaven. Now, however, he felt a genuine respect for him. I shall adhere to the Holy Sun's decree. The second Palace Master ceased to speak further, trusting that Lin Xiao's decisions were grounded in reason. Lin Xiao nodded and instructed the second Palace Master, go inform Xiaoyao to return and prepare for his marriage with Xianhua. He need not accompany me any longer. The second Palace Master nodded and turned to leave. Once again, Lin Xiao found himself alone. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of sentimentality. It seemed as though he had developed an affection for this world. He accessed the system panel and began to search for information regarding the Devourer of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven. He intended to directly edit his relationship with the Emperor of Heaven to compel the Devourer of Heaven's Tao Palace to comply. If this matter could be resolved through the system, it would be most advantageous. Otherwise, not only would it waste time, but it would also expend unnecessary effort. The principle of utilizing the system to its fullest extent was paramount. Accessing the system's red selection interface, Lin Xiao entered the name of the Emperor of Heaven. He was prepared to deduct 10,000 points, yet the system indicated that it could not be found. Lin Xiao, the Emperor of Heaven is not an emperor, has he ascended to immortality? Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished. If this individual did not appear on the red interface, it likely meant that he had surpassed the status of an emperor and achieved immortality. It is worth noting that even the founder of the Chaotic Divine Hall, the Immortal Emperor, had not attained such a state. The Emperor of Heaven had actually become an immortal. Although he was still referred to as an emperor, he had truly ascended. Lin Qiu was at a loss for words. Surprised as he was, his heart still ached, for the cost of redeeming an emperor was merely 10,000 points, while ascending beyond that would require tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points. Accessing the black interface once more, Lin Qiu entered the name of the Emperor of Heaven again. This time, indeed, a figure appeared, a female immortal adorned in a white gown, her face obscured by a bronze mask. The mask bore an expression that was neither fully sorrowful nor entirely joyful. Through the mask, one could glimpse her eyes, filled with the weight of experience and an air of indifference. There was also a hint of sorrow, as if she were gazing longingly at a distant family member returning home. Emperor of Heaven. Name and nameless, known to the world as the Devourer of Heaven, also referred to as the Ruthless One or the Empress. Realm. Supreme Reincarnation Immortal. Once an orphan of the human race during the mythical era, from the moment she could remember, she was without parents, wandering alone. Later, she was discovered by a boy who was also wandering during the mythical era, and thereafter, they referred to each other as siblings, relying on one another in a time filled with gods and demons. The childhood of the Emperor of Heaven was fraught with hardships. Not only did she lack food, but even clothing was a challenge, her garments riddled with patches. To survive, the boy and the young Emperor of Heaven subsisted on tree bark and grass roots. With no parents, her only companion was the boy, and despite their poverty, they found joy, wearing smiles each day. The boy was her sole kin, and the young Emperor of Heaven regarded him as the most important person in her life. Eventually, the boy found a piece of bronze and fashioned a mask and a bronze ring for the young Emperor of Heaven. This mask was their only toy. Devoid of luxurious jewels, the boy crafted this mask and ring to amuse the little girl, and despite its roughness, she treasured it dearly. Here comes today's fifth update, Seeking Gifts, Seeking Continued Support, Chapter 80 Editing Identity. As Lin Qiu gazed upon the profile of the Devourer Emperor, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Possessing numerous simulated memories, he understood the arduous existence faced by mortals devoid of cultivation in this world. Moreover, the era in which the Devourer Emperor thrived was the mythological age, a time when deities and demons roamed freely, rendering survival even more formidable than the present conditions. In such a trying environment, it was remarkable that two adolescents managed to endure. Lin Qiu continued to peruse the Devourer Emperor's profile. However, that was indeed the mythological age, an epoch dominated by primordial deities and demons. The deities and demons ruled the world, feasting upon the very essence of all living beings. In a single feeding, a deity or demon could consume billions of souls, and the Devourer Emperor's brother, who ventured forth to hunt, was among them. The young Devourer Emperor waited for a long time, and when her brother did not return, she could not restrain herself from venturing out in search of him. Eventually, after traversing over 400 miles, she laid eyes upon the bloodstained ghostly mask. Upon learning of her brother's demise, the Devourer Emperor was consumed by profound sorrow, embarking on a path of cultivation not for enlightenment, but solely for vengeance. She was but a mortal, and during that time, there were no suitable cultivation methods for the myriad beings. Yet, through her unparalleled talent, she observed the primordial deity, the devouring beast, and crafted an extraordinary demonic art capable of transforming her very being, the devouring demon art. This divine technique employed the consumption of others' essence to compensate for the deficiencies of the Devourer Emperor's own constitution. She clung to life solely for revenge, until she was discovered by the Emperor of Humanity. The Emperor revealed to her that there exists a cycle of reincarnation, and that her brother had once been a remarkable individual destined to return in the future. Coincidentally, the Devourer Emperor sought vengeance against the primordial deities, while the Emperor of Humanity aimed to overthrow the mythological age, allowing all beings to seize control of their own fates. Thus, the Devourer Emperor followed the Emperor of Humanity, who became both mentor and friend, imparting his unique cultivation methods to her. Eventually, the Devourer Emperor ascended to the throne, becoming the first to shatter the 9 fate wheels during the twilight of the mythological age, joining forces with the other 8 emperors to topple that era. In time, the other 8 emperors aged, and the Emperor of Humanity departed. Alone, the Devourer Emperor remained in the world. Her brilliance surpassed the ages, rendering even the Emperor of Humanity envious of her talent. In the 13,000 years of the Age of the Emperors, she was already capable of achieving immortality. Yet, she had no desire for ascension, nor did she wish to venture into the heavens. She simply longed to remain within the mortal realm. For the Emperor had once told her that there exists a cycle of reincarnation, and that her brother had been a remarkable figure who would return to this world. Thus, she set forth to seek a means of enduring existence. Before departing, she returned to the village where she and her brother had lived, leaving a portion of her legacy behind. In time, this village blossomed into the devouring Tao Palace. Thus, she traversed this world for millennia, utilizing her timeless talents to experience life after life. She was once one of the 9 emperors who overthrew the mythological age, the Devourer Emperor. She also quelled the dark turmoil as the South Sea Divine Emperor. She was also the ruthless and indifferent emperor who roamed the world. She shattered the 9 fate wheels but chose not to transcend the feathered tribulation, instead forcibly confronting the cycle of reincarnation, ultimately transcending to become a supreme reincarnation immortal. In this world, she awaited not for ascension, but for the return of that person. Yet in the end, she had to depart. The epical burial was imminent, the heavenly path on the verge of collapse, and all paths destined for destruction. She was to journey to the heavens to mend the rift. Thus, 200,000 years ago, she left the realm of mortals. This unremarkable, unfortunate girl would later become the awe-inspiring, transcendent Devourer Emperor. Though lacking in innate talent and unable to cultivate, she defied the heavens, becoming the Emperor of Heaven, shining brilliantly through the ages and becoming a legend. Points redeemed. 80,000. Upon finishing the tale of the Devourer Emperor, Lin Xiu turned his gaze back to her visage. It was then that he comprehended the reason behind the coldness and sorrow reflected in her eyes. She awaited the return of a certain individual. As she lingered, she remained steadfast, not seeking immortality, but merely awaiting the return of that person. Amidst the worldly troubles of this sentiment, so effortlessly articulated, belied the difficulty of truly forsaking ascension for the sake of awaiting another's return. Such a sacrifice was a desire long sought by countless emperors throughout history, yet, this Devourer Emperor, when she declared her intention to relinquish, did so with conviction. A ripple stirred within Lin Xiu's heart. As a traveler from Blue Star, endowed with a wealth of knowledge and memories from this world, he possessed a profound understanding of its harsh realities, coupled with the ordinary person's emotional attachments. Thus, he grasped more than anyone else the significance of that brother within the Devourer Emperor's heart. Such an existence was worthy of admiration. Rising from the lowest of mortal beginnings, she achieved greatness as an unparalleled immortal, confronting the cycle of reincarnation head-on to become a supreme reincarnation immortal. Lin Xiu felt an inexplicable ache for the Devourer Emperor. Countless years spent in the mortal realm, still yearning for someone whose return remained uncertain. It must have been an arduous journey. Fear not, for your brother shall come. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiu began to contemplate how to navigate the intricacies of the devouring Tao Palace. While he empathized with the Devourer Emperor's plight, he recognized the necessity of tempering those emotions. Without hesitation, he pressed the exchange button. Lin Xiu commenced the editing process. Drawing from the information provided by the system, he swiftly discerned that the brother represented a pivotal obstacle in the Devourer Emperor's life. Furthermore, the Emperor of Humanity had proclaimed the existence of reincarnation. The Devourer Emperor's brother had once been a remarkable individual, destined to return from the cycle. If that individual could emerge from reincarnation, why could he not do the same? If that person had once been a significant figure, why could he not also aspire to greatness? Moreover, he could seize an identity without cost. How delightful! Without further hesitation, Lin Xiu set to work on the edits. The Devourer Emperor awaits her brother's return amidst the mortal realm. Yet, she remains unaware of when he shall return, nor if he will remember her upon his return. Nevertheless, she continues to wait, unyielding amidst the cycle of reincarnation. As he reached this point in his editing, Lin Xiu recalled a detail. It seemed that Xiao Yao had mentioned a ruthless emperor who once possessed the Tao Book. Wasn't this ruthless emperor one of the incarnations of the Devourer Emperor? A thought began to take shape in Lin Xiu's mind as he proceeded to edit. In later lives, the Devourer Emperor lived through several incarnations, during one of which she was known as the Ruthless Emperor, acquiring one of the 9 Tao books, the Book of Reincarnation. Through the Book of Reincarnation, she finally glimpsed a fragment of the cycle. Her brother would return in the future. And he would be of primal origin. I will post 2 segments first. Some readers have school tomorrow, so I'm sharing this early for everyone to see a bit, and I will release the rest later. With so much content, I hope that if there are gifts, I will feel greatly encouraged, as it would signify that my efforts are being rewarded. Smirked slyly, hoping to save my skin, ha ha ha. Chapter 81 Editing Content. The Empress left 4 imperial artifacts for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of genius. With such a composition, could it not be akin to acquiring a tome without cost? Moreover, the Ruthless Emperor had also possessed a tome. Could it not be the Tome of Reincarnation? This seemed entirely reasonable. If it were indeed the Tome of Reincarnation, could it not reveal that her future brother was the primal body? Certainly, it could. This was entirely plausible. Lin Xiu continued to edit. When the Devourer Emperor learned through the Tome of Reincarnation that her brother was the primal body, the flames of hope within her heart surged ever higher. She felt a newfound purpose in searching the world for the existence of the primal body. Yet, how elusive is the primal body? Aside from the being mentioned by the human emperor, spanning the wilds, antiquity, and mythical eras, none had ever been seen. Eventually, when the epical burial commenced, the devourer emperor had no choice but to depart. Lin Xiao gazed upon his edited work, nodding in satisfaction. This was splendid. With such an edit, he would undoubtedly be the most significant person in the devourer emperor's heart. However, as he surveyed his editing, he felt something was amiss. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He added a segment to the content. Before departing, the devourer emperor left behind her tome, along with 4 supreme imperial artifacts. She took only a mask bearing a ghostly visage. She feared that upon her brother's eventual return, he might suffer the tragic fate of the mythical era, dying an untimely death. She embedded a soul imprint within her imperial artifacts, ensuring that should the primal body be sensed, it would automatically revive. Having completed this, Lin Xiao felt a sense of comfort in his heart. This was how it should be. Nazi's 2 treasures would be patently unreasonable. Furthermore, knowing that the devourer emperor possessed a tome, and yet not allowing her to stay, was evidently illogical. After finalizing these edits, Lin Xiao descended from the celestial pavilion. Lin Xiaoyao and the others refrained from ascending the mountain to disturb Lin Xiao, instead waiting quietly at the foot of the hill. Upon seeing Lin Xiao descend, they hurriedly advanced to greet him. As he approached, Lin Xiao noticed the absence of the second palace master, Chu Chucho. His brow furrowed slightly. Zhou, ever perceptive and cunning, instantly discerned Lin Xiao's unspoken thoughts and preemptively stated before Lin Xiaoyao, "My lord, that little fellow has returned to his so-called Chaos Divine Hall, claiming that the great palace master urgently summoned him back. Before leaving, he informed me of the location of the Chaos Divine Hall in the Boundless Sea. I can escort you there at once." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. The great palace master had specifically instructed the second palace master to protect him here. He would not have allowed the second palace master to return unless it were of utmost importance. Surely, something significant had transpired, yet, considering the great palace master's strength, what could possibly be so dire? What situation could compel the great palace master to recall the second palace master? Lin Xiao's brow knitted in contemplation. It should be noted that the great palace master was conservatively estimated to have broken through the 8th cycle of life. The others also sensed the anomaly. Zhou promptly reassured, "My lord, there is no need for concern, and Zhou shall accompany you. No one shall dare obstruct your intentions. I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death." Zhou hastily pledged his loyalty. Indeed, in this era devoid of true immortals, Zhou, with his semi-immortal physique, could guarantee at least a stalemate against any adversary should he regain his peak. Even those below the double-digit emperors would not dare to confront him. Even in his current wounded state, it would require at least 3 or 4 emperors who had broken through the 8th cycle of life to subdue Zhou. Thus, Zhou Yin's statement held no flaw. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Xiaoyao and Zhou before declaring, "Let us proceed to the Chaos Divine Hall. Xiaoyao, you remain here, attend to your marriage affairs, and do not accompany me." Lin Xiao addressed Lin Xiaoyao thusly. Lin Xiaoyao had been by his side for quite some time, tirelessly toiling, and it was time he took a rest. However, Lin Xiaoyao insisted, "Uncle, allow me to accompany you." He then cast a glance at Zhou and added, "I do not feel at ease with you going alone." Zhou felt exposed by that glance. "What do you mean, you do not trust me, and what does it mean for my lord to go alone? Am I not something?" Yet, though displeased, he could only suppress his feelings, unwilling to oppose Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao still declined Lin Xiaoyao's request to accompany him, saying calmly, "How long have I been back? Is my word no longer effective? You should behave yourself, get married, and strive to make me a grandfather soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao wished to protest further, but Lin Xiao silenced him with a gesture, pointing to his own nose as a signal to be quiet. Subsequently, the primordial divine abode unfolded behind him, revealing 3,000 source abodes, shimmering like stars. An overwhelming aura of Tao began to emanate. The onlookers were puzzled, unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions. A mere quarter of an hour later, Lin Xiao imparted a passage of scripture into Lin Xiaoyao's mind, stating, "I have further optimized your Xiaoyao Sutra. With this method, it will not take a few hundred years for you to break through the 8th cycle of life. Your lifespan should also extend by several thousand years. Return and diligently cultivate, and do not let down the young lady." All present were taken aback. Aside from Lin Xiaoyao, who understood his uncle's extraordinary talent for creating celestial methods at will, the others had never witnessed such a feat. For instance, the Wujie Emperor, the Xianhua clan, and Zhou were astonished. What is this? In less than a quarter of an hour, he elevated an imperial scripture, enabling a dying emperor to prolong his life by several thousand years. How is this possible? Others toil their entire lives, yet you merely close your eyes and it's done. But that was not the end. Lin Xiao closed his eyes once more. After another quarter of an hour, he transmitted a secret method into Xuanhua's mind, stating indifferently, "This ancient scripture, if you cultivate diligently, will suffice for you to break through to emperor within 500 years. Consider it a betrothal gift for the Lin family to Ling Tian Pavilion." What a betrothal gift! Everyone was once again stunned. Is your betrothal gift crafted on the spot? The key is, this betrothal gift is beyond reproach. The ancient scripture created by Lin Xiu could enable Lin Xiaoyao to extend his life by several thousand years at the brink of death. This was at least an elevation beyond imperial scriptures. It possessed profound transformative abilities, truly deserving of being a betrothal gift. Having completed these tasks, Lin Xiu made his way to the Chaos Divine Hall. The Wujie Emperor had initially wished to accompany him, as the Battle Emperor had instructed him to follow the young master at all costs. He too was rebuffed by Lin Xiu. This journey to the Chaos Divine Hall was not for combat. With the identity he had just edited, the Devourer Emperor had sought her brother for several million years. Even before any conflict arose, victory was already assured. He was eager to see what schemes the Devourer Dao Palace was concocting. The mere thought of acquiring 2 tomes on this trip filled Lin Xiu with elation. Brothers, today I present 3 updates. An unexpected incident occurred. I just had a confrontation with a troublesome individual, which vexed me greatly. Tomorrow and the day after, I will provide 5 updates. If I do not, I will stand on my head and consume excrement. My apologies, fellow cultivators. Images of the confrontation can be found in the author's notes. Damned, Chapter 82. The myth before, the cataclysm of antiquity. Lin Xiu presented Xuanhua with a tome of celestial scripture, feeling that he had not made a poor exchange, for it was something he could easily part with. Moreover, Xuanhua had shown nothing but goodwill towards him. During their time on Sacred Emperor Mountain, she had stood before him, risking her life with the power of a single individual against the might of an imperial weapon, striving to protect him. Although he did not require such protection, her actions alone sufficed to convey her intent. Lin Xiu had never been one to be stingy towards those who treated him kindly. In due course, he would also craft an ancient scripture for both the Great Hall Master and the Second Hall Master to aid in their cultivation. Having settled matters, Lin Xiu made his way to the Wuliang Sea, seeking the Chaos Temple. His curiosity piqued. He wished to ascertain the situation that warranted such urgency. He descended the mountain in less than an hour, yet the Second Hall Master had not even waited this brief interval before hastily returning to the Chaos Temple. Clearly, something significant had transpired, otherwise, he would not have been in such a rush. Lin Xiu's intrigue was further aroused by the notion of a dilemma troubling the Chaos Temple. Without further hesitation, he instructed Zhou Yin to revert to his true form and carry him forth to the Chaos Temple. Zhou Yin, aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly complied, transporting Lin Xiu to the location indicated by the Second Hall Master. The Wuliang Sea lay before them, an expanse of starry ocean untouched by mortal feet. Its vastness surpassed even the 3,000 star domains, having existed since the era of the primeval wilderness. Strictly speaking, the 3,000 star domains were merely a realm established by the human emperor to nurture the growth of myriad beings. Once, the 3,000 star domains had belonged to the Wuliang Sea. However, after the departure of humanity, only the 9 emperors' lineage continued to explore the Wuliang Sea, armed with ancient manuscripts that allowed them to navigate its perils and claim extensive territories. For ordinary mortals, entry into the Wuliang Sea meant certain death, while even emperors faced grave risks. Yet, should one dance along the fringes of the Wuliang Sea repeatedly, one might escape unscathed. Lin Xiu harbored a profound curiosity regarding the Wuliang Sea. Thus, during their journey, he inquired of Zhou Yin. In the ancient mythic era, spanning millions of years, do you know what lies within the Wuliang Sea? Zhou Yin, having lived for an extensive period and having once sought refuge within the Wuliang Sea, seemed well positioned to provide valuable insights. Responding promptly, he said, in truth, the name Wuliang Sea did not exist during the mythic era. Before the ancient mythic age, the entirety of the Wuliang Sea, along with the 3,000 star domains, was referred to as the Red Dust World. The terminology of the 3,000 star domains and the Wuliang Sea is a construct of this current epoch. Red Dust World, Lin Xiu pondered, it was a term so ancient that even contemporary emperors might be unaware of its secrets. Only ancient beings like Zhou Yin or venerable legacies such as the Chaos Temple might possess knowledge of such antiquities. Though Zhou Yin was cunning, he was astute in reading Lin Xiu's intentions and continued, prior to the mythic era, there existed the ancient era and the barbaric era. In the barbaric era, even our 3,000 divine demons had yet to be born. At that time, the earth was home to races older and more powerful than us, a time when myriad beings flourished. During the barbaric and ancient eras, the proliferation of myriad beings reached its zenith, with countless ascended beings. In those times, the 3,000 great avenues had yet to retreat, and every generation was a golden age, teeming with prodigies. However, by the end of the ancient era, the world underwent cataclysmic changes. The 3,000 great avenues began to conceal themselves, and the heavenly Tao began to collapse. A tremendous upheaval occurred, resulting in the fall of 8 out of 10 ascended beings. Lin Xiu was taken aback. The emperors were already formidable, ascended beings must have surpassed them, wielding unfathomable powers. Yet, Zhou Ying claimed that in that upheaval, 8 or 9 out of 10 ascended beings perished. Lin Xiu pressed, what triggered this upheaval? Was it an invasion by others, or a bloodbath among myriad beings? Zhou Ying, unreserved in his explanations, shook his head. No, it was a tumult of the great avenues. The forces of the 3,000 great avenues withdrew, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and it was as if the very world fell ill. Entities manifested, resembling humans yet appearing in an ethereal mist form. They were neither human nor any known life form but rather amalgamations of power. They appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, these entities were exceedingly difficult to eradicate, each possessed at least the strength of an emperor. The mightiest among them rivaled true immortals, some even surpassing them. Their forms resembled the sacred spirits of the heavenly Tao, pure and unblemished, exuding a unique aura of the Tao. Their emergence was akin to the manifestation of a vengeful spirit when extremes are reached. Thus, they were referred to as holy nightmares. They seemed devoid of consciousness, yet they devoured the myriad beings of heaven and earth, consuming not only the myriad beings but also the very principles of the heavenly Tao, devouring the principles of heaven and earth? Lin Xiu was bewildered. What were these principles? They were the laws derived from the 3,000 great avenues, which granted the heavenly Tao its operational powers, allowing the world to function normally. Such a force was formless, shapeless, and intangible. How could it be consumed by these entities known as holy nightmares? The primordial body could refine the power of the laws and even the essence of the great avenues. However, this was due to its unique nature. Apart from the primordial body, could these holy nightmares also achieve such feats? No, it was unacceptable for anyone to rival me in such abilities. Of course, this was merely an internal lamentation. Lin Xiu was predominantly struck with astonishment. If the principles were devoured, the world would fall into imbalance, inevitably leading to turmoil. Zhou Ying continued to speak. As for what transpired afterward, I am not entirely certain. It seems that there was an entity who, at the moment when the essence of the 3,000 great avenues withdrew, single-handedly lured all the holy nightmares into a particular realm. Subsequently, this entity transformed into a seed, disseminating the principles of the 3,000 great avenues into the red dust world, compensating for the principles consumed by the holy nightmares over the millennia. Ultimately, a realm beyond the world was established, drawing all celestial-level beings into its fold. The slain holy nightmares transformed into mist, enveloping the entire red dust world. The fallen ascended beings were interred within the endless earth, becoming desolate graves. That entity, utilizing its final strength, purged the power of the holy nightmares from the world, and then established the 3,000 star domains, providing a sanctuary for the myriad beings to thrive, and thus began the mythic era. Upon hearing these ancient secrets, Lin Xiu felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. So this was the reason why this world could not produce immortals. It was because the principles of the great avenues had been devoured by the holy nightmares during the ancient era. The residual power left by that entity was merely sufficient to sustain the basic functioning of this world. The Wuliang Sea, being a graveyard for the deceased ascended beings, along with the mist of the holy nightmares, rendered it an inhospitable place. For an ordinary emperor to venture therein was tantamount to seeking death. The first chapter concludes, I seek gifts. This chapter contains a plethora of information. Though it does not advance the plot, these details must be conveyed. My apologies. Chapter 83. Did the second Hall Master deceive me with a false address? At this point, Lin Xiu had roughly discerned the relationship between the infinite sea and the 3,000 star domains. They are collectively referred to as the mortal realm. However, in later times, when the Emperor of Humanity overthrew the Age of Myths, this ancient realm bequeathed by an ancient existence was merely renamed the 3,000 star domains. The enigmatic land that entombs the sacred nightmare and countless ascended immortals, along with the reincarnated immortals, is the infinite sea. It is no wonder that so many emperors ventured into the infinite sea, yet none emerged unscathed, meeting their demise instead. It is most likely that they encountered the remnants of deceased immortals, seeking to obtain celestial treasures, only to be obliterated by the laws of the immortal path. Immortals are not to be confused with emperors. For instance, within the system, those emperor-level beings, while undeniably extraordinary, perished merely due to having been tainted by the blood of immortal kings. Lin Xiu remarked. Then came the Age of Myths. I am genuinely curious, given that there are no immortals left in the world, and you innate divine demons are not at the immortal level, how do you persist in this realm? This was also a perplexity for Lin Xiu. How could Zhou Ying, who had merely shattered the 9 fate wheels and attained a half-immortal body without truly becoming an immortal, have lived for so long? It has been nearly 10 million years. Even the Empress had only lived for several million years before ascending to the heavens beyond this world. Hearing this, Zhou Ying chuckled softly and replied, Ah, my master, you are unaware of the truth. We 3,008 divine demons are different. Before retreating, the 3,000 great Tao birthed us and left us in the mortal realm. As long as the great Tao endures, we shall not perish. Moreover, from the moment we were born, we have borne a mission bestowed upon us by the 3,000 great Tao. That is to prevent the myriad beings from becoming too powerful. Thus, during the age of myths, we 3,000 divine demons have consistently suppressed the myriad beings. A mission. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow. This sounded rather absurd. The 3,000 divine demons had enslaved the myriad beings throughout an entire age of myths. Only with the emergence of the Emperor of Humanity did the enslavement of the myriad beings come to an end. Now you tell me that your treatment of the myriad races was a mission handed down from the 3,000 great Tao? That you were deliberately tasked with suppressing the myriad beings. Do you even hear what you were saying? However, Lin Xiu did not doubt the authenticity of Zhou Yin's words. Zhou Yin had no reason to deceive him regarding such matters. Lin Xiu inquired, so according to you, the 3,000 divine demons should still be in existence. Where are they now? Zhou Yin had stated that as long as the great Tao persists, the divine demons do not die. So where are the 3,000 divine demons? How is it that only you remain? Zhou Yin explained, I do not know. When I was injured by the Emperor of Humanity, I hid away. When I emerged again, the Age of Myths had already concluded, and I originally planned to continue my mission of suppressing the myriad beings. Yet the cultivators of this world have become so exceptionally powerful that before I could assert my dominance, that little brat named Wusher merely pointed at me and subdued me. Lin Xiu frowned. What on earth is going on? The space that confines the myriad emperors, the emergence of the Emperor of Humanity, the 3,000, what is this 9 great Tao? Each event seems shrouded in mystery. Lin Xiu did not wish to delve into these matters. However, his father, the Emperor Wushu, was also in that mysterious space. Lin Xiu was not a callous individual. Newly traversed into this realm, he had only known of the existence of the Emperor Wushu and had modified the identity of his son. By virtue of this identity, he had indeed gained numerous advantages and even saved his life. The Emperor Wushu's family had assisted him greatly. Lin Xiu could not simply ignore the fact that the Emperor Wushu might still be alive. This was Lin Xiu's principle. He owed nothing to anyone, nor did anyone owe him. However, if he owed someone, he would repay that kindness unequivocally. There was no need to discuss the system not editing the Emperor Wushu. Editing anyone else would suffice. Utterly ridiculous. From the moment he crossed over, he had known of the Emperor Wushu. Who else could he edit? The infinite sea beyond the 3,000 star domain stretched infinitely. Zhou Yin had run for a full 3 days before arriving near the location designated by Chu Chuanqiu. Just as Lin Xiu was contemplating all these intricate relationships, Zhou Yin's voice broke the silence. Alas, master, look here, I was healing at that very spot. It originally contained a pool of immortal blood, which I could not refine. However, as fate would have it, I did not perish and forcibly refined it, thus forcibly condensing a half-immortal body. Zhou Yin spoke with a hint of pride. The 3,000 divine demons were incapable of becoming immortal, yet he had achieved a half-immortal body through a pool of immortal king blood, establishing himself as a unique entity among the 3,000 divine demons. Following the direction indicated by Zhou Yin, Lin Xiu observed an ancient star, where vegetation flourished, and upon it, there lay a vast pit spanning over 100,000 miles, descending into unfathomable depths. This was the very place where a drop of immortal king blood had fallen. Zhou Yin had already absorbed all the immortal blood. Zhou Yin remarked, I must say, the blood of immortal path cultivators is indeed challenging to refine. Lin Xiu felt a sense of wonder. Is this the power of an immortal king? A single drop of blood could nearly encompass an entire planet, and the strength contained within had enabled Zhou Yin to attain a half-immortal body. Yet, just as Lin Xiu was still marveling at this, Zhou Yin, who had been speeding along, suddenly halted. Lin Xiu, perplexed, furrowed his brows and asked, what is it? Zhou Yin landed on a star beneath them and transformed into human form, expressing his confusion to Lin Xiu. My lord, I feel something is amiss. Lin Xiu frowned. What seems to be amiss, Zhou Yin stated, the location that Chu Chuanqiu provided me feels incorrect. I was in seclusion here until around 100,000 years ago. During that time, I explored the surrounding areas thoroughly and found no other presence. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Does this mean that Chu Chuanqiu deceived him? No, the members of the Chaos Divine Hall are bound by their heavenly Tao oaths. How could they deceive him? How dare they deceive him? Lin Xiu furrowed his brows and asked, are you certain that the location given by Chu Chuanqiu is indeed here? Zhou Yin replied, it is certainly here, I followed the route he provided. Lin Xiu felt a twinge of doubt. He found it hard to believe that the second Hall Master and the Grand Hall Master could harbor ulterior motives. Even if he suspected Zhou Yin had miscalculated the navigation, it would not lead him to suspect that the Grand Hall Master and second Hall Master were deceiving him. However, while Lin Xiu was contemplating the situation, a spatial gate suddenly appeared not far away. 3 figures emerged from within. They were indeed the 3 leaders of the Chaos Sacred Guards.
Having previously come to welcome Lin Xiao, he recognized them. The moment the three leaders stepped out of the spatial passage, it dissipated instantly, signifying that this spatial passage was unidirectional. One could only enter but not exit, a detail Lin Xiao noted. Furthermore, as the three leaders emerged, their expressions bore a hint of melancholy, as if cloaked in solitude, yet, as soon as they exited the spatial passage, their demeanor transformed to one of sharp vigilance, seemingly intent on concealing their emotions from others. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao caught this subtle shift. His gaze narrowed slightly. Something is amiss. It is exceedingly amiss. I will release 2 chapters first. The novel is turned into a comedic anime on Douyin. I wasted some time, but with over 5 hours remaining, 5 updates today should not be a problem. I seek your continued support and gifts. We are climbing into the top 100 with gifts. Chapter 84:4 Emperors have emerged from the swallowing Heavendao Palace. Firstly, the second palace master left abruptly. Following that, the expressions of the 3 chaotic holy guards appeared somewhat amiss. Lin Xiao could distinctly sense that something was being concealed from him. He quietly scrutinized the 3 leaders of the chaotic holy guards, eager to ascertain their intentions. The 3 leaders were exceptional figures who had forged their own paths to enlightenment. This did not imply that they were incapable of becoming emperors. Rather, their current combat prowess was already comparable to that of an emperor, albeit their realms were still confined at the pinnacle of the supreme level, just a step away from attaining true enlightenment. They approached Lin Xiao and spoke. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. The great palace master has instructed us to await your presence here. As they spoke, their eyes gleamed with intensity, betraying no hint of deceit. However, Lin Xiao was certain he had detected a fleeting moment of melancholy among them. With a furrowed brow, Lin Xiao inquired, waiting here for them, why not escort me directly to the Chaos Divine Palace? The 3 leaders of the chaotic holy guards had evidently anticipated Lin Xiao's question and responded promptly. The palace master has gone to retrieve the Tao book. In due course, the 2 palace masters will come to find you with it. Please remain patient, Holy Sun, they added. All you need to do is wait. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, scanning the 3 leaders of the chaotic holy guards. Something was off. It was unequivocal. The great palace master and the second palace master had no reason to obstruct his journey to the Chaos Divine Palace. There must have been an unforeseen occurrence. His gaze swept over the 3 leaders, who immediately felt a prickling unease at their backs, yet they maintained their composure outwardly. Lin Xiao stepped forward and stated coolly, are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? When have the chaotic holy guards ever dared to deceive the Chaos Holy Sun? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao distinctly noticed a slight tremor in the bodies of the 3 leaders. Although they outwardly displayed no abnormalities, that faint change was sufficient to indicate that matters were far from normal. The 3 leaders gritted their teeth and stubbornly replied, we would never dare to deceive you, Holy Sun. Truly, nothing untoward has transpired. All you need do is wait patiently. The great palace master and the second palace master will ensure everything is handled appropriately. Still withholding the truth, were they? Lin Xiao shot a glance at Zhou Yin. Understanding the unspoken command, Zhou Yin unleashed his imposing aura, subduing the 3 chaotic leaders to the ground. Despite their comparable strength to alternative emperors, they were rendered powerless before Zhou Yin, akin to mere children, unable to resist. Lin Xiao spoke with an air of indifference, you may choose not to inform me, but from this day forth, I shall no longer be the Holy Son of the Chaos Divine Palace. I, Lin Xiao, have severed all ties with the Chaos Divine Palace. Should I choose to eliminate you and extract your memories, I would still reach the Chaos Divine Palace unimpeded. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 chaotic leaders shifted dramatically, revealing their inner turmoil. They were not afraid of death. Indeed, if their self-sacrifice could prevent Lin Xiao from reaching the Chaos Divine Palace, they would not hesitate to do so. Their mission here, as commanded by the great palace master, was to ensure the Holy Sun remained here temporarily, for they were acutely aware of the events unfolding within the Chaos Divine Palace. However, now that Lin Xiao had discerned the truth and was resolutely intent on going to the Chaos Divine Palace, they found themselves in a precarious position. This Chaos Holy Sun was indeed not easily deceived. Just as the 3 leaders were mired in their dilemma, Lin Xiao fanned the flames further. Since you have acknowledged me as the Chaos Holy Sun, you ought to extend me the most basic respect. Now, I offer you one final opportunity. What has transpired within the Chaos Divine Palace? Lin Xiao's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon the 3 leaders. At last, they ceased their concealment and spoke, Holy Sun, it is not that we intended to hide the truth. In fact, it is truly in your best interest to remain here for now. With a collective sigh, the 3 leaders once again exhibited the melancholy they had shown before stepping through the spatial passage. They gradually divulged the events that had transpired within the Chaos Divine Palace. Holy Sun, a few days ago, we returned to the Chaos Divine Palace alongside the Great Palace Master.
The great palace master hastened to the swallowing heaven Dao Palace to discuss the opening of the Dao Book's secret realm with its master. However, the master of the swallowing heaven Dao Palace was unwilling to acquiesce. Despite the great palace master offering a considerable price, the swallowing heaven Dao Palace remained unyielding. Coincidentally, the human emperor's secret realm is soon to be unveiled. They have received word of your need for the Dao Book and are apprehensive that, should the Dao Book's relics be opened, you might acquire unimaginable opportunities. This could significantly impact the contest for the human emperor's secret realm. In summary, the great palace master and the master of the swallowing heaven Dao Palace have been at odds. In truth, the ties among the 9 emperors' legacies have long since faded. Over millions of years, the various factions have developed their own agendas, yet, due to the uncertainty regarding each other's ultimate strengths, no conclusive conflict has erupted. However, this time, the great palace master is willing to confront the swallowing heaven Dao Palace directly in order to secure the Dao Book for you. The swallowing heaven Dao Palace, unwilling to back down, intends to engage us in a fierce struggle. The Chaos Divine Palace and the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace are roughly equal in strength. The latter boasts its master and 3 protectors, amounting to 4 formidable emperors. Conversely, we in the Chaos Divine Palace have 3 palace masters and our chaotic holy guards. In general, our strengths are on par. However, recently, the 3rd palace master was annihilated for disrespecting you and violating the oath of the Great Dao, leaving us without a powerful emperor capable of breaking the 6th Dao life wheel. Consequently, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a significant issue. The great palace master possesses the prowess to contend with 2 emperors single-handedly, yet, just 2 days ago, the swallowing heaven Dao Palace inexplicably acquired 4 extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Each of these weapons is immensely powerful, having birthed formidable deities. Each one rivals an emperor who has shattered the 6th Dao life wheel. Among them, a bronze ring is comparable to an emperor who has broken the 7th Dao life wheel. In an instant, the situation has reversed. The 9 emperors' legacies have never been particularly amicable. If any faction were assured of annihilating another, they would not hesitate to strike. Now, the swallowing heaven Dao Palace has effectively gained 3 emperors who have shattered the 6th Dao life wheel and 1 who has broken the 7th Dao life wheel. Their strength has doubled. Thus, just 2 days ago, the swallowing heaven Dao Palace launched a preemptive strike against us in the Chaos Divine Palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment, those 4 suddenly appeared emperor weapons couldn't possibly be the ones he had left behind for the swallowing heaven emperor, could they? This is the 3rd update. Hold on, there are still a little over 2 hours left. 2 updates should be manageable. I beseech you for gifts, I implore you for continued support. Have pity on this child. He has been subsisting on sweet potato porridge for an entire month. Chapter 85 of The Things Left Behind, Striking My Assailants. The war between the devouring heaven Dao Palace and the chaotic divine temple unfolds. At this critical juncture, the devouring heaven Dao Palace suddenly unveiled 4 imperial weapons, each rivaling the might of an emperor who has shattered the 6th path life wheel or even surpassed the threshold. This development rendered the situation for the chaotic divine temple perilous. Generally speaking, the presence of 1 or 2 emperor-level warriors is sufficient to sway the tide of battle. How much more so when the devouring heaven Dao Palace suddenly boasts 4 warriors of such caliber? With this level of power, it would be absurd for the devouring heaven Dao Palace not to feel buoyant. In an instant, everything became crystal clear. The frantic return of the 2nd palace master was now comprehensible. With the inclusion of the 4 imperial weapons, the devouring heaven Dao Palace now possessed the strength of 9 emperor-level warriors. No matter how formidable the grand palace master, one individual could hardly withstand such force. Furthermore, the erroneous address provided by the 2nd palace master likely stemmed from a desire to prevent him from approaching. The arrival of the 3 chaotic sacred guards here was presumably due to the grand palace master's concern that he might discover he had been deceived and seek out the chaotic divine temple himself. Lin Qiu sighed. It seemed that a significant portion of this predicament was indeed his doing. The 4 additional imperial weapons possessed by the devouring heaven Dao Palace were likely the ones he had orchestrated, left behind by the great emperor of devouring heaven. Without further hesitation, Lin Qiu addressed the 3 chaotic sacred guard leaders, saying, "Let us proceed to the chaotic divine temple." This matter required his intervention. Once he arrived at the battlefield where the chaotic divine temple and the devouring heaven Dao Palace were engaged, those 4 imperial weapons would naturally turn against their wielders. At that point, the situation would resolve itself. However, upon hearing Lin Qiu's intention to go, the 3 chaotic sacred guard leaders were instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Saint Sun, it is unwise. It is perilous." Lin Qiu merely shook his head dismissively. "Do not worry, I have my plans." Subsequently, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yin, signaling him to reveal his capabilities. Zhou Yin immediately understood, unleashing his aura at the peak of the shattered 7-path lifewheel, on the brink of breaking through to the 8th. Simultaneously, he fully manifested the presence of his semi-immortal body, a terrifying energy cascading forth like a torrent. The stars trembled and shattered in response. The three chaotic sacred guard leaders were momentarily stunned. Such power, it was nearly on par with that of the Grand Palace Master. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Xiu then produced a grand clock. The moment the clock appeared, an aura emanating with strength rivaling that of an emperor who had shattered the six-path life wheel enveloped the area. The primordial clock. The three chaotic sacred guard leaders widened their eyes in astonishment. Now, they truly felt a sense of relief. Lin Xiu casually pointed at Zhou Yin, stating that nine-headed serpent, although his realm is merely that of a shattered seven-path life wheel, yet to break the eighth, possesses a semi-immortal body. Not to mention other qualities, he is quite resilient. Zhou Yin. Nine-headed serpent, fine, if it must be called a nine-headed serpent, then so be it. The chaotic sacred guard leaders, merely a shattered seven-path life wheel, what a merely that is. Let us not use merely. Next time. Upon hearing of Lin Xiu's formidable support, the three chaotic sacred guard leaders were filled with joy, declaring, "We shall escort the Saint Sun to the temple at once." With the Saint Sun present, the Grand Palace Master and Second Palace Master shall have no cause for concern. Without further hesitation, the three chaotic sacred guard leaders began to sprint alongside Lin Xiu toward the chaotic divine temple. Lin Xiu was eager to resolve the turmoil that he had largely instigated. The chaotic divine temple had recognized him as the Saint Sun, and the current predicament had arisen due to his assistance in acquiring the Tao Book. He could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, those four imperial weapons were indeed his doing. From any perspective, Lin Xiu could not afford to remain indifferent. The devouring heaven Tao Palace, was it? I left behind four imperial weapons using the system, and they are now wielded against me. How audacious they are. Thus, the quartet, accompanied by a lone serpent, made their way to the chaotic divine temple. At that moment, within the chaotic divine temple, a tremendous upheaval had transpired with alarming swiftness. In merely 2 days, the devouring heaven Tao Palace had laid siege, forcing everyone within the chaotic divine temple back to its very heart, the ancestral ground. Such a terrifying occurrence. This was the chaotic divine temple, historically home to 18 emperors. It possessed an abundance of formidable means, yet, it had now descended to such a state, the territory had diminished by 8/10, leaving only the final line of defense. 1,000 miles of shattered walls and rivers of blood flowing like a torrent. It was indeed a matter of great lamentation. The onslaught of the devouring heaven Tao Palace had been exceedingly rapid. In just 2 or 3 days, vast regions of the chaotic divine temple had been overrun. The two factions were originally of comparable strength, yet the additional 4 imperial weapons from the devouring heaven Tao Palace made all the difference. Both the devouring heaven Tao Palace and the chaotic divine temple possessed imperial weapons, yet those 4 were unique. They possessed their own wills, each endowed with absolute and formidable. On the front line, they had utterly decimated the chaotic divine temple's forces. Even if the Grand Palace Master stood alone against the devouring heaven Tao Palace's leader and the 4 imperial weapons, the devouring heaven Tao Palace still had the 3 protectors of heaven, earth, and humanity. The Second Palace Master, alongside the chaotic sacred guards, could not hope to withstand the assault. Moreover, the leader of the devouring heaven Tao Palace was not significantly weaker than the Grand Palace Master, both having shattered the 8th path life wheel. With the aid of the 4 imperial weapons, defeating the Grand Palace Master was merely a matter of time. In such a clash of formidable powers, once the high-end combatants from both sides determined the victor, the outcome would be overwhelmingly one-sided. It was evident that in terms of elite power, the chaotic divine temple could not compete with the devouring heaven Tao Palace. At that moment, within the final ancestral ground of the chaotic divine temple, the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master had erected a final defensive formation using 18 imperial weapons to resist the external assaults from the devouring heaven Tao Palace. The Grand Palace Master sat upon the throne of chaos, and even at this juncture, his expression remained calm as he pondered countermeasures. The Second Palace Master quietly awaited by his side. Below, the members of the chaotic divine temple remained silent, their eyes devoid of sorrow or despair. They stood ready, awaiting the Grand Palace Master's commands. This was indeed the chaotic divine temple. The Grand Palace Master had not anticipated such events to unfold. Primarily, how had the devouring heaven Tao Palace suddenly acquired 4 imperial weapons, and such unparalleled ones at that? Each comparable to an emperor who had shattered the 6-path life wheel, with the most fearsome being the seemingly ordinary bronze ring, yet possessing immense power, rivaling that of an emperor who had shattered the 7th path life wheel. The introduction of so many high-end combatants was what ultimately caused the chaotic divine temple to falter. This was not merely the addition of 4 emperors, such elite power was vastly superior to that of ordinary emperors, which enabled the devouring heaven Tao Palace to flatten the chaotic divine temple in just 2 days. The Second Palace Master, observing the scene, sighed and said, "Grand Palace Master, if it comes to that, we must seek the Saint Sun's assistance." With the Saint Sun's intervention, the great emperor of the Lin family would join the fray, and the Solar Empress of the Solar Imperial clan would also take action. The Saint Sun commands a powerful ally who is not weaker than the peak of the shattered seven-path lifewheel, and even the Primordial Emperor's primordial clock is in his possession, a divine weapon not inferior to that of an emperor who has shattered the six-path lifewheel. Moreover, the Supreme Emperor of the Ling Tian Pavilion would likely intervene as well, the Supreme Emperor, the Great Emperor of Freedom, the Solar Empress, the innate divine demon Jiu-In, and the primordial clock. 5 elite forces. Should these 5 high-end combatants join the Chaotic Divine Temple, the tides of battle would indeed shift, allowing the Chaotic Divine Temple to reclaim lost ground. However, annihilating the devouring Heaven Dao Palace would remain a tall order. The elite forces of both sides were largely evenly matched. The Chaotic Divine Temple was only marginally stronger, yet the Grand Palace Master had not desired to take such action previously. He did not wish to involve the Saint Sun in this conflict, at least not to have him personally engage in battle. He was concerned for Lin Xiu's safety. Furthermore, he understood the nature of the leader of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace. Should the leader become aware of Lin Xiu's presence on the battlefield, he might very well devise means to harm him, which was something the Grand Palace Master wished to avoid. Chapter 4. Please wait, I will write another piece before going to sleep. Once I finish, I shall send it. If I am unable to send it, I will schedule it for tomorrow at 7 o'clock. This should not be considered an update for tomorrow, but rather as part of today. I humbly request gifts and collections. Chapter 86. The ambition of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace. The Grand Hallmaster let out a soft sigh. He refrained from summoning Lin Xiu back. He truly did not wish for Lin Xiu to become embroiled in this matter, which had unfolded with startling abruptness. Turning his gaze downward, he observed the members of the Chaotic Divine Hall, his heart heavy with compassion. Most of the core personnel of the Chaotic Divine Hall had escaped unscathed, while the majority of the casualties were among those who had engaged in matters of profit. In truth, the actual members of the Chaotic Divine Hall had suffered minimal losses. Yet now, they too found themselves ensnared within this confined space. The formation, composed of 18 Imperial artifacts, could only withstand the siege for so long. It would not be long before the devouring Heaven Dao Palace would breach their defenses. As he looked upon his subordinates, an inexplicable emotion flickered in the Grand Hall Master's eyes. Even in the face of imminent danger, with the enemy at the gates, none of the members of the Chaotic Divine Hall displayed the slightest hint of despair. Their gazes remained resolute as they awaited the Grand Hall Master's final command. They harbored unwavering faith in their leader. The Grand Hall Master rose to his feet and offered a slight bow. Esteemed colleagues, under the leadership of Ao Tsangxion, the Chaotic Divine Hall has encountered this calamity, which is indeed a reflection of Ao Tsangxion's inadequacy. He extended his apologies to the assembly. The trust bestowed upon him by the members of the Chaotic Divine Hall and the veneration of the sages had elevated him to the position of Grand Hall Master, yet he had led the Chaotic Divine Hall into this terrifying abyss. This was a dereliction of duty on his part as the Grand Hall Master. His bow was sincere and heartfelt. Seeing this, the members of the Chaotic Divine Hall quickly exclaimed, "Grand Hall Master, there is no need for such humility. Please, rise quickly. Grand Hall Master, when we first joined the Chaotic Divine Hall, we vowed to serve it loyally, even unto death. Indeed, Grand Hall Master, you have done exceptionally well." They dared not accept such deference, falling to their knees in reverence. The second Hall Master also knelt on one knee and said, "Grand Hall Master, we have no other recourse but to seek the Saint Sun's assistance." The Grand Hall Master stood, letting out a soft sigh before responding, "Chunqiu, you shall go and summon the Saint Sun back. I will handle matters here. I will utilize my divine powers to transport you millions of miles away to locate the Saint Sun. There is no need to implore him to come to our aid. Inform him of our plight. If the Saint Sun is willing to rescue us, then bring him here. If the Saint Sun is unwilling, then you shall accompany him and ensure his safety." Thus spoke the Grand Hall Master. He did not demand that Lin Xiu bring aid to them. He regarded the position of the Chaotic Divine Hall with utmost gravity. It was merely a sword in the hands of the Chaotic Saint Sun, a mere tool. If the tool were lost or misplaced, it was up to the Master to decide whether to seek it or replace it. Upon hearing this, the second Hall Master was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that if the Saint Sun did not come to assist the Chaotic Divine Hall, then his departure would render him the sole survivor of the Chaotic Divine Hall. This was unacceptable. The second Hall Master hastily responded, "No, Grand Hall Master, it is imperative that you seek the Saint Sun. Should he not arrive, it would be far better for you to accompany him. Your strength surpasses mine. Your presence beside the Saint Sun would be far more beneficial." He held the Grand Hall Master in high regard. If this journey were to be their last chance for survival, he was willing to cede it to the Grand Hall Master. However, the Grand Hall Master declined, stating, "You shall go, your talent exceeds mine, and your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass my own, allowing you to provide more assistance to the Saint Sun. Moreover, do not constantly dwell on the notion that the Saint Sun will not return to rescue us. Recall the moment we first encountered the Saint Sun. Even when traversing the currents of time and space, he sought to restore his father's honor. That alone is testament to the Saint Son's character. Have faith that the Saint Son will wish to return and aid us. Furthermore, if I were to seek the Saint Son, how long could you endure in my absence? You would not last until I return with the Saint Son. Thus, your quest to find the Saint Son is the most prudent course of action. Upon absorbing the Grand Hall Master's words, the second Hall Master finally comprehended the situation. The Grand Hall Master had meticulously arranged everything. Ultimately, it was the second Hall Master who set forth to find the Saint Son Lin Xiao. In the outside world, the devouring Heaven Dao Palace stood poised at the gates. The master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace wielded 6 imperial artifacts, one of which was his own, another the ancestral imperial artifact, the devouring Heaven Demon Jar. The remaining 4 were discovered serendipitously in the ancestral grounds of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace just days prior. A black gold cauldron adorned with dragon patterns, a treasure vial of the Great Dao, an imperial sword, and finally, a mysterious bronze ring. Among these 6 supreme imperial artifacts, the ancestral imperial artifact, the devouring Heaven Demon Jar, and the enigmatic ring were the most formidable. This revelation surprised even the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace. While he could understand the might of the devouring Heaven Demon Jar, forged from the very body of the ancestral emperor, the origins of the ring remained a mystery. It appeared to be bronze yet possessed an inexplicable power, resembling an imperial artifact while simultaneously not. Nevertheless, its strength was undeniable. It was precisely because of these powerful imperial artifacts that he could so swiftly conquer the chaotic Divine Hall. Gazing at the chaotic Divine Hall, which had retreated into its ancestral grounds, the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace chuckled with derision. Do you think hiding will spare you? How naive. A hint of arrogance graced his smile, and the desire in his eyes was unmistakable. He was a man of grand ambition, who had previously concealed his true nature due to a lack of absolute power, opting instead for a period of dormancy. Now, however, he wielded terrifying strength. The 4 imperial artifacts within the ancestral grounds made him feel unprecedentedly powerful. The 3 protectors of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace, a pair of emperors who had shattered 6 cycles of fate and one who had broken 7, stood resolutely. The protector who had broken 7 cycles chuckled. Once we capture the chaotic Divine Hall, we can claim the Dao texts for ourselves. At that point, the master will devour the Grand Hall Master and the second Hall Master, propelling himself to even greater heights. Thereafter, we shall march forth and annihilate the other 9 imperial legacies. In due time, the Emperor's secret treasures will belong entirely to us, the devouring Heaven Dao Palace. Once the master has refined the 9 imperial legacies and absorbed the primordial body, he shall seize the Emperor's secret realm. At that juncture, the master shall undoubtedly attain unparalleled glory. And then, the master shall become the new Emperor of humanity, revered by all. Listening to the Protector's words, the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace felt invigorated. Yes, this was his aim, his ambition. To be the foremost in the realm of mortals. 5th update. I often peruse the comments you all leave me late at night. Some are commendable, while others are critical. I sincerely appreciate the constructive criticism. When I come across positive remarks, it fills me with immense joy. Thank you for your support, which has made me feel truly remarkable. Your affection allows me to find moments of catharsis amid the struggles. It brings me great happiness to know you are all here. I long to embrace each of you and express my gratitude in person. As a humble writer, though perhaps not even that, I possess little talent, and it is your appreciation that grants me joy. At best, I am merely a scribe. I am deeply grateful to you. I know my writing is lacking in many areas, and I truly apologize for that. My abilities are insufficient, but I shall strive to improve swiftly. I wish I could turn back time, to see that you have always been here. Thank you for making me feel needed. Thank you for allowing me to bring you joy. Thank you for occasionally satisfying my rampant vanity. Thank you for making me realize that I, too, am worthy despite the skepticism of others. Your faith in me has given me the courage to carry on. Thank you. Chapter 87. The intent of the Lord of the Great Hall: to fight, not retreat, defeat the 9 Emperors' inheritance, seize the Emperor's secret realm, devour the primordial body, shatter the 9 fate wheels, and ascend as an immortal. Expand the 3,000 star domains, achieve unparalleled merit, and be revered as the Emperor of humanity. This encapsulates the ambition of the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace. Although he was once among the mightiest beings in existence, it was still insufficient. The position of the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace did not quench his thirst for supremacy, as he remained constrained by the other 9 Emperors' inheritors. He aspired to attain the highest echelon, to become as exalted as the legendary Emperor of humanity of yore. The master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace rose from his seat and spoke with a calm demeanor. How much longer must we wait to conquer this final bastion? His impatience was palpable. He now possessed 6 imperial artifacts, each imbued with an unprecedented strength that ignited within him an insatiable desire to swiftly conquer this realm. He yearned to obliterate the Chaos Divine Hall and procure the Tao Book, thereafter annihilating the remaining 7-9 emperors' inheritances with breathtaking swiftness. Thus, he would singularly enjoy the legacy of the Emperor of Humanity. At that moment, he would consume the primordial body using the devouring heaven sorcery. In such a world, what would prevent him from obtaining all that he desired? The 3 protectors, heaven, earth, and humanity, were tirelessly wearing down the power of the grand formation, with the earth protector being the most adept at such matters. He stated softly, "This formation, composed of 18 imperial artifacts, is indeed formidable. It may require another day or two." The master of the devouring heaven Tao Palace furrowed his brow. "A day or two, are you jesting?" He could not afford to wait that long. The devouring heaven Tao Palace responded flatly, "Step aside, I shall take matters into my own hands." The 3 protectors of heaven, earth, and humanity hastened to caution him, "Master, you must conserve your strength to confront the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall. Though Ao Tsengxiong has been wounded by your hand, we must remain wary of his desperation." They held a degree of trepidation regarding the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall's might. Despite never having engaged him directly, they were well aware of his formidable prowess. Even with the master wielding the primordial imperial artifact alongside his own heaven-splitting sword, he had been suppressed by the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall. Had it not been for the sudden acquisition of 4 imperial artifacts left by the devouring heaven emperor, they would never have dared to provoke the Chaos Divine Hall. The master of the devouring heaven Tao Palace reassured them, "Do not worry. Ao Tsengxiong is already at his wit's end. Even should he lash out in desperation, he is devoid of fangs. He poses no significant threat." With that, the master of the devouring heaven Tao Palace hurled the 6 imperial artifacts into the fray, unleashing his immense magical power to strike at the formation of the Chaos Divine Hall. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved apart, causing the very foundation of the Chaos Divine Hall to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall's expression grew solemn. He recognized that the master of the devouring heaven Tao Palace had resolved to end the stalemate with overwhelming force and obliterate the Chaos Divine Hall. "Master! Let us charge forth and fight to the death," implored one of the Chaos Holy Guards, stepping forward to address the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall. He yearned to escape the suffocating feeling of being confined within a shell. The Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall shook his head, saying, "Trust in the Saint's Son. Trust in the second Hall Master. They will return to rescue us." Boom! Boom! The 6 imperial artifacts, combined with the 3 protectors of heaven, earth, and humanity, along with the master of the devouring heaven Tao Palace, unleashed a combined assault equivalent to 10 emperors attacking simultaneously. And not just ordinary emperors, but those who had shattered the 6 fate wheels. Such power was terrifying. The magnitude of their might was sufficient to rend the very fabric of existence. Even the formation upheld by the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall, fortified by 18 imperial artifacts, could not withstand for long. Eventually, as the formation began to fracture, it would be left vulnerable to slaughter. Indeed, after several waves of assault, the 18 imperial artifacts used to establish the formation began to show signs of crumbling under the strain. The Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall gazed upon the 18 artifacts teetering on the brink of destruction, feeling a pang of compassion. These artifacts were relics bequeathed by the sages of the Chaos Divine Hall through the ages, meant to safeguard the Hall's peace for eternity, yet now, they were on the verge of shattering. The Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall's gaze fell upon one particular great axe among the 18, the imperial artifact of his master, now marred by cracks. One by one, deities emerged from the 18 imperial artifacts, manifesting as the ancient forms of the 18 emperors of the Chaos Divine Hall. These deities were embodiments of their will across the vast expanse of time. The 18 emperors, hailing from the Chaos Divine Hall, convened in a remarkable manner, their gazes resolute. They advanced beyond the ancestral grounds, determined to protect this land. The inhabitants of the Chaos Divine Hall were moved to tears. The Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall felt a deep sense of self-reproach, overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy and weakness. If only he had shattered the 9 fate wheels, would the situation have come to this? Yet it was too late for regrets. The enemy was at the gates, leaving him little room for preparation. Gritting his teeth, at the moment when the 18 imperial artifacts were on the verge of breaking, he gathered them back, unable to bear witnessing the complete dissolution of his ancestors' will. As the 18 imperial artifacts were withdrawn, the formation collapsed of its own accord. Outside, the Earth Protector of the devouring heaven Tao Palace scoffed, "I had thought we would need to strike twice more to breach this formation. It seems it is not as formidable as I presumed." The master of the devouring heaven Tao Palace remarked, "It was Ao Tsengxiong who rescinded the formation." The 3 protectors were momentarily taken aback before comprehending the implications. Did he withdraw the formation out of fear of the 18 imperial artifacts shattering? Hee, this is where Ao Tsangxiong falls short compared to our master. Those who achieve greatness do not sweat the small details, even when facing death. He clings to old sentiments. No wonder he possesses strength yet struggles to accomplish great feats. A true tyrant would rather bear the burden of the world alone than allow the world to burden him. The Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall could have fled alone, yet he chooses to protect these insignificant ants, TSK, a path to self-destruction. Indeed, had the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall been indifferent to the fate of the Chaos Divine Hall, he could have easily escaped on his own, as no one could have stopped him. However, if he were such a person, he would not have been worthy of the title of Lord. With the formation dispelled, the Master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace and the three protectors of heaven, earth, and humanity ceased their assault, quietly observing the ancestral grounds of the Chaos Divine Hall, awaiting their final decision. Submission or a desperate fight to the death, the Master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace remained composed, locking eyes with the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall across the distance. All emerged from the depths. The Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall led the charge, followed by 105 Chaos Holy Guards, with the remaining members of the Chaos Divine Hall vowing to follow him to the death. No grandiose proclamations were made, only the resolute determination for a final stand. How could the Chaos Divine Hall ever submit? The Master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace and the three protectors exchanged knowing smirks, recognizing the Lord of the Chaos Divine Hall's unwavering resolve not to yield. The Master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace stated coolly, Ao Tsangxiong, I admire you. I can choose not to kill you and even preserve the seat of the Chaos Divine Hall. However, your Chaos Divine Hall must submit to me. Furthermore, you are to swear an oath to the Tao and relinquish the key to the Tao Book's secret realm. I apologize for the late update today. I only began writing after finishing dinner around 7, and I plan to continue until 3 or 4 in the morning. Rest assured, I will complete the 5 updates. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 88. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace betrays, attacking me with my own possessions? What was he thinking? The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace still hoped that the Chaos Divine Hall would willingly submit. For the Grand Hall Master was indeed excessively formidable. Despite wielding 6 Imperial weapons and 5 ancestral Imperial weapons, he could not swiftly overpower him and would require a considerable expenditure of effort. If he could persuade or intimidate the Grand Hall Master into ceasing his resistance through words or some form of coercion, then the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace would not hesitate to attempt it. After all, he needed to conserve his strength to assault the next 9 Emperor's inheritance. His impatience was palpable. However, the Grand Hall Master paid no heed to the words of the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the followers of the Chaos Divine Hall behind him. The Chaos Divine Hall only acknowledges the Holy Sun. Indeed, only the Holy Sun. This was the decree established by the progenitor of the Chaos Divine Hall, the Flying Immortal Emperor. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace's gaze turned icy. Ao Tsangxiong, are you truly determined to be obstinate? Do you wish for the over 100,000 souls of the Chaos Divine Hall to perish alongside you? In truth, the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace felt a twinge of envy towards the Chaos Sacred Guards. The 108 Chaos Sacred Guards were all prodigies, powerful beings endowed with the potential of emperors. If he could bring them under his command, it would be a significant asset for his future conquests across the boundless seas. Yet, his overtures were met with unwavering resolve to face death. The Chaos Divine Hall only acknowledges the Holy Sun. This time, it was not just the Grand Hall Master who spoke. The entirety of the Chaos Divine Hall echoed the declaration. There was no trace of fear in their words, only an overwhelming intent to kill. The voice of the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace turned frigid. Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. What is this Chaos Divine Hall? Merely a collection of dirt and rubble. And your Holy Son, is he the one with the primordial body? Once I consume his essence, it shall be mine. Just as the conflict between the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace and the Chaos Divine Hall was about to erupt into full-scale war, a dragon's roar resounded. Following that, a powerful voice of a young man echoed through the heavens. Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace, I shall see what capabilities you possess to annihilate the Chaos Divine Hall. I wish to know what strength you have to seize my primordial body. A colossal, serpentine creature descended from the skies, creating a vast chasm in the ground between the Chaos Divine Hall and the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. A silver-armored youth stood atop the massive dragon's head, gazing at the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace and the 3 guardians of heaven, earth, and humanity. Although the youth's own aura was not particularly strong, he showed no sign of weakness in the presence of the 4 emperors. His pitch-black eyes fixated intently on the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. Holy Sun! Upon witnessing this, the Grand Hall Master was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaolong's swift arrival, yet he felt a pang of confusion. Where was Lin Xiaoyao? Where was the Infinite Emperor? Why was it only this long worm, though this long worm was indeed powerful, it could at most allow the Chaos Divine Hall to withstand the assault of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. Furthermore, how did this long worm manage to bring the Holy Sun right before their adversaries? Was the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace not intent on eliminating the Holy Sun and seizing his essence? At that moment, the second Hall Master also appeared beside the Grand Hall Master. Grand Hall Master. The second Hall Master knelt on one knee, declaring, "Grand Hall Master, I encountered the Holy Sun and the three commanders on my journey. I intended to inform the Holy Sun to summon the Infinite Emperor and the Unfettered Emperor for assistance. But the Holy Sun insisted it was unnecessary, taking the coordinates and heading straight here." Indeed, he had set out to seek aid from the Holy Sun on behalf of the Grand Hall Master, hoping to leverage Lin Xiaolong's connections to secure the help of the Infinite Emperor, the Solar Empress, and Lin Xiaoyao. However, he never expected the Holy Sun to arrive alone with just one companion. This situation was untenable. The Grand Hall Master felt a surge of urgency. No time for such thoughts. Quickly, go to the Holy Sun's side and ensure his safety. He had engaged with the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace and his imperial weapons before, and understood their formidable strength. He could also sense that the current power of Joyin was likely at the pinnacle of breaking through the seventh life wheel, yet had not reached the eighth. Although Joyin had devoured a multitude of lives recently, there had been no time to refine them. The flesh of the four emperors of Xinchao was currently stored within his spatial body, yet if he could refine the flesh of the four emperors, he could potentially restore his power to the eighth life wheel. Yet, even that wouldn't suffice. Thus, the Grand Hall Master felt anxious. If the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace directly intervened, controlling those imperial weapons to suppress Joyin, then the nine-headed serpent would surely falter. The Holy Sun would be in grave danger. In a state of urgency, the Grand Hall Master charged forward. The distance was not great, and he could have reached in an instant. However, the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace moved even faster. It is often said that those who understand you best are not yourself or those around you, but rather your enemies. The Grand Hall Master was correct in his assumptions. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiaolong, the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace revealed a cruel smile. Had you not come, I would have sought you out myself. It is said that the primordial body can connect heaven and earth, encompassing all paths. It is the foremost physique throughout history. I shall put your primordial body's essence to the test. With that, the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace launched his attack, his aura surging to its zenith, breaking through the powerful presence of the eighth life wheel. The very heavens trembled. Joyin narrowed his eyes and stated, "Do not fear, my lord, I shall stand in the way." Instantly, Joyin manifested a vast celestial form spanning 100,000 miles, filling the space. It aimed to intercept the attack with its formidable semi-immortal physique. Behind him, the Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master were equally furious. "How dare you!" But it was too late. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace had already acted. He activated 6 imperial weapons, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, amidst this grand spectacle, Lin Xiaolong merely smiled faintly. Then, the anticipated violent collision did not occur. Instead, an astonishing scene unfolded. Of the 6 imperial weapons, only one belonging to the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace exuded imperial might. The ancestral imperial weapon, the Swallowing Devil's Cauldron, along with the subsequently discovered ring, imperial sword, black gold cauldron, and treasure vial, remained utterly still. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? While he was still pondering this, the 4 subsequently discovered imperial weapons and the long-standing ancestral imperial weapon finally stirred. Yet, they did not direct their energies towards Lin Xiaolong, but rather turned their focus upon him. The Swallowing Devil's Cauldron immediately absorbed the imperial weapon of the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace, and then, without exception, the other 4 imperial weapons unleashed their imperial might, descending upon the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace with overwhelming force. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace, the 3 guardians of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace, the Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Hall. The 5th update remains unfinished. I could not endure any longer. To the reader requesting an additional chapter, please add me on the platform, and I shall refund your money. My sincerest apologies. The author is indeed laboring in the fields. It is no exaggeration. I truly could not bear it. I had just been typing when I fell asleep. I awoke suddenly and hurriedly added this. I apologized subsequently. He urged the 6 imperial weapons. Chapter 89. The tide turns, now 10 against 4. The Master of the Tongtian Dao Palace was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? How could it be that 5 pieces of imperial weapons, passed down from the ancestor, have suddenly turned against him? Not only did they seize his own imperial weapon, but the other 4 also descended to suppress him. His own imperial weapon was formidable, having shattered 8 life wheels, and he held it in high regard, nurturing it with various divine materials in his own essence blood. As of now, his heavenly sword had attained power comparable to that of an emperor who had shattered 3 life wheels. However, the imperial weapons left by the ancestor were at the very least comparable to those who had shattered 6 life wheels. He was completely outmatched, and now, as his imperial weapon was being suppressed, the bronze ring, imperial sword, dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, and the great avenue treasure vase descended upon him together. This left him utterly flustered. What is the meaning of this? What is happening? Why are the ancestors' imperial weapons no longer under the control of the palace master? Quick, assist the palace master. Although the 4 imperial weapons were not capable of inflicting fatal harm upon the palace master of the Tongtian Dao Palace, delivering a stinging blow to teach him a lesson was entirely within their capability. The 3 guardians, unable to provide assistance in time, witnessed the 4 imperial weapons simultaneously descend. They caught the palace master off guard, sending him hurtling backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Palace master. The 3 guardians were horrified. They rushed forward to check on the palace master's injuries. The palace master waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. Although the 4 imperial weapons were akin to 3 emperors who had shattered 6 life wheels and 1 peak emperor who had shattered 7, they posed no lethal threat to him, who had already shattered 8 life wheels. He had merely sustained some injuries. What has happened to the ancestors' imperial weapons? Why have they suddenly turned against the palace master? They were completely at a loss, including the palace master himself, who could not fathom the situation. All the imperial weapons left by the ancestor had united in revolt. The Tongtian demon jar and the bronze ring, among the 5 imperial weapons, after launching their assault on the palace master, seemed to possess a consciousness of their own as they gracefully approached Lin Xiu. At this moment, the Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master had also come before Lin Xiu. They mistakenly believed that the imperial weapons left by the Tongtian Emperor had gone out of control and were unable to distinguish friend from foe. After attacking the palace master, they were now poised to attack Lin Xiu. Without hesitation, they positioned themselves protectively in front of Lin Xiu. Be careful, Holy Son. However, Lin Xiu merely waved his hand and said, there's no need for concern. These are my imperial weapons. The Tongtian Emperor is now my sister. Since they belong to my sister, claiming them as mine is hardly unreasonable, is it? Indeed, it is not unreasonable at all. The Holy Son's imperial weapons? The Grand Hall Master and the Second Hall Master were taken aback. Even Join was astonished. Are you saying that just a couple of days ago, the Palace Master of the Tongtian Dao Palace was wielding your imperial weapons and furiously attacking the Chaos Divine Palace? Do you even hear what you are saying? Initially, the 3 were somewhat skeptical, but soon Lin Xiu demonstrated through his actions. As the 5 imperial weapons floated gracefully before him, they pulsated rhythmically, their explosive imperial might retracting, resembling obedient little kittens and puppies. Lin Xiu gazed at the 5 imperial weapons and said nonchalantly, so, you helped him injure the Chaos Divine Palace, did you? He was conversing with the imperial weapons. These weapons had reached a level comparable to emperors who had shattered 6 or 7 life wheels, possessing sufficient intelligence to understand Lin Xiu's words. Upon hearing his question, they lined up before him like children who had committed a mistake. Their brilliance dimming slightly. The Tongtian demon jar and the bronze ring seemed to show a bit more audacity. After a moment of acknowledging their wrongs, they approached Lin Xiu. Nuzzling against him, Lin Xiu was taken aback. Wait, are imperial weapons also capable of being affectionate? What in the world? The key point is, they are displaying this affection quite skillfully. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, this was also his oversight. He had not managed them properly. If he had retained the 4 imperial weapons within the Chaos Divine Palace, matters would have been much simpler. One learns from their mistakes. Next time, he must be more cautious. The pressing matter at hand was still to deal with the Tongtian Dao Palace. Lin Xiu addressed the 5 imperial weapons, saying, now, go and eliminate those 4 individuals. Without hesitation, the 5 imperial weapons complied. The Tongtian demon jar expelled the imperial weapon it had just seized from the palace master of the Tongtian Dao Palace, presenting it to Lin Xiu. The will contained within this weapon still lingered, though the Tongtian demon jar had momentarily suppressed it. Lin Xiu exchanged a meaningful glance with the Grand Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Palace. The Grand Hall Master immediately understood, stepping forward to grasp the imperial weapon of the Tongtian Dao Palace in both hands, exerting force to shatter it. The shards were not spared. Join eagerly devoured the fragments, crunchy and delicious. The energy from these imperial weapons served as a tremendous supplement for Join. Witnessing this, the palace master of the Tongtian Dao Palace was consumed by rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. That was a divine weapon he had nurtured for 10,000 years, one that he was almost bloodbound with. To see it destroyed before his very eyes was simply unbearable, but that was not the end. After disposing of the Tongtian Dao Palace Master's imperial weapon, the Tongtian demon jar charged forward with the remaining 4 imperial weapons. They truly turned against him without hesitation, directly attacking the Tongtian Dao Palace and the 3 guardians. The members of the Chaos Divine Palace were overjoyed at this turn of events. The Holy Sun truly is extraordinary. Returning to resolve the situation with the 5 Imperial weapons, the tide of battle had instantly shifted. The Grand Hallmaster and the Second Hallmaster were also filled with delight. Rushing forward, Join followed closely behind. The Chaos Divine Guards and the 3 commanders remained by Lin Xiu's side, prepared to fend off any unexpected occurrences. The Palace Master of the Tongtiandao Palace and the 3 Guardians felt their scalps tingle with dread. They were now merely one Emperor who had shattered 8 life wheels, one who had shattered 7 life wheels, and 2 who had shattered 6 life wheels. In contrast, the Chaos Divine Palace boasted an entire 10 unparalleled powerhouses, one half-immortal body who had reached the peak of 7 life wheels, one who had shattered 8 life wheels, 2 who had shattered 7 life wheels, and 6 who had shattered 6 life wheels. The situation had reversed, and thoroughly so. A fierce light erupted in the eyes of the Grand Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Palace. Tongtiandao Palace, everything that belongs to the Chaos Divine Palace, I demand you repay us 100-fold. The Second Hall Master also glared fiercely at the Palace Master of the Tongtiandao Palace, a murderous intent radiating from him. Join proposed the most effective solution. Leave those 3 little ones to me. You all focus on eliminating the big one. The meaning of this was clear. Leave the 3 guardians to me, you deal with the Palace Master of the Tongtiandao Palace. This was indeed the most efficient resolution. Wait, there's still one more chapter. I will strive to maintain at least 2 updates. If I cannot update or need to take a leave, I will inform everyone the day before. Thank you all for your support. Please give a shout out for love. Today, the author cooked spicy peppers with meat. Hehe. Chapter 90. Is the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace being assisted by a primordial divine demon? Jiao-yin chuckled. Fight, there is no way we can win. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was acutely aware that his time was running out. Defeating the Chaos Divine Hall head-on was no longer a possibility. 10 against 4. Moreover, with such a formidable lineup, even a fool would understand that victory was unattainable. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was no simpleton. He recognized the imminent peril. Furrowing his brows, he glanced at the 3 protectors of heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the army behind him. At this juncture, there was no choice but to resort to that one move. However, the cost of this technique was rather steep, and he was loath to use it unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, it was indeed a critical moment. Gritting his teeth, the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace realized that he had no choice but to employ this method. He then seized the 3 protectors and hurled them with great force. Caught off guard, the 3 protectors of heaven, earth, and humanity were flung directly before the Grand Master of the Chaos Divine Hall and his companions. Instantly, they were taken aback. Master, you! The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace vanished without a trace. Heaven Protector, your words ring true. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. Fear not. Hold them off for a brief moment. It won't be long before I return to avenge you. The Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was an emperor who had shattered the 8 life wheels, determined to escape. However, the Grand Master of the Chaos Divine Hall and the others found it difficult to pursue him. Yet, Lin Xiu was resolutely intent on not letting him slip away. Though Lin Xiu had not directly engaged with the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace, he could ascertain the nature of the man. Firstly, Lin Xiu was certain that the Grand Master and the Second Grand Master were not fools. The fact that the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace had interacted with them for so long without revealing his ambitions demonstrated the depth of his cunning. After acquiring the powers of 4 Imperial weapons, he had shown no hesitation in launching an assault on the Chaos Divine Hall, indicating his decisiveness. When the tide turned against him, the Master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace did not hesitate to betray the 3 protectors, with whom he had traveled for thousands of years. Such a person possessed a devious mind and ruthless methods. To let a tiger return to the mountain would inevitably lead to disaster. Thus, he issued a death command: kill him. Upon hearing this, Jiao-yin was the first to respond. You little brats, stay behind. That one who shattered the 8 life wheels is worth pursuing. Follow me. Subsequently, Lin Xiu summoned the bronze ring and the eternal bell, positioning himself above Jiao-yin's head. The Grand Master did not hesitate to follow suit. Jiao-yin immediately harnessed his power, stating, My lord, I implore you to summon the source seed of the Path of Slaughter. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu expanded the 3,000 sources, and the essence of the source seed of the Path of Slaughter was released in a dazzling display. Jiao-yin instantly felt invigorated, as if under the influence of a potent stimulant. The existence of the 3,000 divine demons was peculiar. They possessed corporeal forms yet were not living beings, instead drawing upon the primordial forces of the universe. They consumed the essence of myriad life forms, absorbing the innate laws of life within them. Thus, he urged Lin Xiu to unleash the source seed, aimed at stimulating divine power. While he could not absorb the power of Lin Xiao's source seed out of both fear and inability, he could briefly enhance his own strength, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Zhou Yin's speed surged dramatically, akin to a streak of black light, as he pursued the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. He entrusted the three protectors to the second Grandmaster along with several imperial weapons. This was more than sufficient. With the addition of those imperial weapons and the second Grandmaster, who had already shattered 7 life wheels, dealing with the three protectors of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was a trivial matter. Zhou Yin, the Grandmaster, and Lin Xiao, bearing the bronze ring and the eternal bell, chased after the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace, plunging straight into the boundless sea. The fleeing master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace believed he had secured his escape. However, shortly after, he noticed a 9-headed serpent racing toward him with alarming speed, startling him profoundly. How could something move so swiftly? Indeed, Zhou Yin's speed now surpassed that of an ordinary emperor who had shattered the 8 life wheels, nearly matching that of one who had shattered the 9 life wheels. This was thanks to the terrifying power of the Path of Slaughter within Lin Xiao's source seed, as well as Zhou Yin's own semi-immortal physique. At this pace, it would take no more than a few minutes for Zhou Yin to catch up to the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was instantly struck with fear. If Zhou Yin were to catch up and the Grand Master delivered a blow, it would spell his doom. The Grand Master was already stronger than him, and with Zhou Yin, the bronze ring, and the eternal bell at his disposal, his survival would be all but impossible. His complexion shifted rapidly. True to his ruthless nature, the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace made a split-second decision. Fixing his gaze on a direction, he ignited his own vital essence and charged forth. He sought assistance. Zhou Yin, witnessing his desperate struggle, could not help but sneer. Still trying to escape? Do you think you can outrun me? Empowered by the source seed, Zhou Yin could maintain this state for several hours. Catching up to the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace was merely a matter of time. In their pursuit, neither was aware of how deep they had ventured into the boundless sea. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace seemed to have scouted these waters beforehand, skillfully avoiding all perilous areas as he ventured deeper into the boundless sea. Indeed, as long as one did not deliberately disturb the relics of immortal kings or the remains of deceased true immortals, the dangers of the boundless sea were significantly mitigated. Many emperors and sovereigns who ventured into these waters often met their demise due to encountering remnants of immortals, falling victim to the laws of the immortal path. Of course, the boundless sea also birthed some bizarre entities, manifestations of the holy nightmaresque mists and remnants of true immortals from ages past, evolving into unique forces over countless years. However, such occurrences were rare. Thus, they swiftly pursued deeper into the boundless sea, traversing several star domains. Eventually, the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace beheld a dim star domain ahead, akin to a beacon of hope. "Senior, save me," he cried out, appealing for aid from the ancient entities residing within that star domain. Unbeknownst to him, he believed that within that ancient star domain lay the power to counter Lin Xiao's formidable entourage. Meanwhile, from a distance, Zhou Yin, with his semi-immortal senses, detected a familiar presence. "What is this? I sense the essence of an old acquaintance. Primordial Divine Demon." That star domain harbored a primordial divine demon. Zhou Yin was astonished. To find a primordial divine demon here was unexpected. Suddenly, he comprehended it was the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace's ally. Yet, even though the 3,000 primordial divine demons were formidable, Zhou Yin could not suppress his delight. "My lord, with the 3,000 source seeds of the great Dao, the 3,000 divine demons shall bow before you. You think you can command my lord's subordinates? Young man, you're quite audacious." Today's update concludes here. Thank you all for your support. Good night, everyone. To those who support me, good night, and may you have sweet dreams. For those who do not, good night to you as well. I hope my book does not give you nightmares. Laughs and cries, gifts and updates are appreciated. Please nurture my work. If it goes beyond 2 days without support, it will not circulate, for my life depends on it. Chapter 91 of the Nining. You are doomed. Even the great Dao cannot save you. The thought of this made Nining chuckle. Just moments ago, the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace had wielded Lin Xiao's imperial weapon against him, and now he sought assistance from Lin Xiao's own subordinate. One cannot help but wonder how the ancient deity summoned from the mythic era would react upon witnessing Lin Xiao's primordial Dao seed. Lin Xiao's 3,000 primordial Dao seeds exert an almost soul-binding suppression over the 3,000 divine demons of the mythic age. Even the mightiest among them must ultimately submit, yet, this remains unbeknownst to all. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace bellowed into the starry expanse, attempting to summon the slumbering deities within. Indeed, it was not long before an ancient and ethereal voice resonated throughout the starfield. "Hee, little human, have you finally acquiesced to my proposal?" At this juncture, the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace found himself cornered, compelled to comply with the voice's demands. "Esteemed elder,
If you rescue this junior, I shall offer you 1 billion blood offerings for your consumption.
He had no alternative. This star field was discovered by him 3,000 years prior during his exploration of the boundless sea. Armed with the map left by the Swallowing Heaven Emperor, he possessed a greater chance of survival compared to ordinary emperors, which led him to this star field and the formidable deity residing therein. Initially, he believed he was doomed to be refined by this deity, yet to his astonishment, the deity refrained from attacking and instead proposed a transaction, allowing him time to ponder. The terms dictated that the master of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace would bring 1 billion cultivators who would open their source repositories for the deity to refine, not mere mortals, but 1 billion of such cultivators. In return, the innate divine demon would grant him one condition of his choosing. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace, recognizing the opportunity, accepted without hesitation. It is well known that any innate divine demon is a formidable emperor-level being who has shattered the 9 fate wheels. Thus, he would not forfeit this chance. He had long harbored ambitions of unifying the 9 emperor legacies, and such an unparalleled powerhouse could be of great utility. Consequently, he quietly committed this transaction to memory, and now it proved invaluable. Upon receiving the master of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace's affirmative response, the innate divine demon fully awakened. Subsequently, a colossal Dharma form emerged, enveloping the starfield. It resembled a tiger, yet bore sharp horns and a tail with a dragon's head. A pair of gray-white wings sprouted from its flanks, reminiscent of the ghastly wings of death. Moreover, upon its emergence, a terrifying aura of death emanated from it, akin to the most primordial aspects of the Death Tao. At this moment, Ninin felt a heavy pressure beneath his feet. The 3,000 great Taoists vary in rank, as evidenced by the existence of the 9 great books: life, death, yin, yang, time, space, reincarnation, creation. These 9 great Taoists are the most fundamental forces of the universe. Among the 3,000 great Taoists, these 9 are the most powerful. The other great Taoists are merely derived from these 9. Although they possess Tao power, they still pale in comparison when confronted by these 9. Before Ninin stood a divine demon, birthed from the Tao of death. Among the 9 primordial great Taoists, known as Yu Ming Zhang, the path of slaughter, represented by Ninin, is one of the offshoots of the Tao of death. Thus, Yu Ming Zhang possesses an innate suppressive power over 9 Yin Dai. In the hierarchy of the 3,000 divine demons, the structure is far more rigid than that of humanity. It is not uncommon for subordinates to tremble before their superiors, while the more formidable entities prostrate themselves in worship. Were it not for Ninin having refined the blood of the celestial king, achieving his semi-immortal body, he would have already been forced to kneel under Yu Ming Zhang's oppressive aura. However, at this moment, Ninin, reflecting on Lin Xiu's presence behind him, regarded Yu Ming Zhang with a sense of schadenfreude. Go ahead and put on your act, let us see how long you can maintain it. When my master reveals the primordial Tao seed of death before you, you better not behave like a dog. Yu Ming Zhang's Dharma form reached to the heavens and stretched across the earth, its terrifying aura instilling dread throughout the cosmos. Undoubtedly, this being had surpassed the 9 fate wheels, standing among the most formidable of emperors, a paragon on the verge of ascension. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace wore an expression of exhilaration, proclaiming, "Esteemed elder, if you slay these individuals, I shall, within 10 days, procure 1 billion living beings for you. I hereby swear an oath to the heavens, should I breach this vow, may my soul be eternally trapped in the realm of the dead." Fearing that the other party might doubt his sincerity, the master hastily made a celestial vow, affirming his commitment to gather 1 billion beings for the deity's devouring. Yu Ming Zhang, upon hearing this, expressed satisfaction, his purple-gray eyes devoid of emotion. He thundered, "If that is the case, I shall assist you in resolving this predicament." He then cast his gaze into the distance, catching sight of Ninin, the lord of the Chaos Divine Palace, and Lin Xiu approaching. The disdain of the superior towards the inferior was palpably evident. "He, I wondered why you fled in defeat. It turns out you encountered this fellow, Ninin. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall intervene on your behalf." With a cold smile, he addressed Ninin from afar. "Ninin. From a great distance, I can already smell your scent. After several million years, how have you fallen to become a hound of humanity? You have truly brought shame upon us, the 3,000 divine demons." Hearing this, Ninin's heart brimmed with derision, yet he refrained from retorting. Instead, he silently mocked this former superior. "Ah, yes, you are absolutely correct. I, Ninin, have indeed become a dog. It is my honor to be a dog to my master. Your arrogance and speech amuses me. I shall relish the moment my master reveals the primal Tao seed of death. I wonder if you will kneel before it." However, outwardly, Ninin maintained an expression of indifference. He had been unaware that Lin Xiu possessed the primordial Tao seed, which led him to bark a few times before Lin Xiu. Such a loss could not be borne alone, Yu Ming Zhang must share in it as well. Upon witnessing Yu Ming Zhang's terrifying aura, the lord of the Chaos Divine Palace's expression changed dramatically. "Holy Sun!
You must leave at once.
His first instinct was to ensure Lin Xiu's escape, prioritizing his safety over their collective flight. However, before Lin Xiu could respond, Nining interjected, "Why leave? Listen to me, little one, today the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace is doomed, mark my words. Not even the great Dao can save him.
Tonight is a bit late.
There is still one chapter to go. I promise at least 2 chapters daily. Apologies for the delay. I am utterly exhausted. Gifts are appreciated. Chapter 92. The Spectre of the Abyss kneels, the bewildered master of the Devouring Heaven Palace. Join, relishing in the misfortune die in the mythological era, the innate deities of the 9 primordial paths were the most exalted beings among the 3,000 innate demons. Although there were 2 or 3 demons who did not fall under their command, they were inconsequential. Only these 9 deities were the mightiest, holding the highest status, commanding the 3,000 demons and perceiving the entire realm as theirs to command. Join had once been a subordinate to the Spectre of the Abyss, frequently offering tributes. Now, witnessing the Spectre face adversity, he naturally felt immense satisfaction. Concerning Join's assertion that the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace would surely perish today, even the great Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the source of Join's audacity. Before him stood a demon god on par with those who had shattered the 9-path destiny wheel, yet Join claimed he would slay the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace? Had he lost his senses? The great Hall Master was no fool. He needed to ensure the safety of the Holy Sun. However, Lin Xiu similarly rejected his concerns, calmly stating, "Rest assured, today the great path indeed cannot save the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace, as I have said." The great Hall Master was flabbergasted. Was this madness contagious? A surge of anger ignited within him. Damn it, tell that brat Chu Chuanqiu to keep an eye on the Holy Sun and avoid mingling with those unworthy individuals.
What has this fool done?
Alas, the great Hall Master sighed, realizing that he had no recourse but to press on, positioning himself before Lin Xiu. Undeterred by the recent mockery from the Spectre of the Abyss, Join boldly retorted, "Audacious!
Spectre of the Abyss, do you truly believe you can bark here?
My master is present. I advise you to kneel and bow your head immediately.
Come, be my master's loyal hound.
Perhaps my master may yet spare your life,"
Join proclaimed with unabashed bravado.
Lin Xiu found the situation amusing. He had witnessed many who relied on the might of others, yet it was rare to see an emperor boasting such confidence against a being of the shackled realm. Nevertheless, there was an absence of dissonance in this scene. Join's canine-like bravado was utterly unrepentant. The Spectre of the Abyss, taken aback by Join's audacity, momentarily froze, for in the distant mythological era, Join had begun to prostrate himself from thousands of miles away upon sighting him. How dare he now insult him, to suggest serving a mere human as a dog to a human? Even dogs would not serve humanity. The Spectre of the Abyss was immediately incensed. Join,
after millions of years apart, you have become this arrogant? Or was it that the Emperor of Humanity broke your spine with that punch, reducing you to a mere dog for the human race?
He could not comprehend where Join's newfound confidence stemmed, daring to defy him. The hierarchy among the innate demons was akin to the hierarchy of the Great Path, supreme above all. Yet, in the face of the Spectre of the Abyss's fury, Join grew ever more smug, directly provoking, "Spectre of the Abyss,
I fear you not, my master fears you not, and thus I do not. If you possess the ability, strike me down again and consume my 8 heads."
The implication within Join's words was a taunt for the Spectre of the Abyss to act swiftly. They harbored grievances from the mythological era, when the myriad beings were suppressed, and the human race rarely ascended to emperor status. Only a handful emerged after tens of thousands of years. Join, cunning and treacherous, had once discovered a newly ascended human emperor and consumed him, subsequently incurring the wrath of the Spectre of the Abyss for not presenting such a fine meal to him. As a result, the Spectre had severed Join's 8 heads in punishment. This incident was etched into Join's memory for eternity. Now, an opportunity to reclaim a semblance of dignity had arisen, and Join would not let it slip away. The Spectre of the Abyss, thoroughly provoked, thundered, "Very well, Join, it seems you have forgotten the pain of your past injuries after millions of years. Today, I shall crush all 9 of your heads." With that, he unleashed a deafening roar, a terrifying aura of death spreading forth, shattering thousands of stars. In an instant, the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace and the great Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall found themselves enveloped in a shroud of dark grey mist, a chilling essence of death seeping into their very souls. Join's spirit trembled, urgently calling out, "Master, quickly summon your source of the path of death. Though this wretched creature is unlikable, his power is indeed formidable. If we delay, I fear for your safety." Lin Xiu, taken aback, thought to himself, "This Join a flaunting bravado only to now seek my assistance. Yet, it was of little consequence. Lin Xiao held a degree of appreciation for Join. After all, he was adept at flattery and did not hesitate when it came to action. Thus, he decided to indulge Join's small requests. The great hallmaster quickly positioned himself before Lin Xiao, unconcerned for his own life. Meanwhile, the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace displayed an expression of unabashed arrogance. "You still live, Zheng Kong." At this moment, Join telepathically urged the great hallmaster, "Do not stand idly by. Go block the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace, lest he attempts to flee again." Lin Xiao shared this sentiment, conveying his intent through a mere glance. In a flash, the great hallmaster found himself torn between blocking the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace or continuing to protect Lin Xiao. Observing this, Lin Xiao swung the endless bell, propelling the great hallmaster away. The great hallmaster dared not resist. The specter of the abyss's attack barreled toward them with lightning speed, directly aiming for Lin Xiao's face. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao summoned his 3,000 source seeds. The overwhelming terror emanating from 3,000 source seeds was unfathomable. Among them, the one representing the path of death radiated with blinding brilliance. An essence of death even more profound than that of the specter of the abyss permeated the air, causing chills to race down one's spine. The gaping maw of the specter of the abyss loomed merely 1,000 yards away. While it might seem distant, given the specter's colossal form, it was, in truth, almost within arm's reach, allowing Lin Xiao to observe the rippling muscles within that formidable mouth. In that moment, the specter's assault came to an abrupt halt. A force of suppression emanating from the very depths of his soul rendered him trembling. His violet gray eyes, previously devoid of any spark, now unmistakably reflected a visage of terror. The immense form of the specter, akin to a planet, quivered within the cosmos. The master of the Devouring Heaven Palace stood dumbfounded. How could he have gone from fierce and menacing to this? The great hallmaster, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation, locked onto the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace, blocking his escape route. The Holy Sun is remarkable. The specter of the abyss trembled uncontrollably, frozen for several breaths, as the entire star domain fell into silence. Join's 18 eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. "Look at you, so impressive. Why aren't you continuing your bravado?" The massive body of the specter of the abyss dissipated in an instant, transforming into a gray-haired, gray-eyed man who knelt in the void. "The specter of the abyss deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I beseech my master for punishment." The master of the Devouring Heaven Palace was left utterly speechless. Just moments ago, this fearsome demon god had been so imposing, and now he knelt? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, casting a glance at the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace. "You truly are in a precarious position. You sought to use imperial weaponry against my forces, only for that imperial weapon to end up in my possession. Now, you call upon others to confront me while simultaneously summoning my own allies. Oh dear, how delightful. The second chapter concludes, more to come tomorrow. I advise everyone not to be overly naive. Gifts are welcomed, and please pursue updates. Brothers, contribute for love's sake, but do not overextend. The debts I owe are already enough to burden me tenfold, and I find myself rather fatigued of late. I simply cannot keep up." Laughing in tears, recently, the book's popularity has waned. I must pen 2 volumes to sustain myself, or else one book will not suffice to support me. I must earn money and marry. Chapter 93 of The Path of Death, ink that captures the soul. A profound sense of impending doom surged through the mind of the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace, akin to a thunderclap exploding in his consciousness. It was utterly incomprehensible. How could one possibly accept such a fate? The lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace felt himself spiraling into despair. After arduously acquiring 4 imperial weapons, he believed this would be his moment of unrestrained pride, envisioning himself standing at the pinnacle of power, beckoning to his future self. Yet, to his utter dismay, upon the arrival of this young man named Lin Xiao, those 4 imperial weapons, along with the ancestral relics, scurried after him as if compelled by an unseen force. He could scarcely comprehend how Lin Xiao could seize the ancestral relics without any resistance, effortlessly integrating them without the need for refinement. Furthermore, believing he had summoned the innate divine demons as allies, he had thought himself to be in an unassailable position. However, what manner of being were these innate divine demons? Upon sighting Lin Xiao, they knelt in submission and flee. The first thought that crossed the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace's mind was to escape. Alas, it was too late, as the great hallmaster had already positioned himself directly in front of him, effectively blocking his retreat. The great hallmaster's gaze was as cold as ice. "Hua Yaoguang, this time you cannot flee." Hua Yaoguang was the lord's given name. The lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace's complexion paled. Was he truly destined to perish here today? Meanwhile, Yu Mingzhang knelt before Lin Xiao, pleading for mercy, trembling in a manner reminiscent of Join's first encounter with Lin Xiao. Join taunted, "Yu Mingzhang, I warned you just moments ago not to raise your hand against our master. Yet you chose to ignore me. Now look at the calamity you've wrought." Join reveled in Yu Mingzhang's misfortune, taking delight in his predicament.
Upon hearing Jouyin's words, Yu Mingzheng's expression froze momentarily, then turned to one of deep resentment. He yearned to berate Jouyin, questioning when he had ever received such a warning. Jouyin had instigated the confrontation from the outset. Had he known that this human possessed the essence of the path of death, would he have been so reckless as to act? Nevertheless, Jouyin was unconcerned with such matters. He relished witnessing Yu Mingzheng's humiliation. After millions of years, the grudge from the severed head incident had finally been avenged. Lin Xiu regarded Yu Mingzheng with indifference, simply stating, "Go, eliminate that man." He gestured toward the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace. Yu Mingzheng's heart soared at the command, recognizing it as an opportunity for redemption. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall promptly deal with him." With that, he vanished in a flash, charging toward the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace. The aura of death instantly enveloped the entire starfield. This was the overwhelming power of an emperor who had shattered the 9 destiny wheels, surpassing the Great Hall Master by several magnitudes. The might was almost beyond comprehension. "You dare compel me to strike against my master, you are deserving of 1,000 deaths." Yu Mingzheng seethed with hatred for the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace. Had it not been for him, he would never have been compelled to act against Lin Xiu. Thus, his initial assault was imbued with celestial killing intent. The lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace attempted to resist, channeling his divine power to incinerate himself in a bid to escape as a beam of light. Yet it was futile. Jouyin and the Great Hall Master joined forces, and none among the three were weaker than him. Not to mention the presence of Yu Mingzheng, the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace had no chance of survival. "Die, wretched fool!" Yu Mingzheng roared, the laws of the path of death coalescing in the void to form an enormous brush. As that brush descended, it utilized the purple-gray essence of death as ink, inscribing the ancient and profound character for death upon the fabric of existence, with the ink that captured the soul. As Yu Mingzheng's furious shout resounded, the character for death, imbued with the most primal essence of mortality, descended with astonishing swiftness, penetrating the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace's body. He scarcely had time to evade. Astonishment ensued. Upon the character's arrival, the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace found himself shrouded in the aura of death. Even before he could react, the character stripped him of all vitality, reducing him to a pile of desiccated bones. A once mighty emperor who had shattered the 8 destiny wheels met his end. After executing this deed, Yu Mingzheng hastily knelt before Lin Xiu once more, trembling as he spoke, "My lord, if you have any further commands, please do not hesitate to express them. I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty." He hastened to pledge his fealty, desperate for Lin Xiu to overlook the previous matter. Fear consumed him as he regarded Lin Xiu, who possessed the essence of the path of death, akin to a son before his father. In truth, Lin Xiu had no intention of holding Yu Mingzheng accountable. Rather, he found himself curious about the exchange between the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace and Yu Mingzheng. Given Yu Mingzheng's strength, he could have easily traversed the 3,000 star domains, devouring billions of lives through his own means. Yet why had he opted to engage in such a transaction with the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace? Moreover, with the 3,000 divine demons still alive, did Yu Mingzheng possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the other 3,000 divine demons? Of course, such inquiries could not be posed just yet. The immediate priority was to return to the Chaos Divine Temple and stabilize the morale of his followers. Lin Xiu spoke calmly, "No matter, since you have slain him, it shall not be counted as a transgression." Upon hearing this, Yu Mingzheng felt a wave of elation wash over him, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for your merciful grace. Yu Mingzheng swears eternal allegiance to you." Indeed, he feared Lin Xiu's wrath. Generally speaking, the 3,000 divine demons were immortal, embodying the myriad paths of existence, birthed from the 3,000 avenues, yet Lin Xiu was an exception. He possessed the essence of the 3,000 avenues. In other words, he was the embodiment of the 3,000 avenues in the mortal realm. The 3,000 divine demons were born from the 3,000 avenues, which were intrinsically linked to Lin Xiu. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lin Xiu to slay the 3,000 divine demons. Lin Xiu stated matter-of-factly, "Let us depart for the Chaos Divine Temple." Jouyin, the Great Hall Master, and Yu Mingzheng followed suit. As they walked, messages regarding point acquisitions echoed in Lin Xiu's ears. "Congratulations, host, for the demise of Yu Wuyo, Realm Emperor, you have gained points 10,000. Congratulations, host, for the demise of Li Tianchao, Realm Emperor, you have gained points 10,000. Congratulations, host, for the demise of Luo Qianshan, Realm Emperor, you have gained points 10,000. Congratulations, host, for the demise of Qin Shifang, Realm Supreme, you have gained points 5,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiu recognized these notifications as reports from the battlefield between the Chaos Divine Temple and the Tongtian Dao Palace. It seemed the second Hallmaster was also achieving resounding victories.
Witnessing the influx of points, Lin Xiu felt elated. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened to wait. Why were there no points accrued from the death of the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace? Was he not dead yet? At that moment, within an ethereal sanctuary amidst the boundless sea, the lord of the Tongtian Dao Palace opened his eyes. Thank you all. The success of this book has exceeded my expectations. Over 500,000 have come and gone. Though I am uncertain how many remain, I am grateful to you all. When I first embarked on this journey as a novelist, others called me a fool, mocked me as an idiot, and labeled me a clown, yet it was you who referred to me as author. Thank you. Chapter 94 The Legacy of Immortal Path. The 9-character true word Immortal Bao. In an infinite star realm, deep within the boundless sea, lies a relic left by a transcendent being. This place harbors celestial techniques, elixirs, and even a pool of celestial blood. Such formidable resources are an unparalleled opportunity for any great emperor. This opportunity, however, has been seized by the master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace. The master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace, feeling the demise of his shadow spirit, smirks coldly. He has gleaned all memories from the deceased shadow spirit, as the memories of both bodies are interconnected, allowing him to comprehend the actions of his counterpart. What a chaotic divine hall, what a primeval body, what an innate divine demon. Were it not for my acquisition of this relic, I would have surely fallen into your grasp. The master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace scoffs. Having endured for millennia to achieve the eightfold life will body, how could he so easily meet his end? He values his life immensely and had long prepared for the worst. 3,000 years ago, he arrived here and discovered this celestial relic. Within it, he harnessed the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar to obtain the celestial inheritance. Among these treasures is a celestial scripture known as the Cutting My Bright Path technique, which allows the separation of the shadow spirit from the yang spirit. Each can cultivate independently, possessing their own cultivation and consciousness, yet remaining one entity. Why is it called Cutting My Bright Path? It is because, upon both the shadow and yang spirits breaking through the 9th life wheel, they shall engage in battle. The victor will absorb all from the defeated, merging yin and yang to ultimately become the contemporary ascended immortal. As for the cutting, it refers to the shadow spirit that has just perished, the shadow spirit of the master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace. Furthermore, should an unforeseen event occur, and either the shadow or yang spirit dies before breaking through the 9th life wheel, all cultivation, memories, and insights will not dissipate but instead will be transferred back to the other. Now, with the destruction of the shadow spirit, the cultivation of the Cutting My Bright Path technique has been interrupted, leading to the premature merging of the two spirits. Their cultivation is now harmonious, allowing the master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace to instantly shatter the 9th life wheel, mere steps away from ascension. He gazes at the nearly depleted celestial blood before him, his brow furrowing. It is time for him to depart. The primeval body, innate divine demon, the master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace muses, now aware that Lin Xiu possesses at least 2 scriptures. One is linked to the tomb of the primordial emperor, while the other must have been acquired after the chaotic divine hall annihilated the Devouring Heaven Path Palace and obtained the key to unlock the relic. Though he is uncertain why Lin Xiu can command the ancestral imperial weapon of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace, or why the innate divine demon is under his control, he finds no need to dwell on these questions. All he needs to know is that Lin Xiu possesses 2 scriptures and that he himself is a primeval body. The master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace murmurs, with the interruption of the Cutting My Bright Path technique cultivation, it may take several millennia to condense another shadow spirit, several millennia. I cannot afford to wait that long. To break through to immortality, he requires both the shadow and yang spirits to conquer the 9th life wheel before he can merge them. Originally, he believed he could achieve this in a few more millennia, but now Lin Xiu has disrupted all his plans. With the shadow spirit destroyed prematurely, even the Devouring Heaven Path Palace has been erased, forcing him to start anew. However, reconstructing the shadow spirit would consume far too much time, and he is reluctant to take such a course. He is eager to unify the realms. The primeval body, capable of refining 3,000 primal source seeds. If I were to devour you, I might find my opportunity for ascension. He has set his sights on Lin Xiu. At present, his power has shattered the 9th life wheel, rendering him weaker than the innate divine demon, Yuming Zhang, yet stronger than the Grand Hallmaster in Zhou. However, he bears no concern. With a wave of his hand, a longbow appears within the relic. The bow spans 3 zhang in length, forged from dragon horns, adorned with primordial patterns of the dragon race, exuding an aura of the celestial path. The bowstring is crafted from dragon tendons, appearing remarkably resilient, yet, the dragon horn and tendons are not the most precious components. On the bow's body are 9 orbs, each corresponding to the 9-character true word mantra for combatants arrayed in formation. These 9 orbs are divine objects from the primordial era, not crafted by humanity but born of the heavens and earth, embodying supreme principles of this bow, utilizing the dragon horn as a power vessel, when infused with divine energy, can unleash the power of the 9-character true word orbs. This is a terrifying divine power that far exceeds that of the dragon horn. Undoubtedly, this is a true celestial artifact. It surpasses the extreme imperial weapons by unknown tiers, transcending the realm of humanity and residing within the celestial path. Moreover, with the enhancement of the 9-character true word, this celestial bow is even more formidable than typical celestial artifacts. Grasping the 9-character true word celestial bow, the master of the devouring heaven path palace immediately feels its weight, even with his current strength of having shattered the 9th life wheel. It is worth noting that he could effortlessly seize a galaxy with his bare hands, yet this celestial bow imposes a sense of pressure upon him. This is indeed a true celestial artifact. With a wave of the celestial bow, the dragon horn's body rends the very fabric of space, appearing utterly terrifying. The master of the devouring heaven path palace chuckles coldly, believing that he can directly return to the chaotic divine hall. With the celestial bow as his ally, he fears no divine demon. The primeval body, perfect. After I devour you, I shall compensate for the loss of my cutting my bright path technique. He rises, glancing at the chaotic divine hall, yet he does not approach it. Instead, he heads in another direction. He is inherently cautious. Even with the celestial bow in hand, he must prepare additional resources to ensure absolute certainty. At this moment, Lin Xiu informs Zhou Yin, Yuming Zhang, and the Grand Hall Master of the Chaotic Divine Hall that the Master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace is not yet dead. Upon hearing this, Yuming Zhang exclaims, "Impossible, having fallen victim to my death character, no emperor could possibly survive." Indeed, Yuming Zhang possesses such confidence. His death character wields the most primordial force of death in existence, arising from the path of death. An emperor cannot withstand it. However, observing Lin Xiu's demeanor, he finds it hard to believe it is a falsehood. Lin Xiu replies, "Are you questioning me?" Lin Xiu is certain that the master of the Devouring Heaven Path Palace remains alive. Otherwise, the system would have alerted him. Upon hearing this, Yuming Zhang quickly retorts, "I would not dare." "My lord, please do not be angry." He realizes his misstep and promptly admits his fault. Then, he hastily adds, "My lord, rest assured, I also know the locations of several divine demons nearby. One among them is Sure Ao, who is surely capable of uncovering the truth." Sure Ao, a super divine demon born from the path of time among the 3,000 divine demons. Lin Xiu, momentarily taken aback, inquires, "How many divine demons can you summon?" Without hesitation, Yuming Zhang responds, "Perhaps 7 or 8. The others are either too distant or in slumber." Lin Xiu's eyes brighten at this revelation. 7 or 8 divine demons. Does this not mean he could have 7 or 8 formidable emperor-level beings comparable to those who have shattered the 9th life wheel? Incredible. This concludes today's chapter. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I shall strive to provide more. Thank you all for your support. The novel is available on Kuaishou and Douyin. Simply search for the title. Additionally, please consider following. We are nearing 1,000 fans, which will enable the creation of a fan group. Or perhaps establish a QQ group. Chapter 95 on Merit and Reward. Divine artifacts as abundant as dust. Among the myriad of innate deities and demons, there exist 8 or 9 formidable beings, all of whom are known to possess the strength of an emperor who has shattered the 9 life wheels, barring any exceptions. Only the peculiar entity known as Zhou Yin, which has encountered unforeseen circumstances, may exhibit some diminishment. This implies that he can summon these 8 or 9 emperors, all capable of breaking the 9 life wheels, within a remarkably short span of time. Such a prospect is undeniably terrifying. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu commanded, "Summon them all at once." He then addressed the Lord of the Chaos Temple, provide him with the coordinates of the Chaos Temple, and direct them to assemble at this location. The Lord of the Chaos Temple complied without delay, relaying the coordinates to Yuming Zhang. With the coordinates in hand, Yuming Zhang promptly declared, "My lord, I shall ensure their swift arrival." Lin Xiu nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, without further ado, he took his position atop Zhou Yin, and the group returned to the Chaos Temple to oversee the situation. Along the way, as Yuming Zhang prepared to disseminate all information, a thought from Zhou Yin penetrated his mind. "Yuming Zhang, wait." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yuming Zhang felt a surge of heat and glanced at Zhou Yin, only to find one of Zhou Yin's heads winking at him, signaling him. Yuming Zhang responded telepathically, "Zhou Yin, why did you not inform me earlier about our master's possession of the Source Dao seeds? Must you wait for me to embarrass myself? If it weren't for our master's generosity, I would likely have perished." He questioned Zhou Yin, clearly dissatisfied. However, the prospect of physically reprimanding Zhou Yin was evidently out of the question. Not only would Lin Xiu likely disapprove, but he himself was not inclined to engage in such folly. In response to Yuming Zhang's inquiry, Zhou Yin chuckled, "When you severed my 8 heads, we are now even." He continued, "Let us not dwell on the past. Do not disclose our master's matters to those fellows just yet. Do not expose our master's possession of the 3,000 Source Dao seeds." Yuming Zhang, puzzled, inquired, What is your intention? Jouyun replied, Are you foolish? To be frank, when I first encountered our master, I too was brimming with ambition, eager to devour him. Yet, here we are, bowing before him. He added, Now, we have both knelt, it stands to reason that others should also taste this bitterness. It became evident that Jouyun harbored this intention all along, leaving Yu Mingjin somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, considering that 3,000 deities and demons had simultaneously emerged into this realm, it was only fair that if he and Jouyun had faced some losses, the remaining 2,998 should not escape unscathed. Yu Mingjin unconsciously nodded, preparing to alter the earlier message intended for the other deities and demons, transforming it into an invitation for them to come forth and kneel in submission, uttering the most provocative of words. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to drag the other deities and demons into this predicament, ensuring that not a single one of the 3,000 would escape. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the Chaos Temple. The overwhelming aura emanating from Yu Mingjin was so potent that, from a distance, the inhabitants of the Chaos Temple initially mistook it for an invasion. Only upon recognizing Lin Xiao atop Jouyun and the Lord of the Chaos Temple did they relax. Approaching, the second Hall Master led the assembly of Chaos Temple denizens to kneel. Holy Sun, the three guardians of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace have been completely eradicated. The forces of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace have been entirely captured. 3 commanders of the Chaos Sacred Guards have taken 50 sacred guards to the ancestral grounds of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace for consolidation. Currently, the master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace was missing, and the 3 great guardians had perished. Even the ancestral imperial weapons had been subdued by Lin Xiao. Thus, what remained of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace was but a disjointed collection of remnants. The 3 commanders, possessing the strength of alternative Dao Emperors, leading 50 seasoned Chaos Sacred Guards, were more than capable of subjugating the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace. Lin Xiao nodded in approval, then turned his gaze to the multitude of Chaos Temple members gathered behind the second Hallmaster. Each bore wounds and blood, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit, yet there were no tears. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiao felt a sense of indebtedness. This battle had been fought in the name of the Chaos Temple, and it was due to his own avarice, having left behind 4 imperial weapons within the system, that the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace's master had arrived to ravage the Chaos Temple to this extent. Alas, in the future, he would exercise more caution. Should an opportunity to retain imperial weapons arise, it would be prudent to do so. Perhaps he could even endeavor to edit them for his own use, ensuring that no one else could wield them. Lin Xiao was not of a melancholic disposition, having adapted swiftly during this period. He had grasped the survival laws of this world, survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak. Nevertheless, he had not cast aside the more precious aspects of existence. If the Chaos Temple had been comprised of individuals of little significance to him, or merely a relationship based on self-interest, he would have been indifferent. The crux lay in the fact that these individuals had truly entrusted their lives to him, offering their unblemished sincerity. For the sake of attaining the Tao Book, they had risked annihilation without a hint of regret. At this moment, Lin Xiao could sense that none among them harbored even a shred of resentment towards him. He found it difficult to fathom how such a force could embody such unwavering loyalty. For those who were loyal to him, Lin Xiao could not treat them lightly. He felt a pang of guilt and resolved to make amends. Lin Xiao struck the ground with his fist, creating a colossal pit spanning several thousand feet in radius and about 100 feet deep. He then summoned the Source Tao Seed of Water, conjuring countless waves to fill the expansive pit. Subsequently, he produced a vial of dragon's blood, a treasure acquired within the tomb of the primordial emperor, an imperial artifact. Even an emperor would gain physical enhancement from its absorption, yet, Lin Xiao poured it directly into the vast pool. He then addressed the inhabitants of the Chaos Temple, all cultivators at the great world realm and below, enter and cultivate within. This was not merely a reward for everyone but specifically intended for a select few. Afterward, Lin Xiao retrieved a cauldron of supreme pills, also left behind by the primordial emperor, possessing wondrous effects capable of aiding Taoist sovereigns in directly breaking through to supremacy. Lin Xiao tossed them to the second Hall Master, stating casually, for every Taoist sovereign, 1 supreme pill. This was designated for the cultivators of the Taoist sovereign realm. Finally, he produced a substantial quantity of chaos soil, procured from the remnants of the celestial ruins, amounting to the size of a mountain. He set aside a portion to distribute among the warriors of the Supreme Realm. This was an imperial-grade material, often utilized by many emperors to forge imperial weapons, on par with dragon-patterned black gold, azure gold of the firmament, and other such divine materials. For every cultivator of the Supreme Realm, half a portion of chaos soil. Lin Xiao displayed unparalleled generosity. These materials, while trivial to him, were immensely precious to the average person, even to those at the supreme level. Chaos soil, dragon's blood, supreme pills, each one was a divine artifact that would provoke fierce competition in the outside world. Yet, in the matter of merit and reward, Lin Xiao was willing to part with them. Apologies for the delay, there will be another chapter shortly. Expect 3 or 4 updates tomorrow, likely more, as it is the weekend, and I plan to update early. Thank you. Gifts and continued support are greatly appreciated. Chapter 96:1 of the 9 Emperors, the Battle Emperor, the man spoken of by the 3,000 divine demons. Lin Qiu possessed a multitude of divine artifacts, and even if he were to bestow rewards upon all the members of the Chaos Temple, it would scarcely consume 1/10 of his collection. He had simply indulged excessively in the past. The treasures harvested from the ancient celestial ruins alone were sufficient to rival the accumulations of several great imperial families over the span of hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, he had subsequently obtained all the treasures and legacies of the primordial emperor. The sheer number of divine artifacts he possessed was simply incalculable. In truth, Lin Qiu was uncertain about what rewards to offer. He merely took whatever was available, such was his lavishness. However, this did not imply that Lin Qiu was a spendthrift. To put it differently, knowing that every individual within the Chaos Temple had already resolved to face death without regret, how could Lin Qiu not enhance the strength of his own people? Should not your blade become ever sharper? As for the 3 commanders of the Chaos Saints and the 2nd and 3rd leaders of the Chaos Temple, Lin Qiu was equally unreserved. He addressed the leaders and the 3 Chaos Saints, stating, "Impart your understanding of the Tao into my mind. I shall assist you in refining it." The 5 leaders did not dare to hesitate. Lin Qiu projected the 5 volumes of Tao into his mind and then began to activate his primordial body, channeling the celestial principles. The 3,000 source repositories granted him terrifying comprehension, and the 3,000 fundamental Tao seeds allowed him to master myriad paths. Thus, Lin Qiu directly refined the 5 volumes of celestial scriptures. Though it may seem an extensive endeavor, it consumed less than an hour in total. He was merely further polishing the Tao methods of the leaders, eliminating unnecessary and superfluous elements, while conveying concepts they could grasp at that moment. Indeed, Lin Qiu was concerned whether the modifications he made were comprehensible to the leaders. Although Lin Qiu's current strength was modest, capable only of traversing dozens of minor realms and slaying foes across 2 major realms, when it came to his understanding of the Great Tao, he could effortlessly surpass everyone. Even the combined comprehension of 10 emperors could not match a fraction of his own insight. This was the source of Lin Qiu's formidable understanding, enabling him to transform the 5 volumes of Tao into celestial scriptures in such a short span. Lin Qiu calmly declared, "These celestial scriptures possess no hierarchy. With your talents, it is entirely feasible for you to become emperors capable of breaking through the 9 fate wheels with these texts. Once I have encountered the principles of the celestial path in the future, I shall possess means to assist you in achieving immortality." Indeed, while Lin Qiu's comprehension was currently elevated, he could not directly create the celestial path. It was akin to being unable to conceive of a color one has never seen. Hearing this, the 5 leaders were left dumbfounded. Transform into immortals? Such a terrifying prospect casually uttered by Lin Qiu was truly astonishing. The 2nd leader and the others immediately knelt in worship. "Thank you, Holy Sun. The grace of the Holy Sun, 1,000 deaths would be worth it." Subsequently, all the members of the Chaos Temple behind them also knelt in fervent acclaim. "The grace of the Holy Sun, 1,000 deaths would be worth it." Although the members of the Chaos Temple were willingly devoted to risking their lives for the Holy Sun without seeking reward, the prospect of receiving a bountiful return in this process was undeniably different. To put it plainly, they had previously revered the title of the Chaos Holy Sun. Now, they revered Lin Qiu himself. Lin Qiu casually remarked, "Very well, this is what you deserve. Shu Chuanqiu, you may proceed. Allow the cultivators below the Great World Realm to enter the Dragon Blood Pool for their training." The 2nd leader promptly replied, "Understood." Following this, the main leader stepped forward, saying, "Holy Sun, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the Tao texts for your perusal." Lin Qiu nodded. The ultimate goal of this endeavor was indeed the Tao texts. Now, the 2 keys rested in the hands of the main leader, allowing him to retrieve the Tao texts. Lin Qiu felt a sense of contemplation. This trip had proven exceedingly profitable. The resources acquired from the annihilation of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace did not weigh heavily on his mind. However, the 5 imperial weapons and the 2 volumes of Tao texts were truly valuable treasures. The next step was merely to await the arrival of the divine demons mentioned by the ghostly spectre, and then seek out the master of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace. He remained utterly unperturbed. With 7 or 8 divine demons, coupled with the resources at his disposal, he felt invincible in this era marked by the demise of the 9 emperors, the absence of the primordial, the ascension of ruthless beings, and the distant departure of the human emperor. On another front, the master of the Swallowing Heaven Tao Palace arrived at yet another site of the 9 Emperors' legacy, the Battle God Temple. This was the legacy of the Battle Emperor among the 9 Emperors, and it was, moreover, the strongest and most bloodthirsty legacy within the 9 Emperors' teachings. When the human emperor led the 9 emperors to break the dominion of the innate divine demons during the mythological age, 2 among the 9 emperors harbored the most intense killing intent towards the 3,000 innate divine demons. One of them was the Swallowing Heaven Emperor, and the other was the Battle Emperor. Although the Battle Emperor was not the strongest among the 9 emperors, he exerted the greatest effort in the battle against the 3,000 divine demons. Essentially, as the climactic battle of the mythological age approached, the Battle Emperor scoured the world for innate divine demons to engage in combat. While the 3,000 innate divine demons could not be slain outright, they would suffer injuries and require recuperation. To put it bluntly, they could not be killed, but they would feel pain. The Battle Emperor was the type of individual who would not only refuse to perish himself but would also strip away a layer of skin from his foes. Despite the terrifying odds of 3,000 divine demons against 10, including the 9 emperors and the human emperor, the Battle Emperor single-handedly fought over 1,800 divine demons. This count included figures like Zhou Yin and Yu Mingzheng. The 3,000 divine demons referred to the Battle Emperor as that madman, and indeed, the Battle Emperor was insane. Even as he faced imminent death, he never forgot the grievances with the innate divine demons. Although the 3,000 divine demons were driven to the endless sea by the human emperor, he transformed himself into a peerless divine weapon, ready to engage in battle should the demons ever return, thus continuing the conflict that had raged millions of years ago. Furthermore, the Battle Emperor left behind a final decree: the Battle God Temple would not accept the worthless, the Battle God Temple would not accept those devoid of a warrior's heart, and lastly, the Battle God Temple would not accept those who did not engage innate divine demons in combat. Thus, anyone still within the Battle God Temple bore an indomitable spirit towards the innate divine demons. Moreover, due to the temple's purpose of nurturing individuals capable of opposing divine demons, it lacked any useless members. Though the temple housed only a few thousand individuals, there were 6 emperors among them, one of whom had even shattered the 9 fate wheels. It was truly the most formidable legacy of the 9 emperors. Coupled with the Battle God Temple's enmity towards innate divine demons, this was precisely the reason the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace sought out the Battle God Temple. With 2 innate divine demons by Lin Xiu's side, he could conveniently leverage the power of the Battle God Temple to contend against Lin Xiu. The temple was a grand hall steeped in bloodlust, rumored to have been constructed from the blood of an innate divine demon by the temple's master. It was as vast as a star and akin to the Chaos Temple in its grandeur. The master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace directly arrived at a star situated before the temple. He called out to the grand hall nestled within the boundless void, allies of the Battle God Temple. The innate divine demons have emerged, shall you remain idle? His voice resonated throughout the star region. Initially silent, the blood-soaked Battle God Temple soon erupted with 6 imposing auras of imperial might. The martial intent of the temple shook the very heavens and stars. Countless stars within the region plummeted. 6 emperors from the Battle God Temple surged forth, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. The leading elder, having shattered the 9 fate wheels, though aged, possessed eyes that extinguished an entire star river. He approached the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace and coldly inquired, "Where are the innate divine demons?" Direct and decisive, he wielded 2 ancestral imperial weapons, one forged from the essence of the Battle Emperor after his demise, and the other crafted during his lifetime. A slight smile graced the lips of the master of the Swallowing Heaven Dao Palace. This was indeed a sure bet. Second update today concludes. Please seek further updates and gifts. Chapter 97 Upside Down. The War God Hall mobilizes. Such formidable strength is sufficient to instill a sense of power in the master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace. The Lord of the War God Hall has already shattered the 9th life wheel, and unlike him, who has merely embarked on this realm, he has comprehended its depths for many years, his strength profoundly robust. With every gesture, he wields the might to alter the very fabric of existence. This was evident from the moment he made his entrance, annihilating a swath of the starry river with the murderous intent emanating from his gaze. The 5 other war emperors behind him are equally formidable. One has shattered the 8th life wheel, another the 7th, and 3 have breached the 6th life wheel. Furthermore, these 5 emperors wield peerless imperial weapons forged from the essence of war emperors. This weapon is not merely an ordinary imperial artifact, it possesses extraordinary sentience. Prior to his transformation into a war emperor, he spent centuries scouring the boundless sea for supreme materials and remnants of celestial bones, which he refined into this weapon using his divine powers. When the 5 emperors combine their efforts to unleash this imperial weapon, they can fully awaken its potential, revealing fragments of the war emperor's past cultivation. This grants them a fleeting power that rivals the shattering of the 9th life wheel. Thus, it stands to reason that with 3 such high-tier combatants, even a single emperor who has shattered the 9th life wheel could traverse the 3,000 star domains unchallenged. The presence of 3 such elite forces is bound to make the master of the Devouring Heaven Dao Palace feel overwhelmed. The old lord of the War God Hall possesses a gaze as cold as steel, filled with a fervor akin to that of a battle-hungry warrior. His divine power surges, reverberating across the heavens. Where are the innate divine demons, little one from the devouring Heaven Dao Palace? Do not jest with this old man. If your intentions are merely to seek attention, then even as a fellow inheritor of the 9 emperors, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. He addressed the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace with such conviction. His terrifying aura left the very heavens and earth in awe. Since entering the War God Hall, he has longed for the opportunity to engage with an innate divine demon, imagining a day when he could personally subdue one. Now, such an opportunity presents itself. Should he indeed manage to defeat an innate divine demon, his name would be etched in history, and his standing within the War God Hall would surpass that of all his predecessors, second only to the founding War Emperor. Hence, his excitement is palpable. The master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace hastily replied, "Senior, how could I possibly deceive you? The old lord of the War God Hall and the previous master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace are of the same generation, so it is not inappropriate for the latter to refer to him as senior." The master continued, "Just the other day, the lord of the Chaos Temple allied with 2 innate divine demons and launched a direct assault on our devouring Heaven Dao Palace. Now, our palace has fallen. You cannot fathom the depths of madness exhibited by the lord of the Chaos Temple, that he has sacrificed all the forces and clans that rely on them, except for the true members of the Chaos Temple, to those 2 innate divine demons. The realm of the Chaos Temple has now become a desolate wasteland. Then, he allied with 2 innate divine demons to attack our devouring Heaven Dao Palace because we jointly hold the keys to the Dao Book secret realm with the Chaos Temple. They wish to monopolize the Dao Book. Moreover, the Chaos Temple and the 2 divine demons have conspired to seize the entirety of the 9 Emperor inheritance and to gain control over the secret realm left by the human Emperor, collecting all 4 Dao Books entrusted to the 9 Emperor forces. The Chaos Temple seeks to dominate all. They have even promised those 2 divine demons that once they unify the 3,000 star domains, the Chaos Temple will provide them with 1 billion blood sacrifices daily." The master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace recounted the numerous transgressions of the Chaos Temple, claiming that the downfall of the forces allied with them was a direct result of their own sacrifices to the innate divine demons, and accusing the Chaos Temple of coveting the human emperor's legacy and aspiring for world domination. However, in truth, these were his own ambitions, yet they transformed into the Chaos Temple's blame when they passed through his lips. Of course, the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace harbors no fear of his lies being exposed, for his ally is the War God Hall, the very lineage most embittered by the innate divine demons. He is unafraid to confront the Chaos Temple directly because, as long as the Chaos Temple and the innate divine demons stand together, anything they do will be deemed erroneous. Once the connection between the Chaos Temple and the innate divine demons is established, the former will be seen as guilty in the eyes of the War God Hall. Any words they utter will be dismissed as lies. Any explanations offered will be viewed as mere sophistry, and indeed, upon hearing the words of the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace, all 6 emperors of the War God Hall were incensed, their terrifying auras distorting and collapsing the very fabric of space. The old lord of the War God Hall spoke with a cold gaze. "What a Chaos Temple, what an audacity to defy the heavens! Have you forgotten the tribulations of your ancestors? Are you now consorting with innate divine demons? I recall the days when the flying immortal emperor was a figure of tremendous renown, triumphing over 18 innate divine demons in battle. Is it possible that the present Chaos Temple has fallen to such a pitiful state?" The master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace feigned anguish, saying, "Senior, the devouring Heaven Dao Palace has already fallen. Most of the forces that relied on our palace have succumbed. Our 3 imperial protectors have also perished in this conflict. I beseech you, Senior, to act on our behalf." With utmost reverence, the master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace bowed in gratitude, proclaiming, "On behalf of all the sages of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace and the fallen warriors, I extend my deepest thanks to you." His heartfelt demeanor resembled that of a once great sect leader, now fallen, yet still devoted to his disciples. Were it not for the fact that the 3 heavenly protectors had been personally sent to their demise by him, an ordinary observer might have indeed believed him. The old lord of the War God Hall declared, "Let us go. Lead us there." His spirit was resolute, driven by a sense of responsibility toward all living beings and the thrill of the honor that awaited him. To capture an innate divine demon. This is a distinction that no emperor has ever possessed since the dawn of the era of imperial awakening. The master of the devouring Heaven Dao Palace felt a surge of joy within. As long as the War God Hall's warriors reached the Chaos Temple, they would undoubtedly be unable to restrain themselves from striking. There would be no unexpected turns in this matter. Regardless of whether the War God Hall emerged victorious over the Chaos Temple or vice versa, he would find himself in a position to reap the rewards. With the celestial artifact, the 9-character true word bow in hand, he believed himself capable of handling any unforeseen circumstances. Within the Chaos Temple, Lin Xiu had resolved all matters and awaited the arrival of the Dao Book from the Lord of the Chaos Temple. He summoned Zhou Yin and Yu Mingjin before him, saying, "I have some inquiries for both of you."
Zhou Yin and Yu Mingjin promptly responded, "My lord, please ask." "Master," Yu Mingjin guarantees to speak without reservation. Lin Xiu inquired, "Why have the 3,000 divine demons entered the boundless sea? Now that the human emperor has departed and the 9 emperors are absent, why do you, as immortal beings, still willingly hide within the boundless sea?" "Wait a moment, I shall endeavor to provide 2 more updates. I will try my best. If possible, please send your support and gifts.